A broken body, a shattered soul, here I come, up, up, up. Wazini district buried oil. How terrifying. Take Yuxi, Lao Zi's mother takes 4 mud kids. Don't be angry, it's just a matter of time. The boy had no choice but to go out to buy gas while playing with his phone, and then, bang, crash. Who the hell put a mirror at the door? Plane barrier. In the spring of March, the 37th year of Naruto, the Second Shinobi World War was underway. On the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, there is a small building by the river. Jingyu, get up. The girl's cry was so clear and penetrating that it reached the Omega level. Oh my god. Boom. Ouch. Bang. Ah. Ping pong pong. 5 minutes later, a boy managed to make it to the first floor alive from the second floor. Oh heyo, One-chan. Her long black hair was draped over her back, and under her bangs were a pair of big black eyes that looked as if she was questioning her life. Her facial features were as delicate and beautiful as her mother's. She was wearing a black dress with a vertical collar and a round fan. A little Uchiha cutie yawned as he walked into the kitchen. Uchiha Kagamizuki, male, student, 9 years old in lunar age, 8 years, and 8 months old in chronological age, same as the age when he traveled through time. An inexplicable time traveler who was reborn just by walking. Kitchen. The slender figure turned slightly to the side at the sound, and her long straight black hair swayed gently, revealing a face very similar to the boy's. The moment she saw the boy, her pretty eyebrows seemed to smile, but her lips were pursed in anger. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Which ninja can sleep like you? The fried eggs on the table are almost cold. Uchiha Kyoka, female, 12 years old, a newly promoted talented and beautiful jonin, and the older sister of Uchiha Kyojiki. The breakfast my sister makes is the most delicious even if it's cold. He avoided the important issues and increased damage absorption, while at the same time giving thumbs up to the illusion counterattack. Flatterer, Jinghua smiled with her almond-shaped eyes, and the illusion took effect. Jingyu pulled out a chair and sat down, her eyes fixed on his breakfast. The morning light shines through the window onto the crispy outside and tender inside fried eggs, reflecting the golden sugar heart inside, which is really mouth-watering. Take a big bite and the yolk explodes in your mouth. Momo, wow, sister, your cooking skills are amazing. I, Uchiha Jingyu, would like to call you the little princess of fried eggs. One more. The boy gave a thumbs up to the kitchen. You're such a smooth talker, just wait. Jinghua's tone was fierce, but the doting in it could not be hidden. Her brother's affirmation made her feel extremely satisfied. Okay, Uchiha Jinghua Sungama. Jingyu sat obediently on the chair, shaking her feet and drinking milk. You just know how to show off, hee. Her beautiful long black hair and shoulders trembled slightly as she laughed. Jingyu looked at the busy figure with a silly smile, feeling extremely satisfied. I didn't get a system when I traveled through time, but I did get a sister. How wonderful, everything comes naturally, and it's pleasing to the eyes. Isn't that better than a system, hee. 8 years ago, Uchiha Kagami and his wife passed away, leaving behind a pair of children, Uchiha Kagamika, who was only 4 years old, and Uchiha Kagamizuki, who was less than 1 year old. Jinghua rejected her family's proposal to place her brother in foster care and lived with him alone. From then on, the brother and sister depended on each other, and 8 years passed in a flash. As a time traveler, Jingyu has no problem taking care of himself, but he prefers to enjoy the family love. It is impossible that it is because he does not want to cook. The ninja world is tough and survival is not easy, so he needs to spend more time with his sister. We are now in the midst of World War II, and many major events will happen in the future. As Uchiha, it is difficult for them to avoid many things, especially after knowing that they were Uchiha Kagami's children. Judging from their ages, it is unlikely that Uchiha Shisui is his son. I am such an honest man, there is no way I would get a girl pregnant when I was a teenager. Well, it is absolutely impossible. Then Shisui's mother should be his elder sister. It's a pity that they have nothing to do with each other in future stories, and they should have been forgotten long ago. As for which bastard got my sister pregnant, we need to wait and investigate slowly before trying to perform physical castration on her. A bare hand tapped Jingyu's forehead. What are you daydreaming about? Finish your meal quickly and go to school. Jinghua held the frying pan with one hand and put in fried egg on her brother's plate. Jingyu came back to her senses and chuckled, but of course she wouldn't say how she planned to castrate her future brother-in-law. Eat the fried eggs happily. Jinghua handed over a piece of paper and said, the school's early graduation application ends today. I've thought about it for a long time and decided to let you graduate early. Jingyu bit his balls and picked up the paper called graduation application form. Why, sis, I'm still a 104-month-old baby. Boom. Jinghua picked up the comb and hit her brother on the forehead in annoyance. Ouch. Jingyu held her head in her hands and looked at her elder sister pretending to be wronged. I'm going to burn paper to complain to my parents. You hit me. Go ahead and try if you have the guts. Jinghua narrowed her beautiful eyes, without a trace of sympathy. Ran came behind her brother and combed his hair. She let her brother grow his hair long because she looked cuter than him. Anyway, she raised her younger brother, so how he wants to dress up is up to her. He can be her brother or sister, which is very nice. I received the notice to become a Jonin, so one team of this year's graduating genin will become my subordinates, he said while combing his hair. Jingyu's eyes lit up. Sister, you're trying to cheat, you're favoring people over others, using public resources for personal gain, and misusing public resources for personal gain. I love you so much. It makes me happy just thinking about it. My elder sister is the team's leading ninja, and I am the second generation rich kid in the team. The other two teammates can only be as subordinates as workers. How impressive. Faced with such a brother, Jinghua raised her hand and slapped him. Boom. Ouch, will you view. Could you please not hit my head? I'm not smart to begin with. Then can you please be serious? You really don't act like an Uchiha at all. If you hadn't been able to open your Sharingan, I would have thought you were found. He. Jinghua was speechless about her brother's personality, which was completely different from that of his tribe members. Alas, maybe I was too busy and went astray. Sister, I heard there are 30 spots for spring graduation, spread across 10 classes. I only have a 1 in 10 chance of being assigned to your class. Do you have the luck? Jingyu himself didn't want to graduate. Wouldn't it be nice for him to just live a carefree life? Why would he go to the battlefield and fight for his life? I will go find the third generation master. Jinghua replied casually, combing her brother's hair with her hands and tying it into a small bunch at the end. Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both guards of the second Hokage. The two families had a good relationship and would often visit each other during festivals. Okay, you have connections and you're awesome. There's really nothing we can do about it. Just graduate with peace of mind. Don't swear. Jinghua raised her hand to give him another slap. But as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a third time. How could Jingyu fall into the trap again? She turned around and threw herself into her sister's arms, hugged her slender waist, and rubbed her little face against Aun-chan. It's not shameful to act cute to avoid being beaten. Oh, your lips are all greasy. Jinghua pretended to push him away with disgust, but a smile was already on her face. Sister, I love you the most. Jingyu is shameless and reckless. She has 8 years of experience as a professional child and her skills are at the top level. Sister? This was obviously a sensitive word. Kyoka's Sharingan lit up, and her tone was somewhat gloomy. Am I old? Sigma, LLL, oops, the flattery hits the horse's leg. 2 pairs of eyes, one red and one black, reflected 2 similar faces, one of which was slightly terrifying. The blood suppression from her sister made Jingyu tremble all over. I'm going to school. Rushed out of the door. Get back here and bring your lunch. Okay. Jingyu ran back happily, picked up the lunchbox, and rushed out again. This brat, Jinghua smiled and picked up the mirror on the table to look at herself. A pink bean was printed on her fair skin. Suddenly the smile disappeared and his expression changed drastically. Why is there a pimple on my chin? This little bastard is such a badass. Woohoo, I'm really getting old. Rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. Jingyu jogged along the riverside, and after a few steps she met her sister's teammate, who was also a beautiful girl with long black hair. Morning, Mikato-san. Good morning, Jingyu. The beautiful girl pinched Jingyu's little face and said with a smile, you're getting prettier and prettier. When I see you, I feel like I'm looking at the mirror flower from my childhood. You're so cute. Mikato, half a year older than her older sister, is a chinin. He slapped her hand away and pretended to be angry. I won't let you pinch it. You haven't agreed to be my girlfriend. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Ha ha ha. Mikato felt like she couldn't laugh anymore. Her mind was filled with the silly look on his face when he confessed his love to her with broccoli. Go to school. I won't talk to you anymore. Jingyu turned around and walked away with a red face. Although this Mikato is not a member of the Uchiha clan, from a perceptual point of view, Jingyu believes that this is the mother of Uchiha Itachi and Jiji in the future. So in order to avoid being killed by Uchiha Itachi, he planned to kill Uchiha Itachi from the root. The plan was perfect, but the objective conditions were insufficient. Mikato liked mature men and not young boys who were younger than her. There is nothing we can do about it. The plan has failed. He took just 2 steps before stopping again, his eyes scanning the bushes at the edge of the forest. A sharp lens appeared in his hand, he stared intently, and then waved his hand. Whoosh, the lens shot into the bushes. Rustle, the bushes swayed. Seeing this, Jingyu appeared with a second lens in his hand and was about to shoot it out. Don't, Jingyu is me. Then an anxious-looking 18-year-old boy rushed out shouting. Jingyu said unhappily, of course I know it's you. Uchiha Fugaku has told me several times not to bother my sister. You're too old. This anxious young man was none other than the young head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. 18 chasing 12, it's amazing that he can do that. Too old, Pi Fugaku's head was buzzing until Jingyu left. Ha ha ha, too old, ha ha ha. Hashtag, Fugaku looked on angrily. Mikato was squatting on the ground, holding her stomach and laughing like a hen. At this time she was probably laughing to death. Time is like a flying bird, ticking forward. Today we graduate, la la la, humming a happy graduation song. Jinyu walked towards the head teacher's office to submit the application form. He didn't take Fugaku's matter to heart. The young man knew AI was normal, and his sister was super beautiful. It was a pity that she was his biological sister. Why was she his biological sister? Damn it. The main reason is that his sister really doesn't like old men, otherwise it's not impossible. It's exciting to think about killing Itaki and Suzuki at the same time. This guy probably attacked his sister's best friend Mikato because he couldn't catch up with his sister. Beast, he only chases beautiful women. I arrived at the office door and was about to knock when the door opened by itself. I was wondering when the door was replaced with an automatic one, when I saw a pretty little red-haired girl appeared. We looked at each other and waited for the other to move aside first. After a while, "Go away." The little red-haired boy glared at me with a fierce look, seeming to be in a bad mood. Oh. Faced with the smell of garlic, Jinyu chose to avoid it and moved 2 long lengths away. Uzumaki Kushina, the future Hokage's wife, the protagonist's mother, the blood-red pepper, anyone who offended her in or outside the class has been beaten up, a group of fierce ones. When you meet such a powerful person, or when you are in a bad mood, you will naturally stay as far away from him as possible. The key point is that she also ate garlic. Seeing the other party hiding so far away, and the chakra temperature that was like that of a stranger and the disgusted expression on his face, Kushina, who had just become a Jinchuriki, felt aggrieved. As expected, everyone hated her, even her classmates who had been with her for 4 years disliked her. He puffed up his big round face and gave a death stare. Snort! She shook her red hair and turned away. Jinyu was puzzled. I don't understand. Did I offend her? But for the past 4 years, all I've communicated with her has been these 3 words, get out of the way. Oh, and there's another one, He shook his head to show that he didn't understand. My older sister is still cuter. Mikato-san is not bad either. He walked into the office with a grumble. The graduation application went smoothly, and a perfect shadow clone made the head teacher exclaim, "It turns out you have been hiding a trick from me." Then, with a click of a stamp, I successfully squeezed out the graduation spot of a lucky person and returned to the classroom to wait for the receipt of my graduation certificate. I walked slowly towards the classroom, wondering who I would be assigned to. He had just taken a peek at their class's graduation list and saw quite a few applicants, such as a Namikaze, a Nara, a Yamanaka, 2 Akimichi, 2 Uchiha. And so on, about a dozen people in total. My sister said there are only 30 places in total, so their class is more than 1/3 of the places, which is awesome. Moreover, he graduated at the same time as Minato Namikaze. Does that mean he has 1 foot in the future Hokage's team? It's a pity that Yangdame's life was too short, otherwise she could have developed into a big star, and it would have been nice to just be a pendant. Alas, there is no system for time travel, and I don't want to work hard. Is there any way to lie down safely? At the beginning of his journey, he was still full of ambitions. Killing the ant sperm, slaughtering the old man, and killing the sexy son brother were all his goals. It wasn't until after a day of hard work and experiencing the joy of youth that he discovered, I am not that kind of person. I'm so tired. Not being able to sleep until you wake up naturally is as unacceptable as eating multigrain cakes without sweet sauce. So, saving the world is the right thing to do, right? Go for it. Well, I can be the cheerleader and shout 666. Another thing is to keep an eye on my talented sister and remind her all the time to take it easy. If she can't make it, she should retire and get married soon. I don't want to open a kaleidoscope. As I was thinking, I found myself outside the classroom door, holding the door handle and preparing to open it. Bang! The wooden door trembled as if something hit it. The cautious Jinyu instinctively let go of the door handle and took a step back. Safety first. But some tragedies cannot be avoided by being careful. Yeah, boom. After a sweet cry, the classroom door suddenly exploded, followed by wood chips and a violent little fist. Faced with the sudden situation, Jinyu was dumbfounded and frightened to the point that even his Sharingan popped out. Judging from the momentum, he estimated that he would not be able to get out of bed for half a month after this punch. Casting mirror, the benefit from the time travel, bloodline limit, was activated, and 3 mirrors instantly appeared between him and his fist. This is an ability to generate and manipulate mirrors, and he strongly suspects that it is related to the ability of the mirror in the king, because he has evidence. When he traveled through time, he was using a mirror to hunt in the wild, very agile. However, this broken ability, apart from not needing to form hand seals, is so weak that it can only pick one's feet, and is not at all as powerful as Jing. At this time, the owner of the fist was also shocked. Kushina had been sulking since she returned to the classroom because some big things had happened to her recently. She was pregnant with a tenant, and her caring grandmother Mito and brother Noeki died one after another, forcing her to move to the outskirts of the village and live alone. Now, even her graduation application has been rejected a full 10 times. She didn't want to stay in school at all. She didn't know what those stupid boys were thinking. He always uses strange ways to deliberately approach her and ask for a beating, and no matter how he beats her, it's useless. He will continue to do it even after his injuries have healed. But their chakra was clearly showing fear, so why would they bother provoking her if they were afraid? How strange. Just now, the boy named Senju Yoon called her tomato again. Normally, I would just give him a beating, but today, for some reason, I just couldn't suppress my anger. So she grabbed him and threw him at the door, and then she was going to let him see how terrible Uzumaki Kushina's anger was. He punched the door behind Chi and Xiaoyun with all his strength. It was just a door, and it wasn't the first time that it was just a small amount of money. Then the door was broken, the kind that shattered, full of deterrence. All expected goals were achieved. But why is there a silly little boy standing behind the door? This sudden situation instantly filled the pair of big dark eyes under the red hair with astonishment and panic. If this punch landed on that face that was prettier than his own, his brains would definitely be blown out. Unable to bear seeing the tragic scene, she chose to close her eyes, at least to prevent herself from having nightmares. Then, snap bang, there seemed to be a sound of glass breaking and exploding. Then came the boy's panicked cries. Fuck, what are you doing, Em? Kushina felt her lips hit something soft, and her small tongue unconsciously stretched out and licked it. It's fragrant, sweet and soft, and tastes pretty good. I'll have another one. Unfortunately, she failed to get the pleasure the second time because she was pushed away by a pair of hands. Try carefully squinting one eye. I saw the classmate named Uchiha Jinyu, who was sitting on the ground and wiping his mouth with poo desperately, and then he thought of the touch just now. Sigma, first kiss, you died miserably. She's going crazy. Jinyu is also going crazy. The crazy woman blew up 3 layers of mirrors with just one punch. Although it was related to her own poor ability, it also showed the opponent's level of violence, and she did not hold back when hitting. What's even more hateful is that he dodged the fist but failed to avoid the mouth of the abyss, and was even licked. It made him so disgusted. He wiped it with disgust and glared at the little red-haired boy. You are crazy. Why are you eating garlic so early in the morning? Ramen tastes half as good without garlic. Kushina said softly because she felt guilty for doing something wrong. But she has her own insistence on adding garlic to ramen. Her eyes involuntarily fell on the pink little mouth opposite her, which made her heart beat fast, and she swallowed a little. Such philosophical words made Jinyu inexplicably feel that she was right. But eating ramen with garlic early in the morning shows that this girl has some ideas and personality. Glancing towards the classroom, I noticed that some classmates were already gathering around, including the little son. Be careful next time, and remember to drink milk after eating garlic. After a brief reminder, he quickly got up from the ground and walked into the classroom without helping the little red-haired boy on the ground. It's not that I'm afraid of affecting the plot. Who the hell knows how similar the plots of parallel universes are? Moreover, this girl knows Kagura's mind, and she is an Uchiha herself. The two of them basically have 2 different life trajectories, which will not affect Kushina's search for her little son. She was simply too lazy to help. She was not some weak little girl. She was simply a human-shaped female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh. With a barely audible answer, Kushina secretly looked at Ginyu's back, and her 2 little fists clenched tightly. I was prepared to be severely scolded, but I didn't expect that he would just let her eat garlic and drink milk. Does it feel redundant to even scold her? This guy is really annoying, even though he looks cute. Uzumaki Kushina, why is the door broken again? The teacher's roar brought the little girl back to her senses. Sigma, sen, tear your shirt off. Near noon, a ninja school teacher came to the Hokage's office and handed the spring graduation list to the desk of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He should have left immediately, but suddenly he remembered the little girl who kept nagging him to graduate, and couldn't help but say something on her behalf. Sir Saname, I want to know why Uzumaki Kushina can't graduate. Her grades are better than many graduating students. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and continued, her situation is a bit special. I will talk to her directly. Yes, Sandame-sama. The head teacher knew it was useless to say anything more and left immediately. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed that he couldn't let her go outside the village before he was sure whether the Jinchuriki was stable, so naturally she couldn't graduate so soon. He picked up his pipe and began to check the students' information, then matched them according to their strengths and abilities. Namikaze Minato, he has a gentle and calm personality, excellent overall grades, and his illusion skills are slightly weak. He is a very outstanding child. Akimichi Yoshimaru, a bit rough, excellent in taijutsu. The little ones in the Akimichi family are all partial to certain subjects. The 3rd person needs to be able to counter illusions. Turned 2 pages. Well, Uchiha Hijin, aloof, excellent overall performer, with outstanding shuriken skills. All the boys in the Uchiha family have this problem. When I first met Jing, he was very cold-tempered. The Sharingan can fill the gap in the team's ability to deal with illusions, but this team is too strong, and ordinary Jonin may not be able to suppress it. Bang! Just as I opened the roster of Jonin, the office door opened. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and raised the corners of his mouth. Hey, old man, are you busy? Standing at the door were his 3 beloved disciples, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. They returned to the village for a 3-month rest period. Long-term fighting and killing can easily cause people to develop psychological problems, so Konoha Village has issued a regulation on rotation and rest for all frontline ninjas. Seeing Jiraiya's nonchalant look, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. You're back just in time. Please help take care of the genin. Swish swish, 2 gusts of wind blew by, and in an instant Jiraiya was the only one left standing at the door, and a dazed Tsunade and Orochimaru disappeared without a word. Well, these 2 bitches really made the wrong friends. The master and disciple looked at each other silently. Jiraiya moved slightly by 1 nanometer. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the office, making his white hair fly. Just try running away if you dare. Old man, please, Jiraiya pleaded. Taking care of kids is so troublesome. Moreover, he rarely has a vacation, so he still has to find material for his creations. The entire ninja world needs his spiritual nourishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him and said sternly, no need to discuss. Taking care of the child can help you calm down. Seeing that his beloved disciple still looked like he had lost all hope in life, he added, Orochimaru and Tsunade can't escape either. Upon hearing that his 2 fellow Taoists were also going to die, Jiraiya immediately became alert and ran over to flip through the information sheet. Come on, old man, I'll help them pick out disciples, haha, I'll definitely pick the best and make them feel great. Seeing this mean look, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This disciple is beyond saving. Hand over the 3 sheets of paper. Don't turn over, first take a look at the disciple I assigned to you. He had never thought of arranging disciples for Orochimaru and Tsunade, but just wanted to stabilize Jiraiya. Last year, Noeka bravely died together with the detonating tag. Orochimaru is now very reluctant to take disciples, not to mention Tsunade, no one can do anything to her. Oh? Jiraiya took the paper and began to read. Namikaze Minato, Akimichi Yoshimaru, Uchiha Hijin. They are all very excellent. If you teach them seriously for 3 months, they will be able to stand on their own. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget to advertise. Jiraiya nodded, yeah, only slightly worse than when I was a kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Don't you have any idea of what you were like as a child? How dare you brag about it here? I feel embarrassed as a teacher. But he didn't say it out loud, for fear that Jiraiya would quit. The master and the disciple chatted casually when a pretty girl came to the open door with a little restraint. Dododo tapped gently on the edge of the door. Third Sama, Jiraiya-sama. The 2 looked up. Ha, it's a mirror flower. Wow, little Jinghua is beautiful again. Do you need a boyfriend? Seeing that the person coming was Uchiha Kyoka, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed very happy, and Jiraiya's eyes lit up. As a former member of the 2nd Hokage Scarred team, the 3rd Hokage naturally has a good relationship with Uchiha Kagami. No need, thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Jinghua's face turned slightly red, knowing that Jiraiya was joking. That's such a pity. Jiraiya pretended to be disappointed. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes. That you are so brave as to kill a little girl. Seeing Jinghua at the door with her hands twisted together, looking very nervous, she asked, did Jinghua come all the way here just to see an old man like me? 3rd generation Sama, After all, it is difficult for the proud Uchiha to talk about things like using backdoors and connections. But when he thought of his brother, he slightly strengthened his fist and said, I was just chosen to be the Jonin. Very impressive, our little Kyoka has become a Jonin already, she is worthy of being Kyo's daughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. She reached out and picked up the roster of Jonin, and sure enough, her name was on it. Seeing the little girl's awkward look, she must be asking for something, so she continued, oh, we haven't celebrated Kyoka-chan becoming a Jonin yet. How about this? You make a request and consider it a promotion gift, okay? Jinghua's face was filled with joy, and she immediately bowed, thank you, 3rd master. Then he said, Jingyu graduates today, and I want him to be on my team. Kagami-zuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, Shuchi's not even 9 yet, is she? He took the stack of graduation information sheets from Jiraiya and began to look through them. It's almost there. Jingyu will definitely not fall behind. Jinghua didn't want Sandei to look down on his younger brother because of his age. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly found Kagami-zuki's information page. Uchiha Jingyu, with an average personality and average grades, special note, he was able to perfectly use his shadow clone in the graduation exam, so the original evaluation cannot be used as a practical reference. Wow, after reading the notes from the head teacher, he suddenly felt that Jingyu was not simple. Jing's son is different. He has learned to hide his shortcomings, but why does he suddenly show them again? He glanced at the flowers in the mirror from the corner of his eye and reacted instantly. You 2 siblings have a really good relationship. Jinghua was startled, then thought of her brother nodding with a smile on his face, that's right. Then open your eyes wide with anticipation. It is indeed like that. Knowing the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little embarrassed. Generally, a senior ninja and his relatives will not be arranged to join the same team, because it will definitely affect the other 2 team members. In the case where the Jonin is a relative, not to mention actual favoritism, even if the Jonin behaves fairly, others will feel that there is favoritism, which can easily breed dissatisfaction and affect the relationship between the team. But I had already promised Jinghua, I was too confident. Alas, Russell, suddenly, the sound of Jiraiya turning pages attracted him, and his eyes looked at the information page turned over by his disciple, Uchiha Fuiiwan. Uchiha. Got it. Place one empty hand on your lower lip. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Watch out, he's about to start fooling around. Mirror flower. Third Sama. Jinghua's body tensed. Call me uncle. Uncle Hiruzen. Although you are very talented, you have only been a jonin for a short time and you lack experience. I know Jingyu, he also has good talent, but I think he should be given more opportunities to grow. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then said seriously, Kyoka, I want Kijetsu to be my granddisciple and become Jiraiya's disciple. Ha! Jiraiya looked at the old man in confusion. I just finished reading Uchiha Hijin's introduction, and you're telling me to change the cast, a whole page. It's really straining my eyes, isn't it? What if I get nearsighted after reading one more page? Dong Dong Jinghua's heart skipped a beat. The Hokage's grandson, Jiraiya-sama's disciple, so the third Hokage values Kagemizuki so much? In this way, it doesn't seem to matter even if my younger brother is not on the same team with me. Thank you, third Hokage. He immediately bowed to express his gratitude, then turned to Jiraiya and bowed. I'll leave my younger brother Jingyu in the care of Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya was stunned that he hadn't decided yet whether to accept this team or not. Cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice with a stern face. This damn old man. Forget it, it's hard to refuse a beautiful girl's request. Ha ha ha, no problem, leave it to me. Jiraiya was forced to take the initiative to do business. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Jinghua thanked him again and was happy that her brother had a good teacher. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Kushina, who was mentioned by the ninja school teacher before. If Jiraiya joins, one of the original 10 senior ninjas will need to be reduced. Originally, Uchiha should not be allowed to get close to the Jinchuriki, but Kyoka is the descendant of Kyo, and he has watched him grow up and is trustworthy. Moreover, Konoha village no longer has the wood release that can suppress the Nine Tails, so Kushina. He looked back at Kyoka, who was introducing her brother to Jiraiya. Jinghua, uncle will introduce you to a little girl, strength of his hands, a very sinister person. Jingyu was panicking. Zhou, is this something a human can do? This fat guy is so fucking bad. Struggled desperately. If he were really stripped naked, he would go find Madara in person and create a world where no one wears clothes. Minato, please spare me. I can help you pursue Pepper. We can hold hands for a month, kiss for 2 months, and get on base for 3 months. In order to honor his words, he decided to sacrifice Minato's wife. As expected, the strength in little son's hands weakened. Although I don't understand the last one, the first two are very tempting. Jingyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt that his hands could move again. Hey, pull it out with force. Seal. Ha ha ha, you're done. What is this seal? What, using ninjutsu is cheating? Kagemizuki laughed wildly, while Minato and Yoshimaru were stunned. The art of seduction, Pepper's ultimate temptation. Bang! White smoke rises. Boom! At the same time, a big red toad fell from the sky. Ha ha ha, no matter east, west, south, or north, it's all mysterious and. The white smoke below dissipated, and a red-haired, busty adult swimsuit Kushina swayed her waist in the wind, and flew out a charming kiss. Minato, mua puff ah. The fat man flew up on the spot. Poof, oh. Jiraiya went back to where he came from. Sigma, Minato covered his red face with his hands, silently leaving 2 gaps between them. The cool breeze of March passed by the rooftop, and 6 nostrils stuffed with tissues were condemning the poor boy. That's too much, you are defiling Kushina-san. Do it again, and this time ask for Kurama-sensei, the little fat boy said righteously. Bang! Jiraiya knocked the fat man down with 1 punch. Asshole, is this something a little kid like you can say? Jiraiya hooked his big hand and dragged the poor little Jingyu to the corner. Come on, little guy, there are some problems with your thinking. I need to educate you separately. Do you know Tsunade? She is the most majestic one in Konoha. Leftward arrow _ leftward arrow. Jingyu's eyes now showed extreme contempt. Uncle, who are you? Do we know each other? Of course he knew Jiraiya, as they had eaten together at the Sanday's house during the New Year, but their communication was limited to simple greetings. Jiraiya's body stiffened, feeling that his popularity in Konoha village needed to be improved. Minato, who was bleeding less, and Yoshimaru, who was bleeding more, looked at Jiraiya at the same time. Oh, yes, why is there one more person? Who are you? Are you a human trafficker who wants to kidnap Jingyu? The little fat man was very alert. Now Jinyu's position in his mind has risen infinitely, reaching the height of lifelong happiness. Minato's blue eyes flickered. He had guessed the man's identity, but he didn't speak. Jiraiya glanced coldly at the fat boy from the side, then threw away the mirror moon in his hand, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and raised the corner of his mouth. You ignorant brat. He stepped on the stone pier with one foot, put his left hand on his waist, supported his chin with his right hand, and shook his white hair violently. If it weren't for the tissue in my nostrils, the effect would be pretty good. I am the white-haired boy toad user who is invincible in the entire world, the handsome man who can even silence a crying child, and your guiding jonin, Jiraiya-sama. _#_. Quack, quack, quack. Time passed by every second, and Jiraiya's neck began to ache, but he still didn't get the scream of adoration that belonged to him. Played #, damn it, how come these three little brats have no sense at all? Turn around angrily. Gather at Training Ground 13 for the assessment at 10 a.m. Tomorrow. Dismissed. Swish disappeared in an instant, leaving three confused teenagers behind. What's wrong with him? Asked Yoshimaru. Maybe he was in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Minato replied. Yoshimaru, Kagamizuki, what do you think? Jingyu, huh? Not getting a response, the two turned their heads to look around them, but Jingyu was nowhere to be seen. Gone. Minato was puzzled that why did he leave without saying goodbye. Yoshimaru reacted and roared, damn, how cunning, he hasn't even told me who he likes. So cunning. Minato was about to cry. The warm sunshine of the past reflected on the stream, you and I in the small building by the river, the past is imprinted in my memory, the beautiful sister loves her brother. La la. Jingyu was walking along the campus path, singing a little tune, and was in a pretty good mood. I was worried that Minato's plot would go astray, but luckily it turned out fine. It's a pity that I couldn't be on the same team with my sister. I don't know if something went wrong or if it was just the inertia of the plot. However, he was sure that he was not Minato's original third teammate. Back then, Kyoka had no time to take care of him, so she suggested that he go to school early in order not to make her sister worry. It gives me a headache that I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the fact that Shisui was able to be born means that my sister is safe until she gets married. Put on a good mood and keep moving forward. Suddenly, he felt that someone was watching him, a very unfriendly gaze. Look in the direction you perceive. Spring breeze blowing the branches, new buds of the sycamore, stone chairs. Red hair? Not far away, a little red-haired boy was sitting alone on a stone bench, staring that he could clearly feel countless Killua rays, all hitting him. I'm really possessed by something evil today. Why do I keep running into this little red-haired guy everywhere? Stare, 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 you're crazy. Fortunately, I have graduated, and we will not meet again before Minato flirts with girls under the moon. Yes, since she won't be able to graduate even if I do, I'm not afraid of her beating me. He. After figuring out the situation, Jingyu made a face at her. LOL, stupid tomato. To avenge my first kiss, I'll run away. Yeah, the angry roar of the girl behind him echoed throughout the campus. Kushina's face was swollen with anger. It turned out that she was in a very good mood because she successfully graduated. Although she had no teammates and could only do non-combat missions, she was already very satisfied. He happily arrived at the agreed location, waiting for his guiding Jonin with great anticipation. Then, she saw that annoying guy, which reminded her of her first kiss which happened before the 7th day. It turned out that this annoying guy was making faces at her and calling her a stupid tomato. She hated tomatoes the most, let alone stupid ones. The key was that she couldn't catch up and beat him up, because her guiding Jonin would be here at any moment. This is very uncomfortable. She, Uzumaki Kushina, has dominated the class for many years. When has she ever felt so aggrieved? Uchiha Jingyu, just wait for me. Just as I was thinking about my revenge plan, a pleasant voice came from the side. You must be Uzumaki Kushina, what a beautiful red hair. Kushina was stunned and her heart trembled slightly. She had never felt anything like this before, and she simply thought it was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard. For the first time, someone complimented her hair. He slowly turned around, calmed himself down, and tried to put on his most beautiful smile to face his mentor, the Jonin. Then, the smile froze. You dare to come back. #red hair flying. Uchiha Kagamizuki. Yap. He raised his angry little fist and hit the person behind him. Jingyu. The girl behind him frowned slightly and stretched out one hand in confusion. Bang. How the surrounding grass and trees flew everywhere, and Kushina was furious and attacked. Catch it steadily. So strong. Kushina wondered inwardly. Although he didn't have Tsunade's extraordinary strength, he had learned a little bit after getting along with her for a long time. It was impossible for an ordinary ninja to handle this kind of power so easily. You are Jingyu's classmate, right? My name is Uchiha Jinghua, and I am Jingyu's sister. Jinghua smiled kindly, thinking in her heart how to take care of her younger brother after returning home. Since he can make the little girl so angry, it seems necessary to give his brother some social skills lessons. Sister. Kushina also came back to her senses and began to look at her carefully. The person in front of him was indeed much taller than Jingyu, and they looked very similar at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one could see the difference. He was softer, more handsome, and less childish. The key is, there are Xylan Bayo. This beautiful sister is really not Uchiha Jingyu, and it seems that she is her own guiding ninja. What should I do? Tears are about to come out. I actually attacked the guiding Jonan the first time we met. Damn it. Weeaboo, Jinghua teacher, I. When Jinghua saw Kushina's pitiful appearance with rain-stained pear blossoms, she immediately felt pity for her. He helped her sit back on the stone bench and patted her back to comfort her. Tell me, did Jingyu bully you? I'll beat him up when I get home and make him apologize to you. Kushina blinked twice and suddenly realized that teacher Jinghua's proposal seemed very feasible. She tried hard to squeeze out 2 more tears, then raised her little head pitifully and looked at her little sister teacher with her big watery eyes. She choked up and said, Sensen, Jingyu scared me with her red eyes, called me a nickname, called me stupid tomato, and made faces at me, and. Kushina lowered her head in grievance. Jinghua was furious. It turned out that this little bastard was a bully in school. He has made it big. Angry, what else? Don't worry, tell me, I will definitely make the decision for you. Kushina pointed her fleshy finger at her lips. He also kissed me, weeaboo. After saying that, he buried his head in Jinghua's arms, afraid that he would be exposed if he couldn't help laughing out loud. However, she immediately couldn't help but rub her face in Jinghua's arms. This sister's arms are so warm, the chakra is so warm, and it's so fragrant, soft, and comfortable. Jinghua was completely ignited. Giving nicknames and molesting girls is a light punishment, even death is the least of it. Played #little bastard, I'm going to break your legs tonight. That night, at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, the lights of the small building by the river were on all night long. The clapping sounds and the beautiful male voice intertwined into a passionate symphony, which was so noisy that even the fish in the river couldn't sleep. Slurp slurp burp. The March sunshine shone into the luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the village. A bright girl happily finished a big bowl of ramen and burped happily. I'm so full. Slumped in the chair, looking at the bowl and then at the full sink, Kushina fell into thought. It seems like it's time to consider hiring a maid. He decisively threw the dishes into the sink, then took out the ninja forehead protector to admire it. After stroking it lovingly, he put it on his forehead. Uzumaki Kushina, what the hell are you doing? Bang! He rushed out of the house and closed the door tightly. After a while, click, the door opened again and Kushina threw off her shoes and rushed into the kitchen. Thump thump thump, bang! When he went out again, he had a box of milk in his hand. Waking up naturally at noon and sleeping in is a pleasant thing, but it couldn't erase Jingyu's hatred. While brushing my teeth in front of the mirror with bubbles flying everywhere, the person in the mirror suddenly turned into a nasty little red-haired creature. His eyes widened. Snap! The mirror's surface cracked like a spider web. Uzumaki Kushina, I will never coexist with you. Jingyu gritted his teeth in anger, foam coming out of his mouth. Little bastard, are you ready? Get down here now. A cry from hell. Sigma, here it comes. Lululu puff, mirror crack recovery. He quickly wiped his face and limped downstairs in panic. 5 minutes later, Jingyu, holding bread in one hand and milk in the other, followed Jinghua out of the Uchiha clan's territory. This morning, there was no loving breakfast from my sister. Love is gone. He thought that the fact that he and Minato Namikaze were in the same team was outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that there was something even more outrageous. Uzumaki Kushina actually became his elder sister's subordinate. How can a Jinchuriki mix with an Uchiha? The third Hokage must be crazy. It feels so uncomfortable. My butt is beaten to pieces by my sister. The key point is that now he has to apologize to the little red-haired boy, but he is completely innocent. No, not only is he innocent, he is also a victim. Someone's first kiss smelled like garlic, it was his nightmare. Evil little redhead. 9 hours 22 minutes and 22 seconds, following Jinghua, she staggered into training ground No 22. This was the agreed location for their class 11 today. It was a class of 2 people, 1 teacher and 1 student, which was super low. Jingyu felt extremely contemptuous. The little red-haired cat that had been waiting there ran towards him and jumped directly into Jinghua's arms. Good morning, teacher Jinghua. On the first day of officially becoming a ninja, Kushina was in a good mood wearing a forehead protector. I felt even better when I saw that annoying Uchiha Jingyu limping as he walked. He, let you glare at me, let me call me stupid tomato, let me make faces, let me pa. When Jinghua saw the little girl with a rosy face, she liked her very much, because she was her first disciple. Touch that soft red hair. Good morning, Kushina, I'm only 12, so just call me sister. Sister. Kushina followed suit and rubbed against Jinghua's arms. Hey, I've wanted a sister for a long time. What a deep sisterly love. #N, the 2 men's indifferent behavior made Jingyu's forehead smoke. Get lost, that's my exclusive spot. That pair of A's is mine. You can't afford it. Sister, wake up, the love of your life is here. Fortunately, Jinghua immediately thought of her brother and glared at him. Jingyu, come here and apologize. Jingyu suddenly felt that it was actually quite good to always pretend that she didn't exist. Looking at her elder sister and then at the little red-haired boy, her eyes were narrowed into slits due to smiling. I absolutely cannot give in to her. This is my last stubbornness as a man. Carrot, carrot, carrot. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Hurry up, my sister urged. Sister, actually, you don't have to apologize, I'm used to it. The scheming girl Uzumaki Kushina lowered her head to cover her face with her long hair, looking pitiful. What does it mean to be used to it? Mirror, moon. The foolish Emperor Jinghua squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Jingyu seemed to feel the fear of having her little but dominated again last night. Hateful. The strong young man bent his waist 90 degrees in humiliation. Damn it. A real man can bend and stretch, and it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In ancient times, there was Han Xian who suffered humiliation under the crotch, and today there is the hatred of Jingyu who has to bend over. Uzumaki Kushina, we're not done yet. As he lowered his head with hatred filling him, 10 delicate and cute little toes appeared in his sight. Then there was a splash of red and a pair of small hands on his arms. Then an irresistible force lifted him to his feet. Seeing the little red-haired boy so close to him, Jingyu's expression changed, and the hatred that surged into sky-high fear turned into terrifying fear. What do you want? I've already apologized. This is the tough guy who eats garlic in the morning, come over here. But Kushina tried hard to suppress her laughter, and despite his objection, she leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, I drank milk today. Jingyu didn't understand why she said this suddenly. But before he could figure it out, Kushina had already left his ear, smiling charmingly, it's okay, I forgive you, we will still be good friends from now on. We are still good friends. We have never been, it turns out we are not familiar with each other at all. The two looked at each other, and it seemed as if they saw their lifelong enemy in each other's eyes. Ha ha. Jinghua smiled and walked over to the two of them and hugged them. Look how good this is, companions should live in harmony with each other. Release your brother Jingyu, it's time for you to go. Don't be late for your first training. When Jingyu heard this, he ran out of the training ground as soon as possible, eager to leave. Bye, ouch, plop flop. Damn, I forgot that I have a wound on my butt and it's inconvenient for me to walk. He covered his little butt and got up from the ground, then sped away. Ha ha ha. Kushina laughed out loud, and after trying to hold it in for a long time, she finally couldn't hold it back. Ha 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 ha. As I was laughing, I felt that something was wrong with Sister Jinghua beside me, so I turned around to look. Then Jinghua looked at her with a playful smile on her face. What? Jinghua narrowed her eyes and pinched Kushina's cheeks with her 2 white little hands and pulled them to the sides. I helped you this time, but don't bully Jingyu anymore. Sister, her little trick was exposed, and Kushina suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that this very gentle sister would not want her and send her back to school. Jinghua touched the red hair. Jingyu is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If you act a little coquettishly in the future, he will agree to anything you ask for. Kushina looked at Jinghua strangely. What did this mean? Act like a spoiled brat to that guy? How could she do such a thing? After smoothing Kushina's hair and revealing her brother's weakness, Kyoka took out a scroll. Head disciple Uzumaki Kushina, today's training is about to begin. Are you ready? Kushina's big eyes flickered and she nodded heavily. Always be prepared. Loud shouts echoed in training ground number 22. Jinghua had long seen that Kushina had suffered at the hands of Jingyu, and was using her to teach her brother a lesson, but she still gave her brother a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork, for no other reason. There was a beautiful and lovely little girl in front of him, but he acted like a fool and tried to make an enemy of her. She is so mad at this stupid OU doubter that she wants to die. Does she still want to get married? Alas, as an older sister, I am really worried about my younger brother. At 9:45 a.m., Jingyu arrived at training ground number 13 with difficulty. Someone had already arrived and saw Minato sitting on a rock reading a book. Seeing him staggering towards him with his hands on his butt, Minato put the book into his ninja tool bag and came over to help. What's wrong with you? Jingyu gnashed her teeth and said, it was all caused by the traitors. Tree share, humph. The treacherous officials in the court are spreading lies to deceive the people and deceive the emperor, framing and harming loyal officials like us. That when the time is right, I will eliminate these evildoers and clear the emperor's court. Minato felt that his teammate might have been injured in more than just his butt. Jingyu was so excited that he grabbed Minato's hand and stared into his green eyes. Minato, are we teammates? Minato nodded. Then when we go to the battlefield, we will be brothers who trust each other with life and death. Minato nodded again, already imagining their Team 7 galloping across the battlefield. As a brother in life and death, are you willing to sacrifice your beauty for your brother and help me capture this demon? Minato slammed on the brakes and stopped his head just as he was about to nod. A streak of sweat ran down his forehead. It was a close call. I almost fell into this guy's trap again and agreed to sell my body. You should be more careful next time. I didn't have much contact with Jingyu before and didn't know him well. That I only knew that he was the youngest in the class. The other classmates were all 10 or 11 years old this year, but he was not even 9 years old. I remember that he was very small when he first entered school, super cute, and looked like a pretty little girl. The girls in the class liked to tease him when they had nothing to do, but because of this, jealous boys rarely play with him, and he spends more time alone. I didn't expect this guy to be so deep. Jingyu was disappointed when she saw that she failed to place the bait. He originally wanted to use the power of the CP between tomato and scrambled eggs to help them get married as soon as possible, and then when Kushina bullied him, he would bully Minato, taking advantage of her weakness and whipping her at will. Now, what a pity. Lost, he hooked his hands around Minato's neck, hung himself on him, and said, "Help me lie down on the grass over there for a while. My butt hurts, so don't push too hard." Oh, the honest man Minato carried him forward. After taking only 2 steps, I suddenly smelled a fragrance. It was the same smell as yesterday. Sniff. Minato's nose twitched, and this time he could be sure that the fragrance came from Jingyu. The orchid condenses into dew, and the fragrance lingers. It is so fragrant and pleasant that it makes your heart beat faster. But why does it smell like a girl? Looking at Jingyu strangely. "You put on perfume." "What?" Jingyu gave him an even stranger look in return. She didn't understand why he asked such a strange question and thought she had misheard. Minato explained, "You have a scent." Sniff. Sniff. Jingyu raised her hand and sniffed. "Nothing special, just like usual." "Your nose is broken. This is pure masculinity. Okay, if you catch a cold, stay away from me. I'm still young and my resistance is weak." Then he pushed open the water gate in disgust. You are only 8 years old. Where does your masculinity come from? Stay away from those with colds. What a realistic guy. Minato strongly suspected that this guy would betray his teammates on the battlefield in the future. "Which shampoo and shower gel do you use?" He really wanted to find out the origin of this scent, but he didn't know why. "Tisk, what ninja uses that thing? Look, I'll show you the secret of water escape." Jingyu rolled up his sleeves to show off his white arms, then grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and lifted himself up. "What are you doing?" Minato asked curiously. Immediately, Jingyu put his hands together and formed a water escape seal, then roared, "Water style, skin cleansing technique." I saw a layer of water film emerging from under the skin, sliding down the arm with mud, and becoming clean in 2 seconds. "How amazing!" Minato exclaimed. Using chakra to create a thin layer of water under the skin to dispel dirt, this chakra control is a bit strong, and I can't do it myself. "Isn't that great? I'll teach you." Jingyu openly tried to improve his favorability. Being a Hokage for only 1 year was still a Hokage. Maybe he could be promoted to a consultant or something in that time. How cool. Haha, no thanks. Minato refused with an awkward smile. No one would be willing to waste time on such boring ninjutsu, except Jingyu. No taste. Jingyu put down his hand in disappointment. He had been developing this technique for a long time. His elder sister and Mikado both said it was good after using it. After all, it was a big problem for a ninja to take a bath when going out. "You really don't use perfume or other scented things?" Minato asked again without giving up. Jingyu was a little impatient because his sales promotion was unsuccessful. "Shen Te Miao is wearing perfume. Do I look like a pervert? Do I? Minato was feeling sad and wanted to say, "You can be a little perverted." Because if Jingyu is not a pervert, then he is most likely the pervert. He actually likes to smell the scent of a boy. The whole person suddenly felt unwell. Minato didn't know that this was Kyoka's scent, the pure body fragrance of a young girl, and had nothing to do with Kijetsu. This brother and sister eat, live, and often sleep together, so it's normal for the brother to have some of his sister's scent. One of them was lying on the grass, resting his butt, while the other was holding a book and looking troubled. At 10 o'clock sharp, a fat man walked into the training ground with a storybook in his hand. "Hello everyone, is Jiraiya-sensei not here yet? It's already 10 o'clock. Good. Well, no." Akimichi Yoshimaru came and sat down between the two of them, and couldn't wait to lower his head to read the storybook, waiting for their teacher together. "Fatty, give me something to eat." Jingyu stretched out her hand to ask for food. Yoshimaru reached into his tool bag and pulled out a novel. He took out another book, then 3, 4. Countless books. Kagami and Minato were speechless. Who can bear to have all the tools in his bag? It's a novel. "Are you planning to kill Jiraiya-sensei with the novel?" Jingyu complained. The fat man looked at them with tears in his eyes. "Omega, you brought the wrong ninja tool bag. Why don't you give me some shurikens and you can read the novel as much as you want?" The two of them silently gave him a thumbs up to show their appreciation for his awesomeness. Then training ground number 13 turned into an outdoor library. The 3 teenagers each held a novel and were either lying, reading, or chatting while waiting. Minato poked the fat man and said, "Giyomaru, smell Jingyu and see if there is any smell on her body." He still didn't give up. "Smell? Did he poop in his pants?" Yoshimaru moved 2 steps away. "Get out, you're the one who pooped your pants," hiss. Jingyu pulled his butt in excitement. "Meow, it hurts so much," hiss. "Minato's nose is broken." "Is that so?" The fat man came back relieved and looked at his butt and asked, "What's wrong with your butt?" "I won't say anymore, it's all tears." Jingyu continued reading the novel. Giyomaru, smell it quickly. Minato urged. The fat man leaned close to Jinyu and sniffed it. It felt okay, but he changed the words when they came out of his mouth. Tisk, not manly at all, like a sissy. Played hashtag, AoE damage was caused instantly. Minato felt that his perversion was confirmed, and Jinyu felt that his dignity was challenged. You fat bastard, you're looking for death. The young man wanted to fight for Zun Yan. Come on, fatty, I have a sissy in each hand. The fat man was not willing to be outdone. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, Minato held them back. Hey, stop it, I'm a bit perverted, can you help me? If one day someone tells you that his heart beats faster after smelling your scent, and you are a man, he is also a man, how would you feel at this time? Ha ha ha, Minato haha sissy haha, why don't you just give in, ha ha ha, omega, hiya. Anyway, there is a fat guy who can't laugh anymore. / rightward arrow as well as the ashamed and angry Minato and the speechless Kagamizuki. Hey, stop laughing. Jinyu pushed Jivun hard. Ha ha ha. Seeing that it didn't work, he called on Chakra and raised his leg to make a standard shot. Stop laughing, fatty. Bang. Ah, yeah, thump. After falling into the water with great precision, Yoshimaru successfully became calm and composed. 2 minutes later, the three of them sat together. Jinyu spoke first. As teammates and partners, helping each other is the foundation. Looking at Yoshimaru, so, fatty, what are your thoughts on Minato's orientation? Ah, me, why me? The fat man, who was still dripping water, pointed at himself blankly with a confused look on his face. That you two are asking me your questions? Well, it's you, because you are the most lustful among us. Jinyu said. Minato nodded in agreement. Yesterday on the rooftop, Yoshimaru's bleeding volume was almost half of that of Sensei Jiraiya. The fat man was very depressed. God damn, he is the most lecherous. You can develop that kind of ninjutsu, and you still have the nerve to talk about me. Ketu, you are so shameless. He stared at the two of them for a moment with narrowed eyes, then raised his hand and said, actually, this problem is easy to solve. Minato leaned forward, much like you would when you saw the clinic's advertisement on a telephone pole. Yoshimaru only adjusted his non-existent glasses. This is just a normal adolescent behavior. Since you have nowhere to place your feelings for the opposite sex, you place your hopes on a pretty boy like Jinyu, so pat Minato on the shoulder, go find a girlfriend. Minato felt that this treatment plan was a little too difficult for him. After all, I'm not very good at flirting with girls. Professional. Jinyu gave a thumbs up and praised the fat man directly. That's right. Look who I am. I am the man who has read all the banned books in Konoha bookstore. Yoshimaru looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with pride. A professional pervert. Jinyu added. The fat man's pupils moved downwards, and he looked at Jinyu through his nostrils and said lightly, sissy, voice, rightward arrow lightning and thunder leftward arrow one-on-one fight. No one could question Uchiha Jinyu's dignity as a man. Who's afraid of who? He, Akimichi Yoshimaru, is an artist and can't be a pervert. They both stood up and stepped back, forming a confrontation. Men, fight for your dignity. Seeing that the war was about to break out, Minato lost his composure. Aren't you helping him? Why did these two guys start fighting? Hey, you two, Minato, don't worry about it. Jinyu interrupted what he was about to say. Yes, men should use their fists to talk to each other. Yoshimaru affirmed. They both clenched their fists and assumed a fighting stance. Here I am. Ikezu. The air waves spread under his feet and the charge began. Ah, Yoshimaru. Ah, Jinyu. Amidst ferocious roars, the two men met the attack with the same forward punch. It seemed to be a pure battle of strength, commonly known as a head-on confrontation. This made Minato anxious. Yoshimaru's strength is in the top T team in the class, and Jinyu's strength. Let's not talk about it, he is not a power type at all. Judging from the posture of the two men, a broken bone would be the least of their trouble if they were hit by this punch. He rushed forward quickly. Where do you live? The three of them met at one point, and Minato looked at the hammer and cloth in front of him, with a dark line drawn on his head. What kind of teammates are these? Jinyu angrily retracted his fist. I lost. I, Uchiha Jinyu, am willing to call you the strongest. Although he didn't open the Sharingan, it was hard to accept that he lost to Akimichi with his insight. Haha, your tricks are pretty good too. If I hadn't reacted a few beats slower, I would have been the loser. Yoshimaru praised with a bit of pride. Jinyu's eyes were stern. Damn it, it turns out it's because I didn't react. I didn't expect that. Ha, this is called impermanence. You are still young, you need to learn more, see more, and listen more. Yoshimaru laughed and taught, not feeling ashamed but proud. The two of them linked their fingers and made a peace seal. Minato held his forehead with one hand. These two are idiots. Destroy, I'm tired. By the way, what time is it now? Why hasn't Jiraiya-sensei come yet? Yoshimaru pulled out his watch. It's almost 11 o'clock. Even the teacher is unreliable. At this moment, Minato just felt that he might be the only slightly normal person in Team 7. Life is hard. Then the three of them started the endless novel waiting mode. This wait lasted for a very long time. So what is Jiraiya doing? Those who understand will understand. Outside the wall of a women's bathhouse. He, it seems like you forgot something. What? Hey, if you can't remember it, it must be something insignificant. Keep going. Today's all top-notch materials. Is that an eye over there? Boom. A women's bathhouse in Konoha village collapsed. Training ground number 22. Tap 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 bang. Yeah, tap 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 bang. A little red-haired cat is repeatedly performing the process of climbing a tree and falling to the ground. Kushina, come and rest for a while, eat something, and regain your strength. Jinghua had already laid out a picnic blanket under the tree and prepared snacks, tea, and medicine. I'm not tired, sister. Kushina charged at the tree again, hard, but 5 seconds later. Bang! Lying on my back, I felt extremely frustrated. Jinghua's pretty face, with her long black hair blocking her view, held out her white hand with a warm smile. You can't practice relentlessly, or you'll get hurt. You have to learn to absorb your failures. Every time Kushina sees Kyoka's smile, she feels healed. Yeah. He nodded seriously, grabbed the hand extended by Jinghua and stood up. After a quick wash, the two girls began to enjoy afternoon tea. Sister, how long did it take you to learn to climb trees? Kushina asked while eating pastries. Jinghua held the teapot and poured tea into the cup, thinking for a moment. I seem to get it right away. But it seems that I cannot say this, as it will undermine the confidence of this only disciple. It was a long time ago. I don't remember exactly. It should have been a while. You learned it a long time ago. Kushina lowered her head in inferiority. It's been so long that I can't remember clearly. It seems that Sister Jinghua learned it when she was very young. Jinghua didn't expect that she was so imaginative. He silently put down the teapot, picked up the teacup and handed it over, comforting her. Don't overthink it. My sister's situation is different. If you compare her to Jingyu, that idiot spent 2 whole days crying and even got a swollen but he. She couldn't help laughing when she recalled her brother practicing tree climbing when he was 3 years old. 2 days. Omega, Kushina's eyes lit up when she heard that Jingyu took 2 days. Yes, 2 days, so stupid. Jinghua nodded and added in her heart, 1 day climbing trees and 1 day treading water, 3 years old. Little Red Hair took the teacup from Jinghua's hand, took a sip, and then jumped up on the spot. Sister, I'm going to practice. I absolutely cannot lose to that guy Uchiha Jingyu. I must finish climbing the tree today and then go and laugh at him. Uzumaki Kushina, come on. I instantly felt full of strength and rushed towards the tree to continue practicing tree climbing. Sunset Afterglow gave Konoha Village a 28 companion skin that only changes color. Sister, I want to eat ramen. No, I've used up a lot of energy today. I need to eat barbecue to increase my energy. But I still want to eat ramen. Then let's eat the barbecue first, then the ramen, or you won't have the energy to climb the tree tomorrow. Yeah, I'll definitely be able to do it tomorrow. The red-haired beauty who had been practicing all day was still full of energy, jumping happily on the street. The black-haired beauty behind her could only smile and shake her head. Kushina was so happy. It had been a long time since someone could spend a whole day with her wholeheartedly. Once upon a time, there were Grandma Mito, Sister Tsunade, and Noeki in the family. But Grandma Mito is old and has little energy, so Tsunade can only see her when she wants to borrow money. Only Noeki sometimes accompanies her, but not for very long. Because Noeki wanted to be Hokage, he was also very busy with training. Then he died. Grandma Mito died of excessive grief. From then on, she began to live alone, carrying a monster on her back. The monster was full of hatred, and she felt her heart becoming increasingly empty. But now, something seems to be filling this empty space. Don't know what that is. Anyway, I'm very happy. He didn't even feel disgusted when he met that creepy teammate of Tsunade's on the street, but instead went up to greet him enthusiastically. Jiraiya, haha, isn't this the little girl from Tsunade's family? Hello. Jiraiya responded enthusiastically with one arm hanging. You should call me Jiraiya-sama. He is the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, so you should use honorifics. Kyoka gave the little red-haired boy a pat on the head. Kushina held her head with her hands and pouted. Oh, it's okay, Jinghua-chan, don't be so rigid, just be more casual. Jiraiya said indifferently. Kyoka no longer paid attention to Kushina's little emotions, and when she saw Jiraiya, she naturally asked about her brother's performance today. But Jiraiya looked a bit miserable at this time, with black circles under his eyes, a bandage on his head, and his hand hanging, looking like he had been beaten. Could it be that Jingyu was up to something again? This little brother dares to shit on the stone tablet of Nanhi Shrine. My heart tightened, and I asked hurriedly, Master Jiraiya, did Jingyu give you any trouble? LLLL Jiraiya. He was taken aback for a moment, as if some forgotten memories were brought back to him. Ahahaha, Jingyu, very good. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Hahaha, bye. Following the last rays of light from the setting sun, Jireya's figure quickly disappeared from the street. At the same time, at training ground number 13, cuckoo, 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 ventriloquist trio. I'm so hungry. Minato held his stomach with his hands. I'm dying. Jingyu lay on the grass motionless. Lulu the fat man has entered super power saving mode. The three of them waited for a day and went hungry for a day. This damn training ground had just been cleaned up. There were no fish in the water, no birds in the trees, and not even a mouse to be seen. It's getting dark and it's not safe for boys to walk at night. I want to go home now. Jingyu struggled to get up from the ground and made a declaration. He had been on his butt all day and Jiraiya still hadn't come, so he must have sunk into some women's pool. Minato scratched his head. This must be Jiraiya-sensei's test. We can't give up, Jingyu. LUL. Ah, fatty, since you agree with Minato's opinion, let's wait a little longer. Jingyu sighed and sat back on the ground, leaning weakly on the fat man's belly. Lul. Yoshimaru was confused. Did he say anything? Suddenly, a throbbing began deep in my soul. The fat man howled and then jumped up on the spot. Yoshimaru, fatty, are you on? Minato and Kagami looked puzzled. Unexpectedly, Yoshimaru looked up to the sky and shouted, "Barbecue!" It's the signature barbecue of the Konoha Village Barbecue Restaurant, and there are meatballs, at least 10 skewers. Jingyu and Minato looked at each other and felt that the child had gone crazy with hunger, and his mind was probably full of illusions. The two shook their heads and sighed simultaneously. Who knows what will happen in the next second? Boom! A huge toad crashed down in front of them. Hahaha, not bad, I passed the first step of the assessment, Jiraiya announced loudly and shamelessly. Is Sensei Jiraiya real? That's great. Minato is an honest man. I can finally go home. Jingyu is a home-loving person. Barbecue, 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 give me barbecue. Yoshimaru was climbing the giant toad. Hungry man. Ahem. Jiraiya tried to hide his embarrassment. You have only passed the first step of the test of patience and perseverance. The next step will be a test of strength and teamwork. He lied without hesitation. The toad raised his hands on his forehead, with 2 bells in his right hand and a big bag of food in his left hand. Whoever grabs the bell from my hand will pass the test and will have a sumptuous dinner. Whoever fails to grab it. He paused briefly and glanced at the 3 people. Hang him from a tree all night. So harsh. When Minato heard this, he felt that he was worthy of being the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and that Jiraiya was very strict in assessing his disciples. Start cheering up and preparing for the test immediately. Grill, 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 grill for me. Yoshimaru was still crawling on the toad. Jingyu narrowed her eyes and made a plan in mind. Given the 3 of them's current state of hunger, it is impossible for them to pass the test in a normal way because they don't have the physical strength. Then we can only. Staring at Jiraiya, he put his hands together and began to make seals one by one. Jiraiya was stunned when he saw it, and then he had a bad premonition. Jingyu, what are you trying to do? You are not allowed to use seduction. No. You are not allowed to use seduction today, otherwise you will be disqualified. But Jingyu did not stop but instead sped up his movements. Seeing this, Minato's mouth corners slightly raised with happiness. Most after the last seal was completed, Jingyu roared with an extremely serious expression, the art of seduction. Damn it, damn it. Jiraiya struggled fiercely in his heart. The choice between the sexy beauty and his teacher Zunyan was too difficult. Damn Jingyu, I will punish him by making him use seduction magic 10,000 times. Faced with beauty and face, I finally close my eyes and choose face. It can be seen that he has always been a person who cares about his reputation. Swish. However, the imagined seduction did not appear, but a faint yellow light flashed by. Minato instantly appeared beside Jiraiya, and he could already feel the touch of metal with his fingertips. Success! Put a smile on your face. When he heard the seductive technique and the loud roar just now, he understood Jingyu's idea, as if they had a tacit understanding that had been rehearsed countless times. Ding-ling-ling, the crisp sound of bells spread, but the next moment, bang! Jiraiya and the giant toad turned into white smoke. Shadow clone, substitute, a cunning fellow. Minato and Kagamizuki frowned at the same time and looked around the training ground for a possible hiding place. Behind a big tree, Jiraiya wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and felt weak. These 2 little brats really caught me off guard. I almost fell into their trap. But before he finished, rumble! The ground began to shake. Not good. Jiraiya suddenly rushed out. Human bomb chariot, barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. The big meatball Chudeo came over after smelling the food. Everyone underestimated the hungry Chudeo's obsession with food. Bang, 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 snap, snap, snap. Jiraiya took bold steps and ran wildly, with the Yoshimaru brand large bowling ball chasing him closely. As the two chased and fled, trees fell, soil flew, and grass and trees flew everywhere. Training ground number 13 was destined to be overhauled. Great job Yoshimaru, that's awesome, fatty. When Jinyu and Minato saw their teacher being driven out, they quickly provided support and blocked the attack from the left and right. Training ground number 13 was not very large, and Jiraiya met two people after running around the ground 233 degrees. Jinyu stood in the middle, staring directly at Jiraiya with his sharp eyes, and his double Megatama Sharingan opened instantly. Sharingan, is this the confidence you have to stand in front of me? Don't underestimate the strength of a Jonin, the gap cannot be made up by a pair of Sharingan. Jiraiya lowered his body and began to speed up, becoming slightly more serious. At the same time, Jinyu also completed the seal. Jomaoshen, support each other with left hands, hold the tiger with right hand, and stare intently. Kijiri, a flash of lightning appeared. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Blue electric light was surrounded by a sharp cry, and the moves that would resound throughout the ninja world in the future appeared more than 10 years in advance. Chidori. This technique, specially created for the Sharingan, was something he began to study after he finished refining his chakra, and was eventually completed with a little help from his older sister. Of course, it mainly depends on yourself. Creativity is priceless, Such strong chakra. Minato was amazed by the small figure reflected in the lightning in his eyes. Suddenly I felt that being the top of the class was a bit undeserved. Jiraiya also secretly complained, how could a move of this strength possibly appear on a child? Doesn't the person teaching it consider the danger? I couldn't help but be more serious. Judging from the perceived chakra reaction and intensity, even he would feel chilled to the bone if hit by this move. At this time, Jinyu bent his waist and locked eyes with Jiraiya, with his left hand supporting his right hand sideways, and launched a thrust accompanied by the cry of Chidori, dragging out a blue stream of light. The speed has increased. It should be because the lightning release stimulated the body. Jiraiya noticed the clue in Jinyu's speed was not fast before. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Click, click, click. A shallow trench was plowed out on the ground. Jinyu was in front, Yoshimaru was behind, and Minato was on the side, the three of them forming a double team. Ha ha ha, let me see how far you can go, Jinyu. Jiraiya met Jinyu face to face with a laugh, and he got so close that he could almost see the pores on his face. And the hand with electric light was only 3 centimeters away from his chest. But it only took less than half a breath. Ha-bang! As Jiraiya chuckled, Jinyu watched helplessly as a large hand pressed down on his arm, leaving him with no way to dodge. My body can't keep up. Then, the shoulder where Jiraiya's hand was located followed closely. Wrist lock and elbow strike. Bang! Jinyu felt a heavy impact in her arms. Almost all the air in his lungs was knocked out, and the electric light in his hand could no longer be maintained and dissipated. He fell limply on that arm, powerless. Yes, Jiraiya only used one arm to break Chidori and successfully capture Jinyu. Little guy, using ninjutsu head-on when facing the enemy is the stupidest action. Jiraiya smiled and did not forget to teach. Jinyu raised her head slightly and showed a beautiful smile. I agree, Sensen, you are right. Jiraiya suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Jinyu's whole body was shining. Lightning? It's the thunder clone. When he swung his arms violently, trying to shake off Jinyu, I only heard Jinyu utter a soft sound. Crack buzz. The lightning flashed and the thunder clone exploded. Hiss crackling hiss. A paralyzing electric current coursed through my body. Lululul. But lululul evil lululul. Jiraiya hummed a sour tune. Before the fun lasted long, another big guy came from behind, the big meatball Chudeo. Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. You must not be hit hard. This was Jiraiya's thought at the moment, his chakra circulating. SS. The electric light all over his body was instantly dispelled by chakra, and he was about to dodge it. Swish, our little son has arrived. He blocked Jiraiya's escape route with a hanging whip kick, and formed a double team with Yoshimaru. Not bad. Jiraiya praised Minato's ability to respond while holding the tiger in his hands, one on the left and one on the right. Bang! Bang! With one hand he stopped Yoshimaru's meat bomb chariot, and with the other hand he grabbed Minato's whip kick. He was about to throw the two of them out. Ding-ling-ling, the bell sounded at this moment. Teacher Jiraiya, you lose. What? Jiraiya looked at it in astonishment. But what Minato was holding were the two bells. After a slight pause, he immediately figured out the key and said with a smile, haha, no wonder you chose to attack from an upside-down position. It turned out that Minato's kick just now attacked Jiraiya's upper body, blocking his movements and forcing him to use his hands for defense. Combined with Yoshimaru's meat bomb tank, he successfully changed direction and controlled both of his hands. Then Minato used his positional advantage and the opportunity when Jiraiya had no time to pay attention to other things to steal the two bells on his waist. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Jiraiya was very satisfied with his three disciples. Jinyu's cleverness always creates unexpected opportunities. Minato has strong adaptability and high combat skills, and is a natural master of combat. Although Yoshimaru is not as abnormal as the other two, he is a good attacker and frontline player. Put down Minato and pick up Yoshimaru, who has opened the Rinnegan. Jiraiya shouted loudly, I declare, all members of Team 7 have passed the test. Ginyu, come out, I will treat you to barbecue. The one I bought before was burned by Ginyu's lightning. Call. The March evening breeze blew across training ground number 13, but received no response at all. King Getsu, Jiraiya called out again. Minato frowned slightly, scanned a few places with his eyes, sniffed lightly with his nose, and then ran towards a patch of grass. When I parted the grass, I heard a faint snoring sound. It was Ginyu who had fallen asleep. After checking it out, Minato shook his head. You actually used up all your chakra. You're really desperate that you didn't even consider that there are only 2 bells. Ha ha. He chuckled and picked up Ginyu. Smelling the faint special fragrance, Minato felt a little happy. This feeling of being completely trusted by your companions is really great. Jiraiya saw him and asked, how is he? Minato shook his head. It's fine, I just ran out of chakra. I'll wake up after a short rest. This guy. Jiraiya shook his head. As expected, he was just a kid with no combat experience. He didn't care. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant first. Minato. When did Ginyu use the clone? Teacher, the first time I closed my eyes, Ginyu was actually forming the thunder seal. The evening breeze blew the grass low, and the master and disciple, each carrying one child, slowly walked out of the training ground. Kanaha Barbecue Restaurant. Thank you for the treat. Go home and get some rest. I know, sister. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The little red-haired girl and the straight black girl said goodbye at the door, and then walked into the night respectively. Kyoka lived in the north of the village, and Kushina lived in the south of the village. Not long after. Barbecue, 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 boss, give me 10 servings of everything except the vegetarian ones. A fat man rushed into the barbecue restaurant. Fatty, wait for me. Then an Uchiha rushed towards the door curtain. Soon a big white-haired creature and a small yellow-haired creature appeared. Big white-hair touched his wallet tremblingly, his face a little distorted. Seeing this, the little yellow-haired boy asked, what's wrong with Jiraiya-sensei, didn't you bring any money? Jiraiya straightened his back instantly. No money? How is that possible? Jiraiya, can't be without money. Minato, go and order the food quickly, before they finish all the food. As he said this, he reached out and pushed the little yellow-haired boy into the barbecue restaurant, but he was thinking about borrowing money from Orochimaru, because he just touched the wallet and remembered that Tsunade seemed to have praised his wallet for its beautiful appearance yesterday. Teacher, aren't you going to come in? Minato asked, standing at the door. I'm going to the bathroom and will be right back. Oh, then teacher, please hurry up. Ha ha ha, definitely. Looking at Jiraiya's disappearing back, Minato panicked a little. He felt that he might have to wash the dishes for a long time. Minato, bring some ingredients. Turning around, he saw 2 excited teammates. Minato sighed and walked inside. If we die together. We cannot sell out our teammates. Sniff, he sniffed twice. Why is Jinyu's scent getting stronger? I was filled with anxiety. Minato's feeling was wrong. He failed to wash the dishes. Because Jiraiya successfully borrowed money from Orochimaru after signing a series of unequal treaties. As for what the treaty was, no one knows. All they knew was that Class 7 would be without their guiding jonin for the next week and would have to study on their own. Fortunately, Jiraiya didn't forget to assign homework, such as climbing trees and stepping on water. Chirp chirp, the birds are singing in the morning, and a new day begins. Yawn, oh ha yo Oni-chan. Jinyu yawned as he went downstairs. Morning. Jinghua didn't look up and looked very busy, which made him a little confused. Sis, our instructor, the jonin, is clearly free. Why do you look so busy? Not to mention that Jiraiya didn't arrive at the training ground until last night, but after having supper he actually asked the 3 of them for a week's leave. It's really speechless. You knew my sister was busy, so you came over to help me braid my hair. That you're already a ninja, but how come you don't have any sense at all? Jinghua gave her brother a lecture, revealing her status in the family. Poor little Jinyu could only take out the hair tie, comb and hairpins to start working. What hairstyle do you want? We might have a battle today, so the half crown and mermaid tail will secure it more firmly. Jinghua said while cooking. Fighting? Aren't you just a guiding jonin? Jinyu bit the hairpin with her lips and combed her sister's hair first. Just received the news. Is it dangerous? It's nothing. The main thing is that Mikato is having her period today and I'm worried about her being alone. I think you should find another teammate. No way, those male ninjas are so naive and lecherous and they complain about this and that. Then find a woman. They are even worse. They can't keep up with my pace. Jingyu's envy has overflowed the screen. Compared with Jinghua, I, a time traveler, have no status at all and my strength is much worse. Kyoka graduated at the age of 7, became a Chunin at the age of 8, a special junior at the age of 10, and a full-fledged Jonin at the age of 12. She is so awesome. The braids are tied and Jinghua's 3-layer food box is also ready. The first layer is tea and snacks, the second layer is lunch, and the last layer is medicine. In the narration, Jinghua sealed the food box into the scroll and handed it to his brother. At that time, Jingyu was so moved that tears flowed down. It's great to have a sister. Sister, before I could utter the touching words, Jinghua spoke first. Give this to Kushina for me, and tell her not to be too hasty in her training and to make sure she gets enough rest. Oh, and please apologize, I'll be there tomorrow. Oh, Jingyu was stunned by the knife for a moment. Is this something her own sister could do? The sealing scroll in his hand felt like a sharp knife piercing his heart. It hurts, so much that I can't breathe. Sister, the tears turned from sweet to bitter, and sadness was accumulating. He wants to question, he wants to accuse, he wants to throw a tantrum, he wants to roll around. But Mikato outside didn't give him a chance. Kyoka, let's go. Coming soon. Jinghua fastened her ninja tool bag, strapped a black standard long sword to her back, and beautifully tossed her mermaid braid before patting her brother's head. Training ground 14, 9 o'clock. Don't forget, I'll ask Kushina. After saying this, he ignored his brother's heartbroken expression and turned away without a trace of nostalgia. #N Uzumaki Kushina. A pair of blood-red Sharinans suddenly appeared. I can't stand with you. The hatred of having one's relatives taken away, the physical hatred, and the shame of having to apologize, all flashed through my heart one by one. Mirror Moon. Sissy, wake up. His two teammates interrupted his brewing emotions again. Shit, everything is going wrong. Why are these two guys here? He devoured the fried egg in 2 bites, picked up the bread and milk on the table, and rushed out of the house to reunite with Minato and Yoshimaru. How did you two know my house is here? The Uchiha is hard to find. The whole village knows it. 8:30. The 3 members of Class 7 came to the registration office of the training ground arm in arm, where an old man was working as a waiter. Bang! Old man, let's get a room. Yoshimaru generously paid 2,000 taels for the room usage fee. Minato felt a little embarrassed. He was a commoner, and Jiraiya didn't take them on any missions, so he only relied on an 800 tael allowance every month. Jingyu felt no burden at all and hooked her arm around the fat man and gave him a thumbs up. Fat master, you are a fat man with a broad mind. I, Uchiha Jingyu, would like to call you the rich brother of Konoha. Sprinkle some water. Yoshimaru waved his hands in a playful manner, and the fat on his body shook as if he was showing off his wealth, which made the two of them giggle. Minato felt a warm feeling in his heart, knowing that they were trying to ease his embarrassment. The registration officer glanced at them calmly. No more. A fatal blow sent the 3 flying 999 nautical miles. The fat man hurriedly said, Old man, can you help me see if anyone wants to withdraw? No, all training grounds are reserved 1 day in advance. It's impossible to get one on the day. After doing this for so many years, the registration officer knew without even looking that it definitely didn't exist. How many ninjas are there in Konoha village? How many are there in the training grounds? Oh, we can only find an open space. Yoshimaru said disappointedly. It is wartime now, and it is impossible for them to go to the back mountain for training because they cannot even leave the village without the Hokage's warrant and mission scroll. It's the only way. Little Son lowered his head in disappointment. The training ground has diverse terrain and various facilities, so the training effect is naturally much better than outside. The key is to practice tree climbing. If you damage a roadside tree, you will have to pay compensation. Alas, teacher Jiraiya is such a jerk. Seeing his 2 teammates leave disappointed, Jingyu touched his ninja tool bag. Although I really want to eat my sister's love lunchbox for myself and don't want to see that little red-haired boy, but, damn, the training ground must have been paid for by my sister, so I can't let outsiders get it for free. Turning to look at the old man, he tried to ask, Old man, training ground number 14, Uchiha Kyoka. The old man looked up at him. The appearance seemed to match, the name matched, and it was this voice. Could it be Presbyopia? But he heard the screams of technician number 66 very clearly last night. They were so soul-stirring that he couldn't suppress them even with his gun. Alas, it seems I have to go again tonight. I'm getting old. He sighed, found the key and listlessly threw it on the table. Here you go. Hey, thank you, old man. He held the key high and ran towards his 2 teammates. Hey, training ground 14, let's go. Wow, brother Jing is awesome. The fat man jumped up on the spot. With his size, practicing tree climbing would definitely be very tiring, and he really needs a training ground. Minato asked in surprise, Kijetsu, how did you do that? No one came to leave the training ground just now. It's impossible for it to appear out of thin air. Share with others. Jingyu looked at Minato and smiled slightly. With whom? Minato wondered. Secret, The laughter sounded a little strange, and it gave Minato a bad feeling. Jingyu laughed like crazy in her heart. Ha, sharing a wife with you, sharing your wife? How do you put this sentence together? Never mind. These two people are really destined to meet each other in this way even after graduation. This is a good opportunity to straighten out his crooked hobby and make him the upright Minato Namikaze again. By the way, restart his plan. As long as he waits for the tomato and egg CP combination to debut, that will be the moment for him to catch the little red-haired boy's weakness. First, focus your chakra on the soleace of your feet, then walk up to the tree, like this. Jinyu walked up the tree trunk step by step, and then hung upside down on the tree. Thank you, Jinyu. Minato started working with great interest. It looked simple at first glance. The fat man began to look for tall trees that matched his stature. The school teaches basic knowledge and does not teach chakra control techniques such as climbing trees and walking on water. Civilians like Minato have no access to these. As for Yoshimaru, it was probably because eating, playing, and novels made his life too colorful and he had no time to pay attention to these details. It's really that simple. In just a few seconds, Minato successfully hung upside down on the tree side by side with Ginyu. My friends, you're amazing. Jinyu gave a thumbs up. It took me a whole day to learn it. He is worthy of being called the Little Sunday. If he were born in Uchiha, his achievements might surpass Uchiha Madara. Minato's face flushed when he was praised that he scratched his head and was about to speak. Why are you guys here? A soft moan came from the entrance. It was the little hot pepper Kushina Uzumaki. Little pepper. Bang, bang. Minato and the fat guy, who was already in poor condition, fell to the ground. Jinyu shook his head, not understanding what was so good about this girl and why Minato would like her. Isn't it just that she's prettier, cuter, has more money, stronger sealing skills, and has a tailed beast as a pet? What's so good about it? He somersaulted down the tree, came to Kushina, took out the scroll and threw it to her, saying calmly, "Your teacher can't come." Kushina took the scroll in a daze, her mind racing. Sister is not coming? How can this be? Is it because I'm too stupid that my sister doesn't like me anymore? But they are working hard. It took him a while to come back to his senses, and he glared fiercely at Jinyu with his big eyes, whose face was full of dissatisfaction. His face is similar to my sister's, but this guy is just annoying. Why are you yelling? Mission. Jinyu didn't want to say another word. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a mission. When will you be back? Tomorrow. She held up the scroll in her hand. What is this? Plate hashtag, I don't know. Jinyu turned and walked away angrily. She got angry as soon as she saw him. Why are you angry? Kushina tilted her head and opened the scroll. A big word food appeared on the scroll, and the little girl's face suddenly blossomed like a flower. I'll try my best, sister. She held the scroll in her arms and didn't want to let go for a moment. Looking at Jinyu's back again and recalling her angry expression just now, I felt even happier. Humph, since you dislike me, I'll piss you off to death by stealing your sister. I happily found a tree and started today's training. The scene switches to Jinyu. As soon as this guy came back, Minato came looking for him. Jinyu, why is it Kushina? Why do I feel guilty as if I was caught cheating? Jinyu grabbed him and asked, why do you care so much? Do you want to know whether you are gay or straight? Minato nodded, pointing at Kushina who was climbing a tree. Then go get her, you're a real man. Minato, go, I support you. The fat man came over at some point and shouted loudly. It directly shook the little red-haired guy who had just climbed up the tree down, attracting a pair of angry big eyes. Sigma, it made Minato freeze. You two guys really enjoy watching the fun and making trouble. Hey, are you going to be scared? Jinyu provoked him. Minato looked at the red shadow in the distance that kept falling and getting up, and suddenly some key points came to his mind. Shaking his head, his face showed a hint of maturity. I just want to watch her from afar, see her perseverance, her strength, and her hard work. It was she who inspired the timid me of the past, and I will also silently protect her, and that is enough to satisfy me. As he spoke, he showed a self-touched expression. Bang! Ouch! Jinyu directly shot the head. I'm not going to satisfy you, you're just too scared to come up. Minato hugged the little yellow-haired boy, his face full of resentment. Can you please give me some face? Kushina is watching us. We are still friends without exposing each other. Jinyu and Yoshimaru were both speechless. Forget it, fatty, I'm going to teach you how to climb a tree. Ignore this wimp. Yeah, wimp. The two walked away arm in arm, leaving Minato alone. Jinyu gave up, and what Minato just said also made him react. Perhaps it is this silent protection that is the key reason for the two people's union. Without this constant attention and silent protection, how could there be any future flirting with girls under the moon? If it were someone like him who didn't care about Kushina, he probably wouldn't even know when she was lost, let alone find her. All I can say is that the master's skills are very professional and ordinary people can't learn them. Training ground number 14 also entered a training atmosphere. Jinyu helped Yoshimaru practice, Minato was treading water, and Kushina was climbing a tree. Perhaps because of the 9 tails, Kushina's training was a bit difficult. She was still falling when the plump Yoshimaru was hanging steadily on the tree and yelling, and Minato was walking briskly on the water. Then she started crying. He cried and fell, without making any noise or making any fuss. He just crawled, fell, and wiped his tears again and again. Several times he couldn't get up. It was heartbreaking to watch. Jingyu and Jiban felt sorry for her. This girl was really persistent. If it were them, they would have given up long ago. Minato, why don't you go and help? They ate snacks and watched the show without any conscience. Minato shook his head. Chakra training can only be done by herself. No one else can help her. Kushina is very strong and will definitely be able to persevere. Mirror Moon one-handed support. This is too straight. No wonder this guy had a crush on Pepper since childhood but had to wait until he flirted with her under the moonlight before they got together. If it weren't for that heroic act of saving the beauty, Naruto probably wouldn't have been able to give birth. Can't you go up and help give some guidance and improve their favorability? And I'm really stimulated by you too, okay? Now that he can't even stand up, why don't you help him? Are you just going to bury him when he dies? Looking at the little red-haired boy lying on the ground unable to move but not saying a word, it would be a lie to say that I was not moved by his strength. Anyway, Jingyu knew that he definitely couldn't do it. When he was a child, he lingered in his sister's arms for a long time. He had promised his sister that he would keep an eye on Kushina, but he really didn't want to bother with this little hot pepper. After glancing at Minato, he decided that he still needed to let this man of his destiny take action. Put a hand on his shoulder. Don't say I won't help you, brother. I know some medical skills and I'll teach you now. But the next second, Minato looked over with shining eyes. Jingyu immediately hid behind the fat man, revealing half of his head. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, I'll discharge electricity. Kushina was indeed stimulated. It turned out that she at least understood how to write the words combine work and rest, until she saw the two guys climbing up the tree and going down to the river. Minato Namikaze stepped on the water a few times and then started running, doing somersaults and punching, but he was an excellent student in the class and was already very good. But Akimichi Yoshimaru had always been fat and stupid in the class and his grades were much worse than hers. However, with the help of that annoying guy, he learned it in less than half a day. This made her feel instantly that she was the only real fool. Woo woo woo. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to control chakra. Bang! So he fell again. Tears mixed with dust fell down her face. She was in so much pain, her whole body was in pain, and she felt like she couldn't get up. She was indeed the most useless person, she couldn't do anything well and was not likable. Those three guys must have been laughing at her. As if in response to her thoughts, an annoying voice appeared. Ha ha ha, you can't move, you stupid tomato. Then Uchiha Jingyu's beautiful yet annoying face covered the field of vision. Just go away, you disgusting bastard, I don't want your pity. Fatty, hold her down and don't let her move. Her arm is dislocated and I need to reattach it. Minato applied medicine to her. The wound medicine will work much faster when combined with the healing technique. Don't touch me, please, I can't control myself, sissy, there's no way to apply medicine. Jingyu, think of a way. Three strong men held down a delicate girl, and the situation was a little out of control. What a hassle. Jingyu carefully held the little red-haired boy's arm and didn't dare to take it. Eyes focused. Sherinan, what are you yelling for? Come and bite me if you dare, stupid tomato. Played hashtag, successfully attracted hatred. Kushina turned around suddenly, her eyes widened in anger, and she stretched her neck to show her two small fangs to Jingyu. Ah! Seeing this beautiful vicious dog biting towards him, Jingyu didn't dare to stop and the jade in his eyes spun rapidly. Illusion Sherinan with a mental power was injected into Kushina's eyes like a sedative and took effect instantly. Awoo! The poor little red-haired boy's eyelids began to droop, his eyes lost their luster, and he stared blankly at the sky. But his mouth kept opening and closing, his firm determination to bite someone to death didn't change at all. But it doesn't matter anymore. Click. Jingyu immediately took her hand. Hurry, 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 start. My illusion is very light and won't last long. He didn't dare to use it too harshly, as it would be troublesome if it attracted the nine-tailed fox. Then the three of them applied medicine, treated and bandaged the patient, working very hard. I have to sigh that it is not easy to save someone nowadays, and you need some professional skills. They didn't know that perhaps it was the instant pain when the hand was reconnected that half of the illusion in Kushina was dispelled and she regained consciousness. From the moment Jingyu appeared, she knew he was here to help her, but she just didn't want to be governed by this annoying guy. The bastard was laughing at her. The bastard called her a stupid tomato again. This bastard bullied her again. This bastard. Can't you just say something nice? Annoying guy. Tears rolled down from the corners of my eyes, not because of sadness, but because of grievance. I don't know why, but when others bully her, she just gets angry, but when it comes to Jingyu, she feels wronged. The injuries on her body were gradually improving, and the illusion had long been passively lifted, but Kushina's eyes were still staring blankly at the sky, as if they were broken. No, the blue bar is almost gone. Jingyu withdrew his hand. Due to his age and laziness, he didn't have much chakra. What about this wound on my butt? Minato encountered a problem while applying medicine. He had secretly observed Kushina training before, so he certainly knew where she fell the most, but it was difficult to do anything about it. Jinyu exclaimed after hearing this, "Damn it, so you're this kind of Minato, you even want to see a little girl's butt?" His expression quickly changed, and he smirked, he, well done. No, Minato waved his hands in panic. He originally wanted to say, what should he do if the wound on Kushina's but can't be treated without medical techniques? Yoshimaru raised his eyebrows and said strangely, Jinyu, I need to pee, but I don't dare go alone. Can you accompany me? Jinyu understood immediately and replied in the same tone, okay, Xiao Keek, let's go plowing while we're at it. It'll take an hour. Hey, stop messing around, Minato said anxiously. God damn it, these two guys are clearly trying to trick him. If Kushina wakes up, he will definitely be beaten to death. The blood red pepper is not famous in vain. No need to worry, the next second a red figure jumped up with long hair flying. Yeah, bang. Ahem, shit. Without any preparation, Jinyu was locked in the arms by the little red-haired boy's knees, and then he sat on her stomach and pressed her to the ground. I could only look in horror at the angry little face and the fist raised high. Damn it. What do you want, Pepper? Kushina, stop it. I was the one who asked Kagamizuki to come here. Yoshimaru and Minato stepped forward to stop her. With Kushina's current anger level, she might even beat her to death. Kushina suddenly turned around, her erect pupils filled with murderous intent, and her fluttering red hair was like 9 swinging tails. The two were stunned at once, and felt unable to move. What a strong momentum. Minato gritted his teeth and twitched his fingers slightly, but that was all. Kushina stared at the two with angry eyes. After a while, she opened her mouth slightly. Minato and Yoshimaru both felt relieved, and their bodies regained their mobility. Kushina and Minato wanted to persuade, but the fat man covered his mouth and nodded to Kushina with a sly smile. Okay, we'll leave now. Sister Jiao, take your time and have fun. Please try to leave your body intact. The fat man was smart enough to change direction and use his whole body to remind his men to show mercy. Minato wanted to say something, but Yoshimaru was already dragging him away for his life. A true man will not suffer a loss in front of him. We cannot let the sacrifice of a sissy go to waste. Then Minato complied. Go to the hospital more often to accompany Jinyu. What if she collapses and no one takes care of her? You two heartless people, come back here. You sold your teammate's penis 5 centimeters shorter. Jinyu roared in despair as he looked at the backs of the two scumbags. Now that his chakra was depleted, he couldn't even resist, so a beating was inevitable. He returned his gaze to Kushina's face and looked at her with the determination to die. Come on, I admit defeat today. Things change over time, don't look down on a young man who has no chakra. After saying that, he closed his eyes and waited for the beating. Begging for mercy, Uchiha Jinyu would never beg for mercy from his lifelong enemy. Kushina was not polite either. She raised her fist and brought it down heavily, hitting that annoying face. This guy actually wanted others to see her, but it was unforgivable. I'll beat you to death. Don't bully Jinyu anymore. A voice emerged in my mind. Plop, his heart beat violently, and his dirty little fist stopped at the tip of Jinyu's nose. Sister Jinghua. Kushina's eyes recovered, her flying red hair fell on her shoulders, and she stared blankly at the face in front of her that looked like Kyoka. My sister will be angry. But Jinyu is really annoying. A feeling of grievance surged from her heart, and her lower lip was bitten with her teeth, showing a hint of blood. His gaze shifted to the white under the collar of this annoying guy, and his eyes narrowed. I'll bite you to death. He opened his mouth, showing his cute fangs, and bit down hard. Chow. Jinyu's screams echoed throughout the training ground. It was so painful. Gurgle. Minato and Yoshimaru swallowed their saliva in fear at the same time. How terrible, he won't die, will he? You're going to rescue him. The two of them turned back and continued their training silently, pretending nothing had happened. Rescue people, it's more like sending yourself to death. And under the tree, two heads, one red and one black, were huddled together. It hurts, I'm dying. Jinyu felt as if her finger had been bitten by a turtle in her previous life, and she was in excruciating pain. He deeply realized that getting punched was not as painful as getting bitten. You're a dog, and you bite, let go. His big sister, I told you to relax, not to grind your teeth. Weavua. Fuck, little Pepper, I was wronged. I'm sorry. It hurts. Jinyu's tears came out in pain. I've already apologized. What are you going to do? What do you want me to do to make you relent? Kushina remained unmoved, holding onto the flesh without letting go. What should I do? Will I get bitten to death? The young man, who was worried about his life, accidentally glanced at the tree trunk and saw a row of footprints. Got it. Little Pepper, I have a way for you to learn to climb a tree today. He spoke very quickly, afraid of the pain. Kushina was stunned and the force on her teeth slowed down. In fact, she didn't dare to bite harder, for fear of hurting him, but she also felt bad if she just let go. The current conditions were pretty good, but she was a little skeptical. Climbing a tree is so difficult. Can you really learn it today? Seeing that it was effective, Jinyu didn't dare to hesitate and decided to blow it as hard as she could. Real, more real than pearls. Not to mention climbing trees, he can even learn to tread water. Omega. Treading water, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Kushina's bloody little mouth immediately left Jingyu's neck. She sat up straight, and wiped her cheek with the back of her dirty hand, leaving a mud mark. Okay, teach me how to climb trees and walk on water today, and I'll forgive you a little bit. Can this thing be paid in installments? Then thank you in advance. Yeah. Carrot. This girl didn't hear that Ginyu was speaking in a sarcastic way at all. You're a hammer, it hurts so much. Sister, you almost lost me, your brother. Seeing the blood on the little red-haired boy's lips, he felt like a piece of flesh on his neck had been bitten off. So cruel. The sun took a small step forward, and time took a big step forward, and it was afternoon. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Yeah, damn it, go. Amidst the red tide in Jiahe, training ground number 14 was officially occupied by a group of little red-haired kids, and there were not enough trees. Multiple shadow clones are stuck in the bug, and they are always gods. As expected, Uzumaki Kushina took after her son and learned this move very quickly. In a corner of the training ground, Jinyu was angrily accusing two of his companions. You two are going too far, do you have any sense of loyalty? He. The fat man scratched his head and said with a playful smile, you are fine, I knew at the time that you looked so delicate and tender that little Pepper would definitely not be willing to hurt you mouth. Fatty, go to hell. Jinyu kicked the fat man and sent him into the river to continue being a calm fat man. Minato was much smarter and quickly used the technique of changing the subject. Kagamizuki, Kushina, this won't be a problem, right? He. How could Jinyu be affected by such a crude technique? He clasped his fists and rushed forward. Sigma, degree de me, let's talk it out. I wanted to save you at that time, it's all Yoshimaru's fault. After only 2 days of being together, Minato was led astray. He. Class 7's actual combat training officially began in the afternoon, with Jinyu, who had recovered his chakra, taking the lead. This guy traveled through time from his mother's womb and was later raised by his sister. No one cared what kind of ninjutsu he would learn. Uchiha Kagami, as the bodyguard of the second Hokage, was actually a disciple of the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. His house was filled with a whole room of ninjutsu scrolls. And for some unknown reason, his chakra has all attributes. In this extreme learning environment, where you have time, hardware, and environment, but no computer, no mobile phone, no Wi-Fi, and no girlfriend. What are 985 and 211? They are all younger brothers. The sunset covers half the sky. When the bright red of the sunset reflected in the water matched the beautiful red hair, the girl's cheerful laughter infected the entire training ground. Ha, success, I succeeded, right, bang bang bang. The shadow clones are disappearing one after another. Tap. Kushina excitedly tread on the water and ran quickly towards the 3 people on the shore. The teenagers who were doing a three-way fight all stopped their movements. Look, you annoying guy, I succeeded, you annoying guy. A strong feeling of dizziness penetrated her brain without warning. Kushina felt as if her head was hit hard, her eyes blurred and her body fell down. Fortunately, it was just the accumulation of fatigue, not insufficient chakra, otherwise the 9-tailed fox would have come out to vent. This idiot. Seeing this, Jinyu cursed inwardly and was about to rush over. Kushina. Minato, who had been secretly watching, leaped out in one step. Silently retracting his raised foot, Jinyu waited patiently to witness the first intimate contact of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but he probably couldn't see it. Minato was fast, but someone was even faster when he was still 2 meters away from Kushina. Swish, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere. 5 green and white jade fingers stretched out from the black combat half-finger gloves, passed through Kushina's waist-length red hair, and gently embraced her slender waist. The ripples on the water surface, which were unable to react in time, slowly spread out into a shallow circle. So fast. Minato stopped and carefully observed the person who came, but after just one glance, he couldn't look away. Mirror Moon? At first glance, he thought it was Jinyu, but then he immediately reacted. No, not Jinyu. The person who came was carrying a long sword and wearing a black tight combat uniform, with the unique and exquisite curves of a girl. Under the long black hair is a face that is 90% similar to Jinyu's, but a little less childish and a little more stunning. The key is this aroma. Who is she? He soon found out the answer. Sister, I succeeded, Kushina whispered softly. The moment she was surrounded by warm chakra, she knew who was coming. I really want my sister to see me treading water, but I'm so tired and sleepy. I saw it, Kushina is awesome. A gentle voice brushed against my ears, and along with the girl's smile, I fell into my dream. Jinghua picked up the sleeping Kushina and walked to Minato, showing a warm smile. You are Jinyu's teammate, right? Minato nodded woodenly. I am Uchiha Kyoka, Kijetsu's sister, she said, handing Kushina to Minato. Can you help take care of my disciple? Oh. Minato took Kushina mechanically. Jinghwa's smiling eyes turned into crescent moons, and she said softly, "Thank you." So gentle. Not even a second look. The next moment, the girl's figure disappeared from Minato's sight. But there were tragic screams coming from the shore. "Hey hey hey, sister, what do you want to do? Don't fight your own people. You little bastard, who told you to teach forbidden techniques? Don't you know that multiple shadow clones are dangerous?" "Sister, I know I was wrong." "If you know you're wrong, stop right there." "I'm not stupid." Snap. "Ah, don't spank me outside." Bang. "Oh, please, sis, old, you died." Mom and dad, wake up, I'm going to be beaten to death by your daughter." Bang 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 bang. So scary. Minato listened to Jingyu's screams and realized that his previous evaluation was somewhat too subjective, but his eyes were full of envy. He is an orphan, longing for recognition, family affection, and companionship. He sniffed the faint fragrance in the air, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Just tell me, how could I be a pervert? All the troubles in my heart are relieved." As the sunset faded and the moon rose, training ground number 14 saw off today's guests and gradually fell asleep. In the next few days, after learning that Jiraiya was absent, Jinghua took the initiative to take on the training task of Team 7 and help them improve their strength. Because it was wartime, the village had fewer D-rank missions, and C-rank missions became dangerous because of the enemy ninjas lurking within the territory. Therefore, all graduating students now have to undergo a period of guidance from a Jonin before they can go on missions. Especially for a main combat force like Jiraiya, he cannot lead the team for a long time, so his main task is to improve the strength of the team members themselves. A few days passed by quickly, just a dividing line away. In the morning, Jinghua was eating breakfast while writing and drawing on paper with one hand. Jingyu was using water jutsu in one hand and fire jutsu in the other, and was perming his sister's hair. It's very simple. Just roll up some hair with your bare hands, wet it with water jutsu and dry it with fire jutsu, and a bunch of slightly curly hair will appear. Since you change your hairstyle every day, there is no need for a long-lasting style. It's enough if it can last for one day. Today my sister wants to wear her hair in a side ponytail. It will look better if the end of her hair is a little more fluffy. He glanced at the paper in his sister's hand and felt that it looked like a love letter. Leftward arrow _ leftward arrow. How can this be? Pretending to be casual, he asked, "Sister, what are you writing?" "U3's specialties and coordinated tactical plans." Jinghua replied casually. The answer was unexpected. "Why did you write this?" "You wouldn't understand even if I told you that I wrote this to Minato. Just listen to him more when you go on missions and battles. You can only rely on Minato if you have any problems with your brain. Kyoka has seen through the state of Team 7, except for Minato, none of them are reliable. She can only try her best to increase her brother's survival rate a little bit. She is really my sister." The March sunshine fills the number 18 training ground. When the brother and sister slowly walked in, Minato, Yoshimaru, and Kushina were gathered together chatting. "Minato, fatty." Jingyu waved to his two teammates. "Good morning, Sister Jinghua." "Good morning, Jingyu." Minato and Yoshimaru greeted politely. "Sister." Kushina threw herself into Jinghua's arms like a young swallow returning to its nest, rubbing against her like a kitten. Jingyu glanced sideways with an unhappy look on her face. "Hey, this is my sister, you have to call her teacher." Kushina, with her face puffed up like a bun, turned around and started making faces. "Lulu, I want you to call me sister and take care of the annoying guy." "Tisk, childish tomato." Jingyu sneered disdainfully. "Carrot, stupid annoying bastard." Kushina rolled up her sleeves. "Idiot tomato." "Stupid annoying bastard." "Dead brain tomato." I want to fight you." Minato and Yoshimaru simultaneously held their foreheads with their hands. These two guys were hopeless. They just fought head-on without any control at all. Jinghua shook her head helplessly, not understanding how they became enemies. "Enough, if you love to argue, today's actual combat training will start with you two." Rightward arrow _ rightward arrow sparks leftward arrow _ leftward arrow. That's exactly what I meant. "You think you can win?" Kagemizuki and Kushina immediately raised the opposing seal. Minato and the others immediately retreated when they saw this for fear of being implicated. These two people could always get really angry when fighting. Sure enough, they collided with each other the next second. Bang! Elbows collided, eyes met, and flames ignited. Ha! At the same time, exert force to push the opponent out. Jingyu's strength was smaller than Kushina's, which made him retreat 3 more steps and lose the initiative. Kushina landed first, kicked her legs and swung her punch, using the instant Superman punch to hit Jingyu, who was not yet stable. Yeah, the left elbow is outward. Bang! Jingyu successfully blocked the attack and at the same time swiftly swung out a punch with his right hand. Bang! Kushina reacted quickly, using her left hand to slap away the incoming fist, and then she switched her right fist to a claw to grab Jingyu's left forearm. Then he directly locked his hands and kneed him, a classic move that could end his lineage. Xena, damn, those bitches are so cruel. Jinyu didn't dare to delay it. He pushed his feet hard and used his held left arm as a fulcrum to turn 360 degrees and perform a whirlwind kick. He dodged the knee and kicked Kushina's head at the same time. This is an extremely brutal headshot attack. The twisting force made Kushina's small hands unable to hold Jinyu's arms anymore. Seeing that her head was about to be kicked and she had no time to defend herself with both hands, she immediately switched from offense to defense and launched a forward headbutt. Up to this point, the physical combat of the two was still normal, and Kyoka, Minato, and Yoshimaru were all watching with great interest. But the next moment the style of painting changed. Boom! Bang! Kushina threw a forward headbutt at Jinyu's forehead and knocked him down. The latter couldn't do a whirlwind kick and could only use a scissors kick to lock the former's waist up. Then the two of them entangled with each other, and the fight instantly turned into a fight between thugs. Go to hell! Kushina ignored her red forehead and stretched out her hands to clamp Jinyu's neck. Don't even think about it. Jinyu grabbed the other person's hands with both hands. I won't lose to a jerk like you, will I? I won't lose to a tomato like you. The two of them were wrestling with each other with red faces. Kushina is stronger than Jinyu, but Jinyu has an advantage. He locked Kushina's waist with his legs, squeezing her waist hard to make Kushina unable to use any strength, so he slowly pressed forward. Going to lose? Kushina seemed to see the upcoming outcome. No, absolutely not. Played hashtag, his big eyes were fixed on the row of teeth marks on Jinyu's neck that had not yet completely faded. Hey, what do you want to do? Jinyu noticed that there was something wrong with the little red-haired boy's eyes. Yeah, sister, save me. A sour feeling rushed to the top of his head, and he could only ask for help. Jinhua's eyes were full of smiles. You can surrender. Help you? Are you kidding? They just kissed. She hasn't seen enough, okay? The unscrupulous sister ignored the difference between kissing and biting. One is love and the other is hate. Kijetsu, why don't you just admit defeat? It's not the first time anyway. Minato advised from the side. The posture of Kushina and Kijetsu made him feel a little uncomfortable. How can I admit defeat? These are the words of Team 7. Yoshimaru took out some dried meat and took a bite. Bite it back, you sissy. Are your teeth just for show? Rightward arrow Minato suddenly wanted to beat up this fat guy. Jinyu heard it and looked at the delicate earlobe close to her. If you don't let go, I'll bite you. Crunch, crunch. He was answered by a stronger rubbing. Oh my god, hiss, never mind, this woman is a dog. I looked at the earlobe and took a bite, but I didn't dare to use too much force because the earlobe is so small and I was afraid of biting it off. Kushina shuddered and shivered. Sigma, yep. He immediately let go and broke free from Jinyu's relaxed legs and flew backwards. Covering her ears with her hands, her red face clearly showed her shame and anger. You dare to bite me? Jinyu stood up, holding her neck, and said angrily, the evil one complained first, you were the one who bit me first. Played hashtag, the little red-haired boy shot out kunai from both hands. I'm going to kill you, he roared and charged forward. I'm afraid of you. Jinyu spun the kunai between his fingers, then grasped it and rushed forward. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The three spectators shook their heads and sighed at the same time, and they got really angry again. Ding ding, clang clang, bang, snap. Time moves forward as two figures, one black and one red, continue to entangle and intertwine. As the two of them quickly depleted their strengths and weaknesses began to become apparent, with Jinyu's strength being inferior to Kushina's. Yeah, finding a gap, the little red-haired boy threw a punch. Jinyu gasped and turned around. He dodged and his eyes flashed red as he met Kushina's. Sharinan, I am out of energy and can't delay any longer. I must win with one strike. Jinyu is not allowed to use illusions. Jinghua on the sidelines took sides accurately. Tisk, if you are not allowed to use it, then don't use it. Who cares? You are biased. He curled his lips, stepped aside to create some distance, and flicked his hands as 4 shurikens popped out from between his fingers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the shurikens drew arcs and shot towards Kushina. Hearing the sound of wind breaking on his back, the little red-haired boy made a cross gesture with a smile on his face. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. 30 or 40 little red-haired guys were scattered around the scene, and the shuriken only hit 2 of their clones. It's like this every time, sister, don't you care about it? Jinyu protested. You taught it yourself. Jinghua crossed her arms and replied lightly. I was speechless. Ha ha ha, he. The fat man and Minato laughed unscrupulously. Here I come, you annoying bastard. Yes, a group of Kushina shouted and charged. The scene was a bit scary. Fuck, Jinyu cursed. No swearing. Jinghua gave a yellow card warning. Ignoring this biased sister, Jinyu focused all her attention on dealing with the situation on the scene. There are so many Kushinas, it is definitely impossible to fight them in hand-to-hand combat. That they will definitely be beaten to the point where they cannot take care of themselves. As for ninjutsu, it is useless in a small range, and the remaining chakra is not enough for a large range. Illusion was banned again. What a hassle. His expression was stern. Attention, I'm going to use the big move, cast mirror, cast a mirror. Countless lenses of all sizes surrounded Jingyu's body, reflecting the dazzling light under the sun, and a halo appeared around her. This sissy move is so cool. The fat man bit the dried meat excitedly. Yeah. Minato nodded. He didn't expect Jingyu to have such a strange technique. Jinghua shook her head. She knew her brother's abilities best, so this trick was just for show. The mirror's strength was too low, and both defense and attack seemed inadequate, not even being able to penetrate it should invest. If I have to point out the advantages, it would be that it consumes little energy, does not require seals, looks good, and that you don't need to buy a mirror at home. However, it is barely a good choice to deal with multiple shadow clones. At this time, Jingyu had already plunged into the group of beautiful girls with his group of mirrors, and after bursting a few of them, he could no longer extricate himself. My ears are filled with the sound of bana, and the stereo sound surrounds every corner. It's simply a mental attack. He could only try his best to pop these inflatable dolls one by one, but the process became more and more difficult, and the shadow clone could actually create endless shadow clones. The multiple shadow clones used by the Uzumaki clan are completely overwhelming in terms of skills for the Chunin and Genin who have limited chakra, and he is the one with the least chakra. Among the 5 people present, Kushina had the most chakra, followed by Kyoka, then Minato and Yoshimaru, and finally him. Kijetsu is going to lose again. Minato said the upcoming result. The fat man chewed the dried meat nonchalantly. It's not the first time anyway, you'll get used to it. Unless it's a 2-on-1 situation, no one can beat Pepper. Whenever the 3 of them spar with Kushina now, they are basically exhausted to death every time, and even Minato can't do anything about it. Kijetsu won once using illusion. Minato stated Team 7's only victory, trying to restore a little dignity of the team. Yoshimaru shrugged, then it was banned. The atmosphere became awkward and silent. Fatty, give me some dried meat with cumin flavored. I'm starving, aren't I? A little red-haired cat appeared between the two of them and imitated Jingyu's habitual posture by putting its arm around Jiban's shoulder. Fatty and Minato looked at Jingyu, who was fighting fiercely with the inflatable doll in the field, and then looked at Kushina beside him. They sighed in unison. In the end, it was all in vain. He quietly paid the dried meat protection fee. Kushina took it happily. Fighting against Jingyu every day is her happiest moment, not for anything else, but just because she can beat him openly and her sister will help her. I heard that this guy knows a lot of ninjutsu. Now looking at him again, he doesn't seem so annoying. Anyway, I only forgave him a little last time. Next time, I will ask him to teach me some powerful new ninjutsu, With a smile as beautiful as a flower, she opened her lips and bit into the dried meat. His teeth clashed and he bit into the air. I'm chubby? He looked at the empty little hands in confusion. A chestnut hit me on the forehead. What are you talking about? Kushina held her head with her hands and turned around, only to see Jinghua eating dried meat and looking at her fiercely. Sister with tears in his eyes. Don't try to play tricks on me. There's no point in crying. I told you not to bully Jingyu. Jinghua could tell at a glance that the girl was pretending to cry. They were all women, and they all knew each other. Kushina's expression changed instantly. It's not because I have too many shadow clones and not enough space, so I came here to take a break. Jinghua ignored her and grabbed her by the back of the collar and lifted her up. Sister, I can walk by myself. Come on, no, come on. The little red-haired boy seemed to know the outcome he was about to face, and begged for mercy loudly, but it was of no avail and he was thrown directly into the field. Jingyu, who was surrounded by beauties, had been drained of his physical strength and was very tired, but when he heard the extremely emotional Diba Nei, he suddenly cheered up. It's you. He summoned the last bit of chakra and the Sherinan suddenly appeared. Then he quickly shuttled through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him, and came to the place where Kushina was about to fall. He always takes revenge when there is revenge and grievances when there is grievance. Ever since he spoke the first words to the little red-haired boy, he felt that he had always been unlucky and was simply a disaster. Today I'm going to take revenge. Even the sage of 6 paths can't stop me. I said it. Make a seal with both hands, the seal of the tiger. What is this seal? Oh no, Jingyu, stop it. Minato exclaimed. He had a bad feeling. Jinghua looked serious and ready to take action at any time. My younger brother has been feeling quite resentful these days, and he might actually use some powerful and lethal ninjutsu. What? Only Yoshimaru looked puzzled as he chewed the dried meat. Don't come down, don't come down, The shadow clones rushed towards Jingyu and buried him in the crowd, while loudly reminding the original body, and the scene was in chaos. However, this action interfered with Kushina's judgment, because she could no longer see Jingyu in the crowd. There was a thud, and he freely fell into the pile of shadow clones. Then, no diarrhea for 3 years, Byaji /////// a feeling that comes from deep within my soul. Yeah, a little red-haired creature popped out from the pile of shadow clones and fell to the ground with its little butt sticking out. Bang bang bang. Then the shadow clones disappeared quickly one after another. Ha ha ha, no one can dance in front of me, Uchiha Jinyu, no one. Plop. With his chakra exhausted, Jinyu avenged his great hatred and fell to the ground with a smile on his face, looking very peaceful. The fat man looked even more puzzled. What happened? It seems to be a draw. Minato frowned tightly, feeling that the grass of the number 18 training ground was a little too green to be dazzling. Jinghua covered her face with one hand. She didn't want this brother anymore. Simply, forget it, let's just plan for this guy to be single for the rest of his life. I originally wanted to match him up with Kushina. Now. Kushina would probably kill him out of anger. He hurried to the little girl, hoping that his comfort would make her, for his sake, go easy on her brother and preserve the Uchiha Kagami family's legacy. Minato and Yoshimaru also hurried over to check on their teammates to see if they needed to prepare a banquet. As soon as Jinghua picked up Kushina, she saw tears of humiliation flashing in her eyes. Sister, a call contains endless accusations. She is a girl, how can she be allowed to endure such harm? Jinghua hugged her head and buried it in her chest, saying, Sister is here, just cry, it will be fine if you cry. If this happened to me, it could even lead to the destruction of the world. Kushina's tears wet Jinghua's clothes. With you, sister, am I not clean anymore? How could that be? Kushina is as pure as a blooming daisy. Jinghua tried her best to comfort her. Kushina shook her head desperately. It's not clean anymore, and I won't be able to get married in the future. You know your own business best. The strange feeling in her but made her very worried, afraid that she was a pervert. Impossible, any boy who wants to marry Kushina can circle Konoha village twice. Jinghua tried hard. Sister, don't lie to me, I will definitely not be able to get married. Kushina shook her head sadly. If you really can't get married, I will let Jingyu marry you and be responsible for you. Jinghua felt that this was a good idea. At least her brother wouldn't have to be single. Sigma, no, I don't want to marry that annoying guy. Kushina rubbed her little face back and forth against Kagawa's chest. Alas, Jinghua mourned for her brother in her heart. He stroked the red hair in his hand and comforted her. Okay, don't use Jingyu, how about Minato? Minato is also very handsome. The two looked at the little yellow-haired man who was pinching the moon in the mirror, and automatically ignored the fat man. A bit effeminate, Kushina judged. That's gentleness. Jinghua corrected. He's just a sissy, he didn't even dare to look me in the eye at school. Kushina recalled the past at school. Jinghua chuckled, hee, that means he likes you, and he's a very shy boy. Tisk, I don't like weak boys. Hearing that someone liked her, the little girl's cheeks turned slightly red and she secretly looked at the little yellow-haired boy. Jinghua narrowed her eyes with a gossipy smile. Oh, so what does the boy Kushina likes look like? The little red-haired boy's gaze involuntarily shifted from the little yellow-haired boy to the unconscious little black-haired boy. His face instantly puffed up as he angrily said, at least he's not a nasty guy, is he? In this way, the lunchtime was spent with the two girls chatting, the two men rescuing and Jinghua sleeping. In the warm March, flowers bloom, and the rich fragrance accompanies dreams. Jinghua woke up to the familiar scent surrounding her nose. With the corners of her mouth slightly raised, she knew without opening her eyes that she was resting her head in her sister's arms. Get up and eat something when you wake up. I left you some rice balls, oden, and 3-color meatballs. Jinghua obviously also sensed the condition of her brother in her arms. Hey. Jinghua smiled and opened her eyes. I found them under a tree. My sister was sitting on the ground with her back against the tree, browsing leisurely with a scroll in her hand, and I was resting my head on her arms. He sat up and stretched, then picked up the rice ball and started eating it. The chakra consumption is too great, I am really hungry. Chakra capacity has always been his weakness. On the one hand, it is related to his age, and on the other hand, it may be his talent and level of hard work. Laziness is the biggest enemy of capital. Where are they? He suddenly remembered that he still had two teammates. Mirror flowers point to the distance, they're practicing the raise non over there. If it's too noisy, tell them to practice further away. Looking in the direction of his finger, he saw several people gathered in a circle. Black, yellow, red, white, 1, 2, 3, 4, why is there one more? Sister, where did the white hair come from? Your boyfriend. Jinghua was confused. Bang! Oops, a scroll hits his head. Jinghua said unhappily, that's your teacher Jiraiya. Oh. Jinghua rubbed his forehead and was suddenly stunned. Raisnon, how do you teach this? Isn't this just stealing the Watergate patent? I originally created it because I wanted to give my sister more instant skills, but I didn't expect that my sister would teach it to Minato instead. The Raisnon does not require chakra attributes. It can exercise chakra control and form changes at the same time during practice. Why not teach it? Jinghua said it as a matter of course and it made a lot of sense. Of course, there is one thing I haven't mentioned yet, which is to divert Kushina's attention. The attack in the morning was too damaging. Jinghua pouted, humph, this is our secret ninjutsu. A bare hand covered the little head, stroked it downwards, and tugged at his pigtails. The pretty face came close and smiled, so sour, is OU doubted jealous, Jinghua turned his head away and ignored her. Jinghua turned it back to him and said seriously, I'm doing this to help you. Don't use weird techniques on Kushina anymore. I barely managed to keep myself from letting her finish you off. If you hadn't helped her, she would never have been able to beat me. Tisk, you're biased. He couldn't move his head, so he could only pout in dissatisfaction. Jinghua didn't speak immediately, but looked into her brother's eyes. After a while, he spoke slowly with a serious expression, Jingyu. Jingyu was stunned. It had been a long time since his sister called his name in this tone. Kushina is very strong but also very hollow. She hides her weakness with her aggressiveness. She longs for recognition but refuses to admit defeat. She is very sensitive inside. So, can you promise your sister that you will get along well with Kushina in the future? She looked at the red-haired girl in the distance. Kushina is my sister's first disciple. He turned back to look at his brother and smiled widely. Please, Odaodu. As he spoke, he leaned forward. While Jingyu was in a daze, her soft pink lips pressed against his forehead. Elder sister. The boy lowered his flushed face. It was a voice so weak that it was barely audible. Jingyu surrendered. There's no way that I can't put my sister in a difficult position. Just let the red-haired guy go. Of course, the premise is that she doesn't bother me again. Jinghua smiled and helped her brother to straighten his hair and collar. I know my younger brother is the most sensible. Although I don't know why I always get along with Kushina, the two of them probably won't be like this in the future. Touch his cheek. Go ahead and say hello to your teacher. Master Jiraiya is a very powerful ninja that you should train well with him in the future. Oh. Jingyu nodded, stood up and ran over while biting the three-colored meatball. Looking at her brother's back, Jinghua stroked her hair lightly, a trace of thought flashing in her eyes. The Uchiha clan was forced to stay away from the core layer of Konoha village for various reasons. However, because of Uchiha Kagami, the two siblings were close to the Hokage faction, and were relatively excluded from the core of the Uchiha clan, and even lived on the edge of the clan. Having been a ninja for many years, she already knows some of the tricks of the upper class. Her choice was to inherit her father's will and stand on the side of the Hokage line, and her brother naturally had to join her. There are too many warmongers in the Uchiha clan, and Jingyu's personality is very different from most Uchiha. That he also has double bloodline limits, which is unprecedented in the clan. With the protection of his relationship with Jiraiya, his future life should be much smoother. While Jinghua was thinking about her brother's future, Jingyu came to her team. Then I saw Jiraiya and the three little ones each holding a balloon and feeling constipated. I feel the impact of the water is getting stronger. Genius little Sunday. Ah, damn it, I must be the first one. The little red-haired boy who refused to admit defeat. I already feel it. Ho ho, don't underestimate me, the Toad Sage. The first place is mine. This old pervert who didn't teach a single ninjutsu in a week and still made a profit. Why do I have to learn it too? Wow, it's so difficult. The innocent fat man who suffered splash damage. Teacher Jiraiya. Jingyu greeted him. Although he was unreliable, he was still a teacher after all. Aha, it's Kagami-Zuki-chan. Jiraiya responded with a big laugh. Then he quickly came to his ear and whispered slyly, tell me quickly, teacher, is there any trick to learning this move? This guy is really amazing, even thinking about cheating when competing with students in learning ninjutsu. Russell at this time, the six ears around also quickly came closer and pricked up. They had heard Jinghua say that this was Jingyu's trick. Jingyu was speechless and glanced at the few people. Minato was too proud to look away, so he looked away shyly. Jiraiya and Yoshimaru were shameless and smiled at him openly. Humph. Kushina turned her blushing face away and secretly lifted her hips. Have. Jingyu uttered a word lightly. Omega immediately attracted four pairs of hopeful gazes. Facing their gaze, Jingyu put on a look of asking for a fight and said, I won't tell you. They all wanted to beat him up. This was the unanimous thought of the four of them. But before he could do anything, he heard Jingyu continue to say, my sister taught you the Raiznan to strengthen your chakra control skills and practice chakra transformation. It's not about learning ninjutsu quickly. Don't think about being lazy. After this explanation, everyone understood Kyoka's intention and gave up the idea and focused on training, except Jiraiya. But wanting to take shortcuts for free, of course, forget it. And Jiraiya's return also means that he can't stay with his sister. I'm so sad, I can only watch these guys being constipated to relieve my mood. But when I saw the little red-haired cat, I felt even worse. Thinking of his sister's instructions, he took a deep breath. For my sister. He mentally roared and strode towards Kushina. Hello, what are you talking about? The little beauty's anus contracted in fear. I'll help you. The cool morning breeze is like a naughty boy, constantly teasing the gauze curtain at the window. The girl lay quietly on the pink bed, her long red hair spread out like petals, her big black eyes looking for the sky through the fluttering curtains, her brows and eyes smiling as if she was thinking about something interesting. Her little mouth pouted. Even if you tell me the secret, I won't forgive you. Humph. I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. With a somersault, he released the seal of the quilt and made a cross with his hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. There were three more girls in pajamas in the room. Kushina put her hands on her hips, make the bed and fold the quilt. I want ramen for breakfast, let's start, he gave the order. Quack, quack. The breeze blew into the girl's boudoir. Shadow clone number 1 looked at her coldly, do it yourself. Bang number 2 smiled and said, haha, if you don't want to do it, then we want to do it. Bang number 3 made a face, lululu, baka baka. Bang ha, faced with being alone in her room again, Kushina was a little overwhelmed. How could this happen? At 8 o'clock in the morning, Kushina arrived at today's training location with a feeling of being messed up by her shadow clone. When I saw the waiting mirror flower, my mood improved. Good morning, sister, sorry to have kept you waiting. Good morning, I just arrived. Kushina glanced furtively at the training grounds, but saw no one else. Sister, why haven't Minato and the others arrived yet? I couldn't help but ask. Master Jiraiya has returned, so of course they have to return to their own team. Come and help me. Jinghua was preparing today's training equipment in her hands, and the raisnon was just homework. Oh, Kushina felt inexplicably lost, and her mood, which had just improved, disappeared again, but she was optimistic and adjusted quickly. I must give them a scare next time we meet. Uzumaki Kushina, come on, go up and help with full energy. What are you training for today, sister? Infinite dodging technique. Wow, the name sounds impressive. What does it do? Keep shooting shurikens at you, you dodge. What? At the same time, at the gate of Konoha village, Jiraiya's team was ready to embark on their first mission. The sea-level mission is to eliminate bandits. The team's first mission is sea-level. I just want to ask you if you are powerful, haha, Jiraiya boasted loudly while holding the mission scroll. Yoshimaru pursed his lips and said, Tisk, don't think we don't know. It was you, Jiraiya-sensei, who forgot to reserve the training ground. It may also be because we have no money, Jingyu added ruthlessly. Jiraiya raised his hands awkwardly. Both of them are right, what a disgusting kid. Minato covered his mouth and laughed. Although what the two teammates said was true, he actually wanted to do the mission more than training. How should I put it? Lately, Yoshimaru, Jingyu, and Jinghua have been treating him to meals in various ways, which makes me feel a little embarrassed. Must make money, please come back. You two little guys, don't you know that you can't offend your teacher? Minato, come with me to register. From now on, you will be my chief disciple, and these two will be your younger brothers. Jiraiya clamored and took Minato to get the order. To eliminate the bandits. Jingyu lowered his head, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected that his first mission after becoming a ninja. It means killing people. He was mentally prepared when he first came to the ninja world, but when the time came, the situation was completely different. The gap between imagination and reality is so deep that it is daunting. It has been almost 9 years since he traveled through time, and he thought he was already a member of this world. But when he heard that the mission was to kill someone, he realized that even though his past memories had begun to blur, the worldview that was deeply rooted in his bones in his previous life was still affecting him, making him want to back out. At this moment, a fat hand suddenly appeared on my shoulder. They are just ordinary people. Are you scared, sissy? Yoshimaru asked in a teasing tone, and he leaned on his shoulder. Jingyu looked at him and said gloomily, aren't you afraid of killing people? One cut and blood will spurt into your face. Once the flesh bomb chariot passes by, everyone will be torn into pieces, red, white, and green everywhere. Kidneys, pancreas, intestines, and brains will be all over your body and face. Fatty. He just thought they were just ordinary people, and that he could just defeat them. But now that he was reminded of this, it's like 2 rows of teeth are fighting. Fatty, calm down and stop shaking. Hey, you're so heavy. Jingyu felt her body buried in the massage chair, with the chair on top and herself at the bottom, feeling heavy and shaky. The fat guy's legs are weak, he looks so fucking weak. Minato, come help me. Minato was registering to leave the village with Jiraiya when he heard Kagamizuki calling for help and hurried over. What's wrong with Yoshimaru? He asked, lending a hand. Maybe it's because it's my first mission, so I'm a little excited. Jingyu answered seriously. I'm so excited, it's all your fault. Yoshimaru cursed in his heart, his teeth chattering, and he couldn't speak. Oh. Minato supported the fat man with weak legs and comforted him. Don't be afraid, Jiraiya teacher said that the bandits are just ordinary people. After Minato's reminder, the fat man started to smile. After a while, 2 thin men carried a fat man and walked out of Konoha village under the leadership of the big white-haired man. The sunlight penetrated the quiet forest path, leaving its imprint on the 4 people walking slowly. Yoshimaru was pinching the mirror moon, Minato was practicing the raise-non, and Jiraiya, his teacher, was explaining the details of the mission to them. Several villages near Aoba Mountain failed to pay their spring taxes on time, so the daimyo sent tax collectors to collect them. However, they discovered that the villages had been deserted. After investigation by the tax officials, it was found that there was a village, and many people were coming in and out. It was very likely that there were bandits who had taken over the mountain and became kings. Due to limited intelligence, the mission difficulty is tentatively set at sea level with the highest bounty, and can be upgraded to B level at any time. Wow, that's at least 50,000 taels. Jingyu's eyes lit up. His elder sister was very strict with his pocket money and he had to report anything he bought. This forced him to ask the other girls to pay for him every time he went out to play with his friends. Minato also turned his eyes away from the balloon. As a civilian, he needed money so much. Ninja tools, ninjutsu and other training resources can't be purchased with that meager subsidy. The fat man counted on his fingers, 50,000 taels, 15,000 for the village, 15,000 for Jiraiya-sensei, and 20,000 taels left. Each person gets 6,666 taels. The barbecue restaurant's supreme family bucket is 998, you can eat, omega, slurp. He has begun to explore the ocean of delicious food. Kidneys, intestines, brains, gaga kill cuckoo. The sudden voice sank the fat man's boat. Ugh, rainbow gushed forth. Uchiha sissy, I'll fight you, ha ha ha, soft-footed fat guys can't catch up. The fat man started chasing Jingyu again. It's great to be young. I really miss my childhood. Jiraiya sighed as he watched the two people chasing each other. As he grew older, he killed more and more people and lost more and more companions, and the topics he and his two teammates talked about became more and more serious. Teacher Jiraiya seems to be only in his 20s and hasn't married yet. He is still a young man, Minato corrected seriously. Jiraiya looked at his disciple in surprise for a moment, then laughed, ha ha ha, yes, I'm still young and can still find many young ladies. Minato wanted to say, that's not what I meant, but forget it, he still needs to practice the Raise-nan, which is the ninjutsu she taught him personally, and she will definitely not let this teaching go to waste. Thinking of this, Minato curled up the corners of his mouth and focused his attention on his hands. Jiraiya followed behind the three of them, his eyes moving back and forth between them, silently observing the three disciples. Minato is serious and steady, but his personality is too dull. Yoshimaru and Kagamizuki are loose, but their personalities complement Minato's. In terms of talent, Minato and Kagamizuki are very good, while Yoshimaru is much worse, but Kagamizuki is too lazy and seems to be wasting his talent. It is still unclear who is more suitable to inherit the mantle of Myabokuzen. But they are all good kids. Aoba Mountain is located east of the Land of Fire. It is a forested mountain area and there is nothing special about it. Until some people appeared, a village built on the mountain appeared. Lord Kiri, the spring tax payment deadline has already passed half a month. The Fire Nation will react soon. We should withdraw quickly. By then, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas will have nothing left. In the main hall of the village, a hideous bald, one-eyed man was kneeling at the feet of a man in a black robe, begging like a husky. His name was One Eye, and he was the gangster leader of a nearby village. 3 months ago, several mysterious men in black robes came to him and told him that there was a gold mine in Kingi Mountain and asked him to kidnap people to mine it, saying that they would split the profits 50-50 afterwards. He didn't believe it at first, but when he dug, he found that there really was gold, and it looked like a lot of it. Whoever could resist the temptation of money immediately made the decision. The man in black robe would provide the technology and he would provide the manpower. Go for it. Anyway, it was the end of the year and the annual, winter, tax had just been paid. There were still 3 or 4 months before the next tax officer came. No one knew what happened here during this period. I could make a big profit and then rob the gang and get away with it. Perfect. But it was not until now that he realized that he had overlooked a very important point, which was, it seemed that these black-robed men maybe were even worse than him and countless times more powerful than him. He. Amidst the gloomy laughter, 2 rows of sharp teeth were revealed under the shadow of the black robe's hood. Are you afraid? Totted a big the one-eyed man's yellow teeth trembled, and the aura emanating from the other person was terrifying. Just when One Eye was hesitating whether the incontinent small account should give him some face, or the incontinent big account should give the other party some face, his younger brother arrived. Ha ha ha, boss, go and see what treasures are dug out of the cave. Damn. A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his forehead saw his boss kneeling on the ground like a dog, and he became furious on the spot. Don't be afraid, boss, this is outrageous, look who's running this place. He tore off the door panel and rushed towards the man in black robe. I don't want the dragon with head tattooed, One Eye roared anxiously. It's too late. Whoosh squeak, a silver light suddenly shot out from the sleeve of the black-robed man, piercing through the door panel and the heart of the dragon-headed man like a needle through paper. The dragon with head patterns lowered his head and looked at his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. Dragon with head pattern. The one-eyed man rushed towards his younger brother in grief and anger and held him in his arms. When he was in the underworld, the most important thing to him was loyalty. How could he not be sad when his brothers died? Boss, the voice of the dragon with head patterns was weak, and he felt that his life was about to end. The one-eyed man came closer and said, I'm here. If you have any last words, tell me, and I will definitely do it for you. Blood gushed out of the dragon's mouth. Give the money you lost last night to your sister-in-law. Tell her not to worry. His head tilted and his breath dissipated. The one-eyed man felt as if he had been struck hard in the heart, a sense of sadness spread out, and a stream of green energy shot straight up to his head. Head tattooed dragon, go to hell. Suddenly I felt a pain in my chest and heart. I looked down and found that a bloody hole had appeared out of nowhere. It's so noisy. The man in black robe held a slender needle-like blade and said with disgust in his tone. The slender blade was swung, and the one-eyed dragon and the head-patterned dragon flew into the air. Puff, hiss, wow wow wow. In an instant, the sky was covered with blood and flesh as red rain, leaving the widowed sister-in-law alone in her empty room. Tap tap. At this moment, a foot stepped into the room and stepped on the flesh and blood, and another black-robed man with a large cloth bag on his back appeared. You're always so disgusting, Kurisan Kushimaru, can't you just control yourself a bit? I'm sorry that I just got the needle and couldn't help but keep thinking about trying it myself. The black-robed man named Kurishan Kushimaru said sorry, but there was no apology in his tone. The black-robed man at the door rolled his eyes, waved his hand and took off his black robe, revealing a mist-hidden headguard in his unique attire. This person had black hair in a vertical braid, his face was covered with a white scarf, and he had a strange giant blade on his back. He looked to be about 10 years old. Something has appeared, get ready. Finally I can practice my suturing skills on these untouchables, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Kurisan Kushimaru excitedly took off his black robe, revealing his weirdly slender limbs and yellow fluffy spiky hair. The man was wearing black clothes and pants, gray gloves and shoes, a mask on his face, and a bandage around his neck. He looked to be only in his teens, but he exuded a bloody odor that made people extremely uncomfortable. These two people had just completed the ninja sword trial and obtained the qualification to use the second of the 7 ninja swords of the hidden mist. Longsword sewing needle kurihale pills explosive sword flying spray Murashin Peiki. You laughed too early, Yagura will not let you attack those villagers. Murashin Peiki poured cold water on him. Kurishan Kushimaru stood there in a daze, and the expression under the mask gradually distorted. Waving the needle, a cold breath overflowed, then sew him together with those untouchables. Murray Jinpachi stared at his teammates for a moment. Don't mess around, remember our mission. Tiska disdainful voice came from under the mask, and Kurishan Kushimaru walked towards the back room on the bloody mud, passing by Murashide Shinpeiki. The latter took a look at the mess in the room, stretched out his hand and rubbed the knife behind his back, revealing a bloodthirsty look. There's a chance. Then he followed his teammates into the mountain. The third Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village got the news from somewhere, which clearly pointed out that there was a sacred artifact sealed in Aoba Mountain in the Land of Fire. Then 2 teams of Chunin and Jonin were sent here. However, because digging the mountain would take too long, the Jonin team would perform other tasks and leave the Chunin team to guard the area. At the same time, a team of Konoha Genin has been lurking in Aoba Mountain. Is this why this place attracts bandits? Among the lush branches of the giant tree, a pair of blue eyes stared at the open space in front of the village. There were some ragged villagers working under the whip of the bandits, some were crushing stones, some were washing, and it looked like they were sifting for gold. Looking at the golden sand reflecting golden light in the sun, it is obvious that there is a gold mine in the mountain. Gold mine. These guys kidnapped people from several villages, they must be looking to make a quick buck and run away, the fat man analyzed while biting into the dried meat. There are more than 100 people in several villages, and there must be even more people mining inside. That it will be a bit troublesome to rescue them all. Jingyu felt it was a bit difficult because there were too many people. The 3 of them looked at the teacher who was lying on the ground writing a novel. Jiraiya seemed to realize something and raised his head. Why are you looking at me? This is your mission, I'm just a supervisor. Jingyu stared at him with half-closed eyes. But you divided the money. Tisk, don't supervisors want to be paid? Jiraiya said confidently. After saying this, he really put on an overseer's posture. Hurry up and work, don't affect my creation. There are so many materials in the village, but I'm here playing ninja games with you 3 little kids. It's really it's all tears, and I'm going to miss countless 4:30 in the afternoon. He wiped away the non-existent tears, ignored the 3 disciples, and buried his head in creating spiritual food for the old pervert. The 3 of them realized that they could not rely on this teacher and could only find a solution themselves. Let's wait until late at night so we can take action, Minato suggested. There were only 3 of them, and a surprise attack or something like that couldn't guarantee the villagers' safety. I agreed. It's a good opportunity to take a nap. I'm so tired after walking for 3 days. The fat man lay down and prepared to sleep on the spot. Jingyu looked at him with disdain. If you hadn't held us back, we would have been on our way back to the village now. That's called being cautious. Now it's wartime and we have to take every step carefully, the fat man said with reason and evidence. Rightward arrow Jingyu was about to say something, but Minato shrugged his nose and frowned. It smells of blood. Jiraiya also narrowed his eyes and put away the paper and pen. Ding, ding. The chiseling sounds alternated continuously. Be quick, I haven't eaten yet. Inside the Aoba mountain, the captured villagers swung their pickaxes numbly under the whips of the bandits. Hey, sir, please come this way. Led by their lackey, the 3 Kirigakure ninjas passed through the mine and came to a rock wall that had been dug through. My lords, when we first dug this place, there was a gust of wind and we lost more than 10 people because of it. Look. The lackey was making obscene hints, completely unaware of the danger posed by the ninja. Sure enough, a silver light flashed the next second. Phew, a long knife and a sewing needle pierced his throat. Ugh, the lackey covered his neck with his hands and couldn't even speak. This is your reward. Are you satisfied? Korishian Kushimaru stepped on his head and watched him take his last breath. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. The boy with green hair and pink-purple eyes frowned at his companion's behavior. That's enough, he shouted harshly. Korishian Kushimaru raised his head and pointed his mask towards the boy. Karotachi Yagura, are you teaching me how to do things? The two people's eyes met, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder. Seeing this, the explosive blade user, Murray Jinpachi, stepped forward and pointed at the hollowed-out rock wall. Shouldn't you focus on this? Mizukichi-sama's mission isn't to have you quarreling. After hearing this, Yagura looked away and walked into the rock wall with a cold expression, followed by the other two. This is a large, empty cave with very obvious signs of human excavation. There is a cylindrical stone platform about 1 meter high in the center of the cave. The three of them approached. The spiral patterns on the stone platform were no longer clear. 8 rusty iron chains extended from the 8 megatama on the platform, connecting to the 8 sides of the rock wall in the cave. A very ancient seal. After observation, Yagura came to a conclusion. Can you break it? Asked Murishin Peike. Neither he nor Korishian Kushimaru were good at sealing techniques. Try. Godaki Yagura walked towards the stone platform with an expressionless face, then solemnly completed a set of hand seals and pressed his hands on the spiral patterns. The chakra around his body instantly ignited, and he concentrated. Open. Buzz. Wow wow wow, ding ding ding. After a burst of chakra fluctuations, the 8 iron chains began to vibrate violently. But unfortunately, the shaking stopped after a while, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Murray Jinpachi shook his head. Failure, there's nothing we can do. It was clearly a tone of disappointment, yet it inexplicably contained excitement. Yagura turned around and looked at this temporary teammate, feeling that something was wrong. But Wuli Jinba took out a scroll and shook it, and the 4 words "Evil Blood Seal" were a bit glaring. From now on, we can only use this method. Korishian Kushimaru, go capture some people and let them bleed. Murray Jinpachi announced ruthlessly. Haha, right away. Korishian Kushimaru turned around with a sneer. Yagura's eyes widened. These guys already knew that they couldn't break the seal. Hurry and chase after him. No. Give me some more time. He did not want the indiscriminate killing of innocent people to happen, and there was also a convention in the ninja world not to attack civilians, although no one took it seriously. However, if Yagura Karatachi will be recognized by the 3 tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki in the future, his personality must not be too bad. But the next second, Wulaijinba stood in front of him and scolded, Yakura, this is an enemy country. Please withdraw your unnecessary sympathy, and, as he spoke, the killing outside had already begun. Don't kill me. Milu, Listening to the endless screams, he continued with a smile, look, it's too late. Asshole. Yagura clenched his fists and vowed at this moment to change the blood mist policy of the Hidden Mist Village. It is this policy that makes everyone coming out of the Hidden Mist Village extremely bloodthirsty and cruel. P.S. The setting of the Blood Mist Village in this book begins with the 3rd Mizu cage. Bang bang bang, fresh corpses were thrown into the cave one after another. Murray Jinpachi stared at Yagura and then threw the scroll over. Let's get started quickly. The signal has been sent and the Jonin-sama will be here soon. Don't keep them waiting. After taking the scroll, Yagura's purple pupils kept flashing as he looked at it. The mission difficulty has been increased to B level. Do you still want to continue? Jiraiya suddenly announced that the mission level had been upgraded. B rank. The 3 members of the team looked at each other, feeling nervous and excited, but not afraid. Young and energetic people all think that they have learned a lot and should be very awesome. For a B-level mission, does the teacher mean that there are chinins or genins on the opposite side? I choose to continue. Minato made the choice first. He was confident in his own strength. Jingyu, I second the motion. Even though he had difficulty beating the little red-haired guy, that was because he wasn't using his full strength. At home, his sparring partner was at least a chinin like Mikato, so he was naturally not panicking. The reward for the B-level mission is 150,000 taels. Let's go for the barbecue family bucket for 2 weeks. At worst, Fatty can kill them by eating chili balls. The fat man felt that he was surrounded by barbecue. Jiraiya looked at the 3 of them one by one and smiled. In that case, the mission will continue, but I advise you to act quickly, otherwise your mission will be meaningless. All 3 of them were stunned. Will the mission lose its meaning? Jingyu and Minato looked towards the village at the same time, then looked back at each other and said in unison, they're killing people. What are you talking about? Yoshimaru was a little confused. Minato explained, although our mission is to eliminate bandits, it is also to rescue the missing villagers. This is the meaning of the mission. The ninjas that appear now are likely to kill people inside, and once they are all killed, my mission will become meaningless. Damn, what are we waiting for? Yoshimaru jumped up on the spot and prepared to start. Save those in front of the village first, save as many as you can. Jingyu also stood up. The 3 of them jumped off the giant tree and ran towards the village. Jiraiya looked at their backs getting farther away and frowned. Why are ninjas appearing in this strategically worthless place? Is it really because of the gold? As a teacher, he thinks more than the 3 fledgling disciples. It is unlikely that ninja would make such a big move just for a few gold mines, as mining is a long-term project. There must be some unknown secrets in Aoba Mountain. Thinking of this, he also jumped down from the tree. Quack, quack, quack. As soon as he got under the tree, a frog jumped to his feet. Mist ninja. Jiraiya frowned and looked in the direction of his 3 disciples. Trust them. Turn around and quickly disappear in the opposite direction. Swish swish swish. 3 figures quickly approached the village. Yoshimaru will attack first, making some noise to lure out the ninja inside. Jinyu and I will attack from behind and try to take them down in one go. No problem. Minato, you're talking like a sissy. Following Minato's command, the 3 of them began to act. The first to be hit was Yoshimaru. Partial multiplication technique. The huge fist slammed heavily on the mountain gate. Boom! The wooden gate was smashed down with a loud bang, and a fat man appeared. Grandpa Akimichi from Konohagakure is here, let him go immediately. In the square in front of the village, the bandits and captured villagers looked towards the door in unison. Surprise, fear, and delight all converged at this moment, enough to smash the heavy door in one go. Shock was for sure. The ninja-sama of Konoha is here to save us. I don't know who shouted, and then the villagers went crazy and started singing like slaves. Fuck these sons of bitches. Go ahead, old and young gentlemen. Flax Falls. Boss, help me. We know we were wrong. The bandits were overwhelmed by the villagers without even having the courage to resist. There was nothing they could do as a big guy watched fiercely from the side. These guys were originally hooligans who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was okay when there was someone leading them, but now, the boss has been reduced to mud. It's very simple, hee, Fatty can do it alone. Yoshimaru put his hands on his hips, expressing satisfaction with his record of 0 bars 0 bars 0, but it was a pity that the goal did not count. He did not forget his mission and shouted, fellow villagers, take these bastards back to the village first. I'll go rescue the others. Thank you, Master Ninja. Long live Konoha. After hearing this, the villagers responded positively, found the key, untied the ropes for each other, and then escorted the bandits out of the village. Everyone in front of the village had left, but the expected attack did not come. What's going on? Did Jiraiya-sensei feel wrong? Yoshimaru thought about it and walked around the village in a swaggering manner, trying to get someone to attack him. There are 2 passages in the village leading to the interior of the mountain, a larger one outside and a smaller one inside the house. Then, vomit. In the room, amidst the broken flesh and bloody mud, he saw the legendary kidneys, intestines, and brains. The moment the rainbow erupted, it seemed as if the enemy also confirmed something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shurikens, senbons, and kunao shot out. Puff puff puff. The fat man turned into a sieve in seconds. Turns out you're just a rookie. A man jumped down from the beam, wearing a mist mask and speaking with disdain. Bang! The next second, the sieve turned into a pile. Substitution jutsu, shita. Few before he could finish being surprised, the throat of the mist ninja was pierced. Turns out he's just a newbie. A disdainful voice came from behind him, followed by a pair of Sharingan eyes flashing red. I wanted to say something else, but I couldn't open my mouth. Plop, plop. Then 2 more mist ninjas fell from the beams, and then a little yellow-haired boy jumped down, frowning and looking at the cave entrance behind the house. The smell of blood is even stronger inside. There must be enemies. Ugh. The fat man leaned against the door with a pale face. These guys are all perverts. Ugh. I just laid down at the door and vomited. I was so disgusted. Minato asked helplessly, Yoshimaru, are you okay? Didn't we have abdominal anatomy classes at school? Minato, don't worry about me, just take a break. Ugh. Shaking his head, Minato thought that he was probably useless for the time being and turned back to Kagamizuki. Seeing that he was staring at the brain flower on the ground and laughing, he couldn't help but nodded. Not bad, still smiling, Jinyu is still reliable. Hee. Sweet tofu and salty tofu. Hee. Then Jinyu's smile gradually became abnormal. Vomit. It's over, another one is wasted. Minato could only give instructions and then sneak in alone. The blood mud in the cave was already up to the ankles, so the unsealing ceremony went very smoothly. The more blood you use to unseal the evil blood, the stronger the effect. Crash clang. As the last chain broke, the sealing formation darkened. That's enough. Tell Chorus and Kushimaru to stop killing. Yagura called out to Murashide Shinpeki. Haha, there are not many left, why do you care about them? Wooly Jinpachi smiled indifferently. Go quickly. Yagura almost shouted. Tiskwulashenba curled his lips slightly under the scarf and turned to walk towards the mine tunnel. It's not that he was afraid of Yagura, he just wanted to go out and kill a few people. Under the flickering light of torches in the mine tunnel, it is a Shura land. No, help. Haha, let's accept Kurishai Kushimaru-sama's stitches, hiss. The wire twitched, invisible to the naked eye, and 7 or 8 people were gathered together, and then, puff sizzle crushed. Ha ha ha, so satisfying, ha. He suddenly became alert in the midst of his morbid laughter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, sure enough, several shurikens flew towards him in an instant. Humph, with a cold snort, Kurishan Kushimaru supported himself on the ground with his slender limbs, and suddenly exerted force and leaped away from his original position. Puff puff puff, the shurikens pierced into the bloody soil, and all of them missed. Before Kurishan Kushimaru even landed on the ground, his eyes quickly scanned several suspicious points. Was the team at the entrance eliminated? Tisk, rookie. Before he could see clearly, it happened just before landing. Swish, a yellow shadow flashed behind him, and its fierce blue eyes told how angry its owner was. So fast. Kurishan Kushimaru was slightly surprised. This is Minato. He predicted the opponent's landing position, grasped the kunao tightly and moved forward, waiting for the opponent to come over and die. Don't underestimate the blood mist village. Bite. The long knife needle pierced down into the ground, and the retreat of the chestnut hailball stopped. Grip the knife handle with one hand and use inertia to turn 180 degrees instantly, and 3,000 sticks popped out from between his other fingers. Xena. Shoot with anger. Jingle bells. Minato blocked all the kunao attacks and counterattacked with 3 shurikens in his left hand. You scum, it's a disgrace to me to be a ninja with you. The man followed with the shuriken, and his anger was at the maximum. The broken bodies on the ground ignited the anger of the good guy Minato. The barking of an incompetent dog. Kurishan Kushimaru replied lightly, then threw away his sword and flew away quickly, continuously throwing out the 1,000 swords in his hand in an attempt to force his opponent to stop. Ding ding ding, the thousands of kunao were constantly being shot down, and Minato was getting closer and closer. Minato, get out quickly, underground. Jingyu's warning suddenly came at this moment. The faintly visible thread at the end of the long needle weapon under the Sharingan connected to the ground, revealing the opponent's attack method. Minato frowned slightly, and without hesitation, he trusted his teammates to retreat at a high speed. Tisk, a sneer of contempt came from beneath Kurishan Kushimaru's mask, and he pulled back the silk thread with his hand. Longsword ninja technique, earth spider seam, clang clang clang. The long knife and sewing needle flew out of the ground, and then strips of silk formed a net and bounced up from the ground, ready to strangle Minato. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Stop it. Jinyu crouched and charged forward quickly, with the lightning in his hands like 1,000 birds singing, trying to attack way to save Zhao so that Kurishan Kushimaru could not take care of other things and lose his threat to Minato. It's too late, he's even faster than that little brat just now. The movement behind him made Kurishan Kushimaru's hair stand on end, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. He caught the long knife and sewed the needle, then swung it behind him and swept it horizontally. But there was no expected touch from the knife. Empty? When his eyes followed the body to the back, he saw 2 flashes of bloody red, and his long knife only cut off a little bit of the hair on the tip of the other person's braid. Sharingan, Uchiha. Oops. Illusion Sharingan plopped. Sure enough, the moment he saw those eyes, his mind suddenly trembled, and the illusion invaded and controlled him, making him unable to respond. Chidori with the blessing of Sharingan. Jingyu's face was cold, and the Chidori in his right hand was pointed at his heart. It's over. Kurishan Kushimaru's only remaining consciousness was despair. Suddenly, wow wow wow, a scroll with countless detonating talismans appeared, unfolded, and surrounded the 2 people. Jingyu's eyes opened wide. Fuck. Boom. Partial multiplication technique. Boom. The violent explosion shook the cave, and flames and smoke engulfed nearly half of the passage. Jingyu! Minato exclaimed. This result was hard for him to accept. No need to shout, that brat will die under the flying spray of the explosive sword, ha ha ha. Shinpei stood outside the smoke with the explosive sword in his hand, and the long blank scroll was being put into the blade. I originally came here to join in the fun, but I didn't expect to kill a Uchiha kid from Konoha. It feels extremely comfortable, but it's a pity about the Sharingan. I heard that the Bloodline hunting team has been trying for a long time but still hasn't caught one. It's so fucking useless, bah. Minato gritted his teeth and pointed at the explosion site. Your companions are there. Companion? Jinpei laughed as if he'd heard something funny. Ha ha ha, he's just a tool. Guys of that level can be replaced at any time. Scum! Minato shouted angrily. At this moment, he was extremely angry. They rushed towards each other with kunao in hand, short spears against huge blades, and a battle was about to break out. The Bakuto is huge in size. It is both a sword and a shield and can explode. Wooly Jinpachi obviously has rich combat experience and has the upper hand as soon as they fight. Fortunately, Minato has excellent fighting talent, and his reaction and speed can surpass his opponent. Although this is his first battle in his life, he appears to be very calm and composed. A veteran on the battlefield and a rookie in the workplace dragged the battle into a stalemate at this moment. In the midst of the fierce battle, suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Aoba mountain seemed to begin shaking. Clang! The two men fighting exchanged blows and stood at opposite ends. Minato glanced at the cave, feeling confused and uncertain. What's going on? Is there anyone else inside? Murray Jinpachi immediately explained to him, ha, it seems that Yagura succeeded. What's in the mountains? Minato asked. But the other party obviously wouldn't answer him. Ask the dead. Murray Jinpachi roared and rushed forward with his explosive sword. Minato popped out the kunao in both hands and crossed them to block. Clang! Sparks sputtered. The powerful sword pressed down, and Minato struggled to hold on. Wu Lijianba showed a ferocious smile, hee. While the explosive talisman on the explosive knife is refreshed. Minato looked terrified. Xena! Boom! The yellow-haired boy was blown away by the explosion. Bang! Fell heavily to the ground. Ah. Murray Shinpeki looked at the motionless body of the boy, his smile appearing crazy and cruel. Bang! The next second the body turned into white smoke. Shadow clone. In shock, there was a sound of breaking wind from behind. When? I felt like I was about to be killed, but the distance was too close, and turning around to defend myself was definitely not going to work because of the explosive knife size. So Wulai Jinpachi decisively let go of the knife, popped out a kunao from his hand, and turned around. Bite! The two pairs of eyes stared at each other, each wanting to glare at the other to death. Suddenly, a slender figure was reflected in Murray Jinpachi's pupils, with a look of joy on his face. This loser is not dead, what a pleasant surprise. Minato also saw the figure reflected in his eyes. Not good. If you pull your hand away, you must evacuate. Bang! But in the next moment, he was grabbed by the other party's big hand. Murray Jinpachi smiled cruelly, haha, you still want to leave, you're dead, little brat, Kurishan Kushimaru, kill him. The slender figure behind Minato was none other than Kurisan Kushimaru, who was holding a long knife and sewing needle. Next second. The long knife's needle-like blade pierced through the two men's bodies. Wuli Shenba's expression changed from joy to surprise, and from surprise to suspicion. Blood gushed out of his mouth, staining his face scarf red. He looked at Kurisan Kushimaru behind Minato and asked, why? Because you have no companions. It was Minato who answered him. Minato's gaze shifted from the long needle piercing his armpit to the Kurishai Kushimaru behind him and asked, right, Jingyu? He and Jingyu have a very high level of tacit understanding, and he guessed the visitor's true identity the moment he appeared. The panic before was all acted that he deliberately slowed down his escape and let the other party hold his hand just to make the other party stay on their own initiative. What a scheming boy. Bang! Kurishan Kushimaru instantly transformed into Uchiha Kagamizuki. He. Amid the boys' laughter, Murray Shinpeki gradually lost his vitality. Plop! When he fell to the ground, he was already a corpse, his lifeless eyes open but unable to close. Is Yoshimaru okay? Minato asked. Jingyu and Yoshimaru would definitely come together. After fighting for so long and Yoshimaru still hadn't come out, he had basically guessed what was going to happen. Yoshimaru saved Jingyu and was injured himself. Jingyu threw away the long knife and needle in her hand like throwing away garbage, pretending to be sad and said, his hands were injured in the explosion, and I had to feed him for a month. The explosion happened suddenly. He was holding Chidori in his right hand. He had no time to cancel the ninjutsu and make hand seals, so he had no time to use the substitution technique. Fortunately, Yoshimaru appeared in time at the critical moment, protected him in his hands with both hands and pulled him out of the explosion, but Yoshimaru's hands were also seriously injured. Fortunately, he knew some medical skills and had stabilized his injuries, so his hands were saved. I have to say, it was really dangerous. Jingyu is still scared. He swore that he would practice one-handed seals when he got back, so that he could at least complete the substitution technique with one hand. It was obviously a very sad thing, but for some reason, Minato wanted to laugh when he thought of the scene of Jingyu feeding Yoshimaru. He suppressed his laughter and turned his gaze towards the depths of the mine. There should be someone else inside. Let's set up some traps before going in. Jingyu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the cave entrance, and his Sharingan opened. Don't bother, the person is out. The light from the torch was reflected, and a young man with green hair and pink-purple eyes walked out slowly, holding a half-human high-round mirror in his arms. The two men drew their kunao and prepared to fight. Jingyu felt vaguely that this person looked familiar. He must have seen him in an anime in his previous life. He was a well-known character. I just can't think of it for a moment in Naruto. Is there anyone who uses a mirror to fight? And it's a naked mirror without even a little decoration. It feels so low. Yagura's eyes swept across the mine tunnel, his gaze moving from the blood and flesh on the ground to Murray Jinpachi, then to the two ninja swords, and finally to Minato and Kagamizuki. There was confusion in his eyes. Konoha Genin? How could Murray Shinpeki and Kurishan Kushimaru, who could inherit the ninja sword, be defeated by two Konoha Genin? This was incomprehensible to him, and he could only sigh that Konoha village indeed had a profound heritage. Holding a half-length mirror in his hand, he faced the two of them, bowed slightly like a gentleman, and said, "My name is Yagura Kurujutsu. Although I don't like these two guys, as fellow villagers." Yagura's eyes flashed fiercely. I need you to stay. Chakra instantly flowed into the round mirror in his hand. This was the artifact he had just obtained, the 8-foot mirror. 8-foot mirror image ripples appeared on the mirror surface, and two figures flew out of the mirror and stood quietly in the middle of the scene. Jinyu and Minato were surprised to see themselves appearing on the opposite side. This is the power of the sacred artifact Yata Mirror. It can project a person with exactly the same abilities from any character. Exactly the same, Yagura explained while emphasizing. However, at this moment his hands were trembling slightly. The chakra consumed by this move was far beyond his imagination, and he almost couldn't stand what. Jinyu was stunned. 8-foot mirror? Isn't that the spiritual weapon on Uchiha Itachi Susanoo? How can there be a real object? Did I remember it wrong? Is this low-quality mirror really the Yata mirror? While he was stunned, Minato prepared to launch the first attack. It's impossible to be a perfect copy. Let me test it. Jinyu, you use your Sharingan to observe. He crouched down, holding the kunao tightly, trying to buy a chance for Jinyu. The result is the next second. Minato and Kagami on the opposite side raised their left hands at the same time, and balls and lightning appeared at the same time. Buzz. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Take kidney and liver, Sharingan Kijiri. Seeing the raised Nan and Chidori on the opposite side, there was no need to question the strength of the clone anymore. Minato, have you learned the raised Nan? Jinyu asked curiously. It's only been a few days, and this talent is a bit abnormal. Minato shook his head awkwardly. No, I've only just completed the first stage. He was a bit depressed now. How could his clone know how to do it when his original body hadn't learned it yet? It was completely illogical. Seeing this, Jinyu frowned and shouted at Yagura, "Hey, green hair." Yagura looked over with a hint of anger in his eyes. This guy was so rude. Didn't we agree that it would be exactly the same? Why can he do it but my companion can't? Jinyu asked. Faced with the question, Yagura thought about it seriously, but still didn't quite understand. But he couldn't show it, so he raised his head arrogantly. This is a divine weapon. Give a very reasonable explanation. From this performance, Jinyu knew that this guy himself didn't know what was going on. Thinking about the commotion in the mountains just now, this mirror was probably just obtained by the other party. He rolled his eyes and decided to delay and wait for Jiraiya. Great, so you're a thief who came to the land of fire to steal things. Being called a thief, Yagura, who has some moral integrity, felt his ears slightly hot, but he managed to remain calm. This is an ancient relic. What does it have to do with the Fire Nation? Nonsense, this is ours. I have an identical one. Jinyu stretched out one hand, and an identical half-round mirror appeared in his hand. See, this is the Nanita mirror, the older brother of the Yata mirror. Yagura looked at the Yata mirror in his hand, then looked at the one opposite him, his head a little confused. What's going on? Are there two 8-foot mirrors? He didn't believe this nonsense about the Nanita Kagami. Minato on the side bit his lower lip to hold back his laughter and silently recovered his chakra. He knew that Ginyu was just stalling for time. Consume the duration of the opponent's ninjutsu and gain time to recover their chakra. Yagura was confused, but Jinyu continued to talk back. You stole things but refused to admit it, massacred civilians, and lied to people. Is this the quality of you from the Hidden Mist village? Yagura looked at the body parts scattered all over the ground and was speechless. The result is anger out of shame. Knowing that there was no point in saying more, he waved his hand. Kill them. Minato and Kagami received the order and charged towards their respective bodies with ninjutsu in hand. Oops, I couldn't control my aggro while using my mouth, and I pulled too hard and got my anus prolapsed. Fuck, you still want to kill me to silence me? I curse you to never reach 145 centimeters tall. Jinyu yelled, threw the mirror away and turned around to run away. Bang! While the broken mirror was shattered by the replica with just one hit, without even a second of delay. Yagura's mouth twitched when he saw this. It turned out to be a fake. Jinyu could only speed up and continue running. Cursing in my heart, damn it, it's the same mirror, why is mine so rubbish? His current body can only use Chidori once in a short period of time, so it is impossible for him to confront the clone head-on. He could only run and look for opportunities, and at the same time observe Minato, who was already facing the clone. The two of them were seen fighting back and forth with their bodies intertwined. If it weren't for the clone's ability to use the Rasengan, it would be impossible to tell which one was the real Minato just by looking at the Sharingan. It's not easy. Jinyu frowned. The copy of himself behind him was blessed with Chidori's lightning release and was much faster than himself, and had already caught up. And the future fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karuta, was holding the Yata mirror and preparing to escape. Tisuke curled his lips and quickly formed seals with his hands. Weihaijo Shuyin substitute technique, chirp, chirp, chirp. Poof! The moment the seal was completed, his chest was pierced by lightning. Bang! The clone tilted its head and looked at the wooden stake hanging on its hand, with an expression like a mentally retarded person. Master Jiraiya, if you don't come out soon, the artifact will be lost. You will lose your precious apprentice too. Jinyu appeared not far away and shouted to the outside. This was the best solution he could think of at the moment. He could have hidden himself but had to show himself. otherwise Minato would likely be facing two people at once. The replica looked at him, as if it had found the meaning of life again, and its eyes regained their spirit. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Electric light reappears. Damn, you're cheating, why can you use it twice? Jinyu cursed and continued running. Yagura felt his legs go weak at this moment. Just as Fu Jinyu's clone used Chidori for the second time, his chakra was reduced again. No, I need to leave as soon as possible or I will definitely be beaten to death. He now deeply regrets misusing the Yata mirror. Damn it, why did this guy let me down again? Jinyu expressed her disappointment with the teacher and strongly demanded a refund. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lightning is already behind him. The opponent can use Chidori twice, and maybe even a third or fourth time. Running away will only be a waste of energy. He glanced at Minato, who was fighting hard, with a determined look in his eyes. Let's fight. If the clone can be used twice, there is no reason why the original body cannot be used. Zhou Mao Shen's desperate roar, Kijiri. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As if in response to his call, the Chidori, which could only be used once, chirped again. Ha, moves are definitely more powerful when shouted. His eyes fixed, and he turned around to face the clone. Xena. Chirp, 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 chirp. When their eyes met, murderous intent burst out, and two flashes of lightning and thousands of birds chirped together. But the moment the two came into contact, click, a shattered mirror appeared at the fingertips of the two people, and then ripples spread. Then, swish, the two people passed through his body. Jinyu was surprised to find that he had penetrated the body of the clone. He stopped his charge and turned around suddenly. The clone was still there, and it turned around imitating his movements. What's going on? What's going on? The replica seemed to be learning what he said. Talk. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Kick your legs. Kick your legs. Why does it feel like I'm looking in a mirror? Damn, mirror. This reminded him of 8 years ago, when there was still mobile Wi-Fi. I wanted to delve deeper into it, but out of the corner of my eye I noticed Yagura running towards the exit. Never mind, just don't hit me. He charged forward with the Chidori that had not been eliminated, and the clone also charged forward. Chirp, 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 chirp. At this point, Yagura could only hear the noise getting closer. He turned around in confusion and saw two identical people rushing towards him aggressively. What? People were stunned on the spot. If there is no problem with my eyes, then there is something wrong with the technique. This thing also has rebellion? That's too unreliable. He ran as fast as he could and rushed out of the village. But how could he escape when his chakra hadn't recovered yet? I can't die. He raised the Yata mirror in his hand high to defend against Jinyu's attack. After all, the Yata mirror is a legendary defensive artifact. But, chirp, 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 snap, a crisp sound. As Yagura was stunned, a blue electric light shone from the back of the mirror. The mirror.is cracked. It must be fake, right? Yagura really wanted to cry at this moment. Fake goods are harmful to people. Is it fake? The same questioning voice was heard from the other side of the mirror. Jinyu was very skeptical whether this thing was the real Yata mirror. Click, click, click. Seeing the cracks starting to become more numerous, Yagura instinctively protected his face with his hands. Bang! Sure enough, the next moment the Yata mirror exploded. The powerful shockwave shattered the replica, knocking both of them unconscious and blowing them back 66.66 meters each. Plop, Yagura falls into the river. Bang! Jinyu crashed into a tree. Immediately afterwards, the foam and fragments of the 8-foot mirror swirled and danced for a moment, then plunged into Jinyu's eyebrows. Not long after, 3 irregular purple shapes of varying lengths, like fragments, appeared between his eyebrows, but disappeared in just a moment. Inside the mine. Bang, bang, bang. Minato and his clone are fighting fiercely. He was breathing heavily, feeling that his strength was already stretched to its limit. On the other hand, the replica still had an expressionless look on its face, and it was impossible to tell what it was like. The same strength, the same physical skills, the same fighting style, and even the ability to complete unfinished ninjutsu. How can such a perfect ninjutsu exist? I glanced at the entrance and exit out of the corner of my eye. There was no movement after Jinyu went out, and I didn't know what happened to her. You must defeat yourself. His eyes were sharp at this moment. Bang! A faint explosion sounded from outside into the mine tunnel. Kagamizuki. Minato was worried. Snap! At this time, a strange sound came from the clone opposite. Looking closely, I saw that the replica was covered with cracks all over its body. Then, bang! It exploded into countless tiny flashes and dissipated into the air. Minato's face lit up with delight. Jinyu succeeded. 20 minutes later, when Jiraiya came back carrying the body of a mist ninja, Minato had already rescued the remaining villagers who were not dead and was taking care of Yoshimaru and Kagamizuki. They were lying down one on top of the other. The one lying down was vomiting and crying, while the one lying down was sleeping soundly. Jiraiya checked the scene and asked Minato for some information. After learning that the last Miss Ninja was missing and the artifact was lost, his expression became a little solemn. Minato, get ready. We need to hurry back to the village and send word back that Kirigakure has infiltrated. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei. After sealing the corpse and the ninja sword, the two men each carried one on their backs and quickly left. At the same time, in a river section 1 mile away from the village, Yagura emerged from the water, climbed onto a rock in the river, and vomited continuously. After a while, spread out your palm, and a piece of mirror fragment in the palm reflects the sun's light. What does it feel like to be surrounded by countless mirrors? Jingyu will tell you. Ha ha ha, they're all handsome at first glance, but as I was laughing, the laughter turned into tears. Weevyuwu, where the hell is this place? Let me out. He didn't know how long he had been here, he only knew it must have been a long time. I was so bored that I kept looking at my beautiful face in the mirror and talking to myself. Ah, I'm going crazy. Scratching his hair madly. Someone please save me, I can marry you, regardless of gender. Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack appeared on all the mirrors. Jingyu had a vague bad feeling. Bang! Then all the mirrors exploded, transforming into countless streams of light that flew upwards and converged in the air. Soon a round mirror like a full moon hung in the sky. Then, a bright red and a disgusting face appeared in the mirror. Fuck, are you kidding me? In Konoha Hospital, the warm midday sun shines into the white ward. All members of Team 7 except Jiraiya are there. This is the 7th day of the bandit mission. After obtaining information from the corpse of the Miss Ninja, Jiraiya led a team of Jonin to hunt down other Miss Ninja in the territory. One of the two disciples was injured and the other was unconscious. They were laughing happily, but the knives in their hands were ruthless. As a result, Minato was left behind to take care of his two teammates. Apple, ah. Yoshimaru opened his mouth wide, raised his bandaged hands and opened his mouth wide to command Minato to feed him. Carrying the explosive talisman in both hands, Yoshimaru lost his main function and successfully lived a life of ease and comfort. Okay, right away. The honest man Xiao Yang put down the book in his hand, picked up the knife and started to peel the apple. Wait. Yoshimaru suddenly stopped. Minato was puzzled. Sniff the nose on his fat face was twitching, and Yoshimaru's eyes were narrowed into slits with a serious expression, which made Minato a little nervous. Could it be that an enemy has sneaked in? Barbecue, 5 meters to go, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Squeak. Following a ferocious roar, the door of the ward opened. Underscore. At this moment, Minato just wanted to borrow Jingyu's words. That's awesome. Two beautiful girls, one in black and one in red, entered carrying large and small bags. Good afternoon, look what we brought. Jinghua held up the paper bag. Minato, Yoshimaru, I'm here to see you again. Kushina greeted the two of them with a smile, and her eyes inadvertently swept across another hospital bed. Yoshimaru drooled and shouted, Barbecue, Sister Jinghua, you are my goddess. Hee hee, you little fat boy, Barbecue is your goddess. Jinghua smiled like a blooming flower. After knowing that Yoshimaru was injured while saving his brother, she was not stingy with the fat man at all and provided him with unlimited barbecue every day. All of them. Ha ha ha. The four of them began to enjoy their lunchtime with laughter and joy. After taking a few bites, Kushina asked the two of them boastfully, how's your Raise-Non training going? Give up, Yoshimaru said briefly, indicating that he didn't want to talk about anything unappetizing during mealtime. The third stage. Minato glanced at Hua secretly and felt that he had let her down. Jinghua ate the meatballs with a surprised expression, then praised, Minato is amazing, it took Ginyu a month to reach the third stage. Minato lowered his head, not daring to look directly into those pure big eyes. He whispered, no, Ginyu is better than me. Tisk, 1 month, you annoying bastard is just an idiot. Minato, look at me. Kushina stood up and formed a cross seal with her hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang. As soon as the two shadow clones appeared, they excitedly started rolling balls with the original body, and they became more and more excited as they rolled. 3 seconds later, take the kidney and liver. A ball appeared along with the cry of little red hair. Look at me now, how awesome I am, ha ha ha. Kushina raised her hands high, showing off her meatballs. Awesome. Minato admired sincerely, he felt that Kushina was very amazing. The fat man put his two bandaged hands on his shoulders. Don't worry about whether she's powerful or not. It must be that the sissy gave her some trouble. Minato, take me to the bathroom quickly, or I'll be in trouble. His stomach was churning, and if his sphincter wasn't completely toned and free of excess fat, he wouldn't have been able to control it. Kushina pouted and released the Raise-Non, glaring at the fat man who was being helped out by Minato. That's disgusting. We're all eating. It's a rare opportunity to show off. Fat people are annoying, just as annoying people. He Jinghua was amused by the little red-haired boy's pouting face. Reaching out, he pinched the bulge of flesh and gently pulled at it. Kushina, you're so cute. Carrot, sister, you're so annoying. Chuckle. A nurse entered the ward while playing. Excuse me, is the family of Uchiha Jingyu in bed 065 here? I'm here. Jinghua turned around. Nurse, if the patient still needs the special nutritional meals for the next 2 days, please sign for them. Thank you. I'll be right there. Jinghua followed the nurse out, leaving only Little Red Hair and Sleeping Beauty in the ward. Omega, hey. Yeah, there was a light flashing in Kushina's eyes, the light of revenge. Swish, he instantly came to Jingyu's bed and looked at that pretty and lovely little face. You're still pretty good when you're asleep. Come and let your sister take good care of you. Wahahaha. As he said this, he pinched Jingyu's cheeks and started to do it. Stretch, roll into a ball, flatten, and deform. I'll let you bully me, I'll let you call me an idiot, I'll let you give me nicknames. Finally, she pinched his nose and said viciously, don't go against me in the future, okay? He pulled her ears again and said, did you hear that? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. After being tormented, he clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm finally feeling comfortable. He, there's interest down there. Grab with your little hands and continue to torture. While no one is around, enjoy yourself for a while. But Jingyu, who was trapped in the spiritual space, was furious. Through the round mirror in the air, he saw the little red-haired boy doing whatever he wanted to him, and even heard every word he said clearly. Damn Uzumaki Kushina, when I get out, I'm going to smash your ass. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his anger had reached its peak. Snap, what's that sound? Jingyu looked up in confusion at the sound. Oh my god. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the space above his head, and the edge of the crack was like a broken mirror. Then, click, 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 snap, the cracks became more and more numerous and soon covered the entire space. Just listen. Bang! The entire space exploded into powder, and then merged into the round mirror like a sandstorm. Jingyu almost double-clicked to like and collect this special effect, and he said he would give it full marks. Crack. Bang. Whoosh, then the round mirror cracked and exploded, and then quickly reassembled into one strange mirror after another, quickly filling the space. Until the 3 largest mirrors fell. A piece of information entered my mind at this moment. Hall of mirrors at the same time. In reality, Jingyu's eyes on the hospital bed suddenly opened, shining with dazzling light. What are you talking about? Bang! Kushina, who was playing the face-pinching game, only had time to ask a question before she lost consciousness and her face fell heavily on Jingyu's face. The lips of the two were broken as a result, and the blood mixed with a stream of red chakra and was sent into Jingyu's body. Kushina was trying to pinch Jingyu's face into a triangle the previous second, and the next second she appeared in front of a huge mirror. But what was reflected in the mirror was not her, but nine-tailed demon fox. Kushina exclaimed. Then she noticed that the fox in the mirror also opened its mouth. She raised her hand, and the fox in the mirror raised its corresponding paw. Lift your legs and hind paws. Kushina's expression immediately collapsed. I turned into a fox demon, didn't I? The next second, a terrifying scream reached the sky. Aha! Anyone who finds themselves suddenly transformed into a non-human species would be unbearable. Hey, little kid, you're so noisy. The nine-tailed fox in the mirror suddenly spoke. Kushina screamed and braked, her eyes turning mechanically, locking onto the fox in the mirror. You. I was at a loss for words. Kuwabai looked around and asked, where is this place, kid? It doesn't seem to be your sealed space. It was just having a magma spa on the magma ball and inexplicably changed rooms. Then he bared his sharp teeth. Who is stealing my power? Come out. Raging chakra surged from the nine tails, almost overflowing from the mirror. Next second. Snap, the mirror in front of Kushina cracked. The man and the fox were slightly stunned. Bang! The mirror shattered, and darkness fell again. Sister, you saw it all. She slept in my bed and broke my mouth. She just wanted to molest me. Don't talk nonsense, little bastard. Kushina fell asleep because she was too tired from training. Woo, sister, you have changed. Eat your barbecue. I need to help Minato with his training. Take care of Yoshimaru and Kushina this afternoon. I don't want it. Is your butt itchy? Oh, in a daze, Kushina seemed to hear the voices of her sister and the annoying guy. I tried hard to open my eyes but was unable to do so. I felt as if my body was hollowed out and powerless. I fell asleep again in a daze. Compared to Kushina's weakness, Jingyu was full of energy. It felt like the strength in her body was about to overflow, just like a woman who had just been moistened by her boyfriend. When his own mirror in the spiritual space absorbed the so-called 8-foot mirror, his eyes went dark and he successfully left the spiritual space in a short while. Then he realized that he had let Kushina take advantage of him again. The girl pressed her entire face against his, not only smearing oil all over his mouth and face, but also breaking his lips. But this guy is really a fool that he can even fall asleep while bullying others. Forget it, let's not bother with fools. At this time, he held 3 skewers of barbecue in each hand. He put his left hand near the fat man's mouth and ate it with his right hand. The two of them enjoyed the meal very much. At Minato's request, Kyoka and his younger brother went to practice, leaving him behind to fend for himself. Fatty, do you feel that this barbecue restaurant has added banned drugs to the meat? After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Jinyu felt a little hot. Yoshimaru picked off a whole string of them on the spot and savored them carefully. After a moment, he said affirmatively, no, the taste is still as pure as ever. Really? Jinyu frowned and took off a bunch of them. The body gets hotter. No, I have to go see a doctor. He got up in a hurry because he valued his life, and decided to get a full body checkup. He couldn't die without a girlfriend. Wait a minute, Yoshimaru called him. What's wrong? The fat man pointed at the food on the table with his bandaged hand. I haven't finished eating yet. I really want to beat him up. I'm sick and you're still thinking about eating? Break up. During this pause, I suddenly felt a burning sensation all over my body, which gathered in my chest and then began to move upwards. Esophagus, throat, and mouth. Jinyu tilted her head back and opened her mouth wide, feeling like something was about to come out, and she felt unwell all over. Hey, don't spit here, sissy, I'm still eating. The fat man covered his mouth and nose with his plaster hands and closed one eye so as not to affect his appetite. Opening one eye would only affect his appetite by half at most. Jinyu was no longer able to take care of the fat man, as something was coming out. Vomit. After a burst of dry heaving, a white object slowly squeezed out of the mouth. Smooth surface and round shape. I'm boiling. The fat man's eyes almost popped out. Eggs, sissy, you're laying eggs. Plate #God laid eggs. Jinyu really wanted to beat him to death, but his mouth felt so uncomfortable, it must have been a level 13 pain. Vomit. Sizzle. Then a whole white egg really slid out of his mouth slowly. Plop. Jinyu sat down on the ground, feeling completely exhausted. With an egg as big as his head coming out of his mouth, he even suspected that he was Orochimaru's biological son. Awesome. The fat man jumped out of bed and came over to observe closely, exclaiming in amazement, how did you do that? Laying eggs, Uchiha also have this ability, is it a bloodline limit? Faced with these continuous questions, Jinyu cried. He rubbed his mask of pain and cursed, get lost, go lay your eggs, these are stones, stomach stones, there must be something wrong with the barbecue at that restaurant. Anyway, I can't admit that I laid eggs, I would rather admit that I'm sick than admit that I laid eggs. The fat man squatted beside the egg, pointed at the egg and said, your stomach stones seem to have cracked. Jinyu moved closer and saw that there was indeed a crack on the egg. Then, click, click, pop, the eggshell cracked, and a cute little white fox appeared. With his eyes closed, he put his head against the eggshell, shook it twice, and then began to gnaw on the eggshell. As the eggshell disappeared, the little thing gradually grew larger until it was about 30 centimeters long. It is pure white all over, with 9 fluffy tails. After eating the eggshell, it opens its eyes, revealing big ruby-like eyes. The little head tilted, start looking at Jinyu. A fox with 9 tails, so cute. The fat man's eyes flashed with fatherly love. Jinyu frowned and glanced at Kushina on the bed. Did this guy do something to himself? She is the only one in the ninja world who possesses the 9-tailed fox now, that she doesn't even believe that it has nothing to do with her. Things that go beyond common sense are troublesome. Jinyu was a little annoyed. Dad, a soft and tender girl's voice appeared in the room. Jinyu and Jivan stared at the little fox at the same time, trying to determine the source of the sound. The little fox turned towards the mirror moon and opened its mouth again. Dad, I'm Chow, I can talk, the fat man exclaimed. Boom, Jinyu fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Destroy it, I'm tired. There must be something wrong with this body. The little fox had no intention of letting him go. It jumped on him, stuck out its tongue, and bit his face, biting the mirror moon on the tip of its tongue. He licked her so hard that his saliva flew everywhere, and then he helped Jinyu wash herself clean. Okay, shut up, stop licking, I surrender. Lying on the ground, Jinyu held up the little fox with both hands and looked into her eyes. Who are you? Why are you in my body? The little fox shook its 9 tails, and its ruby-red eyes were full of, I don't know, I don't understand, what are you talking about? Thousands of words are condensed into 2 words, Dad. Jinyu decided to use force, and his eyes flashed red. Illusion Sharinan Megatama appeared in the little fox's eyes and it fell into an illusion. Moment. Alas, he sighed and lifted the illusion that this little thing was just a blank slate at birth, with no information at all. Dad. Their eyes met, and facing this innocent gaze, Jinyu felt like crying but had no tears. I gave birth to a fox, a female, but I am a male. With a wave of his hand. Fatty, get my daughter some barbecue to calm her nerves. She needs something good to eat after she's just been born. The fat man held up 2 pieces of plaster. No hands. Alas, no one is worry-free. Mother. So kawaii. Kushina woke up in the evening, and then she held the little fox in her arms and never let go. Jinyu, who was playing paper, rock, and hammer with the fat man, was unhappy. How could a child recognize a thief as his mother? Don't shout, Daji. You are my daughter. He scolded harshly. He named the little fox Daji, Uchiha Daji. Fox, nine-tailed, white, female, what else can she be called if not Daji? Ugh, the little fox was scolded, tears flashing in his jewel-like eyes. This made Kushina angry, and her red hair flew up into the air. You annoying guy, try being mean to little Daji again. Tisk Jinyu curled her lips and turned away. It's not that she's a coward, but she can't argue with a crazy woman. Kushina's heart moved. Are you scolding me? She frowned, feeling that she seemed to have become extremely sensitive to Jinyu's chakra feedback. Jinyu felt guilty. You're crazy, I didn't say anything. Damn, this woman is a spirit. He quickly turned around under Kushina's suspicious gaze and continued playing paper, scissors, hammer and hammer with the fat man. It's so damn fun, I can win every time. Pi_pi but Yoshimaru cried and raised his bandaged hands. Brother, can you please be polite and stop playing? I'm disabled. No, Jinyu firmly objected, saying righteously, Fatty, you saved me, and I promise to accompany you well, and playing with you naturally includes that. You are clearly repaying kindness with evil. All I can do is give you a hammer that really is just a hammer. Fortunately, not long after, Kyoka and Minato, who brought dinner, rescued him from the dire straits. When Jinghua found out Jinyu gave birth to a fox, she had this expression. He fainted on the spot. The first thing he did after being woken up by Jinyu was to grab the little fox and study it thoroughly, then grab his brother and study him thoroughly, and then asked, how did you do that? Jinyu and the little fox who were held in their hands shrugged at the same time, with an expression that said I want to know too. No, I need to check it out. Jinghua took the man and the fox to see a doctor for a checkup. During the examination, she only said it was a spirit beast, and did not tell others that it was a father and daughter. She also took the blood of a man and a fox, disguised herself with transformation skills, and secretly did a paternity test. The examination results showed that the human was normal and the fox was normal. They are all flesh and blood, can eat, drink, jump and dance. Except that Jinyu's chakra is a little active and the fox has a few more tails. There is nothing unusual. The key point is they are his biological children, 99.9%, and he was numb at the time. Can you imagine that humans and foxes are related? Who is this vixen who is the child's mother? What has she done to her brother? Her younger brother was raped by a suspected non-human creature, and Jinghua didn't know how to explain it to her dead parents. After returning to the ward, he solemnly issued a gag order to Minato, Kushina and Yoshimaru, forbidding them to tell outsiders about the origin of the little fox. Although Jinghua issued a gag order, the news of the appearance of the white nine-tailed fox reached the two major intelligence chiefs of Konoha village just an hour later. Root base. By Danzo was holding a photo of a little fox in his hand, as well as a stack of more than a dozen test reports including blood tests, urine tests, intelligence tests, etc., in addition to paternity tests, with veins bulging slightly on his forehead. Yes, Lord Danzo, I suspect that this fox is the legendary nine-tailed demon fox. This is a root member lurking in the hospital. Well done. Danzo praised helplessly. The intelligence of this subordinate was worrying, so he couldn't attack him anymore. The inspection report is out, and you say it's a nine-tailed fox. Do you think he doesn't know where the nine-tailed fox is? Well, this fox has 9 tails. You are very capable. The fighting on the front lines is intense recently. Go and report. Thank you, Danzo-sama, for the promotion. While Danzo's men were happily heading to the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also looking through the same information. Hokich's office. 3rd generation, do we need to send someone to monitor it? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his subordinates and said with a smile, no, haha, it's a cute little creature but we don't have the manpower to look after small animals. After this, Jinyu's life entered a peaceful period. Every day he took care of the disabled person Akimichi Yoshimaru and studied his mirror release. He found that there were some changes in his mirror escape. First of all, there is a hall of mirrors in the body, whose function is unknown. Whenever a mirror is created in the outside world, a corresponding one will be generated inside. Then, he could only create ordinary mirrors before, but now he can create extraordinary mirrors. Although these unusual mirrors are still fragile and cannot be used as weapons, they have the ability to carry and conduct chakra, and can also store a small amount of chakra. In this way, he had the conditions to develop mirror escape. You must know that the ordinary mirror before had no chakra compatibility and could only be used as a flash bomb to dazzle other people's eyes when the weather was good. Because of the emergence of these abilities, he can now connect mirrors to each other and see the image on one side from the other. This is so much fun, especially after Jiraiya comes back, it becomes even more fun. On a sunny afternoon, in Konoha Hospital. Hey, a lewd laugh from a fat man. On the hospital bed, Yoshimaru was drooling while holding a mirror with his disabled hands. There seemed to be a passage leading to a hot spring in the mirror. Jinyu glanced at him with disdain. Fatty, can you restrain yourself for a moment? What's so good about a bunch of aunties? He was studying the lens of his glasses. The reflection of the mirror was too strong. When he looked at the person on the other side, the person on the other side might also see him. It was not suitable for disguise. If it is a transparent lens, it will be different. It can be made into glasses, just like in science fiction movies. The smart glasses are convenient and safe. He he he. The fat man obviously didn't hear him and was still drooling. I really don't understand how a guy who is only in his early 10s can have such a high level of vulgarity. Apart from the top 10 beauties in Kana, I don't even look at anyone else. Ignore the fat man who is out of use and continue studying your lenses. Not long after. He, the obscene laughter suddenly turned from 1 to 2. Looking back, I saw a master and a disciple sitting side by side on the bed, drooling. Jiraiya Sensen, when did you come back? Hey. All, Jiraiya Sensen. Jinyu raised his voice. Sigma. Jiraiya sat up in shock and looked around for the source of the sound, but when he saw his disciple's contemptuous face, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha, so Jinyu, you're here too, hello. That is to say, after the 8-foot mirror was shattered, it was consumed by your bloodline limit, and your mirror was upgraded as a result. In the ward, Jiraiya stared at the bouncing breasts in the mirror and said so. Yeah, that's it. Jinyu nodded, and stretched Chuck with 2 fingers to the mirror surface. Press 2 fingers and spread them apart to zoom in. How much you can zoom in depends on the amount of chakra you input and your control over it. The picture became more exciting as he operated. Phew, oh ho, exciting. Jiraiya was bleeding profusely but couldn't hide his enthusiasm. The fat man next to him was also very excited, but looking at the 2 plaster hands holding the mirror, it seemed a bit difficult to operate. Sissy, hurry up, zoom in, help me zoom in, request for help. As a result, Jiraiya snatched the mirror from him. Go, this is free ba. Is this something a little kid like you can watch? Push Yoshimaru aside, put the mirror into your pocket, and get mirror X1. He wiped the blood from his nose, and his expression became serious. Neither of you should tell anyone about the Yada mirror. Jinyu's mirror release is a bit special. If someone knows that the bloodline can also devour sacred artifacts, it may cause trouble. The 2 were stunned, then nodded seriously, both realizing how serious it was. In particular, Jinyu knew a lot about the dark history of Konoha village, and had no bottom line when conducting experiments. A few years later, the would-release experiment destroyed the Senju clan. Jiraiya saw that Jinyu seemed to be frightened and comforted him. Jinyu, don't be too nervous. It's still unclear whether what you absorbed was the 8-foot mirror. Legend has it that the Yada mirror was created based on the 5 elements ninjutsu. It's a non-physical spiritual weapon that can defend against all physical and ninjutsu attacks, but it doesn't look like it was shattered in this blow. Then he smiled and patted his disciple's shoulder. Haha, let's go call Minato and let me, as your teacher, teach you ninjutsu. Rightward arrow Jinyu and Fatty looked down on him. This guy finally remembered that he is still a teacher. Training ground number 11. Ding ding dang dang. Kyoka and Minato are doing sparring training. Come on, sister, judges soy sauce. Little red hair and little white fox watched the game as cheerleaders. Yes, sister, come on, repeat after me, come on, sister. Kushina corrected the little fox's pronunciation. The little fox blinked, merry oil every step of the way. So difficult. But Kushina thought about it. This little guy is not even a week old yet, and apart from his non-standard pronunciation, he has no problem communicating normally. He is already considered a child prodigy. For a fool like that, it must be a genetic mutation to produce such a genius. Mom, Dad is coming. The little fox suddenly shouted and was about to run out. She could feel her father approaching. Frustrated face, Kushina brought the little guy closer to her and said seriously, how many times have I told you not to call me mom, but to call me sister? Did you hear me? I don't know why, but this little guy has been calling her mom since the first time he saw her, and he can't change it. This matter is not a big deal, in fact it is a bit cute, but this little thing actually calls that annoying guy dad, which is unbearable. Don't I, Uzumaki Kushina, have any respect? This must be corrected. We must not let that bastard get the upper hand. G-Deo La, G. The little fox blinked his innocent big eyes, not understanding why his mother didn't let him call out even though it was her. To Kushina, this expression was super cute. Omega, so kawaii, so soft. Just put it on your face and rub it hard. M.Daji demon shit, turn over a new leaf. The little guy struggled hard and successfully broke free from the clutches of the devil, flying towards the entrance. Kushina chased after him unwillingly. Hey, don't run away, little Daji, let me hold you for a little while longer. Just for a little while. At this time, 3 figures talking and laughing appeared at the entrance. Dad, save Daji. The little fox's eyes lit up when he saw his relatives and he accelerated suddenly and jumped high. Stop right there. Kushina took action instantly, with only cute things in her eyes. Then Jinyu saw 2 assassins, one white and one red. Got ganked? Instinctively, he thrust his left hand forward to block the opponent's attack, then used his right foot as a fulcrum to spin 180 degrees and kick out with his left leg. Bang! Epsilon, hashtag, Ziobai and Xiaohong flew out together. Surprised face? Only after hammering him did he see clearly what the 2 objects were. After the game, it seemed like something was going to happen. Sure enough, the next second, Kushina flipped onto the ground with murderous aura rising from her body, and she swung her fist and bounced back. Uchiha Kagamizuki, yep, oh, #=0, 0, oh Jiraiya and Yoshimaru were stunned for a moment, then silently walked around the crime scene and went inside. The little fox felt that his father might not need him now, so he followed the two back to the training ground. 10 minutes later, the victorious Fang Xiaohangmao dragged a peaceful body towards the main force. Beside the pond and the training ground, Minato, who had written his name on the contract scroll, was making hand seals, surrounded by a crowd of people watching. Ha ha ha, this is the inheritance of Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 holy places. Come on, Minato. Jiraiya put his hands on his hips, feeling very proud at this moment. As the heir of the 3 holy places, it was very impressive to say that. Minato nodded seriously, determined not to let his teacher down. Okay, Jiraiya Sensen, psychic summoning jutsu, pressed down with both hands. Bang! A small red toad emerged from the smoke, followed by a cool voice, who summoned Toad Benimaru-sama. The onlookers said that the gap was extremely big. It's me. Minato raised his hands awkwardly, his eyes secretly looking at Jinghua. He noticed that she was covering her mouth and laughing, and his face immediately turned red. Toad Hungwan crossed his arms and said, Humph, you are just a brat. Hand over your offerings. If you can satisfy Master Hungwan, I can reluctantly accept you as my younger brother. Jiraiya, this thing is so small and arrogant, can I not sign it? Yoshimaru felt that this summoning technique was not very strong, and it was not worth it to write a bloodletter for it. Ugly. The little fox told the truth. Played Toad Hungwan glared at the two guys who were talking. How dare you look down on me? Oh, snow white fur, delicate nails, a cute little nose, smart little ears. It seemed as if it saw the love of its life. The saliva-filled dam kicked up its powerful hind legs and pounced on the little fox. Ha ha ha, Lord Benimaru is very satisfied with this tribute. Smiley face, beat Kai, you ugly guy. The little fox blocked its body with its 9 tails, but the little toad didn't mind being blocked at all and just held onto its tails and rubbed them hard. This time everyone was speechless. Minato said with a sad face, Jiraiya, can I still erase the name on this scroll? He didn't want the spiritualism anymore. If he took it out, it would be embarrassing at best, and others would think he was a pervert. Hee, not every toad is like this. Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment. When Kushina dragged the corpse over, she saw her baby being pushed by a toad. How could she bear it? Stinky toad, please let Daji go. He raised the corpse in his hand and was about to smash it over, and Jinyu suddenly woke up. Hey, Pepper, I'm going to die. Mayaboku Mountain, one of the 3 sacred places of inheritance, the kingdom of toads. At this time, in a temple deep in Mount Mayaboku, the great toad sage woke up from his dream, and confusion flashed in his dim pupils. Variables. It seems uncertain. For now, let's keep it as it is. He clenched his palms, and after a burst of white smoke, a scroll appeared in his hand. Training ground number 11. Beneath the little fox's expression of despair, there were 2 toads, one red and one green, frantically rubbing her tail, happily earning the title of Toad Goddess. Jingyu's hands were glowing green as he tried to reduce the swelling on his head. Sister, you should take care of your apprentice. She's getting more and more violent. If she keeps going like this, you're going to lose me as your brother. Jinghua rolled her eyes at him and said, who told you to start it first? I saw it all. Beating is love and scolding is care. Brother, you have to bear it for the sake of bringing your wife home. I smiled secretly in my heart. Kushina, who was standing by, didn't know that someone was targeting her. A red face of taking advantage of the situation appeared from behind Jinghua's mind. A little bit hateful. Jingyu was so angry that he was about to take action on the spot. It's your turn to be a sissy. Yoshimaru asked him to sign the contract, and he pretended to put the plaster back on his hand and continue to be his wounded soldier. Minato and he both signed, only to both end up touching a small toad, only for the 3rd member of the team to make a fool of themselves. Here it comes, he. Jinyu decided to let the little red-haired boy go and ran over happily. Signing the Mayaboku Mountain contract is the first step to learning immortal arts. This is a must for every time traveler. It seems that I also have the aura of a protagonist. Miyaize pricked her finger lightly with a kunao and was about to leave her name on the contract scroll. Bang! Then the scroll disappeared. Sen. He looked at his teacher Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya was also confused, but then he figured out the reason. The contract scroll came from Mayaboku Mountain and was recalled. The great toad sage gave the scroll to himself for safekeeping, and theoretically had handed over the inheritance channel of Mayaboku Mountain to himself, but now he suddenly recalled it. When combined with this coincidental scene, the answer becomes apparent. Jinyu is not recognized by Mayaboku Mountain, but Jinyu is still a child, and he is a very nice person. Could he be the son of prophecy that would bring destruction to the ninja world as predicted by the great toad sage? That's not right either. The child of prophecy has the dual possibility of bringing peace or destruction to the ninja world. There is no reason for the great toad sage to deny it now. Unable to figure it out, Jiraiya could only try to comfort her. Ha ha ha, there might be other people signing contracts. Jingyu, why don't we wait until next time? Let's go, the teacher invited you to a big dinner. Jinghua and Kushina are also going, and he hasn't thanked you for helping these three little guys yet. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed and invited everyone to have a big meal, but Minato and Yoshimaru did not move, obviously not agreeing with this reason. Kyoka also narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiraiya. She didn't care whether her brother learned summoning techniques or not, but she didn't want to be treated differently. Yoshimaru said weakly, Mori-sen, we can wait until the others have signed. Yeah. Minato nodded, he also wanted fairness. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. The scroll had been recalled and he couldn't get it now. You can't just tell the truth and say that Jinyu is not liked by Maya Bokuzen. That would hurt people's self-esteem. Seeing this, Jinyu sighed in his heart. Jiraiya's abnormality made him realize that he might not be destined to mount Mayaboku. After all, I am not the protagonist. If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. Who cares? Don't ask me to save the world in the future. Just lie down and don't worry about it. As a time traveler, he doesn't care much about life and death or strength. He learns ninjutsu just to show off, have fun, and fight. After all, as a human being, all he needs is to live happily and freely. So I helped Jiraiya to greet other people. What are you all standing there for? Let's go. Sen rarely treats us. Why would we need a toad when we have a nice meal? It's so ugly. It's embarrassing to show it to others. Come here, Daji, let's go order food first. Okay, Dad. The little fox accepted the call, shook off the two toads and jumped onto his father's shoulder. Don't call me Dad, I'm so young, I should call you brother. Elder brother. Good. One man and one fox took the lead and walked out, leaving a few people looking at each other in confusion. Wait a minute, you annoying guy, give me Daji. The nervous Kushina didn't notice the subtle atmosphere and happily ran to grab the little fox. Seeing that her brother didn't care, Jinghua didn't say much and followed him, thinking that she must get a powerful spirit beast for her brother in the future. Jiraiya sighed and decided to ask clearly the next time he was summoned to Mount Mayaboku. Ordinary days pass by one. After Jiraiya got the mirror, he started to get sick every now and then, and the training of the three of them was basically left to Kyoka. Jinyu, who didn't want to stay with Kushina, followed suit, and then Yoshimaru started to get injured every now and then, so he was responsible for taking care of the injured. Time passed and April came as the two of them wandered around aimlessly. Of course, the two will also carry out some necessary training programs. For example, now, Konoha Bookstore, corner. Hee, slurp beiji look, fatty, this is super exciting. Tisk, a sissy is a sissy. This one doesn't look very impressive. Look at this one of mine, it's huge. Humph, do you understand the golden ratio? The golden ratio of farts, no taste. The young man who loves learning curled up in a corner, broadening his horizons. Suddenly, a little white head popped out from the corner. Dad, fatty, the boss is here. Intelligence agent Uchiha Daji came to report. Well done, little Daji. I've told you several times, call me brother, don't call me dad. Where is he? The two of them quickly sorted out the books beside them, and Jinyu did not forget to make corrections and reminders. Daddy all day, is he still going to find a girlfriend? The little fox scratched his paws together and spoke reluctantly, got it bro, the boss is behind me. Nanny! Snap. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a wooden stick hitting the palm of my hand from the corner. Raise your head. The bookstore owner was looking at them with a ferocious expression, and it was obvious that he wanted to beat them up. BD, it's over. Ping pong pong. Don't you understand that children are not allowed in here? We know we were wrong. Tear off the fucking shirt. One fat and one thin were in front, and the bookstore owner was behind. During the chase, the three of them rushed into the bookstore and started today's running training. Why are they all gone? The little fox walked out of the bookstore and looked a little confused when he couldn't see Jinyu and Yoshimaru. Sniff, he shrugged his nose and then ran in one direction. Half an hour later. After an intense physical training, the two went into the meatball shop to reward themselves with afternoon tea. Aunt Yujian, 15 skewers of 3-color meatballs, plus 2 hot drinks. Hold on. Just after they finished ordering, a white figure rushed into the store, sat down at their table, and then shouted skillfully, Auntie, 5 more skewers and a hot drink, strawberry flavor. Haha, little Daji is cute again today. When the boss Yujong saw the little fox, he smiled happily as if he had met an old acquaintance. No, the little fox hesitated. Asterisk. Two murderous auras focused at this moment. Little Daji looked up blankly and blinked cutely. Dad brother, fatty, what's wrong with you? Jinyu narrowed his eyes and said seriously, what a lousy starling. Today's intelligence transmission has been delayed, so the mission has been deemed a failure. As a punishment, you won't get any meatballs. Tears welled up in the little fox's eyes. There was no drink, and I got spanked on the butt. It hurt like hell. The fat man added cruelly. How could a child who is not even a month old bear such bad news? Wow, Daji wants to eat meatballs, she wants to drink a drink, wow. Degree, the little guy burst into tears instantly, and sat down on the table in a humane way, with his 9 tails hanging down limply, and his 2 little front paws constantly wiping tears. The soft voice, cute appearance, and pitiful tears. The lethality of this scene is as high as that of the Golden Legend. Just as Jingyu and Fatty were hesitating whether to let her go, 3 people entered the meatball shop, 2 men and 1 woman, all exhausted. The girl was dressed in white, a white sweatshirt, a white pencil skirt, white bandages wrapped around her slender thighs, and a pair of white-framed sunglasses. One of the boys has a non-standard Uchiha skin, and the other has a standard Hyuga skin. Auntie Maru, 3 set meals, ha. The girl's eyes were fixed on Xiao Daji. Omega, kawaii ne. With a loud shout, he rushed over and hugged the little fox in his arms. Underscore? Little Daji, who was inexplicably hugged, was so confused that she even forgot to cry. Jingyu and Jivun were also stunned, and then immediately recognized the person. Chong's sister, Fiyuan, Xin, long time no see. The 3 of them were their classmates, Abarame Mushidama, Uchiha Hijin, and Hinata Arata from class 9. The 2 boys nodded and greeted each other in a cool manner and sat down at the same table. Kongaya squeezed next to Jingyu with the little fox in his arms. His expression became super serious and gloomy, and there were bugs flying around. Little mirror, please repeat what you just called me. Gurgle. Jingyu swallowed his saliva, his eyes were full of bugs, and he was very panicked. The Abarame clan looks so scary when they become gloomy. Chong's sister Chong. Suddenly the sun was shining brightly and the little bugs returned home. He. Kongaya pinched Jingyu's face and said with a smile, "You're still so cute, you haven't changed at all. He. How about being my boyfriend?" Jingyu started school early. He is about 2 years younger than the oldest student in the class, almost 3 years younger. He looks like his sister, is petite and cute, and is very popular with girls. The warm wind blew into the meatball shop in Kanaha village. Hi, meatball, M. The little fox squinted his eyes in enjoyment as he took a sip of hot drink and a mouthful of meatball. The little guy finally got to eat his favorite meatballs and strawberry hot drink because someone was treating him. Oh, Sister Chong, I feel so embarrassed. Daji, thank you quickly. Jingyu was a little shy. When someone treated her to a meal, she had to pretend to be nice. The little fox tried hard to swallow the food. Gilu, thank you, sister. He thanked him very politely, then took the string of meatballs in front of Kongyo. So cute. Kongyo's eyes lit up and he grabbed the tail and lashed it hard. Don't be polite to me, we have already completed 5 D rank missions and 2 C rank missions. Isn't that impressive? We have money, right? New, non-sourced. The girl did not forget to show off her achievements to the 2 of them. She had completed 7 missions in just 1 month, which was very impressive for a newcomer. The 2 teammates Fiyuan and Xin tilted their heads 45 degrees at the same time, and their faces almost showed "praise me quickly." Jingyu and the fat man silently took away the meatballs in their hands and looked at each other with eye contact. Fatty, do you want to show off? Jingyu, no, these meatballs are free. Fat man, that makes sense. Their previous mission was originally C, which was upgraded to be midway. After returning to the village and handing over the ninja swords and ninja corpses, they were finally judged to be A, and a high-level A at that. Having reached a consensus, the 2 put on unified expressions of admiration. Wow, you guys are so awesome, we've only just completed 1 task. The fat man's expression perfectly depicts the process from admiration to inferiority. This is amazing, we must celebrate. Let's go have barbecue together later, Fatty and I will treat. Jingyu's expression was exaggerated and her eyes were expectant, and her words were full of hints. This behavior of being ready to go further was silently praised by the fat man. Awesome, Lulu. The little fox imitated the fox and then buried his head in the cup to blow bubbles. The 3 people at the same table felt that gravity had lost its effect and their bodies had become lighter, with a sense of floating from deep within their souls. The cool Uchiha Fiyuan looked at Jingyu. He was disappointed with this fellow clan member who was 2 years younger than him. He looks weak and small, and his grades in school are mediocre. Although it has something to do with his young age has never been a problem for Uchiha, but now it seems kind of cute. Ahem, he coughed twice and acted like a senior. Jingyu, since you have become a ninja, don't waste your family's money, I will take care of the barbecue. Hinata Shin on the side glanced at his teammates and said unhappily, why did you come? Don't act like you did all the work by yourself. I'll pay you. Fei Yuen sneered, humph, how much effort do you think you put in? Shinbei glared, it seems you're not convinced. He. Rightward arrow sparks fly leftward arrow. Oh, it started again. Chongyu held his forehead with his hand, feeling a headache for these 2 teammates. Uchiha and Hinata, what were the higher UPS thinking to put these 2 together? She had a headache, but Jingyu and Jibun secretly clapped their hands under the table. Yes, have a big dinner for dinner. Ra. The little fox could feel Jingyu's joy and wanted a high five with them, but his head seemed to be stuck in the cup and he couldn't pull it out for a while. Kongyo saw the 2 of them lowering their heads and thought they were still feeling inferior, so he comforted them, "Don't worry, there will be a lot of missions coming soon, too many to complete." The two looked up, feeling that something big was about to happen. "Sister Chong, do you know any news?" Jingyu asked. Konggaya nodded and said, "When we returned to the village to hand in the mission, our teacher received the news. It seems that because a large number of enemy ninjas have sneaked into the country and attacked the major supply lines, the village is preparing to cancel large-scale convoy transportation and adopt a small team scattered delivery mode. The teacher said that the village has begun preparing to seal the scroll, and asked us to study the geography of the Fire Country map more recently. Transporting supplies is bound to be a long-term task, and it is unlikely that the main force on the battlefield will be mobilized to deliver them. It will most likely fall on us, the newly graduated new ninjas." Jingyu and Jivan looked at each other in surprise. This was big news. If this is true, they will be very busy in the future and will run their legs off. I have to go find Jiraiya to confirm, and also tell Minato to make preparations early. So the two of them finished the meatballs in their hands and stood up to say goodbye. "Sister Chong, let's go find the teacher to confirm. See you at the barbecue restaurant tonight." Bu Jingyu picked up Daji and pulled her head out of the cup, and did not forget to remind the other party to barbecue. "Well, see you tonight." Chongyu waved and watched the two men walk away, then continued to eat meatballs and watched his two teammates quarreling. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a card on the bench. "Ninja ID card, haha, this little mirror is really careless." He took it in his hand and looked through it with a smile. Uchiha Kagamizuki, age 8, no 006666 missions, D rank 0, C rank 0, B rank 0, A rank 1, S rank 0. Rubbed his eyes. A level first time what? He could no longer suppress his shock and cried out in surprise. Feiwan and Xin pressed the pause button and looked at Kongayo at the same time. What happened? Gurgled. Kongayo swallowed his saliva and held up Jingyu's ID card. "Jingyu has completed A rank missions. D, depend on. Really A grade. How could he possibly receive an A rank mission? Hateful. Thinking about how I was showing off D and C just now, I feel so ashamed and angry." They were about to break apart with shame, anger, and jealousy. Why jealous? 10 C grades are not as good as 1 A, not to mention that they don't have 10 grades yet. Who likes to do the task of weeding and plowing the land every day? We completed 7 tasks but didn't throw a single shuriken. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. "Let's kill them at night," Chongyu said fiercely. "It's necessary." Feiwan and Xin shared the same hatred for the enemy. It's so damn shameful to show superiority in front of people who have completed A-level tasks. These two bitches are so bad that they must be severely punished. Affected by quantum entanglement, the two people who were looking for Jiraiya sneezed at the same time. H-U, X2 scare, AA. Boom. The little fox who was dozing on Jingyu's head was startled and fell off his head, tears immediately filling his eyes. Turning his head and looking intently, Jingyu looked at Jivan with a serious face. "Fatty, did you pass on your cold to me?" Yoshimaru was caught off guard, then reacted and shouted angrily, "Get lost, we both sneezed." Jingyu picked up the little fox, wiped its nose with its tail and put it back on its head. "Don't get excited. It's bad for your health. It's because you made me angry." The fat man was speechless. "Stop messing around with this and think about where to find Jiraiya-sensei." Jingyu smiled slightly. "It's a small matter." Ta-ta-ta. With just a snap of fingers, a mirror appeared. "Rise." The lens flew up with a sound. Under the confused gazes of the fat man and the little fox, it hung above Konoha village, reflecting the appearance of the village. Then Jingyu clapped his hands. Bang! Mirror escape, the chosen handsome man technique, SS. Suddenly, a ray of light fell from the sky, attracting countless gazes. Found it. The chosen handsome man technique projects a beam of light towards the person whose chakra information is marked by the technique. The breeze takes a rest, and the warm sun gradually becomes brighter. There was not a breath of wind in the afternoon between spring and summer, making Konoha village a little stuffy. Under the tree by the river, a couple in love leaned against the tree, leaning their shoulders and heads against each other, sometimes laughing and sometimes pouting, as if they had endless love to express. This scene at this moment is like a picture scroll of youth, fully displaying sweet love. Far away, there is a pair of melancholy eyes secretly watching all this. The woman I love is in love, but her boyfriend is not me. Zilla has always been melancholy and heartbroken, like a young man who is always worried about gains and losses. After returning from the last mission, he discovered that Tsunade and Kato Dan were in love. What should I do if one is the woman I like and the other is my good friend? As a seasoned love wimp, he had no other options. I can only peek in secret every day and enjoy the dog food that is poured all the time, and I can't even muster the energy to do my favorite things. Melancholy, uncomfortable, humble, and sad. Just when his heart fell into the abyss. SS. God gave him a ray of light. Then, I wanted to glance at her furtively, pretending to admire a vase of flowers. I could only glance at her furtively, as if I were looking at a painting. Although I wanted to say something to her, there was someone beside her. The sad voice turned into a cheerful BGM, looping endlessly in my ears, and it was a duet. Rightward arrow underscore rightward arrow slanted death stare. Two people and one fox, the three little ones closed their eyes synchronously, put their hands on their chests, swayed their bodies and sang affectionately. Yoshimaru definitely couldn't come up with lyrics like this, so the only option was Uchiha, Jinyu, Omega, Sen Sen, Damai. The lovelorn young man chased his disciple away, while the couple under the tree looked into the distance in confusion. Is that Jiraiya and his disciples? They have such a good relationship. Kato Dan looked at those figures with some envy that he also wanted to accept disciples, but he didn't have the time. Tsunade covered her mouth and chuckled, the disciples taught by this guy are really something to look forward to, hehe. Training ground number 12. Papa Bang Bang. Haha, three figures were fighting each other, and Kyoka was training Minato and Kushina in a 1-on-2 situation. Jinghua looked at the sun, then looked at the two people who were sweating profusely, took 2 steps back and stopped. That's all for today's scrimmage training. Everyone who performed well, take a rest. Thank you, sister, for your hard work. Minato and Kushina thanked him. Afternoon tea is about to start. Kushina excitedly ran towards the picnic blanket under the tree. Refreshments after training are a must for the Jinghua class. After comparing Jiraiya and Kyoka, Minato felt that the gap between these teachers was too big. While enjoying the tea, Jinghua would also give them a brief analysis. Minato's reaction speed is very fast. Although his punches are light, he can send and receive them freely, which makes him suitable for short blade stabbing. Thank you, Sister Jinghua. Kushina, try to use your shadow clones as much as possible, and don't go if you can. Sister, you're so annoying. Kushina's fighting style is too reckless, which may be due to her personality. It will take a lot of time to change. Jinghua had seen a young man named Shenshu on the battlefield last year and killed him recklessly. Now, of course, she wants to remind him as much as possible. The sun is shining and there is shade under the trees. Biscuit. A little fox jumped out, pounced on the tablecloth, grabbed the biscuit and stuffed it into its mouth. Daji. Kushina's heart moved, and her eyes unconsciously looked towards the entrance. There was no one around, and her little mouth was slightly pouted. By the way, what is that annoying guy doing lately? Why doesn't he come to train with Minato? Jinghua picked up the little fox, stroked its fluffy tail, and asked, Xiao Daji, why are you here? Where are Jingyu and Jivun? Maybe because it was born to her younger brother, she liked this little fox very much. Daji took 2 big bites of biscuits and drank a cup of milk tea before she had time to speak. They are with a white-haired uncle and a big sister who can't see any clothes. Let me inform Brother Shuman to gather at South Bridge tomorrow morning. The air stagnated briefly. Dr underscore. Huh. The little fox was stunned when it stretched out its paw towards the biscuit, and looked at Jinghua and Kushina strangely. Why do I feel a little scared? That night, Jingyu received 2 beatings, the care of her sister and the friendship of her classmates, and the little fox received 1, the care of her loving father. That same evening, Jiraiya received a notice to be transferred back to the front line. In the Hokage conference room, Konoha's top leaders gathered together, and the combat commander Danzo was talking in front of the map. Many of Konoha's supply lines were destroyed by the sand and rock ninja attacks. In order to effectively block these 2 major ninja villages, we will withdraw some of the combat troops in the hidden rain village. What about the battlefield in the rain country? Someone raised an objection. Danzo looked half dead. That's exactly what I'm going to talk about later. The man remained silent, and Danzo returned the baton in his hand to the map. After that, Konoha will adopt a squad-based combat mode in the rain country. We will use a squad of elite jonin to establish a presence in the rain country, using guerrilla warfare, harassment, and assassinations to wear them down, and then, the meeting went on until late. Jiraiya realized that he had done nothing in the past month except appreciating art and feeling sad, and he immediately fell into self-blame. As expected, I can't be a good teacher if I am too casual. After the meeting, he went to see his teacher alone and asked for favoritism to take care of his 3 disciples for the first time. The next day, April 4th, it rained. The continuous drizzle had been going on since midnight. Jingyu and Daji sat side by side on the bed, rubbing their eyes. Haha, they yawned in sync, then got out of bed, washed, went downstairs, and sat down at the dining table listlessly. Good morning, sister. Good morning, sister. Jinghua brought 2 plates of breakfast unhappily, hands on her hips. It's still early, it's already 8 o'clock. I used to serve 1 but now I have to serve 2. What sin have I committed? He, sister is the best. Jingyu flattered shamelessly. Yeah, sister is the best. Daji likes sister the most. The little fox was even more than that. Jinghua was both angry and amused, and didn't know how to control her expression. Looking at the rain outside, it shows no sign of stopping. Please inform Kushina that we should take a day off because of the rain. Oh. Jingyu drank the purple rice porridge and summoned a mirror. Dodo tapped the mirror twice with your knuckles. Mirror escape, viewing flowers in the mirror, connect two mirrors so that both parties can see each other, with only the image but no sound. It is just the previous voyeurism with a different name. Ripples appeared on the mirror's surface like water, and then Jingya saw a little red-haired boy in pajamas brushing his teeth. The little red-haired boy also looked at him blankly, blinked, and raised his hand to punch him. Snap! The mirror cracked into a spider web. Tisk tisk tisk, how violent, I wish Minato happiness. Jingya silently picked up a pen and paper, wrote down what he wanted to say and asked Daji to hold it in front of the mirror. He pressed his 5 fingers on the mirror and pinched it. Mirror escape, broken mirror reunited. Click. The mirrors on both sides returned to their original state. In order to facilitate communication, her elder sister asked him to make a few mirrors for Kushinat. She didn't expect that this silly girl would install one in the bathroom. Moment. A little bit, he made a face, not giving the little fox and the little red-haired boy time to interact, and decisively cut off the connection in Kushina's frustration. Dad, I haven't finished talking to Mom yet. Daji was very angry. Mom and Dad, you're a piece of shit. Jingya pressed her down on the table and rubbed her. Boom! My sister's head exploded immediately. Ouch! He held his head with an innocent look on his face. Jinghua glared at him. Don't bully little Daji. Sad. Jingyu put on her raincoat and went out without even taking her daughter with her. There was a sense of tension in Konoha village under the drizzle. Jingyu was walking on the street wearing a raincoat. Groups of fully armed ninjas hurried past him, and there was a long queue in front of the ninja tool store. Seeing this, he couldn't help but look worried. Is the war getting intense again? I don't know when it will end. After traveling through time for nearly 9 years, he no longer remembers the specific time period of the Second Ninja World War in the plot. But since Jiraiya is still in the village and the name of the 3 ninjas has not yet been spread, the battle should still be fought. I hope my sister won't be transferred to the front line. I'm hoping to become Uchiha Shisui's uncle. They soon arrived at South Bridge while walking, and Minato was punctual as always. Morning Minato. Good morning Jingyu. After saying hello, Jingyu built a mirror hut with a small stool. The two went in to hide from the rain and chat, and shared the news they got from Kongaya yesterday. Although this news has not been confirmed by Jiraiya, it should be basically correct. As for why I couldn't get Jiraiya's confirmation, it's all because of Kitagawa Umko, who is in the top 20 of the village beauties list. That she goes to the bathhouse at 4:30 p.m. every day, and Jiraiya must be there in person. So Jingyu and Pang Jae-oen, who were studying together yesterday, were unable to wait for Jiraiya to go to the 3rd Hokage to confirm. After a while, with the arrival of the little prince at Kimichi Yoshimaru, Jingyu had to expand the mirror house. Looking at the time, Yoshimaru had a bad feeling. Will Jiraiya-sensei trick us again? No. Minato confirmed seriously. Don't be so sure, the teacher is a repeat offender, Yoshimaru said as he took out some dried meat to share. He had experience, and as long as teacher Jiraiya asked them to come out, he would prepare the maximum amount of snacks for himself. Jingyu took the dried meat and said, because he might say goodbye to us today. Saying goodbye. Yoshimaru was puzzled. Minato explained, the ninjas in the village are all getting ready to leave the village. The war has escalated. Oh, I see. Yoshimaru silently put down the dried meat in his hand and suddenly felt that he had no appetite. The 3 of them fell silent. The escalation of the war was not good news for anyone. You 3 little guys are really leisurely. A familiar laugh was heard, and as expected, Jiraiya did not stand up to show. At this time, he was wearing combat uniform and armor, and was fully armed. It was obvious at a glance that he was going to the battlefield. Looking at the mirror house and the 3 disciples sitting in a row eating dried meat inside, he didn't know what to say for a moment after laughing awkwardly. After a silence, Yoshimaru spoke first. Teacher Jiraiya, are you here to say goodbye? He was obviously in a low mood. He felt that although the teacher was not very responsible, he still had to be sad, otherwise he would appear to be emotionless. The honest man Minato was infected by Yoshimaru's emotions and lowered his head. He was really sad. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt even more guilty for not being able to teach his disciples well. Jingyu, who felt nothing, was still chewing on dried meat. Anyway, Jiraiya would not die in the rain country, and there was no need to visit his grave, so what was there to be sad about? But seeing that the atmosphere has reached this point, I have to express my opinion. So he stuffed the remaining dried meat into his mouth, lowered his head with a sad look on his face with puffed cheeks, and chewed it hard twice. As a result, Jiraiya happened to see it. His eyelids twitched, and the feeling of parting that had been brewing for half a day instantly shattered. He pulled himself together and embraced Minato and Yoshimaru, who were showing their sincere feelings, and silently patted their shoulders to comfort them. Then he looked at Jingyu, whose cheeks were bulging like balls. He owed this disciple even more because he really didn't teach him anything, and he even borrowed one of their advanced ninjutsu. How can a teacher make money from his apprentice? He is a teacher, not a boss, but there is no time now and he can only make up for it in the future. He took 2 steps back and laughed. Don't act like a child. That you are ninjas, and you must learn to stand on your own. Come, let me give you one last practical lesson before I leave. In the drizzle, Jiraiya took his 3 disciples to the training ground and conducted the last practical training instruction before leaving. At the same time, the Riverside building welcomed 2 guests. Please take care of Kyoka in the future. Fugaku and Mikato handed the transfer order to Kyoka. She read the contents of the transfer order and a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. The land of rain, looks like we'll be gone for a long time this time. Sorry, the situation is tight on the front lines, so. Fugaku was a little reserved, and Mikato glared at him. Kyoka's eyes moved between Fugaku and Mikato, and then she smiled. Young clan leader, Mikato, since we will be working together in the future, let's have dinner together today, afternoon. A ray of sunlight pierced through the hazy mist and cast itself on the gate of Konoha village, and the sky cleared up as they parted ways. When Yoshimaru is fighting, pay attention to the positions of your teammates and don't rush in blindly. Jinyu, don't always take shortcuts and use lightning to stimulate your body. That you should pay attention to exercising more often. That your chakra is too low. Minato, you are the most trustworthy. That you can beat up these 2 as much as you want. You guys. Wait for me to come back. Jiraiya gave his final instructions, then ran out of the village without looking back to reunite with his 2 teammates. The 3 little ones waved their arms and watched them leave. Goodbye, Jiraiya-sensei, be safe. I must defeat Hanzo of the Salamander. I want to eat all the salamander ingredients. The 3 of them seemed to vaguely see Jiraiya fall, but they all felt that they were seeing things. How could a jonin fall while walking? After they had completely disappeared from view, they went home and prepared for the mission that would begin tomorrow. Jiraiya had already told them the task they would face next. The new Genin transport team starts tomorrow. Jiraiya, are you okay? Shoe buying big. Jiraiya picked himself up from the ground, refusing the concern of his 2 teammates, and continued on his way. Damn, full ingredients for the salamander. This little bastard Jinyu really thinks highly of him. 2 teammates caught up. How does it feel like, Jiraiya, to be your disciple? Tsunade asked curiously. You'll know if you take one with you. Jiraiya felt his own sadness when facing married people. Tsunade shook her head. It would definitely be too much trouble, so I don't want it. However, Den really wants to take on a disciple. There's an Uchiha on your team. As he is difficult to get along with, as the rumors say. When mentioning Jinyu, Jiraiya's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. No, it's not like that. He's a very good little guy and very easy to get along with. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he took out a photo of 4 people in his hand. Yoshimaru was in the middle, Kagamizuki was on the left, Minato was on the right, and he was at the back, touching a little head with one hand. Kagamizuki, Minato, Yoshimaru. I will teach you ninjutsu properly when I come back, and I will definitely be a good teacher this time. Tsunade was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt that Jiraiya had changed a little, as if he had matured a little. Walking on the empty streets, smelling the fresh air after the rain, Jinyu looked down at her reflection in the puddle, feeling melancholy. The whole village is mobilized. Looks like my sister is going to the battlefield too. Jiraiya told them that the war was intense and all the ninjas in the village had been mobilized, so naturally the senior ninjas would not be left behind. Alas, my worry turned into a sigh. Jinyu started walking again and looked up to see that the ninja tool shop was deserted again. He couldn't help but think of his sister's chakra knife, which seemed to have broken last year. So I dove in. Welcome. The boss greeted him reflexively, but when he saw that it was a genin, he stopped because genins were not profitable. Jinyu didn't care and went straight to the chakra weapon area. My older sister can also use Chidori, and she is even better at it. She also had 2 chakra long swords before, but unfortunately they didn't last long. Chakra weapons are made of special materials, except for the best quality ones. Most of them are brittle and expensive. An ordinary longsword costs nearly 1 million taels. After breaking 2 of them, my sister couldn't bear to buy any more and has always used standard weapons. He certainly couldn't afford a long sword, but he still wanted to try to get a short blade. I looked at the short knife areas one by one. Emosing 3 million Ryo, Jiaoyu 3 million Ryo, Zanpakuto 2.5 million Ryo. High-end chakra dagger 1 million Ryo, high-quality chakra dagger 700,000 Ryo, ordinary chakra dagger 500,000 Ryo, low quality. From the ones with names to the ones without names, it seemed like he couldn't afford them all. He felt in his wallet, picked up an ordinary chakra short knife and walked towards the counter. Boss, I really want to buy this knife. Can you make it cheaper? The boss waved his hand impatiently. Go away, we don't have discounts here. As he spoke, the fat on his face was trembling, and he looked hideous. How could Jinyu give up so easily? Boss, please, my sister sacrificed her life for the harmony and stability of Konoha. Even with injuries all over her body, she still refused to retreat from the front lines. Now I just want her to have an extra weapon to defend herself. Even he was moved to tears, and continued to plead, please, boss, The boss's face was sagging and his expression was a little loose. How much do you want? Jinyu was delighted and quickly took out a small wallet embroidered with the word poor and placed it on the counter. I got 60,000 taels from the last mission, and after a good time with Fatty, I still have. Boss, please round off the number and say 50,000 taels. what do you think? The shop owner's face turned dark at that moment. 500,000 to 50,000, you really just rounded off the number. Take a deep breath to calm yourself. Little kid, I know it's not easy for the ninjas on the front lines, but you want to buy something worth 500,000 taels with 50,000 taels. Isn't this a bit too much? So, the cost price is 400,000 taels, you can take it away if you pay. In the end, he softened his heart and imagined a plot in which a younger brother saved money just to give his sister a better chance of survival on the battlefield. It was decided that this deal would only earn 300,000 taels. Don't be fooled by his fierce look, he is actually a gentle person. 400,000. Jingyu felt in his pocket again and took out a handful of change. Boss, I'll add a little more. 50, 233 taels, is that okay? She looked up at the boss pitifully. Suck. There was a sound of gasps. The boss looked at the extra handful of coins on the counter, and the fat on his face trembled again. Even the gentlest person can't stand this. She explodes. You're kidding me, get out of here. As saliva flew everywhere, Jingyu felt that the entire ninja tool shop was shaking. He squatted on the ground with his hands and ears, looking very pitiful. Right at this moment, a flash of red light flashed in from the entrance of the store, followed by a delicate cry. Yep. In a trance, a small foot appeared on the boss's big belly, and then the fat swayed in layers of waves. Bang! Ah, boom! Jingyu watched helplessly as the ninja tool boss flew into the air in front of him, and then his fat body slid smoothly into the wall, making him feel so fat from the shock. Tisk tisk tisk, how cruel, he, a little kid, can't bear to see this. As if guessing what he was thinking, her long red hair covered his vision, shielding him from the cruel scene. Then the little girl appeared before her eyes, her hands on her hips, her big eyes full of pride. Hey, look at you, you coward, when did you become so useless, you annoying bastard? Miss, I'm bargaining. We were almost ready to discuss the installment payment, but now, Jingyu felt that he couldn't buy the knife today. Really, why are you hitting people? Get out of the way. Push aside the little red hair and go to the wall to pick up the dizzy shop owner. Humph. I was just trying to help you, but your kindness went unrewarded. What a nuisance. Kushina took 2 steps back, her puffed up face showing her unhappiness. She was passing by and happened to hear the ninja tool boss scolding someone. She turned around and saw that the poor little thing being scolded looked very familiar. I don't know why I couldn't suppress my anger anymore, and I went up and did an Ultraman meteor kick. But this guy doesn't appreciate it, how annoying. He used his 2 big eyes to glare out deathly rays, trying to stare the annoying guy to death. As a result, Jingyu, who was picking on someone, suddenly turned around. Kushina's heart skipped a beat and she turned her head guiltily to look outside the door. What are you standing there for, little pepper? Come and help me, I can't get it off by myself. Oh. Phew, I didn't find it. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kushina trotted over. The two of them worked together to pull the boss down from the wall. Jingyu, who knew a little medical skills, tried to help him get rid of the dizziness and bring his health bar to a safe level. The kick was a bit heavy, but fortunately the boss was strong enough to withstand the blow, so it was not a big problem. It just looks a bit scary, with a big belly and a red and purple back. Is he okay? Will he die? Kushina twisted her hands together, and when the impulse was over, a little scared. Jingyu, who was treating her, rolled her eyes. Are you scared now? I told you to be careful when you attack. Kushina bit her lower lip, remembering her graduation day. Seeing her like this, Jingyu pursed his lips, but ultimately didn't say anything harsh. Judging from what happened just now, the girl was probably standing up for him. It seems that she is not that annoying. Why don't you be more considerate to her in the future? It's nothing serious, just superficial injuries. I can heal them. Oh, the little girl responded softly, and then the two of them, who had nothing to talk about, fell into silence. Kushina knelt beside him and watched Jingyu perform healing techniques quietly. Her focused look made it hard to look away. At this time, the annoying guy looks like Sister Jinghua, quiet and gentle like a little girl and a little cute. By the way, many girls in the class seem to like this guy. Humph, a bunch of people who are obsessed with looks are really superficial. I am different. I don't like effeminate men at all. Boys should be masculine. It's a pity that there is no one in the class who can fight. The quality of boys in this class is really too poor. Thinking of this, her buttocks suddenly tightened. That was one of the few defeats she had ever suffered, and it was so miserable. A lifetime of shame. He turned his head away angrily, looking away from that face, and then saw the coins scattered on the ground. He got up and went to pick them up one by one. 50,233 taels, are these all yours? Jingyu nodded. Well, you can put it on the counter as an apology. People are injured and the wall is damaged, we can't just not show any reaction at all. Kushina smiled slightly, thinking that her sister was right. This guy was soft-hearted. Humph, not manly at all, just the kind of guy she hates the most. Just as he was about to speak again, the shop owner successfully recovered from his dizziness. The first thing I did after waking up was to struggle to get up, and then, thump, just kneel down to the little red-haired guy. Jingyu was puzzled. What's going on? Were you beaten, silly? Kushina, however, crossed her arms and tilted her head back. I only heard the shop owner pleading tearfully, Kushina-sama, please spare me, I won't dare to do it again, I will pay the rent I owe immediately, now. Surprised face? What, rent? A confused boy. Ha ha ha, you look like a complete fool, you annoying bastard, ha ha ha. A girl with a crazy laugh. The shore is fragrant with spring colors in the morning, and the water's reflections are faint in the sunset. The red-haired girl and the black-haired boy walked along the riverbank, one in front and one behind, their shadows moving forward together under the setting sun. Kushina was invited by Jinghua to have dinner at her home. Jinghua felt that it was a foregone conclusion that her sister would go to the battlefield this time, because her sister always prepared a big meal before going on a mission. At this moment, he was holding 3 chakra swords of different lengths, and his sights fell on the absolute area between the skirt and black stockings of the girl in front of him. So white, so pleasing to the eyes, so touching, the Sharinan seems to be sublimating. If he can see for 25 hours every day, he has the confidence to open the Rinnegan. Does it look good? Nice. Have you seen enough? Without. Who's talking? Jinyu reacted at this time because the little red-haired boy in front stopped moving. Whoever saw it, how can you smear someone's innocence for no reason? It is not his style not to struggle. King Bai, you big devil. Kushina snorted coquettishly and walked forward quickly with 2 short swords in her arms. She didn't look back because her face was so hot. Her perception talent was already maxed out, but for some reason, she was becoming increasingly sensitive to certain people's chakra. How could she not know that this guy had been looking at her legs all the way, making her heart pound? This annoying guy is so annoying. Next time, I will wear white socks instead of black so that you won't be able to see anything and will make you angry to death. Jinyu panicked when he saw her speeding up and immediately chased after her. I was afraid that she would go home and complain, so I decided to find some topic to distract her, preferably to make her forget her memory. It's such a waste to exchange your rent for so many swords. Isn't cash more valuable? The owner of the ninja tool shop had previously owed more than 10 million taels in rent, but this girl just gave it up and exchanged it all for these swords. The key point is that it is totally not worth the price. The shop owner was smiling so hard that his mouth was crooked. A rich woman is a rich woman, she is willful. Kushina didn't look back or slow down. She glanced at the 2 short blades in her hands, one black and one white, and said nonchalantly, what's a waste, my sister promised to teach me swordsmanship, so this is just the right amount for training. Money, it's just a number. It would be a waste if it were left alone. Jinyu glanced at the pair of short blades in her hands and felt a little envious. This was something more fragrant than black silk. As for men, they can play with swords, spears, halberds, and mechas for a lifetime, but they can only play with their legs for a year. Chakra weapons are too fragile and not suitable for swordsmanship training. You don't even know this, do you? Is that so? Then let's ask him for some ordinary ones tomorrow. Kushina touched her chin, thinking about going to the ninja tool shop again tomorrow. Damn, I suddenly envy Minato. This casual consumption of goods has been one of Jinyu's dreams for 2 lifetimes. What other rich ladies are there in Konoha? I'll ask Fatty tomorrow, he seems to be very knowledgeable. With my conditions. Look at this small body. Well, there should be a chance in 10 years. Jinyu was thinking about hooking up with a rich woman, but the rich woman was glaring at him. Don't think of bad things. Kushina interrupted his beautiful fantasy of the future in a harsh voice. This girl is poisonous. He found that Kushina always came to disrupt him when he was thinking of doing good things. So annoying. Kushina tightened her grip on the white short sword in her hand and rolled her eyes. Hey, annoying guy. If you have to fart, just fart, he said in an unhappy tone as his happy fantasy was interrupted. Leftward arrow _ leftward arrow. The chi sank into his danchin, and he was not angry at all, but put on a small, scheming smirk. Do you want a chakra weapon? He held up a white dagger in his hand and his words were full of temptation. Rightward arrow _ rightward arrow. Jinyu narrowed his eyes, feeling that the little red-haired boy was so cunning, knowing clearly that he could not resist such temptation. Condition. Carrot hee, call me sister and let me hear it. Kushina smiled with her eyes curved. As long as this guy called her sister, she would be able to control him at will in the future. Wahahahaha, yay. Roll. Jinyu decisively refused and strode forward to create some distance. This little red-haired girl always tries to take advantage of him, so let's ignore her. Kushina chased after him and said, hey, you're 1 year younger than me, what's wrong with calling me sister? You're still calling a Barame Mushitama Mushi sister. Just stop yelling. Don't imitate my speech, you annoying bastard. Lulyalu, ba. Yep. On the riverbank at sunset, a red-haired dancing girl chased along the riverbank with a knife in hand, while a black-haired boy made faces and fled. During the chase, a small building by the river came into view, and the boy accelerated and rushed into the house. Sister, I'm back. The girl followed closely behind. Sorry for interrupting you, sister. Then both of them froze in place. There were guests at home. Fugaku, Mikatone, why are you here? In the living room, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikato were sitting on the sofa playing cards. Seeing him come back, Fugaku nodded and smiled awkwardly. Mikato was more familiar with the situation and said with a smile, "Why, you're not welcome? Oh, is it because you brought your girlfriend home? Don't talk nonsense, that's not right." The two said in unison, and then Kushina felt a heat behind her ears and hurriedly lowered her head to change her shoes. Throwing the sword at the door, Jingyu took off his shoes and walked into the house, glaring at Mikato. "Her name is Uzumaki Kushina, she is my sister's apprentice and also my classmate that she is already taken, so please don't talk nonsense, Mikato." Sitting in the entrance hall, Kushina raised her head in confusion. "Beautiful girl has a boyfriend, what does that mean? How come I don't know?" "Oh." Mikato dragged out a meaningful sound, looked at Kushina with a smile, and waved her hand. "My name is Mikato, I'm Kyoka's teammate, and it's nice to meet you, little sister Uzumaki Kushina." Kushina, who was still wondering when she would be taken, stopped guessing. "Hello, sister Mikato." She quickly stood up and bowed politely in return. Mikato pointed her finger at Fugaku. "This guy's name is Uchiha Fugaku, the young leader of the Uchiha clan, and he's now my and Kyoka's new teammate." "Hello, young clan leader Fugaku." Kushina greeted again. "Ha, don't be polite, just call me Fugaku." Facing Kyoka's disciples, Fugaku seemed a little embarrassed. Jingyu stared at Fugaku and said in a bad tone, "New teammate, Fugaku, what's going on? It seems that this guy is still determined to get into my sister's team." Fugaku was at a loss for words. He got in through connections, thanks to his father, the head of the Uchiha clan. "Jingyu, how dare you talk to the young patriarch like that?" Jinghwa's scolding voice came from the kitchen at the right time. After all, Fugaku was the young leader of the Uchiha clan and the future clan leader. If his younger brother calls him Fugaku when they meet, it will cause people in the clan to argue and appear disrespectful to outsiders. "It's okay, Jinghwa. I watched Jingyu grow up and we have a good relationship." Fugaku excused Jingyu and tried to improve their relationship. He knew the relationship between the two siblings. If he wanted to win Jinghwa, he had to go through Jingyu. He was the key factor. Slightly, Jingyu made a face at him, not appreciating it at all. How could he not know what Fugaku was thinking? He wouldn't help him pursue his sister. This guy is really cheating on his wife. Before the two of them sat down, a furry ball came running over with a chicken leg in its arms. "Dad!" he shouted and pounced towards Jingyu, attracting the attention of other people in the living room. "What a cute little fox that can talk, Mikato from Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." "A nine-tailed fox," Fugaku frowned. "Who knows what will happen in the next second." Bang, the cute little fox was slapped and flew away. Played hashtag, "What are you doing, you annoying bastard?" Kushina kicked Jingyu angrily. Daji was so cute, how could this guy have the heart to do that to her? Jingyu took out a handkerchief disdainfully and wiped the oil stains off her hands. He snorted coldly, "Want to put oil on me? Humph, don't even think about it. This little guy is cunning and cruel. It must be something bad that he is yelling so happily." The little fox did a 720-degree turn in the air while holding the chicken leg, and landed steadily with its 9 tails swaying. The cute fox face was full of loss. "I also wanted to find someone to share the task of stealing chicken legs with, but failed." A pair of ruby-like fox eyes swept across the living room. "My sister would definitely not believe that the other 3 people stole the chicken legs." Alas, he tore off a large piece of meat with a big mouthful, propped up his round face and chewed it hard, enjoying it for a moment. "Little Daji, are you okay?" Kushina ran to the little fox and touched her. Although she hated the fox in her stomach, she liked the one in front of her very much. Of course, Daji also liked her very much. "Mother," the oil-stained body fell directly into Kushina's arms. The latter didn't despise it, rubbed the little fox's head, and corrected her. "You should call me sister, right, sister?" The little guy readily follows instructions, but in most cases, he will do the same mistake again next time. So good. Mikato also ran over and squatted, waving at the little fox. "Is your name Daji? My name is Mikato." "Hello, Mikato." The two people and the fox began to interact, and Jingyu went to the kitchen to help her sister. "But it seemed like I couldn't help because the dishes were already cooked." Jinghua was tasting the soup with a spoon when she saw her brother come in and said, "Take all the dishes out. We still need a pot of soup." Jingyu didn't move. The dozen or so sumptuous dishes in the kitchen made his expression restrained. "My sister only cooks so many dishes at once before going on a long mission." "Where are you going this time? Will it take a long time?" he asked in a low voice. "Confidential, but it won't be too short." Jinghua spoke casually and easily, which made Jingyu feel a little relieved. "Don't work too hard. You still have me, your brother, to take care of. Without you, I'd have to eat instant noodles every day." The girl was slightly stunned, then smiled and tapped her brother on the head with a spoon. "Little fool." The boy smiled widely, picked up a disabled roast chicken and walked out of the kitchen. Hey, dinner is ready. After the 5 dishes are served and the moon is at its zenith, it is time to go home. Fugaku, remember to take Mikado home. Don't worry, we guarantee it will be delivered. Jinghua gave some instructions and watched her two teammates disappear into the night. I turned around and saw my brother with a smirk on his face. He, sister, you are so bad that you even sacrificed Mikatone just to get rid of Fugaku. Jinghua rolled her eyes at him, tapped her brother's forehead with her slender fingers, and said unhappily, you're such a smart kid, can't you see that Mikato likes Fugaku? You've been hiding your feelings for my sake. Jingyu's eyes widened, love triangle, so exciting. Hashtag the mirror flower and jade feet are lightly raised. Bang! He kicked his brother into the house. Oh my! Jingyu pretended to scream and fell to the ground. Jinghua kicked him twice more. Hurry up and clean up, you are the master, don't leave all the work to Kushina. In the kitchen, a man and a fox were washing dishes on the assembly line. Kushina was washing the dishes, while the little fox was standing in the sink, washing himself and the dishes together, having a lot of fun. He, you idiot. Kushina said she was very happy when she heard Jingyu scream. She already knew that Jinghua would leave Konoha village early the next morning, so she agreed to stay overnight at Jinghua's request, in order to spend more time together and to make it easier to say goodbye tomorrow morning. After a while, Jingyu came in with her but sticking out and took over the little fox's job. The three people and the fox were busy for half an hour. Jinghua took out the newly bought fox pajamas, towel and toothbrush and gave them to Kushina, who jumped up immediately. Wow, so cute. Do you like it? I love it so much. Jinghua smiled and took her hand. Come on, let's go take a bath together. It feels so good to scrub your body with Daji's tail. Really? Kushina couldn't help but look at the 9 fluffy tails. Are you really looking forward to it? The little fox, who was wondering why he had no clothes to wear, suddenly woke up. Don't want. After the 5 dishes are served and the moon is at its zenith, it is time to go home. Fugaku, remember to take Mikado home. Don't worry, we guarantee it will be delivered. Jinghua gave some instructions and watched her two teammates disappear into the night. I turned around and saw my brother with a smirk on his face. He, sister, you are so bad that you even sacrificed Mikatone just to get rid of Fugaku. Jinghua rolled her eyes at him, tapped her brother's forehead with her slender fingers, and said unhappily, you're such a smart kid, can't you see that Mikato likes Fugaku? You've been hiding your feelings for my sake. Jingyu's eyes widened, love triangle, so exciting. Hashtag the mirror flower and jade feet are lightly raised. Bang! He kicked his brother into the house. Oh my! Jingyu pretended to scream and fell to the ground. Jinghua kicked him twice more. Hurry up and clean up, you are the master, don't leave all the work to Kushina. In the kitchen, a man and a fox were washing dishes on the assembly line. Kushina was washing the dishes, while the little fox was standing in the sink, washing himself and the dishes together, having a lot of fun. He, you idiot. Kushina said she was very happy when she heard Jingyu scream. She already knew that Jinghua would leave Konoha village early the next morning, so she agreed to stay overnight at Jinghua's request, in order to spend more time together and to make it easier to say goodbye tomorrow morning. After a while, Jingyu came in with her but sticking out and took over the little fox's job. The 3 people and the fox were busy for half an hour. Jinghua took out the newly bought fox pajamas, towel and toothbrush and gave them to Kushina, who jumped up immediately. Wow, so cute. Do you like it? I love it so much. Jinghua smiled and took her hand. Come on, let's go take a bath together. It feels so good to scrub your body with Daji's tail. Really? Kushina couldn't help but look at the 9 fluffy tails. Are you really looking forward to it? The little fox, who was wondering why he had no clothes to wear, suddenly woke up. Don't want. She screamed and turned and ran away. However, despite flailing his limbs wildly, he was unable to move forward at all and could only watch as Jinghua grabbed his tail and cruelly dragged him into the bathroom. Dad, save me. The shrill screams reached the living room downstairs. Alas, Jingyu, who was playing with the big sword, sighed. I'm so envious. Greedy running water. It's not pornographic, I just like the hustle and bustle. Half an hour later, the 3 people who had just finished taking a shower encountered a new problem. At the door of Jinghua's room, 2 problem children wearing fox pajamas were stuck outside the door, holding the quilt. No, I want to sleep with my sister. My sister, this is my sister. I don't care, she's my sister now. No, sister can only sleep with me tonight. Boys are sleeping with girls, shame on you. Rightward arrow underscore rightward arrow lightning flash leftward arrow underscore leftward arrow. 2 big foxes, one pink and one white, stared at each other passionately across the 2 quilts in their arms, neither of them giving in and stuck at the door. After the 5 dishes are served and the moon is at its zenith, it is time to go home. Fugaku, remember to take Mikado home. Don't worry, we guarantee it will be delivered. Jinghua gave some instructions and watched her 2 teammates disappear into the night. I turned around and saw my brother with a smirk on his face. He, sister, you are so bad that you even sacrificed Mikatone just to get rid of Fugaku. Jinghua rolled her eyes at him, tapped her brother's forehead with her slender fingers, and said unhappily, you're such a smart kid, can't you see that Mikoto likes Fugaku? You've been hiding your feelings for my sake. Jingyu's eyes widened, love triangle, so exciting. Hashtag the mirror flower and jade feet are lightly raised. Bang! He kicked his brother into the house. Oh my! Jingyu pretended to scream and fell to the ground. Jinghua kicked him twice more. Hurry up and clean up, you are the master, don't leave all the work to Kushina. In the kitchen, a man and a fox were washing dishes on the assembly line. Kushina was washing the dishes, while the little fox was standing in the sink, washing himself and the dishes together, having a lot of fun. He, you idiot. Kushina said she was very happy when she heard Jingyu scream. She already knew that Jinghua would leave Konoha village early the next morning, so she agreed to stay overnight at Jinghua's request, in order to spend more time together and to make it easier to say goodbye tomorrow morning. After a while, Jingyu came in with her but sticking out and took over the little fox's job. The three people and the fox were busy for half an hour. Jinghua took out the newly bought fox pajamas, towel and toothbrush and gave them to Kushina, who jumped up immediately. Wow, so cute. Do you like it? I love it so much. Jinghua smiled and took her hand. Come on, let's go take a bath together. It feels so good to scrub your body with Daji's tail. Really? Kushina couldn't help but look at the 9 fluffy tails. Are you really looking forward to it? The little fox, who was wondering why he had no clothes to wear, suddenly woke up. Don't want. She screamed and turned and ran away. However, despite flailing his limbs wildly, he was unable to move forward at all and could only watch as Jinghua grabbed his tail and cruelly dragged him into the bathroom. Dad, save me. The shrill screams reached the living room downstairs. Alas, Jingyu, who was playing with the big sword, sighed. I'm so envious. Greedy running water. It's not pornographic, I just like the hustle and bustle. Half an hour later, the three people who had just finished taking a shower encountered a new problem. At the door of Jinghua's room, 2 problem children wearing fox pajamas were stuck outside the door, holding the quilt. No, I want to sleep with my sister. My sister, this is my sister. I don't care, she's my sister now. No, sister can only sleep with me tonight. Boys are sleeping with girls, shame on you. Rightward arrow underscore rightward arrow lightning flash leftward arrow underscore leftward arrow. 2 big foxes, one pink and one white, stared at each other passionately across the 2 quilts in their arms, neither of them giving in and stuck at the door. They will part tomorrow, and Jingyu will sleep with Jinghua the night before they part. Jinghua and the confused little fox in her arms watched the battle for a long time and felt a little headache. It would be a bit cruel not to let my brother and I be together tonight. After all, we won't be able to see each other for a long time. I couldn't bear to let Kushina sleep alone. This girl has been keeping her mouth shut ever since she heard about staying overnight. She must have been lonely for too long and is very eager for family affection. Take a deep breath. Anyway, Jingyu is not even 9 years old, and Kushina is not even 10 years old. They are both children. Stop arguing. The 3 little ones were stunned instantly, and the little fox suffered splash injuries. Jingyu and Kushina looked at the angry Jinghua, both feeling a little guilty. After staring at the 2 of them for a moment, Jinghua spoke unhappily. We'll sleep together tonight, Kagamizuki on my left and Kushina on the right. Humph. The 2 of them turned their heads away, tacitly agreeing to this plan. The night deepens. The warm sunshine of the past reflected on the stream, you and I in the small building by the river. The past is imprinted in my memory. There is a sister who loves her brother. You're wrong. It's the beautiful sister who loves her brother. Shut up and go to sleep. He. As the girl sang peacefully, the boys and girls around her closed their eyes and slowly fell asleep. Jinghua tucked the quilt into the 2 of them, took one last look at the little fox hiding in Kushina's pajamas, smiled slightly, closed her eyes and fell asleep. The small building fell into silence, leaving only the sound of regular breathing. Not long after, Kushina's sharp eyes suddenly opened in the sealed space, and her red vertical pupils stared down. Little thing, why are you here? The little fox rubbed his eyes in a daze, then looked around. Scare. I was so scared that I fell to the ground. Above this desolate land, a huge 9-tailed fox was nailed to a lava boulder. Monster, help! He jumped up on the spot, shaking his 9 big tails wildly and screaming as he ran around. Where is this place? There's a giant fox with 9 tails, so scary. Weeaboo, Dad, come and save Daji. Daji is so scared. Weeaboo. Kuwabai was speechless. Damn, you are obviously a fox with 9 tails too. This stupid thing really brings shame to their fox family. Hey, enough is enough. If you keep making noise, I'll get angry. But the little fox obviously didn't listen to him and ran even faster. The 9-tailed fox was sealed tightly and could not move, and there was nothing it could do about it. I could only watch this little thing running around, my ears enduring wave after wave of sonic attacks. Until the little guy got tired of running, he disappeared into the sealed space with a pop afterwards. Kuwabai frowned, as if thinking about something. Twitter. Spring is gone but summer is still clear, and young birds are singing at dawn. Kushina woke up from her daze and felt the wetness on the pillow, her face slightly red. I slept too deeply last night and was unable to distribute my saliva properly. Looking around the room, she saw that she was the only one left. The redness on her face immediately spread to behind her ears. He got up in a hurry, picked up the little fox who had just woken up and took him to wash. Mom, I had a nightmare that there was a huge fox with 9 tails, super sharp teeth, super long nails, and a super fierce look. Lulu puff, it was so scary. By the sink, the little fox who was brushing his teeth with Kushina was telling his dream with lingering fear. Kushina pointed at the white-furred fox in the mirror with her toothbrush. Is this the only one? The little fox looked in the direction. Mom, I'm telling you the truth. I know. Foxes are really scary. Don't move. Kushina wrung out the towel and helped her wipe her face. The child who was not understood was very sad and let the adults manipulate him. After washing up, Kushina pinched the little fox's ears. I need to ask my sister if she knows. Oh, sister. Yeah. Pick up the little fox and go downstairs. Jingyu and Jinghua had already gotten up and even prepared breakfast. At this time, the younger brother was combing his sister's hair. This warm scene made Kushina a little jealous. Good morning, Kushina, little Daji. Jinghua smiled and waved her hand. Jingyu glanced at her and nodded, then returned his gaze to his hands. He was braiding his sister's long hair into a centipede braid, tying it together for ease of combat and also for aesthetics. Although it might become unkempt tomorrow, it was the only thing he could do now. Good morning, sister. Good morning. Kushina quickly looked away from someone. Good morning, Dad and sister. You can eat breakfast first if it's on the table. Will be ready in a moment. Fragrant rice porridge. The little fox jumped out of his arms and jumped onto the table. Kushina responded, but her eyes were on Kyoka's hair. The hairstyle that was gradually taking shape looked very beautiful, which made her a little envious. No wonder my sister has a new hairstyle every day, and I only have my hair down except for a ponytail. Do you like it? When she heard the question, the little girl answered instinctively, but she reacted immediately. No, I'm not. She was at a loss as to what to do. Just thinking about letting that annoying guy comb her hair. He. Jinghua giggled when she saw this. Kushina was so cute, except for her and her brother's personality clashes, otherwise she was quite satisfied. Tisk. Jingyu curled her lips. What's so funny? Apart from being cute, rich, and having a tailed beast in her belly, she has absolutely no other advantages. Finish braiding the ends of your hair and tie a butterfly headband. Alright, finished, let's eat. Take it by surprise and run quickly towards the little fox. If you are slower, this guy might eat even his share. Jingyu. Under the pressure from her sister, her body suddenly became unable to move. What's wrong, sis? You're asking even though you already know the answer. Come here. Jinghua rolled her eyes at her brother, making him worry. There's no way to escape. Jingyu walked back to her original position dejectedly. Jinghua put on a gentle face and looked at the little red-haired girl. Kushina, come here. Yap. Kushina suddenly felt very nervous. Seeing that she was standing there motionless, Jinghua pulled her over and pushed her into the seat, smiling and saying, Do you have a favorite hairstyle? Little Red Hair shook his head. No, I don't know. At this moment, her mind was filled with the image of her red hair being held in someone's hand, and she had no other thoughts. Jinghua looked at her brother and said, You decide. If it doesn't look good, I'll break your legs. My dear brother, I can only help you so far. Dating at 8, getting married at 16, having a baby at 18, and having a second child at 20. I'm so worried. Jingyu, however, did not appreciate it at all and said strangely, Welcome, Uchiha Tony is at your service. Puchi hihi. The little red-haired boy couldn't help but burst out laughing and quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Although I don't understand what Uchiha Tony is, the tone is really funny. Jingyu rolled her eyes. Laugh if you want to, don't act like you're afraid of me. You annoying guy, I want a lady's hairstyle. Kushina tried to make a request after her tension was relieved. Lady? Jingyu couldn't believe her ears. Little Pepper, do you know how to write the word lady? Played hashtag. Her red hair immediately fluttered in the air, and Jingyu didn't know what to do. Hey, stop moving your hair around, I can't hold it. Sister, he is bullying me. Mirror Moon. Sister, please listen to my explanation. Dad, are you too late to eat? Don't touch my porridge, little thing. A small building by the river, a noisy morning. The morning breeze blew through the gate of Kanaha village. Kyoka, Fugaku, and Mikato are fully armed and ready to set off. Jingyu, Kushina, and the little fox, the 3 little ones, are seeing them off. Sister, please take a few more weapons. This kind of sword breaks easily. Kushina was very distressed because she couldn't give away a bunch of swords. Haha, it's so beautiful. Jinghua smiled and gently touched the little red head. The long red hair has changed its appearance. Strips of gauze ribbons are wrapped around thin braids and spread out on the red hair like a waterfall, floating like an angel and giving people a sense of tranquility. She expressed satisfaction with the fairy hairstyle her brother customized for Kushina. He raised the jet black dagger in his hand and shook it, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Kushina, I already like this one, I don't need more." The little red-haired boy lowered his head, his heart filled with reluctance and loss. At this moment, Kushina's quiet appearance coupled with the ribbon fluttering in the wind made Jingyu beside her feel that this violent woman had a bit of ladylike flavor. Ba ba ba. He shook his head violently to get rid of this lady red-haired girl from his mind. Seeing her brother's expression, Jinghua immediately offered him a chestnut. "Duo, what are you doing, Kushina? All the training from now on will be in your hands. Do you understand?" Jingyu touched her forehead and pouted, "Sister, I am also very busy with tasks. Teach during vacation." Oh, this perfunctory attitude made Jinghua very angry. How disappointing. Looking at the little fox in her brother's arms, she was playing with her tail, which was woven together with 9 bow ribbons. "Little Daji, I'm here, sister." The same perfunctory response. This little guy is now looking more and more like Jingyu. Jinghua feels that this can't go on any longer, and her younger brother probably won't spend much time at home in the future. So he said, "You have to listen to Sister Kushina from now on, do you understand?" The little fox tilted his head. Oh. Although she felt strange, she still agreed. After all, in her concept, agreeing and executing are two different things. Afterwards, Jinghua entrusted the little fox to Kushina, and after giving some instructions to her brother, she set off with her teammates. The flowers shed tears when they feel sad, and the birds are frightened when they are separated. Jingyu had no idea how many times he had said goodbye to his sister, but due to his lack of strength, he could do nothing but believe that his sister would return safely. After watching the 3 people disappear, Jingyu handed the little fox in his arms to Kushina. "I also need to go meet up with Minato and Yoshimaru, so I'll trouble you, Daji." Oh. Kushina gently hugged the little fox. Perhaps because they knew they were about to part, the two of them rarely quarreled. There was some regret in her eyes, because she had promised the 3rd generation that she could only take D-level missions within the village, and she could not leave the village. Jingyu worriedly told the little fox, "Be good, Daji, I'll buy you something delicious when you come back." The little guy nodded quickly. "Yeah, Daddy, Daji is the best." At this point, all he needs to do is say, "Go away quickly." The atmosphere was a little silent, and Jingyu and Kushina obviously had nothing to talk about. "Then I will leave." He turned slowly, not noticing Kushina's hand tightly gripping a white short sword, tightening and loosening it again. After repeating this several times, I saw Jingyu was about to walk away. "Hey, you annoying bastard." Jingyu turned around. Then a white dagger flew towards him. "Help me carry it first. It's too heavy to take home." After saying that, he turned and ran away without waiting for a response, seeming a little panicked. The fluttering red hair brings up the light-colored ribbons in the hair, which fly and intertwine like dancing butterflies as they swing. For a moment, Jingyu seemed to see the blush on the girl's face, but it seemed as if nothing happened. He stared blankly at the short knife in his hand. Although it was a short knife, it was more expensive than those long knives. And it has a name, Jiayu, and is a pair with Moxing in Jinghua's hand. Both of them have short blades without blades. Moxing has 2 straight blades, while Jiayu has a single blade with a slightly curved blade. He weighed the blade, which was not heavy at all, but it felt heavy to him. Why does this guy suddenly like this? It's making it difficult for me. The relationship between Kushina and I is not good, and after this incident, I can't even muster up the momentum to argue with her. Thinking of this, Jingyu suddenly realized, damn, I see that this woman is treacherous and needs to be handled with caution. After a moment, the bright moon was behind him, looking into the distance in the direction where the red shadow disappeared. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina. It's so troublesome, I don't know if saving them will have a big impact on the plot. I must ask them to treat me to a meal when the time comes. How about asking Naruto to recognize me as his godfather? No, that kid is a jerk, it would be bad if he punched me. The boy walked away as he muttered to himself, and the dagger on his shoulders seemed to become heavier. Konoha Mission Center Plaza. This is the transit station for the entire system of Konoha Village. At this moment, almost all the graduated genin of Konoha in the past 12 months are gathered here, about 70 or 80 people. The ninja school originally had graduation season in June every year, but after entering the wartime state, the graduation season was divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, with about 20 to 30 people graduating in each season. Judging from the number of people on the scene, Konoha's protection of the younger generation is still quite good, which should be related to the 3rd generation's village governance philosophy. However, these genin, who have only graduated for a year at most, are the last troops that can be mobilized at will in Konoha Village. Currently, apart from the necessary guards and the wounded, all other chinin, jonin and experienced genin who can be sent out have been sent out, and the rest are probably just people in the pockets of some big guys. Large-scale mobilization of Konoha Village rarely occurs because it deprives the ninjas of rest and recuperation, and consumes the village's war potential. This shows to what extent the war has escalated. In a corner of the square, 3 members of Class 7 gathered. "Sissy, you know swordsmanship?" Yoshimaru was a little surprised to see Ginyu equipped with a sword. He remembered that Ginyu's grades in swordsmanship were very poor. The distinction between swords and knives in the ninja world is not clear, and they are basically all called swordsmanship, even if you know that the opponent is using a knife. Jingyu put her hand on his shoulder and said in a dragging tone, "You don't know how many there are." After saying that, Clang he swung his sword in a dazzling display, then swung it casually, sending the short blade tumbling rapidly in the air. Accurately returned to the sheath. "I'm Chao, so cool, brother Jing, teach me." Yoshimaru lost his moral integrity in an instant. This is a surefire way to pick up girls. There's nothing wrong with asking for help for the continuation of the Chudeo family. It's not shameful. Awesome. Minato also gave a thumbs up. After training with Jinghua for so long, I already knew some of Jingyu's situation from her. I am not good at anything and only like to learn cool things. I don't like to learn things that are tiring. This causes his weaknesses in basic chakra capacity, physical skills and physical fitness, which is why he likes to use lightning escape. Because Thunder Escape can make up for the shortcomings of physical skills and physical fitness to a certain extent. "Hey, come on, I'll teach you. Then you can pick up a girl and ask her to treat me to a meal." Jinyu chuckled and pulled a small group of 3 people to start studying knife-wielding skills to pick up girls. But just at the beginning, a girl came to me on her own. "You're pretty good at using the mirror knife. Show me another one." Abarame Mushidama came up and hugged Jinyu, while his 2 teammates Feiwan and Xin behind him stared at the short knife spinning in his hand. "Damn, he's so good with a knife, this guy really has a hidden trick up his sleeve." They will remember the shame of the A-level mission for the rest of their lives. "Hey, Kongmei, stay away from Jinyu." At this time, another girl with black hair and pigtails rushed out aggressively and attacked the 2 of them. Kong Daio held Jinyu with one hand and raised the other to block it. He shouted, "What do you want to do, monkey? Don't you understand that it's first come, first served?" "First come, first served, humph." The girl with pigtails sneered, "Jinyu has been sleeping in my bed since she was 3 years old." He also took the opportunity to grab Jinyu's arm. Mushidama gritted his teeth and said, "Don't go too far, Saratobi Haruna." "Who's going too far?" "You're going too far. You." The 2 girls faced each other, bared their teeth and started wrestling, and it seemed like they were about to fight. Jinyu, who was caught in the middle, had a difficult expression. His charm was too great and gave him a headache. In fact, he knew that these 2 girls didn't really like him, they were just looking for an excuse to quarrel. The real headache was for Feiwan and Xin. They felt that a lot of attention was focused on them in the square. These 2 nympho. The 2 of them covered their faces at the same time and took a step back silently. It was so embarrassing. "Yoshimaru, Jinyu looks so pitiful, should we go up and rescue him?" Minato couldn't bear to see his teammates suffer. "Pitiable?" The fat man hooked Minato, "I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about pity. That you can't even imagine how happy this guy is." Looking at the man in the womb, jealousy burned in his little eyes, and he wished he could immediately invent a ninjutsu that would make him take over. "Happiness?" Minato didn't quite understand what he meant. The fat man looked at him sideways, pointed at the 3 people and said lightly, "Imagine the one in the middle as yourself, and the 2 on the left and right as Sister Jinghua and Little Pepper respectively. Think about it carefully." Ugh. Minato's face flushed red at this fantasy. Really. A little happy. "Here." At this time, 2 boys emerged from the crowd and ran towards this side. It was Haruna's teammates, Byunyashin and Senju-yun. The 2 of them didn't just watch the show, they came up to stop the fight. "Miss, please stop making trouble. It's so embarrassing." Chien Xiao-yun pleaded humbly. "Feiwan, Minato, why don't you come and help? Everyone is making fun of our class." Yashen calmly developed the power of the masses. Unfortunately, no one responded. Even Team 8, who squeezed in later, were watching the show. Minato, the only one who originally wanted to go, was fooled by Yoshimaru. Fortunately, the 3rd Hokage arrived at this time. "Quiet. It is my responsibility as the Hokage that the war has developed to this point. I hope everyone can work together to end this war. Thank you." Pa. Amidst warm applause, the 3rd Hokage finished his mobilization speech, and the new recruits also took action. Their tasks are mainly divided into transportation and inspection. Transportation is carried out in the form of small teams to transport supplies to the frontline battlefields and border outposts. At present, the mutual infiltration of ninjas between countries is serious, and the supply lines are no longer safe. They can only rely on the number of ninja reserves for point-to-point direct delivery. Patrol is to assist the borderline ninjas to check whether the traps they set up on the border have been destroyed and whether there are any suspicious places in the country. The mission is more dangerous than transportation. In order to help these newly graduated genin adapt as quickly as possible, the top management also arranged some chunin and experienced genin to provide short-term guidance. At this time, Class 7, who were bidding farewell to their classmates, met their leading genin, a middle-aged uncle who took the blame. "Hello, Senior. My name is Minato Namikaze. These 2 are my teammates, Uchiha Kagamizuki and Akimichi Yoshimaru. They are both very powerful." Minato, the captain, introduced them. "Please take care of me, Senior." Jingyu and Yoshimaru echoed. The middle-aged man looked quite kind. He glanced at the three people one by one and said with a smile, "They are all kids, he. My name is Maraboshi-kasu. I am a genin like you, but I am not a senior. Just be casual." "Really, Uncle Guja, would you like some dried meat? The Chudeo special one is delicious." The fat man, the little cunning man, immediately took out snacks to bribe. "Oh, I'd like to try it." With the efforts of both parties, the atmosphere instantly became more lively. Jingyu on the side narrowed her eyes and smiled, feeling that this wave was stable. Maraboshi Kasuk is a genin of Konoha who has been there for thousands of years, but his strength is definitely at the Jonin level. The third Hokage arranged for him to lead Team 7 out of special care, either because of his sister or because of Jiraiya. But it should most likely be Jiraiya, because my sister has a bit of Uchiha's Tsundere nature and rarely asks for help. After the four of them got to know each other, they went to the dedicated task window together to accept the task. Guji would also give some introductions and guidance in the middle. "Because we are short on manpower, I will only guide you through this one mission, so please watch carefully, listen carefully, and take notes. To prevent espionage, each team must accept missions individually and not disclose them to others. Each mission you accept will also be different." They came to the counter to register their information, and soon there was a scroll in their hands. Go to a deserted place and use special techniques to open the scroll. The method for opening a quest scroll is different each time, so remember to learn about it in advance. This time, our mission is to deliver supplies to 5 outposts along the border, including A013 and C016, which are close to the Kingdom of Hot Springs. The number represents the direction, and a number starting with 0 indicates it is within the territory. The letters represent the degree of danger, with C being the lowest and S being the most dangerous. Be extremely careful if you encounter one, but fortunately, there are no S-level ones in the territory. The land of Hot Springs is a neutral country. The danger level of these outposts was not high originally. It was only raised after they were raided by the Kumagakure ninja last month. Please note that for safety reasons, you must plan your own transportation routes and not tell anyone else. You must also prepare several backup routes in case of emergency. Next, we're going to get supplies. Is anyone among you good at sealing techniques? Jingyu and Minato, who were listening attentively, were suddenly asked a question and immediately raised their hands like elementary school students. "Haha, don't be nervous, just be casual." Guji smiled and pressed their hands down. He emphasized, "I said proficient, not just able to. I want to be able to seal at least a carriage of supplies at a time." The two nodded confidently and said in unison, "I can do it." "Oh ho ho, not simple, not simple, they are really two amazing little guys." Guji laughed and praised. He really felt that they were powerful. There were many people who knew the sealing technique, but few were good at it. He had studied the sealing technique for decades but was still not as strong as these two little guys. Humph. The fat man beside him was unhappy when he saw that he was not praised. "What's so great about that? I can carry a carriage full of supplies." Guji was stunned. Then he laughed and touched his head. "Ha ha ha, yeah, Yoshimaru, you are amazing too." "That's right." The fat man lowered his head proudly. Jingyu and Minato were speechless at this guy's inexplicable pride. The two looked at each other, nodded and agreed that he must carry at once. "Uncle Kasuk, why are you asking us this?" Minato asked. Guji continued, "In order to enhance the universality of the sealed materials, the ninjas at the material center cannot use too strong a sealing technique, so the sealing scroll cannot store too many materials at a time, which leads to a waste of manpower and time. The teams that are good at sealing can seal and unseal by their own members, so they can transport more supplies than other teams, and therefore are more likely to receive transportation missions. You know, transport missions are a level safer than patrol missions." Guji talked as he walked, and the three little guys listened carefully and followed him all the way. The four of them soon arrived at the supply center. After explaining the situation to the staff at the supply center, Minato and Kagamizuki completed internal testing and then sealed the supplies themselves. After comparison, they found that the amount of materials they sealed at one time was almost 3 times the original amount. However, the mission bounty was only increased by half. They were ready before noon, and after a hearty meal, Team 7's long mission journey officially began. That night, in a mansion on the outskirts of Konoha village, Little Red Hare and Little White Fox were soaking in the open-air hot spring and looking up at the stars. "Ah, it feels so good." Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. "Lulyalu, the little fox blew bubbles. Xiao Daji, where do you think my sister is now?" "Lulyalu, I don't know how Minato and Yoshimaru are doing. I'm so envious." "Lulyalu, what did you say, a jerk? Don't mention jerk to me, I hate him the most." The little fox poked his confused head out of the water. "Mom, I didn't say dad." "Carrot, go ahead and blow your bubbles." Kushina pushed the little fox into the water. "Lulyalu, oh. An hour later, the little fox who hadn't drowned fell into a deep sleep in Kushina's warm embrace. Then, "Hey, why are you here again, little one?" 0-0. In the empty and desolate land, 2 foxes, one above and one below, stared at each other from a distance. "Oh my god." The fostered little fox also began her long-term sleepwalking. The sun and the moon rotate, and time flies like an arrow. What is the meaning of time? Birth, death, growth, and decay. It means something different to everyone. But for the tailed beasts with infinite life, time has no meaning. That's exactly what Ku-Lama is like, it's meaningless. After the old man Liudeo left, his fox life was filled with darkness. His expectations of humans were met with fear, hatred, exploitation, and imprisonment. Then his expectations were destroyed and transformed into endless hatred. But recently, his expectations seemed to be rekindled, because he began to look forward to the arrival of every night, and to the appearance of that little white thing every time. Not surprisingly, it happened again that night. Without any warning, a little white fox appeared out of nowhere in the desolate space. "Good evening, Fox." A soft voice greeted him casually, as if they were already very familiar with each other. Then he excitedly ran to a high ground and started working. "What are you doing?" "Build a house. For nearly a year, I have been coming here every night and spending 2 hours there. No one is afraid anymore." "What do you do after you're no longer afraid?" "Play, of course. Since she comes here every day, it wouldn't be too much to set up a home here." So the little fox began her journey to build a home. "After all, I'm just sitting there doing nothing. I can't sleep or go out." Because the house she wanted to build was too big and she had no tools, she spent a year digging with her little paws but couldn't even dig out the outline of the foundation. The nine-tailed fox in the air looked at the little white thing jumping up and down, with a subtle smile on his face. "Hey, little one." The little fox's head popped out of the pit inexplicably. "Is something wrong, Fox?" Julama pondered for a moment. "Do you want to learn the ninjutsu of digging pits?" Omega, the little fox's eyes sparkled with stars. Of course she was thinking, her claws were all torn to pieces. "Brother Fox, do you know ninjutsu?" Unexpectedly, Julama replied, "No." "Brother, are you kidding me?" He buried his head and continued to dig the hole. "Then I heard a voice drifting over, but I know how to practice ninjutsu." Omega, the little fox knelt down on the spot. "Brother, you are my real brother. We are all foxes. Please teach me." Kurama hesitated for a moment. This little thing didn't seem to have a very good personality, and it felt like it wasn't a good idea to teach her ninjutsu. "Brother, please hurry up, I can't wait any longer." The voice was hurried and a little impatient, which made Julama a little unbearable. "Ahem, to learn ninjutsu you need to learn hand seals first. These hand seals. Kurama looked at his two tied front paws, not knowing where to start. "Brother, what are you doing?" The big fox was stuck and the little fox was anxious. "Hand seals. You need to learn them well outside before coming back. Underscore? When Team 7 became heartless workers, the little fox was brought into the world of ninjutsu by the big fox. And the time has come to the beginning of Naruto 39 after the dividing line below, which is really unexpected. During this period, the situation in the ninja world was constantly changing. The Eight Tails went berserk, causing the Hidden Cloud Village to withdraw from the ninja world war early. The time of Bruby's death in the manga and anime conflict, so I'll just let him die first. The political situation in the Hidden Mist Village became unstable and a rebellion broke out. Although it was quickly suppressed by the third Mizukage, it also reduced the harassment of the Fire Nation's coastline. Konoha also benefited from this and freed up some of its troops, began to clear out the enemies in the Land of Fire, restored some supply lines, and pushed the main battlefield back to the Land of Rain. Then, Konoha White Fang completed a classic decapitation operation, which made him famous. Later, on the battlefield of Rain Country, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were given the humiliating title of the Three Ninjas. As the battlefield once again concentrated in the Land of Rain, the weakest Hidden Rain village gradually showed signs of weakness. At this time, the dark hand hidden in the darkness of the ninja world was also looking for its prey. Deep underground in the mountain cemetery. A legend in the ninja world, one of the founders of Konoha Village, a gold medal employee of a pyramid scheme organization, and the dance king of the ninja world Uchiha Madara. At this time, the old man closed his eyes, leaned back on the stone chair with one hand supporting his cheek, and lazily gave orders to his plant subordinates. "The Rinnegan is now stable in Nagato. Have you chosen the next agent?" A white Zetsu stepped forward. "Master Madara, there are currently 131 members of the Uchiha clan who have become ninjas. After observing them for several years, there are 27 people worth noting, including Uchiha Fugaku, 19 years old by the way." Madara suddenly spoke, his tone, which was experienced over the years, without a trace of emotion. "They're too old and their thinking is rigid. We don't want anyone over 12 years old." "Understood, Lord Madara." A white Zetsu responded respectfully, and then began to report the abridged version. "The remaining people of interest are 11, Uchiha-san, 12 years old, eyes still closed, arrogant and friendless, pass." Madara interrupted again. "Those who have no friends or are withdrawn and cold are not welcome. This kid is useless because he doesn't even have any friends." White Zetsu continued to delete. After a while, 7 people remaining. Uchiha Figen, 12 years old, single Megatama, cold on the outside but warm on the inside and arrogant, and his teammate Hinata Arata is both an enemy and a friend, and they recognize each other. Uchiha Akihito, 11 years old, has 2 Megatama, is very competitive, likes and wants to defeat his teammate Hinata Mako. Uchiha Triple X. Uchiha Kagamizuki, 10 years old, double Megatama, double bloodline limit. Ha! Madara's head finally left his palm and he became a little more alert. Double Kakei Genkai? White Zetsu, yes, Madara-sama, Sharingan and mirror style, a bloodline limit that can manipulate mirrors, a very weak ability. Ban Ning's brows were furrowed. Except for the Uchiha who obtained would release by transplanting Hashirama's cells, I've heard of clan members who can awaken other bloodline limits. Interesting, keep going. White Zetsu, I have a cheerful and lively personality, and the most important person is my sister Uchiha Kyoka. Uchiha Kyoka? Madara felt that the name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it clearly because he was old. By Zetsu reminded, that was the genius girl I met in the Land of Rain when I gave Nagato his eyes. At that time, you admired her talent and killed her teacher and a teammate on a whim, but it seems that it didn't make her turn evil or awaken. Madara tried hard to recall, and he seemed to remember some things. At that time, he seemed to be able to go out and act, and then read me her information again. I have no recollection of anything else. Baiju briefly recalled. As for age, he should be around 14 years old. That he has 3 Megatama, graduated at the age of 7, opened his eyes and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 8, and became Jonin at the age of 12. That he has a calm personality and cherishes his companions. The most important person to him is his younger brother, Uchiha Kagamizuki. This pair of siblings. Madara fell into deep thought, his old age machine in his head running frantically. The situation of this brother and sister is simply tailor-made for the eternal kaleidoscope. Last time, there was no collapse of faith, so it seems that the wrong people were killed. The feelings between the two people can be exploited a little to make one of them turn evil, no longer believe in this false world, and thus agree with his own Moonai plan. But should I keep the younger brother or the older sister? The older sister is extremely talented, and the younger brother is easier to control. Ponder for a moment. Then start with the others. Also, bring me 2 Sharinans. I hate darkness. Yes, Madara-sama, we will go and prepare now. I've been delivering express for a year and a half, and some of the money I earn is too good to be spent. Oh my god, it's almost been a month since the new year, I should take a break, I'm still a child. A sad voice echoed in the forest, and countless snow fell. This was the cry of an old worker. Yellow, black and fat, 3 figures carrying large scrolls were moving quickly. Nearly 2 years, 22 months. Jingyu, who is now 10.5 years old, has finally shed some of her childish girlish appearance and gained some masculinity. It seems that she is not heading down the wrong path. Not to mention Minato, who just turned 12, who actually stood up and saluted this morning, stunning his friends. Although it was only for a short while, it made Kagamizuki and Yoshimaru envious. As for 12-year-old Yoshimaru, well, he's fatter and darker. Fortunately, the appearance of Team 7 is still at the top of the same period even under the extreme pull of Yoshimaru. Don't yell, sissy. Last time you sang I'm free as the wind and that's what attracted a bunch of enemies, Yoshimaru complained. Jinnya rolled her eyes at him and said, you can call them enemies even if they are defeated by a single illusion. They are just walking coins. Don't you have a share of the bounty after returning to the village? Return it to me if you have the guts. We are all brothers, why talk about money, it will hurt our feelings. The fat man is very loyal and one cannot go against money. Puffed, hee. Minato chuckled on the side. With these 2 teammates, the mission was like an outing. After receiving guidance from Senior Guji in the early days, the 3 of them easily became courier experts in Konoha village. In the nearly 2 years that followed, they had a smooth life thanks to Jinyu's reconnaissance ability, Minato's strength, Yoshimaru's ability to withstand beatings, and a little bit of care from the 3rd generation. They have perfectly completed 88 C-level missions, 7 B-level missions, and 2 A-level missions, and have defeated all other genin teams. They are the hard-working people in the ninja world. As for why there are no D-level missions? In one word, too lazy to do it. There is not much time left to return to the village, so who would have the mood to do a small task worth 500 taels? A hint of saltiness filled the air amidst their laughter, foreshadowing that they were approaching the final stop of this mission, A031, an outpost hidden on the coast. As the captain, Minato immediately calmed down and gave his orders seriously, alert, slow down and advance silently. Jinya starts reconnaissance, and Jiban forms a single-line formation for protection. Yes, Minato Sungama, Mu Wendy. The 3 switched formations, with Yoshimaru leading and Minato following behind, protecting Jinyu in the middle. At the same time, Jinyu threw a mirror into the sky, which quickly disappeared into the air. He stretched out his hand again and passed it in front of his body, and several translucent lenses appeared in front of him. Mirror escape, 1000-degree satellite map search, SSSSSSSSSS. The technique was completed, and pictures appeared one after another on the mirror in front of him, which together formed a coastline. Jinyu moved Fasai's finger, and the image on the mirror kept zooming in and out, and the conditions of the coastline were clearly reflected one by one. Mirror release 1000-degree satellite map search is a technique that has the concept of a world beyond the ninja world. A super reconnaissance system that integrates multiple advanced technologies including aerial drone technology, touch technology, and imaging technology. It was developed by Uchiha Kagamizuki, a prominent member of the Hidden Leaf Village, in 86,400 seconds. Safety. A few minutes later, Jingyu gave the reconnaissance feedback. Minato nodded, speed up and try to get off work early. Haha, Minato, you're imitating Jingyu's way of speaking again. Yoshimaru in front caught the small flaw in Minato's words. Haha, it seems to be more smooth. Little son chuckled a little embarrassedly. Fatty, I missed you so much after not seeing you for just one day that I was so anxious to get back to the village that I let it slip. Jinyu smiled and waved his hand, and the lens in front of him turned into crystal and dissipated. Then he walked side by side with Minato, who had caught up. She raised an eyebrow at him and asked, "Is that so?" Before Minato could speak, the fat man came to his other side. "I understand, he. A burst of obscene laughter. Minato's face flushed slightly as he glared at the two of them. "Don't go too far, you two. There's nothing wrong between Kushina and me." "Ah." Jinyu pretended to be surprised. "Kushina, I thought you missed the village, but it turned out to be Pepper. You are worthy of it." The fat man followed up. "Minato, you're going too far. The sour smell of love. You should also be considerate of our feelings. You guys." Hashtag, even little son, who has a good temper, couldn't stand the arrangement of these two guys and got angry on the spot. "Oh no, Fatty, run." Jinyu realized something was wrong at the first moment and accelerated instantly. "Sissy, wait for me." Yoshimaru followed closely behind. "Stop right there, I'm not in a relationship, don't talk nonsense." A flash of yellow appeared. At this time, in the area south of them, another Konoha Genin team was also carrying out a transportation mission. Swish swish, one black and one white raced against each other, quickly passing through the woods. "Can you do it? You're so slow." Uchiha Fiiwan, who was one body length ahead, mocked. "Slow? I just stepped on bird poop." Hinata Shinji exerted force to close the gap. Seeing this, Fiiwan increased his chakra and moved half a body distance away again. "Really? Then you better be careful not to step on it again. Team 7's mission count is almost over 100, and we're not even at 60. If you step on it again, it'll probably hold me back again." "Tisk, it's all snow. Where does the bird shit come from? There's not even any dog shit." "Damn it." Shinichi gritted his teeth and increased the engine speed, leveling himself again and taking the lead by a nose. "Humph, it's still unclear who will be holding us back." The contest continues. Behind the two of them, another white shadow was following with difficulty. "Hey, you two, slow down." You knew Chong gritted her teeth in anger. "These two guys have no sense of teamwork at all, they just know how to compare this and that. I'm really pissed off by them." It's still comfortable with Xiao Jingyu's team. When she's on a mission with them, she has food and fun, and she doesn't even need to do any reconnaissance. The key is that there are two of the most handsome guys in the village. Woo, I really want to change teams. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a few small insects flew out from her body, flapping their wings with a hint of impatience. Kongdaio's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and uneasiness immediately crept into his heart. Sure enough, the next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh, several kunai with detonating tags attached flew from all directions. Not good. Cold sweat broke out on Kongdaio's forehead. Fiiwan, XIN. Boom. At the A031 coastline secret outpost in Konoha, Team 7, which had already handed over the supplies, was taking on private work. Jingyu took out a small scroll, unsealed it, and took out a large bag. "Brother Jaw, this is Big Bear's dog food, bought exclusively from the doghouse store number 233 in the Inyazuka clan territory you specified. 66,000 taels for dog food, 600 taels for errands, totaling 66,666 taels. Here's the invoice." A man in his 20s with facial tattoos, Inyazukaga, wearing a black turban, said briskly, "What do you mean by not being able to issue an invoice, Jingyu? Do you think I can't trust you?" If the invoice had not been in the other party's hands the moment it appeared, Jingyu might have believed his lies. Woof woof woof. The big dog, as big as a bear, had also finished inspecting the goods and let out a satisfied bark. Then the money is exchanged for the goods, and the transaction is completed at this moment. "Dear, next time, just let me know what you need. Our little son logistics team puts customers first and guarantees your satisfaction." Before Inyazuka Jaw could say anything, a fat man beside him couldn't wait to pull his arm. "Jingyu, where's my barbecue? Give it to me quickly. Money is not a problem." Jingyu spread her hands awkwardly and said apologetically, "Brother Tangdong, I'm sorry, I didn't buy your barbecue for you. It's all my fault. It definitely wasn't the fat guy who ate it on the road. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Hashtag. Chu, Deo, G, Pill, Sigma, LLL. The fat man who was playing with the reconnaissance telescope suddenly felt his fat body tremble. "Goodbye, everyone." Having completed a big order, Team 7 left the secret post contentedly and headed back to the village. Inyazuka Jaguar, dog food, and all the Fire Nation fashion magazines from last year, Akimichi Dodo, a 50-portion barbecue bucket, Chimera Agate, the same foundation as the Daimyo 99 limited edition nail polish colors, jasmine skin cream. Hate Jingyu's hand holding the small notebook trembled, and goosebumps appeared all over her body as if she was thinking of some bad scene. Oi, ui, Minato, be gentle, it hurts. Jingyu, forget it. Come and help Jivan. This guy is really heavy. Minato supported the fat man and asked for help. Even traveling consumes chakra. Who can bear it? Yoshimaru had gained weight compared to half an hour ago and could not walk properly. In fact, his injury was not serious. Akimichi Dodo's attack was very precise and the damage stopped at the fat layer. Oh, okay. He put away the little notebook of fortune. I don't want him to treat me. Go away, you traitor. The fat man resisted a little fiercely, but his body was quite honest and he was already unbuttoning his clothes. The three men stopped to help the fat man reduce his swelling. Jingyu frowned, and a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared in his chakra. What's wrong? Minato noticed his abnormality. Someone is looking for me. Maybe my sister wants me to video chat again. Jingyu felt a little happy when she thought of her elder sister. However, she did not dare to contact her through viewing flowers in the mirror for fear of affecting her mission. Yeah. A hint of anticipation flashed in Minato's eyes. Jingyu continued to perform healing spells, his eyes fixed. Mirror escape. Viewing flowers in the mirror, a mirror appeared, and after ripples on the mirror surface for a while, a patch of red hair appeared. Jingyu was deeply disappointed and quickly moved the mirror in front of Minato. Looking for you. Then focus on helping fat people lose weight. Mine? Looking at Kushina in the mirror and the little fox holding a clipboard, Minato was a little confused. It was clearly written on the writing board, Uchiha Kagamizuki is a big idiot. Why? However, judging from Jingyu's appearance, she seemed to be too busy to chat and wanted him to help, so Minato took out his notebook and started chatting with Kushina. It wasn't the first time anyway. He was also very familiar with the technique of viewing flowers in the mirror. He and Yoshimaru both had a small mirror on their bodies. When the team separated, they could sense it by inputting chakra into the mirror moon, which was very convenient. According to Jingyu, it was developed specifically for his sister Jinghua, which is a very touching story of the love between siblings. It was just a strange thing, every time he met Kushina, Jingyu would be busy and let him do the talking. What a coincidence. In the mirror, Kushina saw the little yellow-haired fox opposite her change in an instant, her face instantly puffed up, and she snatched the clipboard from the little fox's hand and wrote quickly. How come it's in your hands again? Crossed out black. Hey Minato, where's the annoying guy? A pair of big eyes looked at the screen sideways, and it seemed that the eyes were about to go out of the mirror. Minato's mouth twitched as he wrote, treatment for Yoshimaru. Kushina narrowed her eyes in obvious disbelief. Show me. Minato turned the mirror around to look at the two people who were healing and being healed. Hi, little pepper, little Daji. The fat man with a pig head waved his hand to say hello. The mirror rotates in the little fox's pig-headed face. Kushina was worried. How did the fat guy get injured? Did you encounter an enemy? Minato was embarrassed. He was beaten by his cousin. Added, he stole 20 portions of barbecue from his cousin. In the mirror, Kushina was laughing so hard that her body was shaking, and Minato also laughed along. He. Hearing the laughter, Jingyu looked up at the silly smiling little son and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Smiling so happily, things are progressing pretty fast. They are indeed the official couple. This girl never looks so good every time she sees me, and always finds fault with me. By the way, if you use my ninjutsu to fall in love, will I be considered a matchmaker in the future? 18 pig trotters, I can't even finish them. How about exchanging them for cash? Just as he was thinking about the cashing in of the 18 pork trotters, Minato handed him the mirror. The mirror has returned to normal. It was Kushina who cut off the chakra. Curiously asked, why don't you chat anymore? Weren't we having a very happy chat just now? She said it was too late and wanted to take a shower and go to bed. Minato replied with a hint of regret. Jingyu looked at the warm early spring sun in the sky. Is there a time difference between here and Konoha village? Some jokes inexplicably popped up in my mind. I must be overthinking it. Minato is not a bootlicker and Kushina doesn't know tea ceremony. They are a serious couple. At the same time, in a mansion on the outskirts of Konoha village. Yeah. The ashamed and angry little red-haired boy threw a series of fierce punches at the air, scaring the little fox so much that it flew out of the room. How is it possible that something is always wrong? He must be avoiding me. How annoying. I wrote this down and complained to my sister, saying that this guy bullied her and her face was swollen with anger. Aha. Kushina nodded, took out her diary skillfully and started writing. After writing down someone's bad deeds, she took out the little notebook she had kept for the past 2 years and reviewed the contents so that she could punch more powerfully the next time they met. 4.10 Class 7, completed the mission and returned to the village. We went to learn swordsmanship from the annoying guy. He called me an idiot and we fought. I won. 5.21 Today Minato came to ask me to train with him. I haven't seen them for more than a month. The annoying guy showed off his sword skills, but I didn't see anything clearly except that it was beautiful that he was called an idiot again, but I endured it this time because they seemed very tired. 5.26 I endured it. 6.3 I endured it. 6.11 I couldn't help it. Class 7 set out on its journey home again. I, Akimichi Yoshimaru, am alive again. Damn it, if I could beat him, I would beat him until he is swollen. Thanks to Jingyu's efforts, the fat man is full of energy again. Yeah, if I could defeat the 5 Cage, I would definitely defeat them so that they wouldn't dare to start a war. The sarcasm came from Uchiha. Fuck you sissy, fat, I almost forgot to settle the score with you. Hey, a gentleman should use his mouth, not his fists. Get lost, I'm not a gentleman, I'm a fat man. Damn, he even threw away his dignity just to beat someone up. Minato shook his head as he watched the 2 people chasing him, but a smile remained on his face. This is his companion, and he will protect him with his life. There is also the village, everyone, and them, having fun all the way. Suddenly, at the extreme end of the range, a red streak of light that was already difficult to see shot up into the sky, but Minato caught it and immediately became solemn. There's a distress signal, red enemy attack, southwest, at least 9 kilometers away. A series of intelligence was analyzed in an instant. A walking bounty. Jinyu and Jivan immediately stopped chasing and turned, accelerating southward without any delay. These 2 guys, really? Minato then sped up to catch up. Whoosh ding ding ding. Feiyuan, holding the girl in his arms, walked through the rain of hidden weapons. Feiyuan. Leave me alone, just go. Don't talk that you'll be fine as long as you get to the sentry post that you'll be fine that I'm sorry, Kongaya that I'm sorry. Facing the girl whose blood was constantly gushing out, he blamed himself, felt regretful, and felt guilty, with tears of remorse overflowing from his blood-red eyes. The girl in his arms who loved white was already covered in blood, and Feiyuan wished he could stab himself to death with a kunao. Because he had provoked a race with the new one, he had caused the team to become disconnected, allowing the enemy to sneak attack the insect jade that had fallen behind. You know, the Mushidama's reconnaissance ability is no weaker than the Hinata's Byakugan. If it weren't for the full effort to catch up with them, it would be impossible for them to be successfully ambushed. It's all his fault, he's a useless piece of shit. Tears dripped down his chin. The weak girl in his arms had a soft look in her eyes. She wanted to catch the tear, but her blood-stained hands were too weak to lift. She had never seen the boy shed tears before, and she wanted to tell him not to blame himself or cry, and that she did not blame him. Swish, a ninja with a Kirigakure forward protector on his head blocked the way. Feiyuan held the insect jade tightly in his arms with one hand, his eyes showing fierceness. Get out of here. While roaring, he swung a kunao with his other hand to meet the enemy. 8 Trig Ram's palm, call. Suddenly, an air cannon passed by Feiyuan. Bang! A mist ninja was knocked flying, but unfortunately the user of the empty palm was not strong enough, so the opponent was injured but not killed. Feiyuan, just keep moving forward, leave the rest to me. Hinata Shinbei's eyes were fierce as he protected the 2 of them closely. His guilt was no less than Feiyuan's, so, even if I die, I must save Kongyo. Squeak! The little squirrel who was basking in the sun was suddenly frightened and retreated into the tree hole. Tap tap. The next second, there were a few more footprints at the door. After a while, squeak! The little head poked out cautiously, not waiting for it to curse. Squeak! He was so scared that he crawled into the tree hole. Why go to all this trouble? Can't you just kill him? Haha, emotions need to be brewed. How can a simple death compare to the emotional outburst of hope, disappointment, and despair? Next to the tree hole, a strange man with a yin-yang face seemed to be talking to himself, asking himself questions and answering them. It was Heibaiju. There's a coup going on in the Hidden Mist Village. Is it okay to transfer so many people here at once? They are just a bunch of clowns. The 3rd Mizu Cage can handle them. Haha, you finally managed to trick this thug, but don't mess with him. Just a greedy human being, he can get as much as he wants. He. With a low laugh, Heibaiju slowly sank into the tree trunk. After a long while, the poor little squirrel finally poked its head out and cautiously came out to bask in the sun. Squeak! I looked up at the sky in confusion, as if my eyes were dazzled by the sunlight just now. A small bright spot in the sky flashed, reflecting an imperceptible ray of light. There are at least 17 Kirigakure ninjas. The ones attacked are from Team 9. Shin is fighting, not General Ono. The insect girl seems to be seriously injured. Information was reported by Jinyu one by one as he was operating the mirror to conduct reconnaissance while on his way. Damn it, how come so many mist ninjas suddenly appear? Didn't they say that the Hidden Mist Village was too busy with political struggles to take care of other things? The intelligence department is shit. Yoshimaru cursed in desperation. Minato's expression was serious. Now is not the time to talk about this. The enemy is too numerous for us to handle. Yoshimaru, fire 2 flares each to the west and north. Okay. The fat man took out a flare. Jinyu frowned, feeling unsafe with the light flare. I'll notify Pepper and have her pass the information to the village and request support. As he spoke, he performed the viewing flowers in the mirror technique. Well, but the village is too far away, so we can only use it as a backup. Minato nodded, then stood guard for the two of them and predicted the shortest rescue route based on the direction of Team 9's escape. There are at least 3 kilometers left, we need to go faster. No problem. The fat man roared, and Team 7 accelerated again. Jingyu's brows were tightly furrowed, and his mind was in a state of confusion. Because for a moment, he saw Ju, and he was confident that he would not mistake that half-black and half-white face. Why are you here? Coincide? Collect intelligence? Or was it premeditated? Damn, this is so troublesome that I hate these old bitches who play dirty tricks the most. He didn't think any more about it, because in the mirror in front of him, red hair was swaying, and Kushina appeared with a proud look on her face and a small notebook in her hand. If you've got to fart, you jerk, I'm busy. Konoha B046 Outpost. Bang! The secret door was slammed open, and Fiiwan rushed in with the bloody man in his arms. Senior, save me. The scene before him shocked and despaired him. The entire outpost had become a hell. There were no broken arms or limbs left, and no one was left alive. How so? A feeling of powerlessness filled my heart. No wonder no one supported the signal for so long. It may not just be here, the nearest sentry points may have encountered accidents. Boom! The explosion outside reminded him that the enemy was approaching and his companions were in danger. No! He looked out the door worriedly, then at the girl in his arms, feeling caught in a dilemma. Go help Xin Kongayo helped him make the choice. Gently put down the girl in his arms. Wait for me. In the woods outside the outpost, many mist ninjas were chasing a young man. Finally, the mission is about to be completed. This Hyaga clan is really difficult to catch. Don't be too happy, it might be another split. It's okay, hee, be careful not to kill it this time, take it back and give birth to the baby. You are such a talented person. These people are the bloodline limit hunting team of the Hidden Mist Village. This time they received orders from the 3rd Mizukage to hunt the Byakugan in Sharinan. The Kirigakure ninjas were approaching from all directions, and Hinata Arata could almost hear their discussions. These bastards. His brows were furrowed, and he rolled his eyes, using his farsightedness to stare in the direction of the sentry post, wanting to see if Fiiwan had arrived. But the tragic situation inside the outpost shocked him. How could it be? Certain thoughts flashed through my mind instantly. Hateful. In this case, we can no longer join them, we must lure these mist ninjas somewhere else. Finally, he glanced at his 2 teammates. Fiiwan, Kongayo, you must survive. Swish, he gathered the last bit of chakra under his feet and suddenly turned to accelerate. Oh no, this brat actually still has some energy left. Give him a try. The Kirigakure ninjas all accelerated in an instant, and at the same time, various long-range means began to be used in an attempt to slow it down. Whoosh, 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 boom, bow, shurikens and explosive tags were tightly attached to Hinata Shin's back. 12, 15, 17, great, they're all here. Hinata Arata used his Byakugan to confirm the number of enemies. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the eyes and the white eye was forced to close. Hinata Xin covered his eyes in pain and smiled miserably. Has it reached its limit? Haha, I'm really weak. It seems that the fate of the bird in the cage is about to end. He reached into his ninja tool bag, stopped and turned around abruptly. Ha ha ha, come on, scum of Kirigakure. As he laughed, he already had several detonating talismans in his hand, and sparks bloomed brilliantly in the white smoke. Self-destruction, ha, you're too self-righteous, little brat. With a sneer, a flash of sword passed by Hinata Arata's side. Swish! A flying arm was reflected in the white pupils, and the pain had not even reached the brain at this time. Bang! Then the one holding the detonating talisman, the broken arm, was kicked away. Boom! Suicide failed. Kid, don't underestimate the strength of a Jonin. The explosion was accompanied by a despairing laugh. Before I could think about it, the severe pain came in the next second. Hinata Arata gritted his teeth and cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body, but his eyes were glaring at the Kirigakure senior ninja. That's a very nice look. I've been playing hide and seek with you for so long, and it's time to end it. The Kirigakure Jonin took out a set of locks and prepared to harvest his prey. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several black lights streaked through the air, but the Kirigakure Jonin dodged them all by just slightly turning sideways. Then I saw 2 happy balls tied to the kunao. Smoke bomb. Bang gas. Thick smoke rose instantly. Whoosh, a black shadow rushed in and quickly rushed out holding Hinata Arata. It was Uchiha Fiiwan who had arrived. At this time, the mist-hidden ninja walked out of the smoke, looked at the 2 people who fled and shook his head. A futile struggle, chase. More than a dozen figures disappeared in an instant. What the hell are you doing here, you idiot? Take the bug jade and leave. Hinata Arata cursed, but Fiiwan remained indifferent. Idiot, 1 for 2, you don't even know basic math. It's still in time if you let me go now, otherwise you will definitely not be able to escape. Put me down, you bastard. Please, I lose this time, please leave. The new voice changed from cursing to begging, and Fiiwan's eyes also changed from 1 megatama to 2 megatama. Look ahead and speak firmly, I won't do math with my companions' lives. Hinata Arata looked at Fiiwan in a daze that he felt his determination and slowly reached into the ninja tool bag with his remaining left hand. Sorry, then I'll give you my share and help me live a good life. Cue the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The megatama in the blood-red eyes began to spin and twist, and the tears were carried away by the wind as soon as they flowed out of the corners of the eyes. We must protect the insect jade. The boy with white eyes closed his eyes with the last hope. Aha! The pain spread. What is pain? Is it a spur to move forward in darkness? Is it a sorrow no one understands? Or is it the enemy of happiness? No, neither. Pain is pain. It's just that some people are driven by pain to become stronger, while others sink in pain and become the creators of new pain. But none of them like pain. He. The laughter in the woods was filled with madness. Blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, and those eyes that represented pain ultimately failed to reach their destination. Perhaps, it represents more than just pain. Fiiwan felt the surging pupil power, which increased from 1 megatama to 3 megatama in a short period of time. That the power was overflowing from his body and was still growing. This feeling made him crazy. Powerful, stronger than ever before. Slowly put down the body that was losing its temperature in his arms. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps indicated that the area was surrounded by mist ninjas, but he was not afraid at all, only hatred and madness. Kill them all, he murmured with his eyes lowered. The leading mist ninja frowned at Hinata's new body. He didn't destroy his own eyes. It seems this Hyuga brat is a branch family. All this effort was in vain. Someone next to him said, don't you have double Sharingan? That's not bad either. Another person scoffed, what's the use of the Sharingan? The land of water is always foggy, so the Byakugan is more effective. Something is better than nothing. That's right. Casual teasing reached the boy's ears. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he swept over everyone present like an evil ghost, making everyone tremble. Then a crazy voice sounded word by word, kill, all, you, SSSH. He picked up 2 kunao and charged straight ahead. On the other side, 3 figures were running quickly across a meadow towards a small hill. Team 7 was approaching. There is no response from the B046 sentry point, something must have happened. Oh no, bastard. Jinyu stared at the mirror in front of him, and his Sharingan was passively activated. What happened to Shin? Minato and Yoshimaru had a bad feeling. Jinyu gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words, dead. The two lowered their heads, and sadness spread throughout Team 7 at this moment. For years in ninja school, 2 years on missions, and classmates I had been with for nearly 6 years were gone just like that. Fiiwan is also in danger, let's hurry up. Jinyu urged. Damn it, this is already the fastest. It's all my fault. Don't worry about me, I'll go first. Yoshimaru was at the end of the team, and this was already his maximum speed. Don't be like that, Yoshimaru. We're not much faster than you in traveling. Minato soothed him. The more urgent the situation, the calmer he, as the captain, had to be. Although Jinyu and he still had some energy left, running was not the same as the instant body movement technique, so it wouldn't make them much faster. Moreover, if they used the instant body movement technique to travel faster, they would lose combat effectiveness due to the consumption of chakra. Damn, I should have developed a flying ninjutsu earlier. Jinyu was annoyed that he really forgot about this thing. The whole village was free-range chickens, so he didn't think about it. Fly. Minato looked at the hills and the terrain, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. He immediately shouted, Yoshimaru, double your strength, throw me and Jinyu over with all your might. What? I'm boiling. How big is the difference between a 12-year-old Uchiha with 1 megatama and a 12-year-old Uchiha with 3 megatama and going crazy? Maybe there is, but it can't be seen in Fiiwan because he plays Naruto, not Fruit Ninja. The ones who surrounded and beat him up were a group of genuine Kirigakure Jonin and Shinin from the Blood Mist Village, not tropical fruits. Things might have been different if he had awakened the kaleidoscope, but unfortunately he didn't. Bang! Ahem! The wounded Fei Yuan fell heavily to the ground, his lungs shaken and blood spurting out of his mouth. Bang! A large foot stepped on his chest. It was a Kirigakure with a cut on his face. He wiped the blood from the wound on his face with his fingers and put it into his mouth, then leaned forward with a mocking look on his face. That's pretty capable, kid. Fiiwan gritted his bloodshot teeth, endured the pain and swung his fist with difficulty. Bang! It was easily taken over and successfully angered the other party. Bah, damn. The mist ninja exerted force on his hands. Snap! The broken wrist brought out a terrible scream. Stop playing around, Jin-san. Break his limbs and take him away. The leading mist ninja spoke. The mist ninja named Jinzo grinned unhappily, but still chose to obey and prepare to take action. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if covered by dark clouds. A group of mist ninjas looked up in confusion, then suddenly woke up. What? Spread! A huge black shadow fell rapidly with screams, and the mist ninjas retreated one after another. Jin-san did not forget to bring Fiiwan with him, Spiritual Summoning Mini-Stage Collapse Technique. Boom! The tall red toad, with a height and waistline of 3.8 meters, slammed heavily to the ground, and the blast of air forced all the mist ninjas to retreat. It was Jingyu and Minato who were delivered with precision. Help! Two streaks of light, one black and one yellow, popped out from the flying dust and headed straight for Jin-san, who was holding Fei Yuan. Other quick-reacting mist ninjas rushed to the rescue. Swish, boom! A big toad stood there with a sword in hand, looking very imposing. Mayaboku's toad Benimaru is here, don't take a single step forward. Then the mist ninjas drew their swords and slashed at the giant toad. Seeing his teammates being stopped, the hostage-taking mist ninja Shinzo shouted to the two men who were coming to kill him, "Stop, don't come over here, otherwise I will kill him." There was a hint of panic in his voice. The main reason was that the appearance and the momentum were too shocking, which weakened my confidence by 3 points. "Leave me alone, kill, bang." Cough, shut up. Fei Yuan struggled hard, but was hit by an elbow. Jingyu and Minato were even more murderous at this time. They looked stern and sped up again, one on the left and one on the right, closing in on him. Hateful. Cursing silently, Jin-san raised Fei Yuan with one hand as a shield and flicked out Kanben with the other hand to meet the attack. At this moment, the handsome black-haired boy on the right spoke, "Hey handsome brother, come and see my colored contact lenses." Jin-san felt an itch in his heart. What a sweet voice. Could it be a girl? She was beautiful and had a sweet voice, which made him curious about her gender, and he couldn't help but glance at her. The crimson eyes are beautiful, but more terrifying. Oh my god, that's not a girl at all, it's a pair of red Sharinon. What a cunning kid, he actually plays a voice actor. Which man can resist this temptation? He was so scared that he immediately closed his eyes, flew back and used Fei Yuan's body to block his vital points. He had calculated carefully that as long as he could withstand this wave of attacks, his teammates would come over. He obviously has a lot of combat experience, but he was tricked by Gingyu's sweet call of handsome guy. However, he didn't know that one of the two people he was facing at this moment would be the fastest man in the future ninja world. The moment he was fooled was enough for him to complete the transformation from human to dead. "Jin-san, watch out behind you." Cue the teammate's reminder, and the critical blow arrived at the same time. The sharp kunao pierced through the burning heart and twisted it twice clockwise. Cough. When he moved his eyes back, he could only see the yellow hair swaying gently, as if asking him, "Is it fast? So fast, take your last breath." He dealt with one, but before Minato and Jingyu could catch their breath, the toad could no longer hold on. "Minato, father-in-law, the wind is blowing." The toad Hongwan, who was about to be chopped to death, roared. Bang! "I was injured and left work. I really tried my best." The next moment, all the mist ninjas looked at the two of them with murderous intent. "Hongwan, you are trash," Jingyu cursed angrily. Not only does Minato's toad always think about his little fox, but he's also such a wimp. But his hands were not slow and he had already completed the seal. Si Wei Shenhai Wuyan Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, the Uchiha Ancestral Fireball Spit. Reiznan Minato beside him was already prepared and threw out a small ball in his hand at the same time. This is not the first time they have cooperated with each other, they have a tacit understanding. The two ninjutsu merged into one as soon as they were used, and they were inseparable. SS. A tornado rose from the center of the huge fireball. Fire Style, Spiral Flame Dance, Crimson Tornado 0. Jingyu got goosebumps all over her body, and the feeling of shame spread from the top of her head to the solace of her feet. "Minato, please stop reading it, it's so embarrassing." "Yes," Minato roared. "Really, I think it's very handsome." Minato replied dully. "Whether it's handsome or not is debatable, but you shouted it out, big brother." Jingyu felt ashamed to be associated with this little middle school student. The drowsy Fei Yuan frowned that he couldn't understand why these two people could still joke around so calmly. Xin died, his teammate died in his arms. At the same time, the fire tornado was already violently crashing towards the mist ninjas. But they are not panicking. Water Style, Water Wall x2 Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet x2 Double Water Wall Defense plus left and right Water Dragon Attack. We can do both offense and defense, and with more people, we can do whatever we want. Then, boom, wow wow wow, the two layers of water walls suddenly burst and steam rose. Ang, ang. Then two water dragons broke through the steam and leaped towards him. Boom. Suddenly, the forest was covered with rain, and then with mist, nothing could be seen. And then the person was lost. Uncle third generation. Help, yeah. A little red-haired fox whizzed by like the wind and rushed into the Hokage building. 5 seconds later, a little white fox also came here, looked left and right, tilted its head and rushed in. After receiving Jingyu's message for help, Kushina did not dare to delay for a moment and ran to find the Hokage immediately. The little fox who was bored at home also followed her. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was approving a note for Uchiha Fugaku, while the three members of Team Kyoka, who looked exhausted from the journey, were waiting nearby. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with concern while writing, "How is Chief Kaga doing now?" "Thank you for your concern, Third cage. My father lost one leg and one arm. Fortunately, Lady Tsunade intervened in time. His life is safe now, but he can no longer be a ninja, Fugaku said with gratitude. His father was injured in the battlefield of Rain Country not long ago. If Tsunade, the disciple of the third Hokage, had not been there, he would probably have died. The clan leader was seriously injured and could no longer lead the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Fugaku, the young clan leader, was transferred back to the village and joined the police department to gradually take over the Uchiha clan. Teammates Kyoka and Mikato were also affected and needed to reorganize the team. The war happened to slow down a bit, so they took this opportunity to take a break. Being alive is better than anything else. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over the transfer approval letter. Your father has a strong temper. Comfort him more and help him vent his anger. Don't let him get too upset. I've made note of it. Thank you, third Hokage. Fugaku took it respectfully with both hands. Then the Sandai looked at Kyoka and Mikato. It seems that the village doesn't have any individual jonin to assign to you right now. Do you have anyone of your own? Just finished asking. Bang! The door was knocked open. Uncle Sandai, hurry up, Squad 9 is under attack at Post B046, and Squad 7 is backing them up. Kushina sputtered, and then her eyes widened. She saw the person she hadn't seen for nearly 2 years standing there quietly, smiling at her like a flower. Jinghua, who will be 14 next month, has a girlish aura that is enough to make anyone's heart flutter, including women. Elder sister. Kushina jumped into his arms and rubbed her little face against his. Jinghua smiled and stroked the red hair, saying softly, "Be good, don't hug me, I'm dirty." "It's not dirty, sister smells good." The little red-haired boy didn't listen at all and continued to rub. Jinghua was helpless. "I really can't do anything about you." She pinched her cheek and said, "Jingyu complained that you didn't learn swordsmanship well." "No, sister, it's because of that annoying guy who doesn't teach well. He just swings twice and runs away every time. How can I learn?" Kushina's little face puffed up with anger. "Jingyu performs it every time he comes back. No one can learn it just by watching it once." Mikato on the side chuckled, "Hee, you have both a brother and a sister, Jinghua, you are really enviable." Fugaku was also envious and suddenly had the urge to accept 2 disciples. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the desk did not want to interrupt this beautiful scene, he was more curious about what the information was. Ahem, he coughed loudly twice, drawing the 4 people's attention to him. "Kushina, is the information you just gave accurate?" Everyone focused their attention on Kushina, and Kyoka frowned even more. The team her brother was in was also called Team 7, but there were many Team 7s in Konoha. Kushina came back to her senses. "How could you forget the important thing?" He said hurriedly, "Accurate, 100%, a disgusting person wouldn't joke about something like this." Jinghua was startled, and put her hands on Kushina's shoulders, and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with Kushina? What happened to Jingyu?" Kushina immediately told her what Jingyu had told her. "Jingyu told me through the mirror that Team 9 was attacked by a 17-man Kirigakur team. Outpost B046 and the surrounding outposts have not responded, and they are suspected to have been lost. Team 7 is on their way to rescue them." "What? Mist hidden?" Everyone was shocked. "Isn't there an internal conflict in the Hidden Mist village?" Fugaku asked. The third generation frowned. "Mirror? Jingyu's mirror escape." He had heard Jiraiya say that his disciple had mastered the ultimate code for collecting materials, but he had not expected that this mirror could actually transmit information across distances. In an instant, he thought of the feasibility of using it on the battlefield. Without waiting for Kushina to reply, Kyoka pulled out a small round mirror and began inputting chakra. But, no reaction. "How come? Kushina will try you with yours." He looked at Kushina nervously. His brother's viewing flowers in the mirror had never had any problems. Kushina immediately pulled out a small mirror with a red frame from her bosom and input chakra into the mirror. But 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds, 1 minute. Anxiety made his eyes misty. "Come on, why isn't it working? It was working just in one go before. I hope that annoying guy won't die." "No. Lord Sandaime, I request to go," Kyoka said anxiously, thinking that if Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to say no, she would immediately defect and go on her own. But as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to consider more, such as the enemy's motives, whether it was a simple attack or had other purposes. Taking a deep puff of cigarette, he went through the information of Team 9 in his mind. It seemed that there were Hinata and Uchiha. Jinghua saw Sandai lost in thought, his fists clenched tightly, and his patience seemed to be running out. Mikato grabbed her fist and tried to comfort her silently. Her longtime teammate naturally understood how she was feeling and stepped forward to speak on her behalf. "Third Sama, please allow us to go." At the same time, Fugaku placed the approval slip back on the desk and stood next to his 2 teammates. "Sir, please allow me to carry out one more squad mission." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked over the 3 people. Seeing their nervous looks, he smiled. "I didn't say you couldn't go." The 3 generations gave in, and all 3 were happy. Sandaime-sama Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to interrupt what they were about to say and began to write the order to leave the village. The enemy is likely a bloodline hunting team. I will send 2 Ombu teams to cooperate with you. After a while, the 3 of them took the warrant and set off. Kushina rolled her eyes and followed quietly, taking the little fox who was eavesdropping at the door with her. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received the message, he was already several kilometers away. Boundary technique, phantom light barrier, was a transparent halo enveloped the entire forest. Water style, mist hidden technique X6. The 6 mist hidden ninjas blew out fragrance at the same time, and the mist quickly spread to every corner of the barrier. The high concentration of mist made it difficult to see one's fingers when stretching out one's hand. This way they definitely can't escape. Divide into groups of 2 and spread out in 8 directions. Find them. The mist ninjas quickly ran to their respective positions. The leader took out a scroll to seal Hineda's body, and then headed in one direction. Not long after, a yin-yang face emerged from the ground. Awakening failed, haha. Baiju laughed, and there was no sense of loss of failure in his tone. His talent is a little lacking. Heiju commented without any emotion. What to do now? Go dig your eyes out. No rush, there's another Uchiha brat. Isn't that the ultimate goal? You can try it out first. I'm such a poor guy to be targeted by you, hehe. The laughter then disappeared into the ground. In the fog, do-do-do-do hiss. Kunai were nailed onto tree branches, and the connecting wires were stretched and crisscrossed. A few detonating talismans were placed on top, and a simple blocking trap was completed. He, I'll blow you up. The 2 members of Team 7 who managed to escape set up traps and marked their way, but they got lost. This fog not only blocks vision, but can also block chakra. It's really disgusting. Jinyu complained while pulling the steel wire in his hand. Looking through the mirror failed, and now they have lost contact with the outside world. Minato carried the unconscious Fuyuan on his back and smiled. There's nothing I can do about it. If I were in an absolute advantage, I would do the same. With the support of the people, I naturally need to create the advantage of the terrain. However, this high concentration of fog will consume a lot of energy. I don't think they can maintain it for long. We can just buy time. Jinyu shook her head. I counted them before. There are 17 of them. Even though we've taken down 1, it's still going to be hard for the 2 of us to outlast the rest. Minato's smile remained unchanged as he said, don't forget this is the land of fire. Yoshimaru will definitely not sit idly by. He should send up a signal fire or something and support will arrive soon. Jinyu laughed indifferently, haha, believe it or not, Fatty would just rush in without caring about anything. There's no way he would think of setting off a smoke signal. After hearing Jinyu's rigorous analysis, Minato suddenly felt uneasy. It seemed that Yoshimaru was just that kind of person. Jinyu came closer and raised her eyebrows teasingly. Are you scared, afraid that if you accidentally get rejected, you'll never see Pepper again and won't have the chance to confess your feelings? When Kushina was mentioned, Minato lowered his head and remained silent. He knew that Jinyu was trying to liven up the atmosphere, but he still couldn't help but think about it. He had a good impression of Kushina, but he also felt that there was another person in his heart. That stunning glance seemed to be imprinted in his mind and would appear frequently. The troubles of adolescent boys. Secretly looking at Jinyu, who was happily doing something, this guy seemed to be in a good mood all the time, except that he didn't get along well with Kushina. Mirror Moon. Is it possible for someone to like 2 girls at the same time? Jinyu was stunned for a moment, then she showed a sly smile. He, how could there not be any? There are too many. You see, Jiraiya-sensei likes all curvy women, Fatty likes all plump women, but Minato, you only like 2, you are already very innocent. / That's not what I meant. It's not me that I don't. How could I like 2 people? That's not right. Minato was incoherent and could no longer speak. Cough cough. At this time Fuyuan seemed to wake up. Fuyuan, Jinyu called out tentatively. Kongayo, go to Kongayo quickly, she is seriously injured. Minato and Kagamizuki both looked at the vast expanse of white around them and fell into silence. How to get there? What should I do? What should I do? The fat man holding a mirror in one hand was jumping anxiously at the edge of the woods. He rushed into the tree more than a dozen times, but every time he went in, he would come out inexplicably. It's either an illusion or a barrier, I don't know any of that. The mirror in his hand was no longer effective and he was completely at a loss. After thinking for a while, he looked up to the sky and roared, wow, sissy, Minato, wait for Fatty, He screamed and rushed straight into the woods again. This is the last stubbornness of a fat man. My insect sister is so awesome, Jinyu said excitedly. At this time, the 3 of them were following a small insect. In order to facilitate communication and positioning, Kongayo would give each of us a bug before each operation, Fuyuan explained, looking very lonely. One of my teammates died and another was seriously injured, so I cannot escape the blame. Arrive. The bug stopped moving forward. Jinyu then found the secret door, carefully scouted it with a mirror, and then sneaked in. As soon as I entered, I saw corpses all over the floor and Yunu Chongyu leaning against the wall, spitting out blood bubbles. Bug girl. He called out and saw the girl's eyelids twitching weakly. It was the first time he saw a member of the Abarame clan without sunglasses. She was quite beautiful. Don't be afraid, I will treat you immediately. Just as he was about to check on the injuries, Minato came in carrying Fuyuan on his back and immediately reminded him, "Don't treat it here." The other party already knows that this location is unsafe. Jingyu frowned. What Minato said made sense, but, so what should we do? The fog is so thick that we can't get out, and running around is even more dangerous. Bug girls, bugs are the fastest way to get us out. Suddenly the three of them were at a loss. He looked at the door, then at the ground, his eyes narrowed. At this time, there's blood here. It's fresh. Send a signal to notify others to narrow the search area. There was a sound outside. Kagamizuki and Minato looked at each other. Trouble. Leave me some detonating talismans, and you take the insect jade away. Fei Yuan said that he wanted to take 2 people with him and didn't want to live anymore. Don't talk, Jingyu reminded in a low voice. But Fei Yuan's previous voice was still captured by someone. At this time, the 2 people from Wuyan outside looked at each other, then nodded and carefully approached the secret door of the sentry post. They had been here before and killed everyone inside, so they naturally knew the location of the entrance. The secret door opened slightly and a stream of water flowed in, circling the sentry point before turning into a human shape. She is also a female ninja, about 14 or 15 years old, with white straight hair and sharp white teeth. She looks very good, but she has a bad feeling and doesn't look like a good person. Her eyes swept across the corpses on the ground, and her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. No one. Another masked mist ninja entered. How could that be, Jiayu? You must have heard that sound just now, right? The female ninja named Jiayu kept observing her surroundings, and her attention gradually focused on the ground at the corner of the wall. Look at the direction of the footprints. She pointed to a broken footprint on the ground, which was facing the wall. There's something wrong with this wall. The masked mist ninja reacted immediately, because no one could leave even half a footprint in the corner of the wall, let alone the back half. Back off. Let the teammate step aside, and Jiayu's right arm quickly expanded and turned into a Kylan arm. Only a sweet cry was heard. Ha, boom. The wall immediately exploded, revealing an upward passage and a bloody footprint behind the wall. It's a thin wall, and there are footprints behind it. Chase. At the same time, there was a narrow cave 5 meters underground in the outpost. How the 3 people from Konoha breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Kijetsu, you're still smart, Minato praised. Jingyu wiped away the non-existent cold sweat and waved his hand. It's just a coincidence that when I was a kid playing hide and seek, I studied earth escape techniques to avoid being found by my older sister. I never thought I'd be able to use them now. Haha, that's amazing. Minato was a little envious that he was an orphan and had never enjoyed family love. Take out the ink. I'll draw the concealment spell, and you heal them. Now all we have to do is wait for rescue. Good. Then the 2 of them started to get busy. Some people say that plans can never keep up with changes because there are always people who want to destroy plans. The chakra suddenly disappeared. A yin-yang face appeared on a tree, and the one who spoke was Baizetsu. 2 of them are injured and there is no way they can escape. One of them must know how to use barrier technique or concealment technique. Black Zetsu analyzed, looking at the mist ninja running around like headless flies below. It added, looks like we need to help these losers and summon a few white Zetsu. Cheating in games, you are really bad, hee hee. Baizetsu smiled and disappeared into the tree. The setting sun shines obliquely, and the sunset in early spring is a little earlier. The scientific explanation is that summer has not yet arrived. Thump! An exhausted fat man fell on his back at the edge of the woods with his limbs spread out. I can't even enter the forest, and I'm going to be laughed at by sissies for at least half a year. How am I supposed to live? Thinking of this, the fat man cried, very sadly. The fiery red sunset shines on the fat man's big round face, reflecting his sadness. Suddenly, shadows obscured the setting sun, and a black pigtail appeared in sight, followed by a familiar little face. Why are you crying, fatty? Where are Mirror and Minato? Yoshimaru opened his eyes wide with a look of surprise, and he turned over and grabbed the other person's shoulders. Little monkey, you will be my goddess from now on, come on and help me. The girl with the pigtails immediately gave up the idea of helping. At this time, 2 more people came closer. What's wrong with Fatty? The young man with a long sword on his waist. Were you the ones who sent the distress signal? Asked the brown-haired boy carrying the scroll. The people who came were Haruna Saratobi and Bai Yunyi from Team 10. Shan, Shi and Xiaoyun. They were on patrol duty on the other side and saw the signal that had been sent by Team 7, but when they found the launch point, they didn't see anyone there because Team 7 was also on their way. Then they could only look for it by themselves, but their class was a combat class and did not have strong reconnaissance and tracking capabilities, so they took a lot of detours. Yoshimaru introduced the basic situation to the 3 people, and Saratobi Haruna, as the team leader, immediately began to assign tasks. Yoon and I will go to the woods to scout first. Yes, Shan will light the signal fire, and Fatty will recover his strength. Bang! Yoshimaru slapped himself hard on the spot, leaving the 3 people next to him stunned. Fatty, are you crazy? Haruna was confused. The fat man's eyes were filled with tears. I am such an idiot, I can't even remember to raise a cigarette. If they had thought of raising the signal smoke early in the morning, the people would have been rescued by that afternoon. The little brown-haired Qian Xiaoyun patted the fat man's shoulder and comforted him softly. Don't blame yourself, get some rest. After all, not everyone has a brain. Suddenly I felt my breathing became a little heavy. The forest is shrouded in mist, peaceful and quiet. Boom! The sudden and violent explosion destroyed the tranquility and also damaged a large tree. Swish swish swish, 3 figures quickly rushed out from the tree trunk and disappeared into the mist. It's here, chase. Team 2, block. Team 4 and 5, go to the flanks. Don't let them get away again, they're such slippery brats. The mist ninjas were still playing their cat and mouse game. Damn it, why do I always get found? As the only expert in hide and seek in the village, Jingyu said it was incomprehensible and completely beyond common sense. They were caught digging a pit, hiding a tree, and even being caught when they transformed into their opponent's appearance. Are these mist ninjas evil? Do they have both the Byakugan and the Sharingan? Minato, who was carrying the insect jade, frowned, his expression very serious. Now is not the time to complain, I can't get rid of it this time. Jingyu and Feiyuan couldn't help but look solemn when they heard this. Minato looked at Jingyu and then at Feiyuan. Jingyu was in full combat strength, but Feiyuan's right hand was broken, and it was difficult for him to form combat strength with the insect jade on his back. His perception was better than others, and he had predicted that he could not escape. Now this situation. Feiyuan by Kongaya goes first, Jingyu and I will lead the others away. No, Feiyuan objected that he didn't want to go through the same thing again. Jingyu immediately retorted, no, you idiot. Why are you staying here if you can't even make a seal? Minato, give him the bug girl. Feiyuan gritted his teeth. The feeling of being a burden made him uncomfortable. Hold on tight. Minato placed the insect ball on his back and tied a rope to secure it. Then he said softly, don't mind, Jingyu speaks like this, take the insect jade and go first, we will catch up soon. Feiyuan looked at the pair of blue eyes and said, thank you. Minato returned the gentle smile, we are partners. Yeah, he nodded heavily and started to speed up. Seeing them coming forward, Minato and Kagamizuki looked at each other and prepared to do something. How many detonating talismans are left? Jingyu asked. 21. I still have 45. Leave 3 for each of us as a backup. Let's blast and lock the river before we leave. Good. The two men took out steel wire and kunao, put on detonating talismans and blocked the way ahead. Wait for the enemy to come. You'll be on my left and I'll be on your right. Don't die, or I'll marry Pepper and cheat on you every day. Minato was speechless at Jingyu's teasing. I really want to reply, if you want to marry me, then marry me. At most, I will be your brother-in-law and you can call me brother every day. But I just thought about it and didn't feel comfortable saying it out loud. Russell. There was a subtle sound, the mist ninja was approaching. Be careful and don't make Sister Jinghua sad, Minato warned. Don't worry, I'm very capable, Jingyu replied with a smile. The two said no more and rushed to the left and right. 3 seconds later, they each tacitly threw a shuriken to the side, and then quickly and synchronously formed hand seals. Josu Chenzi Su Hyasayin, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Torrent Strangling Formation SSSSSSSSSSS. Dense shurikens weaved into a rain curtain, rushing towards the rear in an X shape, strangling and blocking both sides and the back road, forming a death zone with the detonating talisman area in front. The mist ninjas were alert. Careful, spread, ding ding dang dang. Ah, second brother, damn, I'm going to kill them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There are detonating tags, lots of them. Water style, water wall, X8 boom, boom. A series of explosions dispersed the fog in the area, which was immediately covered by flames. Moment. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a trembling wall of water. The fog slowly spread back at this time. Tisk, it really is just smoke without harm. Jingyu was a little unhappy because the attack just now seemed to have no other effect except smashing the 2 eggs. Sensing Minato leaving and thinking for a moment, he did not run away immediately. We need to lure more people over here. If there aren't many people chasing Minato, he'll have a chance to counterattack with his strength. He stood in place and clasped his hands together, and more than a dozen mirrors spread out around him. Seal. Mirror escape, mirror clone swish, swish, swish. The mirrors transformed into swarms of mirror moons and attacked the water wall a split second before it fell. Mirror clone, a clone technique between entity and illusion, can only use a weak illusion and self-destruct once. Because it is based on the mirror, the chakra consumption is low and the power is also very low. It is an interference-type ninjutsu. The mist ninjas naturally also saw Jingyu. This kid is the one who is left behind. Leave 2 of them behind and the others continue chasing. A Kirigakure Jonin gave the order. Swish, a mirror moon emerged silently from the fog. Leave 2 people, who are you looking down on? He swung his short sword and slashed at the Kirigakure ninja. Silent killing technique. The mist ninja Jonin was shocked that the other party was able to approach him silently. There aren't many people in the Hidden Mist village who can perform this technique, not to mention that the other party is obviously just a genin. But, oh, you're too slow. He chuckled silently. He was a jonin, but the attack was seen through at a glance. His left hand formed a tiger lock around the boy's throat, and his right fist swung out, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Haha, but when his hands made contact, they went straight through each other's bodies and touched nothing. Phantom, clone technique? There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, but Jingyu raised her red eyes and smiled slightly. What do you think? Mirror escape, illusion, mirror explosion. Click. The young man in front of him responded like a broken mirror. I felt something was wrong and wanted to evacuate, but, oh no, I can't move. Damn it, this isn't a clone technique, it's an illusion. Bang, puff, puff. The mist ninja Jonin was stabbed all over his head and face by mirror fragments. It hurts, but I'm still alive, just blind. Point one eye. The mirror is too fragile to cause effective damage. The damage is not great, but it is very insulting. Jingyu also calls this move a disfiguring skill. It works best when used in conjunction with the fast boy Minato. The same scene was played out one after another among the mist ninjas. Those who wore masks looked better, while those who didn't looked worse. However, only 2 unlucky people had one eye blinded by the fragments. Fortunately, this wave directly brought the hatred to the maximum, especially the female ninja. Get him. This brat is an Uchiha. Send more people. Teams 2 and 3, chase the other one. Everyone else, follow me. The mist ninja team split up. 2 teams went after Minato, and 3 teams went after Jingyu. Although the effect was not very good, there was no other way. Jingyu could only run as fast as he could. The other side. Only 6. Minato frowned when he sensed the number of people chasing him. Jingyu. Nothing must happen to you. A sharp light flashed in his blue eyes, and he clenched the kunao tightly in his hand, revealing a murderous look. He is going to kill someone. Outside the woods, a column of smoke stretched from sky to earth. Can you do it? Yoshimaru looked nervous and kept urging the busy Senju Yun. He was very anxious because it had been nearly half an hour and he still hadn't finished it. Yun tilted his head slightly. No, you come. Hey, boss, you're busy, just treat me as a piece of shit. The fat man said from the bottom of his heart that he knew nothing about it. During their reconnaissance, Haruna and Yun immediately noticed that the forest was encircled by an illusion barrier. Then, Yun Senju, a hybrid of Senju and Uzumaki, took on the task of breaking it. He finished writing the last spell, put down the brush in his hand, and then untied the large scroll behind him and threw it out. Rise! The scroll flew up over the woods and unfolded along a transparent semicircular cover. Yun clapped his hands. Bang! His whole body tensed up. He roared angrily, break! Buzz. As the voice fell, the thick fog in the forest disappeared and appeared before the 4 people. It's the mist hidden technique. Haruna announced the name of the ninjutsu. The fog hasn't dissipated, which means everyone should be fine. Bayun Yushin analyzed. What are you waiting for? Go! Fatty and Yun led the charge. 10 minutes later, the 3 men and the fox appeared breathlessly in front of the smoke screen, gazing at the forest shrouded in mist. It was Kyoka, Fugaku and Kushina who were rushing over at full speed, while Mikado and the Umbu were conserving their strength on the second step. The energy consumption of using the instant body technique to travel is too great, and not everyone can bear it. Only Kyoka and Fugaku are strong enough to do it. But Kushina is different. She can run for a whole day. Kushina sensed their location. Daji, be on alert. Okay, sister. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Kushina closed her eyes and used all her strength to activate Kagura's heart eye, which was why she was not driven back by Kyoka. The little fox wandered around with her tail wagging. She had never seen the world before and was curious about everything around her. Kyoka and Fugaku tried their best to recover their strength and continue on their journey, as their chakra consumption was very high. In a moment, Kagura's powerful perception of the mind penetrated the layers of fog, and chakras appeared in Kushina's perception one by one. The corners of his mouth lifted up immediately. Sister found it. Tiao Jingyu is at 6 o'clock, and there is a strange chakra next to him. Jinghua's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and she felt relieved. She then asked, where are the others? Kushina closed her eyes and sensed carefully. At 3 o'clock, there are 3 chakras, 2 in front and 1 in the back. They seem to be Uchiha Hijin and Abarame Mashidama. At 11 o'clock, it's Minato, and there are 6 strangers around him. 1 is dissipating. Another one is starting to dissipate. Now there are 4 strange chakras. Yoshimaru and 3 other chakras are about 1 kilometer in front of us, and there are 7 chakras around them. Kushina is amazing. He. Time callback. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Step on. Jingyu stepped on the tree branch and turned sideways, successfully avoiding 3,000 roots. For Jonin, 6 Chunin, aren't Chuyunin and Jonin worth much? Where did they get so many? They'll definitely be exhausted to death if they keep going like this. Sensing the pursuers closely behind him, his brows furrowed. If I can't get rid of the opponent even if I use all my chakra to move, it means that my speed is within the controllable range of these mist ninjas. Damn it, these guys didn't even chase me with all their might. The intention was to keep him hanging until his chakra was drained, thereby reducing the intensity of the battle and completing the capture at the lowest cost. Cat playing with mouse, that's really the usual trick of the bloodline hunting team. Sneer with disdain. Then let's play. Make a seal with one hand. SSSSSSSSSS. 10 full-length mirrors float around the body, obscuring its form. The mist ninja at the back was stunned, and then had a bad premonition. This kid is making a move, hurry up and catch him and advance. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's speed increased at the same time, and the distance between them was quickly shortened. Hey, it's late. Mirror escape shadow clone ripples appeared on the surfaces of the 10 mirrors, and 10 mirror moons emerged from the mirrors and then flew in different directions. Bang! All the mirrors then disintegrated into tiny crystal bubbles, but there was no trace of the original body. The mist ninja who was chasing after them was dumbfounded. Which one? How the hell should I know? Stop arguing, one for each of us. That's all I can do. Fortunately, I didn't get 11 of them. Damn. The 10 mist ninjas dispersed again. Mirror escape shadow clone and mirror escape mirror clone are two techniques. The former is a physical entity, which can be understood as a low-end shadow clone with very little chakra content. The latter is intangible, an illusion plus an exploding mirror. As soon as everyone left, Yin-Yang face emerged from the ground again. This time, Black Zetsu's expression was slightly serious. I smell a hint of Senluo Wangxiang. There's something wrong with this Uchiha brat's bloodline limit. Really? Do you want to catch him back? Black Zetsu was about to answer White Zetsu, but chakra fluctuations appeared above the forest. The mist ninja's barrier has been lifted. Sigh. It's Kanaha's support. Let's go back and prepare for our next target. Next one, have you chosen one? Uchiha Mingji, there aren't many Uchiha who like women. He. Oh, what bad luck. Jingyu glanced at the pursuing Kirigakure Jonin and gave a wry smile. 60% chance. It's more than half, but I still can't touch a single chinin. My hands are really dark. Silently calculating the remaining chakra, since it has become a fact, I can only face the challenge head-on. He reached into his ninja tool bag and counted silently in his mind. 10, 9, 8. Rear. The Kirigakure Jonin who was blind in one eye was muttering to himself. 1/10, it has to be this. I must dig out his eyeballs with my own hands. As the distance between the two sides grew closer, the fierce light in his only remaining eye grew more and more intense. Make a seal and inhale. Jingyu turned around a moment earlier. 1. Now is the time. The kunao was thrown out. Swish 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 water style, water dragon bullet. When a tap spurted out of the mouth of the Kirigakure Jonin, 3 kunao with detonating tags flew in front of him. What? Boom. Wow. The dragon head that just came out was instantly blown into a splash. Swish. The Kirigakure ninja protected his head with his hands and flew out of the explosion range. He was spinning in the air. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was not injured. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chidori blade. Oops. Before the person landed on the ground, he saw a young man with bloodshot eyes holding a short knife with a white glow, swooping down from the sky with thunder and lightning. Jingyu has to deal with the opponent in the air, because both sides will be restricted in movement in the air, which can narrow the gap between the Jonin and the Genin. Damn little devil. The Kirigakure Jonin gritted his teeth. It was difficult for him to generate new strength before he even landed on the ground, and the opponent's diving posture was extremely fast, so it was too late for him to form hand seals. He quickly shot out shurikens from his fingers, trying to kill the opponent while he was in the air and unable to dodge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Squeak with the Sharingan. Jingyu didn't need to make any big movements. Just a few shakes were enough to dodge most of the hastily shot shurikens, and only his cheek and arm were scratched. Immediately afterwards, the two met in the air, and Jingyu swung the Chidori blade in his hand. Don't underestimate the blood mist's Jonin, Kanaha brat. The Kirigakure ninja had 2 more kunao in his hands, crossed them in front of him as a defense, and roared as if this would give him more courage and strength. Hello, the young man called out. The Kirigakure Jonin became alert and immediately lowered his gaze. Knowing that he had the Sharingan, he certainly wouldn't look at the other person. Clang! Swish. In an instant, the two passed each other. Trample, trample. Both landed. Whoosh clang. The lightning dissipated and the short blade returned to its sheath. Jingyu turned around, wiped her clothes, and said lightly, I just wanted to say that your saliva splashed on me. The Kirigakure Jonin could no longer speak, blood gushing from his mouth, half of his neck had been cut open, and the 2 severed kunao were reflected in his unwilling eyes. What a sinister little devil. What a sharp knife. Originally, he had a great chance of avoiding this attack. Although the sharpness of the attack was far beyond his imagination, at least he would not have his neck cut off so cleanly. But it was that word of hey that took advantage of his instinctive defense against the Sharingan and made him look away. He failed to immediately notice the kunao being easily cut off, and thus had no time to dodge, and his throat was cut. Plop. He fell to the ground with his last resentment, his only eye wide open, and he died with his eyes open. The fog has thinned. As the Kirigakure Jonin breathed his last, Jingyu noticed that visibility was improving. Even though I can't use Chidori with the remaining chakra, if I save it and use my brain more, I should still be able to take down one. Calculating the remaining chakra, he leaped onto a branch and rushed towards the next target. But he hadn't run far when he suddenly frowned. The clones are all broken. He sensed that all 9 of his clones had been killed. It seems that the chakra allocated to the clone is too little. We must rush over as soon as possible, otherwise those guys will be in trouble. He stepped hard on the branches to speed up. Sudden, a pair of small hands stretched out from the fog, very tender, white, slender, beautiful, and also deadly. Na-din, water cannon double ding. Jingyu's pupils dilated instantly. Bang, bang. The 10th team, along with a fat man, rushed into the fog without thinking, and then just got lost. For people were running around in the woods. The fog has thinned. Sarutobi Haruna was the first to notice. Bayanyushin looked thoughtful. It just faded. This mist hiding technique must have been cast by multiple people, and now one of the casters may have been killed. Ha ha ha, Minato and Kagamizuki are awesome. Yoshimaru laughed. The mist ninja being killed meant that his 2 teammates were safe. Tisk, you know it again. Maybe Fiyuan did it. Chien Xiao Yun argued. Yoshimaru approached Senju Yun and glanced at him sideways. Our team has completed 3 A-rank missions and 7 B-rank missions, and has killed a total of 7 Jonin and 22 Chunin. Chien Xiao Yun turned his head away and thought to himself that he was a pervert. Their class 10, as a combat class, did not have such a record. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yoshimaru smiled smugly and immediately thought of another thing. By the way, Yun, don't you have Uzumaki blood? Why don't you use your senses to find people? He had seen Kushina's perception, so he naturally thought that the Senju clan, who were distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, would also work. Get lost, I only have 1/8 of the Vortex bloodline, how can I sense anything? Yun replied unhappily. His grandmother was half Uzumaki and later married into Konoha. His sealing technique also came from his grandmother. Yoshimaru's eyes were full of contempt. Rightward arrow, tisk, no wonder you can't beat Pepper, it turns out you're only 1/8 her strength. Get lost, winky face. Yun was speechless by this broken logic. He's only 1/8 of Kushina's, and he's not her son. Stop arguing and get ready for battle. Bayanyushin's face was serious, and his right hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Although the other 3 did not sense it, they did not dare to hesitate and entered combat mode. Swish! Just then a figure emerged from the fog. Long black hair, braids, stand-up collar, handsome. Little mirror, sissy. Sarutobi Haruna and Yoshimaru looked surprised at the same time. Before they could make the next move, another mist ninja flashed out of the mist and rushed towards Jingyu. Water release water fang blade. The sharp water blade pierced into Jingyu's vest a second later. Phew, Jingyu. The friend's surprise instantly turned into shock. But Jingyu turned around and smiled at them. Don't worry, I'm a clone, just be careful. Finished. Crack bang. Exploded into pieces. Then the mist ninja raised his water blade and looked at them, and then, swish, swish, swish. Mist ninjas appeared one after another, each with an unfriendly look on their faces. Damn, Uchiha Jingyu, you idiot. The barrier has disappeared, Captain. Captain, the fog is thinning. Someone's been taken out. I know, damn Konoha brat. The captain of the Kirigakure bloodline hunting team was annoyed by the bad news one after another, and his eyes were fixed on the little yellow-haired man who was looming in front of him. This kid is so fucking slippery that he can escape from these Jonin and Chunin again and again. For the sake of the hidden mist village, this genius kid must die. Speed up, kill this little brat in front of us and then we'll retreat. Good. The 6 mist ninjas moved their chakra to their feet and their speed increased again. It accelerated again. The corners of Minato's mouth in front of him turned up. Haha, you finally can't help it? It's easy if you're anxious. Look at the fog getting lighter. It seems that Ginyu is ahead again this time. Little Sun is also competitive. He reached into his ninja tool bag with his left hand, silently sensing the positions and speeds of the 6 people and making predictions. 2 from the left, 1 from the 3 on the right, 3, 2. Yaiku. He suddenly turned around and threw 8 smoke bombs into the shape of a trumpet. Scatter, Captain Kirigakure warned. But there was no time to disperse. Bang bang bang. Specially made smoke bombs exploded and engulfed them. Massive amounts of smoke that could block perception and vision added to the fog, turning this place into a completely invisible place. Swish! Minato instantly transformed into a yellow light and plunged in. The next second, screams were heard. Minato's fighting style is different from Kagamizuki's. His superfast speed, strong combat awareness, excellent hearing, and unique sense of space allow him to maintain his combat effectiveness even when he loses his vision and perception. Unlike Jingyu, his illusion cannot be fully exerted because his Sharingan is restricted by the fog. Now, when everyone has lost their vision and perception, it is Minato Namikaze's home court. Abe, win style. Hearing the screams of the team members, the captain of Kirigakure immediately gave the order. Suck. A faint sound of swallowing air appeared in the smoke. Then, sniff it was as if someone had swallowed a whole old hen. Captain Kirigakure felt something was wrong. Abe, no one answered. Everyone be careful not to make any noise, come to grandpa if you dare, you little bastard. Ding ding dong dong. Here, someone help me, he's so fast I can't handle it. Where? It's right here. Where is this place? Boom. Ah, my hand is broken, damn it. For a moment, the mist ninjas also experienced the feeling of having no vision. Damn it, I must catch you. Captain Kirigakure gritted his teeth and put on his mask with his right hand. Snap, the mask was crushed, revealing a face with gills. Bang. Put your hands together. Water style, great water prison technique vomit. Wow wow wow. A large amount of water gushed out of the mouth, and a giant water ball engulfed the smoke area. The smoke was then expelled by water balloons, and the situation on the scene appeared in front of everyone. All 7 of us, the enemy and I, were submerged in water, and except for the caster, all were restrained and unable to move. 2 of the 6 mist ninjas died and 1 was disabled, directly reducing the number of personnel by half. Minato maintained the Kunao's forward thrusting motion and was less than 2 meters away from the nearest mist ninja. It seemed that he was preparing to stab the 4th one. Lul ya lul. The remaining 3 people blew bubbles to express their anger and panic. The little yellow-haired boy smiled bitterly. This was a difficult situation. Lulu. Captain Kirigakure sneered, spread his fingers and began to form seals. Psychic art Lulu. 3 sharks appeared, circled, and then swam quickly towards the water gate as if they had smelled food. Seeing the shark approaching, Minato began to condense the raisonnan in his right hand, and a small vortex appeared. 3 sharks were approaching, and you could even see the shreds of meat stuck in their sharp teeth. The mist ninjas showed cruel smiles, but Minato's expression changed from serious to smiling, and he even withdrew the raisonnan that was condensing in his hand. I said silently in my heart, haven't seen you for a long time. Is this kid scared out of his wits? This was Captain Kirigakure's first reaction when he saw this smile, and his second reaction was a slight pain and numbness in his heart. It's like the feeling of confessing your love to a girl and being despised and rejected. Bow your head. A self-deprecating grin appeared on the shark's face. A beam of lightning emerged from his heart, just like the scene when he stabbed the girl to death with his own hands during the graduation competition of Kirigakure School that year. Is this reincarnation? I obviously like her. I turned my head and looked back, and in my gradually blurred vision, I saw a girl standing outside the water ball. So beautiful. More beautiful than her. Wow wow wow. As Captain Kirigakure closed his eyes, the water prison technique was overturned, and the fog in the forest began to dissipate. Plop, plop. Several people landed. The captain is dead. Kanaha's support has arrived, run. Help me, ahem. The 2 remaining intact mist ninjas ignored the plea and were about to abandon their clumsy companion and run away. Dododo the shuriken reflected black light, blocking their way. Then the 2 men felt locked in by a murderous aura, their bodies frozen in place, unable to move. Did I allow you to leave? The girl's cold voice came slowly. Sister Jinghua. Minato came to the girl. He was the first one to sense the arrival of support. It was Jinghua who came to support who killed the captain of Kirigakure. There was only one enemy at Jingyu's place, who was the least dangerous, so she and Fugaku, 2 senior ninjas, supported Minato and Yoshimaru who were in a more dangerous situation, while Fuyuan and Jingyu were left to Kushina and her shadow clones. After taking away the Chidori sharp spear, Kyoka smiled and touched his head. Minato was too tall and it was not as easy to touch him as his own brother. Not bad. He praised. Jinghua is so handsome, and so strong. The girl's heroic appearance in a slim-fitting combat uniform is captivating. Minato thought so, but he was too shy to shout it out like Jingyu and Yoshimaru. But he immediately came to his senses, because the crisis was not resolved yet. Remove. Sister Jinghua, go help Jingyu, he has led 10 of them away. Jinghua pouted unhappily, don't mention him. That little jerk is just spreading hatred and causing trouble. The other side. Nadin. Bang, bang, bang. 2 water bullets shot into Jingyu's head, and her beautiful face exploded on the spot. Plop, the headless body fell to the ground. Behind the tree, a beautiful girl with a somewhat devilish look walked out, looked at the headless corpse and shook her head. Tisk tisk tisk. What a shame that if such a handsome guy were to be my boyfriend, those crazy people in the village would be envious to death. Fua's sharp blade suddenly emerged from her chest. What's going on? This guy isn't dead. I looked at the ground in surprise and doubt that there was no corpse at all, just a pile of broken glass. The young man's slightly teasing voice appeared behind him. Really, miss, you're very beautiful too, we can get along for a while. The girl from the mist had her heart pierced, but she was still smiling strangely. Sure, then you'll be my boyfriend from now on. Come, go home with me. In an instant, the girl's body liquefied. The water transformation technique. Jingyu was shocked that she didn't expect to meet the Gui Deng clan, but it was not a big problem that the knife was still stuck. The small hand holding the knife formed a lightning seal with one hand. Although the chakra was not enough to use Chidori, a small lightning seal could still be used. Lightning release, Yang Jiaoshao loves you, hiss, hiss, hiss. The electric current was transmitted through the short knife to Gui Deng Jiaoyu's body, and water splashed everywhere. Only then did Jingyu understand that women are really made of water. Aha! The liquefaction made the tingling sensation permeate every cell of Gui Deng Jiaoyu's body. The sour and refreshing feeling can be imagined. I was careless and didn't dodge. Damn it, I forgot this Uchiha boy can use lightning release. Not only is my body paralyzed, but why do I also feel weird? She felt like crying now, gritting her teeth. I must never make a sound again, but, Omega, can't do it. Wuyu, so shameful, I want to die. Hee hee, isn't it exciting? Jingyu laughed wickedly. You give end, I wait in. Gui Deng Jiaoyu suddenly felt the current decreasing, and the numbness gradually weakened to comfort. What are you waiting for? Waiting for you to marry me. Jingyu said, flowers in her mouth, but was ready to kill with her hands. Suddenly, hiss hiss hiss, the blue bar cleared and the lightning disappeared. Oh my god, Mom. Yeah, bang. The aura exploded and the fists lost their minds. Don't hit my mouth, it's already broken, and it will rot if you hit it again. It's better to smash the unclean things. Crackling. Mom and Dad, why are you fighting? The little fox who had just arrived tilted his head, his long thin whiskers trembled, and an expression of confusion was written on his little face. I'm going to bite you to death. Kushina bit down in frustration. Are you crazy? Team bites me again. Jingyu felt like she was going to die today. The little fox quickly covered his eyes with his leaky paws. How cruel. The moon rises and the evening breeze begins. When the last scream was heard, a carefully planned battle came to an end. The two injured soldiers, Fiyuan and Kongayo, and Hineda's body were handed over to the Umbu who arrived later, and they were asked to take them back to the village for treatment as soon as possible. Because a large army needs to escort the prisoners, it will take several days to walk back to the village normally, which will affect treatment. Before, Jinghua and the others used all their strength to travel instantly, so it only took them 2 or 3 hours. The people who had just finished the battle were guarding the prisoners and resting, eating and drinking to restore the physical strength consumed in the battle. You guys take a rest for a while, I'll go look for Jingyu, Kushina, and Xiao Daji. Jinghua didn't bother to rest. Although Kushina's shadow clone has returned, she is still not very reassured. I'm going too. Minato stood up from the ground with difficulty. He was very exhausted, but as the captain he could not abandon his companions. And me, Sister Jinghua, I'm going too. Yoshimaru and Haruna stood up one after another. Yeah, we want to go too. Fugaku, Yun and Hayama, who had been secretly looking at Jinghua, also stood up to show their support. Hey, that's enough. You want me to be the only one guarding these guys? Mikato pointed angrily at the captured mist ninjas, staring at Fugaku with her beautiful eyes. Fugaku avoided her gaze and felt a little helpless. After 2 years of fighting side by side, he could feel the emotions in the girl's eyes. At this time, here we come. Daji, slow down, you annoying bastard is dead. The little white fox rushed out first, followed by Kushina who was carrying a pig's head on her back. Uzumaki Kushina. Senju Yun showed surprise when he saw the red-haired girl. He hadn't seen the girl he had nicknamed at school since graduation, and at first glance she looked much prettier. Everyone came forward. What happened to Jingyu? Is the opponent very strong? Minato was surprised. He had the impression that Jingyu had never suffered such serious injuries in battle. So tragic, these mist ninjas are too cruel. Yoshimaru was filled with indignation. Jinghua frowned slightly that she didn't think that there was enough time in a fight between ninjas to beat someone into a pig's head. And what the hell was that row of teeth marks on the neck? Dad is Daji. Just as the little fox was about to speak, he was frightened by a gloomy shout and covered his mouth with his paws, trembling with his eyes wide open. I dare not say it. I dare not say it. Mom was so scary, and Dad cried because he was beaten. Everyone looked at the little red-haired boy with strange eyes. The sensitive Kushina suddenly felt like she was not wearing any clothes. Haha, that's right, the enemy is so strong, so powerful. You annoying guy died miserably. You annoying guy, you are seriously injured. At this time, Jingyu's chakra was exhausted and he was sleeping, otherwise he would have bitten the little red-haired boy to death. The enemy used kisses of love, and the friendly side attacked with heavy punches. He has never been so miserable in the nearly 2 years since his debut. I see. Well, these Kirigakure ninjas are so bad. Everyone believed it, and there was nothing they could do if they didn't believe it. Little Pepper had a bad reputation and deserved to be beaten. Haha hee hee, so bad. Kushina laughed awkwardly. She secretly looked at her sister and found Jinghua glaring at her, and suddenly felt guilty. Her little tongue slightly stuck out and her big eyes begged her sister for forgiveness. Jinghua went forward to check on her brother's condition. Fortunately, it was just excessive chakra consumption. Although his younger brother is very talented, he cannot endure hardship, so his chakra level has never been increased. He patted Kushina's head and whispered, "You take care of it until the swelling goes down." The little red-haired boy pouted and nodded reluctantly, "Yeah." Haruna and Yoon from class 10 came over. "Kushina, I didn't expect you to graduate too." They didn't know that Kushina had already graduated. "Hey, hello, I'm the one who was added later." The little red-haired girl felt a little embarrassed. Firstly, their relationship was just average, and secondly, both of them had been beaten by her at school. "Is that so? Congratulations." Haruna said congratulations with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on Jingyu. "The small mirror must be very heavy, put it down and rest for a while." She reached out to take it. How could her childhood sweetheart have such close contact with other girls? Although she knew that Jingyu only treated her as a brother, there was no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Kushina's eyes fixed, and she reacted very quickly, taking a step back to avoid the pair of outstretched hands. She must never let that slutty bitch outside get close to her. She is still young and has poor self-control, so she may learn bad things easily. She has to help her sister keep an eye on her. He smiled and said, "It's okay, he's not heavy at all." Haruna's smile disappeared. The girl's intuition told her that there was something wrong with this little hot pepper. Their eyes met. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyun, who had hesitated for a long time, suddenly bowed. "Kushina, I'm sorry." Kushina was stunned by the sudden apology. She had a deep memory of Qian Xiaoyun. He was the first guy to call her tomato, and except when he was on holiday or injured, he would come to get beaten up every day. But after all, it was something that happened in school in the past. In the past 2 years, she has had her sister, Xiao Daji, and Minato and the others, so she has long stopped caring about them. So he laughed and said, "That was all in the past, I don't remember it anymore." Qian Xiaoyun raised his head with a look of joy on his face. "Really? Have you really forgiven me?" "Yeah, we are all classmates." Kushina nodded. She was very happy to be recognized. Not only her, Minato and Yoshimaru were also happy for her, as they had always been in contact with Kushina. "I also know that Kushina has few friends, so naturally I hope she can have more friends." "That's great." Yoon jumped up happily, then bowed solemnly again. "Uzumaki Kushina, please be my girlfriend. I've loved you since the first time I saw you." D. People, everyone was shocked. "What's going on?" Kushina was dumbfounded. "I don't want to say that." "Oh my god, it's better not to apologize. As for a boyfriend, I'd rather choose Minato than him, at least he's handsome." Little Red Hair turned around and ran away with the pig head on his back. "Why, I really like you," Qian Xiaoyun pursued relentlessly. From the first moment he saw Kushina, he was deeply attracted by this girl who looked so festive and red. Then, in order to attract the other party's attention, he launched a series of mysterious operations, such as giving nicknames, pulling hair, causing trouble, etc. In short, he did whatever he could to make the girl angry. Then there's the success in getting attention, which is all anger and fists. In fact, it's not just him. There are many boys in the class who like Kushina, and all of them use the same way to attract her, which is to make her angry and then get beaten. There are 2 beauties in their class, one is cold and the other is hot. The cold one doesn't like to talk to anyone, while the hot one is Kushina. When teased, her little face puffs up like a ball and she gets angry, making the boys unable to stop and feel both pain and happiness. "Hey, Pepper, you can't run fast with someone on your back, put the mirror down quickly." Haruna was unwilling to be left behind and wanted to rescue her childhood sweetheart. These 2 nymphomaniacs. Bayanyishin covered his face with his hands, feeling that the 10th class had completely lost face. As a normal person, he could hardly bear the blow. The others shook their heads as they watched, and Jingyu was so shaken that her head almost fell off. "Minato, someone is pursuing your wife." Yoshimaru poked the little yellow-haired boy. The latter sighed, "Don't learn from Jingyu and talk nonsense, or you will be beaten by Kushina again." After saying that, he secretly looked at the beautiful and handsome girl, but saw Jinghua also gave him a beautiful smile. Sigma, Jinghua looked at the pig-headed brother who was shaken like a rattle by Kushina. "Why can't we just give these 2 little guys some peace of mind?" Something went wrong again by accident, and when the younger brother woke up, the 2 of them had to fight. If she had enough chakra, she wouldn't have asked Kushina to help Jingyu. She could have just created a clone and gone there without causing any trouble. Alas, our horoscopes are really incompatible. Amidst the chase and laughter, the team started their journey. They walked as far as they could before it got completely dark, as it was not safe here. That night, the flickering flames dispelled the spring chill. In a simple temporary camp, tired boys and girls were sleeping soundly beside the fire. Inside and outside the camp, Jinghua and Shuman stood guard at both ends to keep watch for everyone. Because of the prisoners, the night watch must be carried out in teams of 2, 1 Jonin and 1 Genin. "Minato, come and warm yourself by the fire." Jinghua looked at Minato and greeted him softly. The latter looked away and shook his head. No, I'm not cold." Jinghua narrowed her eyes slightly and pursed her pink lips. "Come here." The The voice was soft, but unquestionable. Minato walked towards the fire with his heart. Kyoka was half a teacher to him, so he was naturally at a disadvantage when facing her. Well, it's still a bit cold. Seeing Minato coming over obediently, Kyoka regained her smile. Come and sit here. Make room for a warm spot. Minato sniffed the familiar aroma and sat down carefully. The firelight dyed the boy's face red. You need to keep your body in top condition during night watch. The cold will lower your body temperature, affect your reaction speed, and consume more energy. I understand, Sister Jinghua. Minato nodded in response. Seeing this, Jinghua smiled slightly. The child was still as shy as before. If her brother had a personality like Minato, he probably wouldn't quarrel with Kushina all the time. However, my younger brother's personality is more adorable. Jingyu has caused you a lot of trouble in the past 2 years, right? Jingyu is very reliable. You don't have to say anything good for him, I know him best. Jingyu, it's not that I don't want to help you. The two of them were roasting by the fire, chatting occasionally. Compared to his son, Minato is really not good at speaking. Fortunately, Kyoka takes the initiative to find topics to talk about in order to understand her brother's situation in the past 2 years, and they manage to have a pleasant conversation. Soon after, a slight sound interrupted their conversation. Jingyu woke up slowly, feeling pain in her face, mouth, and neck, and she couldn't open her eyelids. He tried to keep his eyes open for a long time, and finally managed to open a crack. What he saw was a big face facing him, and a little red-haired cat sleeping, its breath still spraying on his face. My face hurts even more. Damn it, she even lets him breathe second-hand air. This girl is poisonous. He felt that this woman was simply a violent person. If his chakra had not been exhausted at that time, he would have definitely killed her and stabbed her in the ass. He clenched his fists and was ready to give her a good fight to vent his hatred, but his fists could not penetrate her face at all. He turned his eyes away from the red face. Forget it, let's ignore her. We can't bother with a lunatic. I definitely won't do it. I'm the most ruthless man in the ninja world. My hands are stained with blood. I'll kill, chop, and it hurts when I hit someone. You can actually hold it in. That's good. You've grown up in 2 years. A smiling voice brushed past my ears gently, so familiar that I couldn't hold back my tears. For 2 years, although we could often meet through looking at flowers in the mirror, we were still thousands of miles apart. Jingyu suddenly turned around and hugged her. After a long while, he lowered his voice and trembled. Elder sister. Surrounded by mirror flowers and white hands, there is endless tenderness in the eyes. The brother and sister hugged each other for a long time before reluctantly separating because Jingyu's stomach began to rebel. Coo. The continuous chirping made Kushina's face, who was sleeping soundly beside her, frown slightly. Sigma, Jingyu's old face turned red. Had Jinghua dotingly pinched her brother's swollen face. Eat some cookies first. The barbecue water door is heating up. It will take a while before you can eat it. Oh right, Minato. Jingyu finally found the fragmented memory node. Looking up at the fire, Minato, who was already grilling meat for him, smiled and waved. I breathed a sigh of relief, as long as everything is fine. It wasn't long before the aroma of barbecue filled the air and the young man beside the fire began to devour it voraciously. In this era when military ration pills had not yet been developed, it was necessary to prepare dry food for outdoor missions. This is also one of the reasons why these genin are needed to deliver supplies frequently, most of which are food. After eating and drinking, Jingyu hesitated whether to share the information about Zetsu with his sister and Minato. In fact, it is not just Ju's intelligence, he wants to convey information about the future to them. Hinata Arata, as the first victim among his familiar companions, his death made him once again face the cruelty of the ninja world. I don't want to hear the news that my sister, Minato, Yoshimaru, and others have died in battle. But once memories are shared, one cannot imagine the consequences. Oh, forget it, let's take it one step at a time and be happy every day. Looking at the two people who had returned from patrol, Jingyu raised his hand and waved without saying anything. He was afraid that the person might be nearby or on someone else's body. What's wrong, are you not full? Kyoka sat down next to him and asked with concern. Minato picked up a thin wooden stick and prepared to cook some more meat. Jingyu's expression became serious. I have something to say. The two were stunned and couldn't help but look at Jingyu seriously, because Jingyu was rarely so serious. Look into my eyes. The black pupils changed and the Sharingan opened. Magical mirror moon secret space. The two of them did not hesitate or resist, and appeared in the illusion space the next second. What happened to Jingyu? Kyoka asked, and Minato was equally curious. You take a look first. Jingyu raised a finger, and an 80-inch mirror appeared. The two people who didn't know what was going on chose to follow the instructions of the novice. The mirror showed the scene of the mist ninja chasing Teen 9. This is the scene I recorded with my Sharingan. Look here. Part of the picture was enlarged, and a yin-yang face hiding in a tree was particularly conspicuous. It was still commenting on the passing mist ninja and Teen 9, but they seemed to know nothing about it. This made Kyoka and Minato become serious. Judging from the location where yin-yang face chose to appear, he was obviously not from Kirigakure. Again, no people like to be watched while they are on a mission, unless I don't know. But at such a close distance, with the perception of a ninja, or a group of ninjas, they were completely unaware of it. This is a bit scary. Then the mirror began to play the scene of it emerging from the tree and sinking again, and Jinyu said, "This guy is a third party involved in this incident. He's probably an intelligence collector with extremely high stealth skills. He's probably undetectable." He emphasized the last 5 words. Minato stared at Zetsu, who was penetrating the tree trunk for a moment, then thought of something and frowned. "No wonder I was discovered, even though I drew the concealment spell. It must be his doing. He is trying to trick us into fighting the Miss Ninjas so that he can gather intelligence. But there is one thing that is very strange. With this level of concealment, any ninja village should use it to lead the war, but he is collecting information on us genin. He didn't understand this behavior at all. I don't know. I'm just reminding you to be careful." Jinyu lifted the illusion after saying this. His illusion technique is not as good as Tsukuyomi, and it is not as impressive relative to the time flow, only about 10 to 1 that if he stays inside for too long, he is afraid of encountering danger outside. After coming out, the 3 of them were silent and the atmosphere was a bit solemn. After a moment, Minato and Kyoka both looked at Kijetsu, staring intently. Jinyu was confused by the look on her face. "Why are you looking at me?" The 2 of them raised their mouth corners, one to the left and the other to the right, and asked in unison, "Really?" Based on their understanding of Jinyu, this guy must be hiding something. "Sigma, the moon in the mirror is a little square. Hee, it's already late at night, you guys should go to sleep. I'll go get Fugaku to keep watch together." These 2 guys are so smart, they ran away. Heh. Kyoka and Minato smiled at each other. Minato turned his head away. Crash! The accumulated snow slides down the branches, and the trees are covered with spring sunshine. A team of more than 10 people walked in the morning sun. Left side of the team. "Kushina, do you want to eat meatballs?" "No." "Are you thirsty, Kushina?" "Not thirsty." "Are you tired, Kushina?" "Not tired." After seeing Kushina again, Senju Yunkang realized the love of his heart and has successfully evolved into a high-quality bootlicker, causing the little red-haired boy to have a mental breakdown. Right side of the team. "Little monkey, do you want to eat meatballs?" "No." "Are you thirsty, little monkey?" "Not thirsty." "Are you tired, little monkey?" "Not tired." Yoshimaru was deeply attracted by the sky-high braid and couldn't extricate himself, and then another girl was on the verge of collapse. At the back of the team, 3 boys watched the large dog in estrus with interest. Seeing his enemy's constipated expression, Jinyu felt extremely comfortable. He hooked his hand to the water gate beside him and whispered, "Someone seduced your wife and you don't care." Minato's face flushed. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm also very happy that Kushina is popular." After thinking for a while, he said, "Didn't you say you wanted to marry her? Why don't you care? Go away, stop annoying me." Jinyu reacted violently. After all, the swelling on her face had not gone away yet. "Then why do you always tease me?" Minato, the honest man who was always teased, fought back. He had a crush on Kushina when he was in school, but he felt uncomfortable when Jinyu kept bringing it up. "I'm not teasing you. If you like someone, go after them. It's annoying to see you dithering." Hearing about the word like, Minato suddenly recalled the day he just graduated. He grabbed Jinyu with his backhand and narrowed his eyes. "By the way, it seems like you still owe a debt." Jinyu was confused. "I owed him money? Tell me, who is the girl you like?" After 3 seconds of recollection. "Damn, are you bringing up the accounts from 2 years ago? I'll tell you. Sherry Nan." Minato immediately closed his eyes, and Jinyu took the opportunity to steal the peach like a monkey. Bang! Minato knocked it away with a backhand, but he also managed to escape from the grasping hand. "Don't run, you'd be a fool not to run." "Yoshimaru, come and help me catch him." Minato asked for help. Yoshimaru was enjoying licking and had no time to pay attention to him. He just took a look and then looked away. Teammates, not as pretty as girls. He has grown up, matured, and found true love. He is no longer the childish boy who only knows how to laugh and play like a fool. "I'm sorry to bother you, Haruna. My 2 teammates are still young, not as mature and steady as me. Do you mind having a barbecue together after get off work?" Rightward arrow Haruna glanced at the fat man and opened her lips slightly. "Roll, all right." Yoshimaru quickly turned and ran towards his teammates. "Minato, block the left side, and I'll take care of the right side." "Mature, haha." Haruna sneered. Minato's confidence increased greatly with the support of Yoshimaru. "No problem, I must catch him this time and make him tell me which girl in the class he likes." Kushina and Haruna both shuddered when they heard this. "Minato, let me help you too." The little red-haired boy immediately found a legitimate reason to shake off Senju Yun. "I'll come to the front of the small mirror." The girl with pigtails rushed out with a delicate cry. The 2 girls met the next second, and felt an inexplicable hostility when they looked at each other. Rightward arrow sparks leftward arrow. They snorted at each other and joined the battlefield. With so many people joining in, Jinyu was immediately surrounded by enemies. "Damn it, you guys are cheating, yes Shan, Yoon, come and help me. In response to Jingyu's request for help, the two guys decisively went to the woman's table. Because wherever girls are, there is reason, and where there is reason, there is justice, so Jingyu is the villain. Sister, let me go. The little fox excitedly broke free from Jinghua's arms. How could a lively and active young child hold back at this time? He successfully became Jingyu's only reinforcement, and then began to make things more tedious than helpful. Dad, let me help you. Ninja technique, roll the ball. The little fox's 9 tails became extremely large, instantly wrapping itself inside, and then it rolled over and crashed into Jingyu. Oh my god. Faced with the big ball of hair that suddenly hit him, Jingyu only had time to leave a word of national quintessence before disappearing in the white hair. Then, charge, don't let him get away, Woola, so soft. Yeah, all the people were caught by the little fox and rolled around in the ball of fur. Hee. This is so funny. Jingyu is a funny guy wherever he goes. Mikato held her stomach and couldn't laugh anymore. Jinghua and Fugaku just smiled and shook their heads without saying anything. They really didn't look like they were doing their mission at all. The prisoner escort team moved forward slowly and smoothly, as their safety was guaranteed by 2 elite Uchiha Jonin, and the journey was much easier. Yoshimaru and Senju-yun surrounded their goddess. Minato and Byaonyashin were the most serious, taking turns patrolling and observing from time to time, while Jingyu was studying Jingtun. Now he has 2 areas of development to pursue. One is to enhance communication capabilities, and the other is to fly. Strengthening communication capabilities is imperative. Even the mist hiding technique can interfere with the communication capabilities of viewing flowers in the mirror, greatly reducing the value of this technique. He was ready to make drastic changes to this technique, and he had a rough direction in mind, which was modern technology, mobile phones. After a rigorous logical feasibility study, he felt that it was very feasible. First of all, the existence of mirror escape, chakra, and sealing techniques allows him to not have to climb the modern technology tree, and he can skip it directly. Chakra equals battery, sealing technique equals memory, technique equals circuit, not to mention mirror escape, which could have been broadcast live a long time ago. Of course, this is just a preliminary guess and analysis. If you want to realize it, you will probably need a rich knowledge base, especially knowledge of sealing techniques and spells. If he wants to achieve it by himself, it will be a little difficult technically. He knows the sealing technique. Very little, let alone anything else. He planned to ask for help from the 3rd generation after returning. Since he was the son of his teammate and his disciple, there was no reason for him not to teach. In fact, when it comes to sealing techniques, he has a master of sealing techniques by his side. Her eyes involuntarily drifted towards the red head, and as if sensing something, Kushina also turned her head. The 2 eyes met immediately. Next second, leftward arrow _ leftward arrow and rightward arrow _ rightward arrow at the same time. Don't look over your shoulder. Well, you see, the hatred between them is as deep as the sea, and there is no way this little red-haired boy can teach him. The mirror escape communication issue can only be put on hold for now, and I will study it again after returning to the village and learning the sealing technique from the 3rd generation. Next is mirror escape flying. Well, despair. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. This immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Yoshimaru even cursed. Braze, countless mirrors of different sizes and shapes gathered behind Jingyu, and a pair of wings made of mirrors gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Under the morning sun, the bright mirror reflects a dazzling brilliance, and the glare dazzles people's eyes. Zhao, if you want to act cool, just act cool, but why are you shaking my eyes? Our Akimichi Yoshimaru was the first victim. At least half of the mirror was reflecting on him, and now his eyes were full of light spots and he couldn't see anything. When he was flashed by headlights while driving, he just cursed, which shows that he is very well-mannered. Ha, sorry, it's because you are the most handsome guy in the whole place. Jingyu laughed. Start controlling the mirror wings while watching. Wow. The mirrors made a slight clink as they touched, and then imitated the flapping of an eagle's wings. Click, 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 whoosh, whoosh. Strong winds blew one after another, and the accumulated snow flew everywhere and the spring mud splashed everywhere. The special effects are there, but the people are still in the same place. Fail. Well, not everything with wings can fly, so let's change direction. Spread out the mirror wings and start plan B, flying with the mirror. Casting mirror, a long mirror appeared, hovered flat, and then stepped on. Bang. Looking at the shattered mirror body on the ground, Jingyu looked confused. Am I heavy? Only 31 kilograms, a very standard child. Ha, there's a big idiot who wants to fly, but he's too fat, ha. Kushina's ruthless ridicule. She could see what Jingyu was trying to do, but flying ninjutsu was not that simple. If you could fly by controlling objects, then flying ninjas would be everywhere. It's none of your business. Jingyu ignored her and continued trying. Spawn another large mirror, this time place it directly on the ground and stand on it. He continued to increase his chakra to control it, and the mirror began to float up. Hey. Jingyu expressed satisfaction, saying that this was a good start, at least they were getting up. He controlled the mirror and followed the team, silently calculating his chakra consumption. Well, the consumption is a bit high, and it is probably not a luxury that he can afford. As for the current situation, the altitude is still very low and the speed is very low. If we continue to climb and accelerate, the chakra clearing work may be completed in a few minutes. In the past 2 years, I have had an indescribable feeling when using mirror escape, as if something is missing. What's missing? I don't know. Never mind, as long as it works. Taking off to start a new test also made him the focus of the whole audience. Is it really flying here? Kushina stared blankly at the guy floating around. Woo woo woo, Omega, my face hurts. That's right, it seems that the Uchiha clan is finally going to have a flying ninja. Fugaku said with praise. As the incoming clan leader, he was very satisfied with Jingyu, and he would be even more satisfied if he could become his brother-in-law. He's just floating around, and judging by the sweat on his head, his chakra consumption must be quite high. This kid is messing around all day long. Jinghua complained, but her eyes showed that she was worried that her brother would hurt himself by overusing chakra. The little fox in my arms has little stars in its eyes. This is so funny. Omega, Dad, take me with you, Dadji wants to fly too. She jumped up and down excitedly. Jingyu thought about it and felt that having one more fox should be manageable. With a wave of his hand, a mirror flew in front of the little fox. Hold tight. Aha, the little guy was taken to Jingyu's big mirror holding the lens. Haha, fly, a little taller, Dad. Faster, Dad. The tree has gotten smaller. The little guy started giving random orders right away, and Jingyu satisfied all of his requests for tests, which made her very happy. A man and a fox were floating around in the sky, yes, floating. Jingyu tried to speed up, but gave up immediately because he couldn't afford the huge consumption. It seems that flying cannot become his standard pretentious mode of travel at the moment. Still need to work hard, come on, Oligay. Jingyu silently cheered herself up. But even if it floats like this, it is enough to make a group of chickens below envious. Kushina really wanted to experience it, but when she thought of the ridicule she would face if she opened her mouth, she turned her head away and didn't look. Humph, it's just flying, what's so great about it? But his eyes still slipped to the corners of his eyes. She took it into consideration, but some people didn't. Little mirror, take me with you, I want to fly too. Haruna shouted excitedly. Jingyu was her childhood sweetheart, so of course she didn't need to be polite. Kushina's head, which had just turned away, immediately turned back. I said silently in my heart, if you dare to come down, you annoying guy, I will never talk to you again. Jingyu was not prepared to come down, but when Yoshimaru saw Haruna's appearance, he immediately knew that it was the best time to lick her. Quickly take out the communication mirror and write directly on the mirror. Help me, Jingyu replied immediately. Taste of the sea, supreme set for 1 week. Okay, the two finished in a few seconds, and Yoshimaru waved domineeringly. Come down here, sissy, take Fatty and the little monkey up to heaven. Jingyu was very considerate and floated down immediately. I was going to take the test anyway and I still got a week's worth of meals for free. How smart. As soon as she jumped off the mirror, Haruna couldn't wait to climb back up. Hurry up and take your sister to flight. Wait a minute, little monkey, let me get back to you. Jingyu, with a pale face, patted Jiban's shoulder and said, give me some food. I feel so empty. Okay. The fat man said nothing and directly drew chakra and poured it into it. Suddenly I remembered that Haruna and Jingyu have an unusual relationship. I must ask about this clearly to avoid making a mistake. You don't mind if I chase after little monkeys, do you, sissy? Jingyu absorbed the chakra and looked at him with a disdainful smile. You finally remembered. Hey. Yoshimaru raised his hand and scratched his head embarrassedly. He rolled his eyes at the fat man, waved his hand, and whispered, it's okay, man, I have a very beautiful fiancée in the Hidden Mist Village. I kiss her as soon as we meet, and she nibbles and bites me. It's really annoying. I'll marry her in a few years so you can enjoy her long legs, her fluid figure, and her tiny waist. Tisk. I won't say any more. Sigma, is this something a child can listen to? You should say something more. The fat man shuddered violently, and his chakra was completely drained on the spot, and the feeling of emptiness went straight to his soul. Afterwards, Haruna went to heaven and Fatty fell into a coma, so he could only let the little fox fulfill his dream of living together forever. The other side. Kushina watched the mirror slowly rise into the air with red eyes, glaring at a certain bastard. Jingyu seemed to have sensed something and turned around to meet those red eyes, a big smile appearing on her pale cheeks. It seems like he is showing off. Come on, see how great I am. Kushina bit her lower lip, looked at the sweaty face, and resisted the urge to hit him. What a joke, idiot. Humph. I'll write it down first and settle the score with you later. Just after noon on the first day of February, the prisoner escort team returned to Konoha village ahead of schedule. After Minato and Kagamizuki each added an A-level mission record, killing a Jonin, and Kushina, Yoshimaru, and Team 10 each added a B-level record, the 7 of them agreed to go visit Mushidama and Hijin together. However, when we arrived at the hospital, we were told that the two had applied to be discharged from the hospital that morning, and the reason for the application was to attend a funeral. Should we go and see the new one off? Jingyu asked. He wanted to go, but the Uchiha and Hyuga weren't very friendly, so he felt a little uncomfortable going alone. Go ahead, Minato said understandingly. So the 7 of them rushed to the Hyuga clan's territory without stopping, and when they saw rows of houses, they discovered a problem. Do you know where the new home is? Everyone shook their heads. Jingyu was speechless. These people who came to pay their respects didn't even know where the other person's home was. This is really unheard of. Ask someone. He had no choice but to find a house that looked more impressive and knock on the door. It was said that the Hyuga clan's architecture was the most retro in the entire village, with copper rings on the doors. Ding ding ding. Please wait. A slightly nasal but unexpectedly pleasant voice came out. Yoshimaru suddenly said, that voice sounds familiar. Are you sure you're not getting angry because of the sound? Jingyu gave him a disdainful look. He. Several people laughed unscrupulously. Yoshimaru glared at them and snorted at Jingyu nonchalantly. Humph, if you can get pregnant by listening to the first love sound more often, I don't believe you don't feel anything. Jingyu certainly had feelings and felt a little itchy, but he knew a truth. Turning to face Yoshimaru, he patted his shoulder and explained, Fatty, let me tell you, voice actors are all freaks. There are plenty of them with heights of 180 centimeters and waists of 180 cm. Don't just look at the female voice. It might be a bearded guy who picks his toes while he talks, the kind who picks and licks them. What's wrong with you guys? Suddenly, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet, and everyone was looking behind him in unison. Could it be? My pupils moved to the side, and I vaguely saw that the door seemed to be open. No way, such a big door opened without making any sound? He turned around awkwardly, then was stunned. She wore black clothes and had purple hair. Her white eyes were like gems embedded in her jade-like skin. She gave off an aloof and cold aura that kept people at a distance. Her face was slightly round because she hadn't grown up yet, but it didn't affect her beauty. However, although his face has not fully grown, his curvy body clearly gives him a head start. The key point is that this person is an acquaintance. Ha ha ha, class beauty, have you eaten? You've grown a lot, your voice has changed a lot recently. Ha ha, your house is big too, ha, very big. The Hyuga girl said nothing, just looked at him coldly. This is difficult to deal with. It seems like he is angry. Jingyu was at a loss for a moment. This girl was particularly cold and was the representative of the physical training class. If he spoke again, he would probably get beaten, and he might not be able to win. But a laugh broke the silence. Everyone looked in unison, searching for the culprit. Sigma X, a little red-haired boy, immediately covered his mouth with his hands to show that he was innocent. He usually wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. It was all because of the annoying guy. Everyone ignored her and returned to their purpose of knocking on the door. Ask for directions. The boys were completely useless and lost their voices collectively. The aloof class beauty is not a creature of the same dimension as boys, and they rarely take the initiative to communicate with her. After all, no one likes to be treated coldly. Now we can only rely on 2 girls, or Haruna to be more precise. That when Kushina was in school, she was either beating up boys or on her way to beating up boys. Sabuki was either beaten too hard and was punished by standing in the corner. She never spoke to the class beauty at all. The 5 boys all looked at Haruna, and the girl with the sky-high braids stood up as expected. Go away, you are so useless. She pushed the boys away one by one in disgust and walked to the door. Hinata Sumayer, do you know where Hinata Shinta's home is? The girl named Hinata Sumayer glanced at them, and seemed to see the purpose of their visit, and her expression relaxed slightly. The lotus feet stepped out of the threshold and closed the door. They're at the cemetery. If you want to go, just follow me. He left a word and walked forward on his own. Everyone followed silently, as if they were used to her attitude. Yoshimaru nudged Jingyu and whispered in his ear, this voice actor is pretty good, isn't she? She's beautiful and has a sweet voice. Leftwardero Kushina at the back keenly caught the signal that there were 2 old perverts in front who might be driving, so she sneaked up. Jingyu nodded. Yeah, her appearance, voice and figure are all perfect, but she's a little cold and likes to roll her eyes. The little red-haired boy almost couldn't hold back his whirlpool fist if it weren't for the last sentence. The fat man rolled his eyes at him and said, if you want her to roll her eyes, she should have this ability too, okay? Jingyu shook his head. Hinata is a little bit worse after all. Look at me, I can be popular or blackened as I want, and I can even spin around. She showed him the magic power of the Sherinan and spun around in circles, without waiting for the fat man to react. Puff, cluck, After hearing a series of muffled rooster crows, everyone's attention was focused on the little red-haired boy again. Yes, Kushina burst out laughing again, and it was so hard to cover her face with her little hands that her whole body was shaking. Roll your eyes. Hinata Suzuna, who was at the front, frowned with anger and her true Byakugan opened instantly. He leaped forward and swung his palm, appearing in front of Kushina in an instant. These people came to mourn Hinata Arata, and she felt pretty good about it. But Uzumaki Kushina kept smiling, which made her very angry, and she had to teach her a lesson. No, Minato reacted immediately, but because there was no warning or defense, it was too late. The others were also shocked. Although Kushina was not very polite, they did not expect Hinata Sumaya's reaction to be so intense. Just when everyone thought that the famous little pepper was going to be sanctioned, bang! The white palm stopped 10 centimeters away from the little red-haired face. Kushina stared blankly at the hand that appeared inexplicably in front of her. Her head was a little confused. She had no idea what was going on. Why was she going to be beaten? But then Hinata Viola's cold voice rang out, "Open." Only then did everyone realize that her wrist was held tightly by Jingyu. Two pairs of eyes, one red and one white, looked at each other, both with expressionless faces, and the atmosphere was escalating. Just when everyone was thinking about whether to help Jingyu beat up the class beauty, or hold the class beauty down and let Jingyu beat her up. "I'm sorry," Jingyu bowed and apologized. "You're such a nuisance, shut up." Kushina wanted to ask him why he was apologizing, but he yelled back, and her eyes suddenly became moist. "Sorry, it's my fault. I was joking and didn't pay attention to the occasion. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Jingyu ignored her and continued to apologize. They were wrong this time. Hinata Violet stared at her red wrist and spoke coldly, "Can you let go now?" Following her gaze, Jingyu felt a little embarrassed. Although it felt good, it was a bit too much to pinch it until it turned red. "Oh, sorry." The Sharinan faded and released the other's wrist. Who knew? Bang! 5 slender fingers touched his cheek the next second. Before everyone could react, Kushina's pupils turned crimson and stood up. "Yeah." He raised his fist and hit Hinata Sumaya. How could she? How dare she? No one can hit him except himself. "Little Pepper, stop it." Jingyu didn't care about the buzzing head at this time. He hugged Kushina, who was a little out of control, tightly, so as not to make things worse. "Let me go. I'm going to bite her to death." Ah! Seeing his ferocious appearance, Jingyu had to hold him tighter, fearing that she could not control herself. Calm down, don't get excited. She's just trying to scare you. She doesn't really want to hit you." He patted her back to comfort her. Her eyes widened, and he was very panicked. If another tail came, everything would be over. He just thought Kushina had just realized someone was going to hit her and started fighting back. Fortunately, due to some physical touch, the red color in Kushina's pupils slowly shifted to her face, and she calmed down. Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. "But, damn, how dare you hit Xiao Jingzi? Do you think I'm a vegetarian?" Haruna, who was a little far away, reacted at this time. She and Jingyu had teamed up to fight many times. Jingyu's heart shuddered. Fortunately, Yoshimaru was right next to him and picked one up as well. "Get out of the way, fatty. This girl is obviously not someone to be trifled with. Even the fat guy can hardly handle her." "That's enough, we're here to see Xin off, not to cause trouble." As Jingyu shouted, the farce came to an end. Hinata Suzuna glanced at them coldly. "Go to the funeral shop and change your clothes. Leave a sentence and turn around to move forward." Everyone looked at each other and then followed. Today was a special day, so everyone was very restrained. Kushina, who was lagging behind, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jingyu. He looked at the little red-haired boy in confusion. She lowered her head in a strange manner, and after a while, she heard a faint voice, "Thanks." She was thanking him for what had just happened, because the slap was originally meant for her face and she definitely couldn't avoid it under the circumstances. Jingyu suddenly felt uncomfortable seeing Kushina like this. He reached out and touched her forehead, wanting to see if she was sick. "Sigma." Kushina shuddered slightly, not expecting something like this. But Jingyu said doubtfully, "You don't have a fever, you haven't been possessed, have you? You actually said thank you to me. This doesn't make sense. Is there some conspiracy?" As he spoke, his eyes became alert. Plate #snort. Kushina pushed him away and stomped forward angrily. "You have a fever, you idiot. Conspiracy? What's going on in this bastard's head? Haters are always the most annoying." Don't be angry, Kushina." The little red-haired boy took a deep breath, trying hard to swallow his anger and calm down. "Well, I'm not angry today. I'll beat him to death tomorrow." After changing into black clothes and coming to the cemetery, they were not stopped by the Hyaga clan members because the head of the family, Hyaga Suzuna, was there. They arrived just in time for the coffin to be lowered, so they joined in the mourning. Fiiwan and Kongaya were also there. One of them had his right hand in a cast hanging in front of his chest, and the other was in a wheelchair with bandages all over his body. Fiiwan's eyes inadvertently passed over the red shadow, paused for a moment, and then moved to the others, nodding to them as a greeting. "Seeing my former classmates being buried in the ground bit by bit, the atmosphere became much heavier. Jingyu doesn't like this kind of atmosphere because she is afraid that it will happen to her one day. He has always regarded being a ninja as a high-risk, high-reward job, working for a few years to save up a small amount for retirement. Hinata's death made him realize that perhaps he couldn't bear the risk. Shouldn't I try a little harder, just a little bit, at least not to make my sister sad? When we came out of the cemetery, the sun was setting and we said goodbye to each other. Thank you. Fiiwan pushed the wheelchair and thanked everyone together with Kongayo. We are companions. Minato replied with a smile. If we are in danger, you will definitely come, right? Jinyu smiled and put his hand on the little yellow-haired boy's shoulder, trying to complete the shoulder-to-shoulder gesture, but unfortunately he was a little short and the effect was not ideal. Minato has grown a little too fast in the past 2 years. Yeah, the two nodded heavily. After experiencing loss, they seem to have grown a lot. Fuyuan looked at Jinyu and Minato. Their stunning appearance, instant kill, and the final outcome of the battle made him realize the gap between him and them. I will definitely catch up with you. It seems like he is making a declaration, or looking for a new goal to pursue. Tisk, we won't wait for you here, right Minato? Jinyu pretended to be disdainful. Yes. Minato smiled and nodded. In his mind, the only person who could be his opponent now was Jinyu. Kongyo, who was sitting in the wheelchair, looked up at Jinyu. Little mirror, sister might fall in love with someone else, so don't be too sad. The half-joking words made it difficult to tell whether they were true or not. However, Jinyu and his group of friends who are eager to stir up trouble don't care whether it is true or not. Oh, they all looked at Fuyuan with strange cries, then silently raised their thumbs and put their hats on. The serious Fuyuan was stunned as he looked at Chongyu's profile in the sunset, but the other party just smiled and did not respond. Suddenly, my mind was filled with thoughts. Could it be that Chongyu really likes me, but I already have? Ha, don't worry, Sister Chong, I'm strong. There are thousands of girls in Konoha, and I, Uchiha Jinyu, only need to soak half of them. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Before he could finish his words, he felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Turning around, he saw the little red-haired girl with a furious look on her face and her pigtails. Kid, can you say that again? Haruna's eyes flashed with ferocity. Don't learn bad things, your sister asked me to watch you. Kushina came to work with her certificate. Everyone smiled when they saw this, and recalled their days in school. It seemed that Ginyu was also in pain and happy among girls. Laughter concealed sadness as companions said goodbye one by one. Fuyuan and Kongyo had not recovered from their injuries yet and had to go back to the hospital. The others had not returned for a long time and went home to reunite with their families, but Minato and Kushina were stopped by Jinyu. My sister said that you two will be alone at home anyway, so she invited you to my house for dinner, just as a celebration of surviving the disaster, he said, holding up the communication mirror in his hand. It seems that among these friends, they are the only two who are alone, which is a bit miserable. That's great, I can eat my sister's cooking again. Kushina jumped up on the spot. In the past 2 years, she had dreamed of having a lively meal together again. Minato felt uneasy. He had never been invited to someone's home as a guest. Jinyu tiptoed and tried to hook her arm around his neck, then pulled him forward. Let's go, we're so familiar with each other, and you're still playing coy with me. That's right, Minato, let me tell you, my sister's cooking is delicious. Red, yellow, and black, young boys and girls walked in the sunset, their shadows gradually lengthening, and laughter drifted from time to time. A small building by the river, Jinyu's home. Of course, Kyoka not only invited Minato and Kushina, but also Fugaku and Mikato. Every time she goes out on a long mission, she will cook a large table of dishes. In the past, her teammates and teacher were invited, but after the teacher and a teammate died, things became quieter, with only the siblings and Mikato. But now with Fugaku, Minato and Kushina joining in, things seem to be getting lively again. Yes, there is also a little fox. Mom and Dad. As the three of them entered the living room, a ball of white hair rushed towards them. Jinyu grabbed him as soon as he stretched out his hand, pinched the back of his neck and brought him in front of him, saying unhappily, how many times has Daji told me to call you brother? Do you know? Oh, brother. The little fox still accepted it humbly, and continued to learn from his mistakes. Don't bully Daji as soon as you come back. The little red-haired boy rolled his eyes at him, snatched the little fox away, and stepped on his foot. Jinyu gasped in pain and rubbed his toes hard while holding onto Minato. You can't have this woman, Minato, I don't mind if you get a new one. Leftward arrow Minato narrowed his eyes and looked around to see that no one was paying attention. He quickly stepped on Jinyu's other foot. Oh my god. He was in so much pain that he could only alternately stand on his 2 feet, commonly known as jumping in pain. Minato did a great job, didn't he? Kushina climbed on the sofa and laughed. Minato blushed. How had she been discovered? She had clearly not been looking here just now. It's a rare occasion when you do something bad and get caught, so it's a bit embarrassing. Jinyu was so angry that she thought you two were screwing me, and she yelled angrily, just wait, you two bastards, I'll feed your son expired milk every day from now on. Yeah, a shuriken pillow immediately hit him on the head. Oh my god, you dare to come, shuriken pillow shadow clone. He picked up the pillows and threw them back, one turned into 10, and a pile of pillows flew towards Minato and Kushina. Minato, fuck him, wow. Kushina threw a kunao pillow to the little yellow-haired boy, picked up one herself, jumped off the sofa and rushed towards Jinyu. As a result, he was thrown over the shoulder by the opponent as soon as he made a move. Not only did he fall down, but he also lost his weapon. Do you want to dance too? A mere grain of sand is not half as good as me, He laughed proudly. Minato looked at the pillow in his hand, then at the villain who had gained power, and the fallen princess, and attacked angrily. He used a kunao pillow to hit the boss and knocked him down, successfully rescuing the princess. Minato 666, hunting time. The little red-haired boy jumped up and prepared to turn over and become the master. Damn it, you little piece of trash can't afford a sneak attack. Jinyu was fighting 1 against 2 and could only retreat while fighting, and was about to be defeated, but saw a white fox rushing out. Dad, let me help you. Ninja technique, big tail random shooting technique. The little fox made a hand seal, and its 9 tails grew rapidly, then slapped towards Minato and Kushina, submerging them in a layer of white fur. Seeing that the two were trapped, Jinyu picked up the remaining pillows on the sofa and threw them at them. Ha ha ha, I have General Daji, so why should I worry about not getting this beautiful country? Daji, you are such a heartless person that I raised you in vain. Kushina felt that this fox was hard to tame and always helped the annoying ones. I feel quite comfortable. Minato was a little overwhelmed by the tale. Fugaku and Mikato, who were playing cards around the coffee table, stopped playing and watched the 4 little ones fighting with a smile. It's still more lively here. Fugaku envied and wanted a home like this, but unfortunately his family was very serious. Yes, we must have 2 more children in the future so that we can have a lively family, Mikato said while her eyes drifted towards the man beside her from time to time. She likes Fugaku because he is calm and gives her a sense of security, but Fugaku likes Kyoka because he longs for a life full of laughter. Matters of the heart are like this, it's hard to get what you want, and it makes people feel tormented. Soon after, Jinghua came out of the kitchen with the dishes, taught the 4 little ones a lesson, and then the dinner began. Crash! The accumulated snow slides down the branches, and the trees are covered with spring sunshine. A team of more than 10 people walked in the morning sun. Left side of the team. Kushina, do you want to eat meatballs? No. Are you thirsty, Kushina? Not thirsty. Are you tired, Kushina? Not tired. After seeing Kushina again, Senju Yunkang realized the love of his heart and has successfully evolved into a high-quality bootlicker, causing the little red-haired boy to have a mental breakdown. Right side of the team. Little monkey, do you want to eat meatballs? No. Are you thirsty, little monkey? Not thirsty. Are you tired, little monkey? Not tired. Yoshimaru was deeply attracted by the sky-high braid and couldn't extricate himself, and then another girl was on the verge of collapse. At the back of the team, 3 boys watched the large dog in estrus with interest. Seeing his enemy's constipated expression, Jinyu felt extremely comfortable. He hooked his hand to the water gate beside him and whispered, "Someone seduced your wife and you don't care." Minato's face flushed. "Don't talk nonsense, Dad. I'm also very happy that Kushina is popular." After thinking for a while, he said, "Didn't you say you wanted to marry her? Why don't you care? Go away, stop annoying me." Jinyu reacted violently. After all, the swelling on her face had not gone away yet. "Then why do you always tease me?" Minato, the honest man who was always teased, fought back. He had a crush on Kushina when he was in school, but he felt uncomfortable when Jinyu kept bringing it up. "I'm not teasing you. If you like someone, go after them. It's annoying to see you dithering." Hearing about the word like, Minato suddenly recalled the day he just graduated. He grabbed Jinyu with his backhand and narrowed his eyes. "By the way, it seems like you still owe a debt." Jinyu was confused. "I owed him money? Tell me, who is the girl you like?" After 3 seconds of recollection. "Damn, are you bringing up the accounts from 2 years ago? I'll tell you. Sherry Nan." Minato immediately closed his eyes, and Jinyu took the opportunity to steal the peach like a monkey. Bang! Minato knocked it away with a backhand, but he also managed to escape from the grasping hand. "Don't run, you'd be a fool not to run. Yoshimaru, come and help me catch him." Minato asked for help. Yoshimaru was enjoying licking and had no time to pay attention to him. He just took a look and then looked away. Teammates, not as pretty as girls. He has grown up, matured, and found true love. That he is no longer the childish boy who only knows how to laugh and play like a fool. "I'm sorry to bother you, Haruna. My 2 teammates are still young, not as mature and steady as me. Do you mind having a barbecue together after get off work?" Rightward arrow Haruna glanced at the fat man and opened her lips slightly. "Roll. All right." Yoshimaru quickly turned and ran towards his teammates. "Minato, block the left side, and I'll take care of the right side." "Mature, haha," Haruna sneered. Minato's confidence increased greatly with the support of Yoshimaru. "No problem, I must catch him this time and make him tell me which girl in the class he likes." Kushina and Haruna both shuddered when they heard this. "Minato, let me help you too." The little red-haired boy immediately found a legitimate reason to shake off Senju Yun. "I'll come to the front of the small mirror." The girl with pigtails rushed out with a delicate cry. The 2 girls met the next second, and felt an inexplicable hostility when they looked at each other. Rightward arrow sparks leftward arrow. They snorted at each other and joined the battlefield. With so many people joining in, Jinyu was immediately surrounded by enemies. "Damn it, you guys are cheating. Yes, Shan, Yun, come and help me." In response to Jinyu's request for help, the two guys decisively went to the woman's table. Because wherever girls are, there is reason, and where there is reason, there is justice, so Jingyu is the villain. Sister, let me go. The little fox excitedly broke free from Jinghua's arms. How could a lively and active young child hold back at this time? He successfully became Jingyu's only reinforcement, and then began to make things more tedious than helpful. Dad, let me help you. Ninja technique, roll the ball. The little fox's 9 tails became extremely large, instantly wrapping itself inside, and then it rolled over and crashed into Jingyu. Oh my god. Faced with the big ball of hair that suddenly hit him, Jingyu only had time to leave a word of national quintessence before disappearing in the white hair. Then, charge, don't let him get away, woola, so soft. Yeah, all the people were caught by the little fox and rolled around in the ball of fur. Hee. This is so funny. Jingyu is a funny guy wherever he goes. Mikoto held her stomach and couldn't laugh anymore. Jinghua and Fugaku just smiled and shook their heads without saying anything. They really didn't look like they were doing their mission at all. The prisoner escort team moved forward slowly and smoothly, as their safety was guaranteed by 2 elite Uchiha Jonin, and the journey was much easier. Yoshimaru and Senju-yun surrounded their goddess. Minato and Byaonyashin were the most serious, taking turns patrolling and observing from time to time, while Jingyu was studying Jingtun. Now he has 2 areas of development to pursue. One is to enhance communication capabilities, and the other is to fly. Strengthening communication capabilities is imperative. Even the mist hiding technique can interfere with the communication capabilities of viewing flowers in the mirror, greatly reducing the value of this technique. He was ready to make drastic changes to this technique, and he had a rough direction in mind, which was modern technology, mobile phones. After a rigorous logical feasibility study, he felt that it was very feasible. First of all, the existence of mirror escape, chakra, and sealing techniques allows him to not have to climb the modern technology tree, and he can skip it directly. Chakra equals battery, sealing technique equals memory, technique equals circuit, not to mention mirror escape, which could have been broadcast live a long time ago. Of course, this is just a preliminary guess and analysis. If you want to realize it, you will probably need a rich knowledge base, especially knowledge of sealing techniques and spells. If he wants to achieve it by himself, it will be a little difficult technically. He knows the sealing technique. Very little, let alone anything else. He planned to ask for help from the 3rd generation after returning. Since he was the son of his teammate and his disciple, there was no reason for him not to teach. In fact, when it comes to sealing techniques, he has a master of sealing techniques by his side. Her eyes involuntarily drifted towards the red head, and as if sensing something, Kushina also turned her head. The 2 eyes met immediately. Next second, leftward arrow _ leftward arrow and rightward arrow _ rightward arrow at the same time. Don't look over your shoulder. Well, you see, the hatred between them is as deep as the sea, and there is no way this little red-haired boy can teach him. The mirror escape communication issue can only be put on hold for now, and I will study it again after returning to the village and learning the sealing technique from the 3rd generation. Next is mirror escape flying. Well, despair. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. This immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Yoshimaru even cursed. Braze, countless mirrors of different sizes and shapes gathered behind Jingyu, and a pair of wings made of mirrors gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Under the morning sun, the bright mirror reflects a dazzling brilliance, and the glare dazzles people's eyes. Zhao, if you want to act cool, just act cool, but why are you shaking my eyes? Our Akimichi Yoshimaru was the first victim. At least half of the mirror was reflecting on him, and now his eyes were full of light spots and he couldn't see anything. When he was flashed by headlights while driving, he just cursed, which shows that he is very well-mannered. Ha, sorry, it's because you are the most handsome guy in the whole place. Jingyu laughed. Start controlling the mirror wings while watching. Wow. The mirrors made a slight clink as they touched, and then imitated the flapping of an eagle's wings. Click, 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 whoosh, whoosh. Strong winds blew one after another, and the accumulated snow flew everywhere and the spring mud splashed everywhere. The special effects are there, but the people are still in the same place. Fail. Well, not everything with wings can fly, so let's change direction. Spread out the mirror wings and start plan B, flying with the mirror. Casting mirror, a long mirror appeared, hovered flat, and then stepped on. Bang. Looking at the shattered mirror body on the ground, Jingyu looked confused. Am I heavy? Only 31 kilograms, a very standard child. Ha, there's a big idiot who wants to fly, but he's too fat, ha. Kushina's ruthless ridicule. She could see what Jingyu was trying to do, but flying ninjutsu was not that simple. If you could fly by controlling objects, then flying ninjas would be everywhere. It's none of your business. Jingyu ignored her and continued trying. Spawn another large mirror, this time place it directly on the ground and stand on it. He continued to increase his chakra to control it, and the mirror began to float up. Hey. Jingyu expressed satisfaction, saying that this was a good start, at least they were getting up. He controlled the mirror and followed the team, silently calculating his chakra consumption. Well, the consumption is a bit high, and it is probably not a luxury that he can afford. As for the current situation, the altitude is still very low and the speed is very low. If we continue to climb and accelerate, the chakra clearing work may be completed in a few minutes. In the past 2 years, I have had an indescribable feeling when using mirror escape, as if something is missing. What's missing? I don't know. Never mind, as long as it works. Taking off to start a new test also made him the focus of the whole audience. Is it really flying here? Kushina stared blankly at the guy floating around. Woo woo woo, Omega, my face hurts. That's right, it seems that the Uchiha clan is finally going to have a flying ninja. Fugaku said with praise. As the incoming clan leader, he was very satisfied with Jingyu, and he would be even more satisfied if he could become his brother-in-law. He's just floating around, and judging by the sweat on his head, his chakra consumption must be quite high. This kid is messing around all day long. Jinghua complained, but her eyes showed that she was worried that her brother would hurt himself by overusing chakra. The little fox in my arms has little stars in its eyes. This is so funny. Omega, Dad, take me with you, Dadji wants to fly too. She jumped up and down excitedly. Jingyu thought about it and felt that having one more fox should be manageable. With a wave of his hand, a mirror flew in front of the little fox. Hold tight. Aha, the little guy was taken to Jingyu's big mirror holding the lens. Haha, fly, a little taller, Dad. Faster, Dad. The tree has gotten smaller. The little guy started giving random orders right away, and Jingyu satisfied all of his requests for tests, which made her very happy. A man and a fox were floating around in the sky, yes, floating. Jingyu tried to speed up, but gave up immediately because he couldn't afford the huge consumption. It seems that flying cannot become his standard pretentious mode of travel at the moment. Still need to work hard, come on, Oligay. Jingyu silently cheered herself up. But even if it floats like this, it is enough to make a group of chickens below envious. Kushina really wanted to experience it, but when she thought of the ridicule she would face if she opened her mouth, she turned her head away and didn't look. Humph, it's just flying, what's so great about it? But his eyes still slipped to the corners of his eyes. She took it into consideration, but some people didn't. Little mirror, take me with you, I want to fly too. Haruna shouted excitedly. Jingyu was her childhood sweetheart, so of course she didn't need to be polite. Kushina's head, which had just turned away, immediately turned back. I said silently in my heart, if you dare to come down, you annoying guy, I will never talk to you again. Jingyu was not prepared to come down, but when Yoshimaru saw Haruna's appearance, he immediately knew that it was the best time to lick her. Quickly take out the communication mirror and write directly on the mirror. Help me, Jingyu replied immediately. Taste of the sea, supreme set for 1 week. Okay, the two finished in a few seconds, and Yoshimaru waved domineeringly. Come down here, sissy, take Fatty and the little monkey up to heaven. Jingyu was very considerate and floated down immediately. I was going to take the test anyway and I still got a week's worth of meals for free. How smart. As soon as she jumped off the mirror, Haruna couldn't wait to climb back up. Hurry up and take your sister to flight. Wait a minute, little monkey, let me get back to you. Jingyu, with a pale face, patted Jiban's shoulder and said, give me some food. I feel so empty. Okay. The fat man said nothing and directly drew chakra and poured it into it. Suddenly I remembered that Haruna and Jingyu have an unusual relationship. I must ask about this clearly to avoid making a mistake. You don't mind if I chase after little monkeys, do you, sissy? Jingyu absorbed the chakra and looked at him with a disdainful smile. You finally remembered. Hey. Yoshimaru raised his hand and scratched his head embarrassedly. He rolled his eyes at the fat man, waved his hand, and whispered, it's okay, man, I have a very beautiful fiancée in the Hidden Mist Village. I kiss her as soon as we meet, and she nibbles and bites me. It's really annoying. I'll marry her in a few years so you can enjoy her long legs, her fluid figure, and her tiny waist. Tisk. I won't say any more. Sigma, is this something a child can listen to? You should say something more. The fat man shuddered violently, and his chakra was completely drained on the spot, and the feeling of emptiness went straight to his soul. Afterwards, Haruna went to heaven and Fatty fell into a coma, so he could only let the little fox fulfill his dream of living together forever. The other side. Kushina watched the mirror slowly rise into the air with red eyes, glaring at a certain bastard. Jingyu seemed to have sensed something and turned around to meet those red eyes, a big smile appearing on her pale cheeks. It seems like he is showing off. Come on, see how great I am. Kushina bit her lower lip, looked at the sweaty face, and resisted the urge to hit him. What a joke, idiot. Humph. I'll write it down first and settle the score with you later. Just after noon on the first day of February, the prisoner escort team returned to Konoha village ahead of schedule. After Minato and Kagamizuki each added an A-level mission record, killing a Jonin, and Kushina, Yoshimaru, and Team 10 each added a B-level record, the 7 of them agreed to go visit Mushidama and Hijin together. However, when we arrived at the hospital, we were told that the two had applied to be discharged from the hospital that morning, and the reason for the application was to attend a funeral. Should we go and see the new one off? Jingyu asked. He wanted to go, but the Uchiha and Hyuga weren't very friendly, so he felt a little uncomfortable going alone. Go ahead, Minato said understandingly. So the 7 of them rushed to the Hyuga clan's territory without stopping, and when they saw rows of houses, they discovered a problem. Do you know where the new home is? Everyone shook their heads. Jingyu was speechless. These people who came to pay their respects didn't even know where the other person's home was. This is really unheard of. Ask someone. He had no choice but to find a house that looked more impressive and knock on the door. It was said that the Hyuga clan's architecture was the most retro in the entire village, with copper rings on the doors. Ding ding ding. Please wait. A slightly nasal but unexpectedly pleasant voice came out. Yoshimaru suddenly said, that voice sounds familiar. Are you sure you're not getting angry because of the sound? Jingyu gave him a disdainful look. He. Several people laughed unscrupulously. Yoshimaru glared at them and snorted at Jingyu nonchalantly. Humph, if you can get pregnant by listening to the first love sound more often, I don't believe you don't feel anything. Jingyu certainly had feelings and felt a little itchy, but he knew a truth. Turning to face Yoshimaru, he patted his shoulder and explained, Fatty, let me tell you, voice actors are all freaks. There are plenty of them with heights of 180 centimeters and waists of 180 cm. Don't just look at the female voice. It might be a bearded guy who picks his toes while he talks, the kind who picks and licks them. What's wrong with you guys? Suddenly, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet, and everyone was looking behind him in unison. Could it be? My pupils moved to the side, and I vaguely saw that the door seemed to be open. No way, such a big door opened without making any sound? He turned around awkwardly, then was stunned. She wore black clothes and had purple hair. Her white eyes were like gems embedded in her jade-like skin. She gave off an aloof and cold aura that kept people at a distance. Her face was slightly round because she hadn't grown up yet, but it didn't affect her beauty. However, although his face has not fully grown, his curvy body clearly gives him a head start. The key point is that this person is an acquaintance. Ha ha ha, class beauty, have you eaten? You've grown a lot, your voice has changed a lot recently. Ha ha, your house is big too, ha, very big. The Hyuga girl said nothing, just looked at him coldly. This is difficult to deal with. It seems like he is angry. Jingyu was at a loss for a moment. This girl was particularly cold and was the representative of the physical training class. If he spoke again, he would probably get beaten, and he might not be able to win. But a laugh broke the silence. Everyone looked in unison, searching for the culprit. Sigma X, a little red-haired boy, immediately covered his mouth with his hands to show that he was innocent. He usually wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. It was all because of the annoying guy. Everyone ignored her and returned to their purpose of knocking on the door. Ask for directions. The boys were completely useless and lost their voices collectively. The aloof class beauty is not a creature of the same dimension as boys, and they rarely take the initiative to communicate with her. After all, no one likes to be treated coldly. Now we can only rely on 2 girls, or Haruna to be more precise. That when Kushina was in school, she was either beating up boys or on her way to beating up boys. Sabuki was either beaten too hard and was punished by standing in the corner. She never spoke to the class beauty at all. The 5 boys all looked at Haruna, and the girl with the sky-high braids stood up as expected. Go away, you are so useless. She pushed the boys away one by one in disgust and walked to the door. Hinata Sumayer, do you know where Hinata Shinta's home is? The girl named Hinata Sumayer glanced at them, and seemed to see the purpose of their visit, and her expression relaxed slightly. The lotus feet stepped out of the threshold and closed the door. They're at the cemetery. If you want to go, just follow me. He left a word and walked forward on his own. Everyone followed silently, as if they were used to her attitude. Yoshimaru nudged Jingyu and whispered in his ear, this voice actor is pretty good, isn't she? She's beautiful and has a sweet voice. Leftwardero Kushina at the back keenly caught the signal that there were 2 old perverts in front who might be driving, so she sneaked up. Jingyu nodded. Yeah, her appearance, voice and figure are all perfect, but she's a little cold and likes to roll her eyes. The little red-haired boy almost couldn't hold back his whirlpool fist if it weren't for the last sentence. The fat man rolled his eyes at him and said, if you want her to roll her eyes, she should have this ability too, okay? Jingyu shook his head. Hinata is a little bit worse after all. Look at me, I can be popular or blackened as I want, and I can even spin around. She showed him the magic power of the Sherinan and spun around in circles, without waiting for the fat man to react. Puff, cluck, After hearing a series of muffled rooster crows, everyone's attention was focused on the little red-haired boy again. Yes, Kushina burst out laughing again, and it was so hard to cover her face with her little hands that her whole body was shaking. Roll your eyes. Hinata Suzuna, who was at the front, frowned with anger and her true Byakugan opened instantly. He leaped forward and swung his palm, appearing in front of Kushina in an instant. These people came to mourn Hinata Arata, and she felt pretty good about it. But Uzumaki Kushina kept smiling, which made her very angry, and she had to teach her a lesson. No, Minato reacted immediately, but because there was no warning or defense, it was too late. The others were also shocked. Although Kushina was not very polite, they did not expect Hinata Sumayer's reaction to be so intense. just when everyone thought that the famous little pepper was going to be sanctioned. Bang! The white palm stopped 10 centimeters away from the little red-haired face. Kushina stared blankly at the hand that appeared inexplicably in front of her. Her head was a little confused. She had no idea what was going on. Why was she going to be beaten? But then Hinata Viola's cold voice rang out, "Open." Only then did everyone realize that her wrist was held tightly by Jingyu. Two pairs of eyes, one red and one white, looked at each other, both with expressionless faces, and the atmosphere was escalating. Just when everyone was thinking about whether to help Jingyu beat up the class beauty, or hold the class beauty down and let Jingyu beat her up. "I'm sorry," Jingyu bowed and apologized. "You're such a nuisance, shut up." Kushina wanted to ask him why he was apologizing, but he yelled back, and her eyes suddenly became moist. "Sorry, it's my fault. I was joking and didn't pay attention to the occasion. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Jingyu ignored her and continued to apologize. They were wrong this time. Hinata Violet stared at her red wrist and spoke coldly, "Can you let go now?" Following her gaze, Jingyu felt a little embarrassed. Although it felt good, it was a bit too much to pinch it until it turned red. "Oh, sorry." The Sherinon faded and released the other's wrist. "Who knew?" Bang! 5 slender fingers touched his cheek the next second. Before everyone could react, Kushina's pupils turned crimson and stood up. "Yeah." He raised his fist and hit Hinata Sumire. "How could she? How dare she? No one can hit him except himself. Little Pepper, stop it." Jingyu didn't care about the buzzing head at this time. He hugged Kushina, who was a little out of control, tightly, so as not to make things worse. "Let me go. I'm going to bite her to death." Ah! Seeing his ferocious appearance, Jingyu had to hold him tighter, fearing that she could not control herself. Calm down, don't get excited. She's just trying to scare you. She doesn't really want to hit you." He patted her back to comfort her. Her eyes widened, and he was very panicked. If another tail came, everything would be over. He just thought Kushina had just realized someone was going to hit her and started fighting back. Fortunately, due to some physical touch, the red color in Kushina's pupils slowly shifted to her face, and she calmed down. Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. "But, damn, how dare you hit Xiao Jingzi? Do you think I'm a vegetarian?" Haruna, who was a little far away, reacted at this time. She and Jingyu had teamed up to fight many times. Jingyu's heart shuddered. Fortunately, Yoshimaru was right next to him and picked one up as well. "Get out of the way, fatty. This girl is obviously not someone to be trifled with. Even the fat guy can hardly handle her." "That's enough, we're here to see Xin off, not to cause trouble." As Jingyu shouted, the farce came to an end. Hinata Suzuna glanced at them coldly. "Go to the funeral shop and change your clothes. Leave a sentence and turn around to move forward." Everyone looked at each other and then followed. Today was a special day, so everyone was very restrained. Kushina, who was lagging behind, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jingyu. He looked at the little red-haired boy in confusion. She lowered her head in a strange manner, and after a while, she heard a faint voice, "Thanks." She was thanking him for what had just happened, because the slap was originally meant for her face and she definitely couldn't avoid it under the circumstances. Jingyu suddenly felt uncomfortable seeing Kushina like this. He reached out and touched her forehead, wanting to see if she was sick. "Sigma." Kushina shuddered slightly, not expecting something like this. But Jingyu said doubtfully, "You don't have a fever, you haven't been possessed, have you? You actually said thank you to me. This doesn't make sense. Is there some conspiracy?" As he spoke, his eyes became alert. Plate #snort. Kushina pushed him away and stomped forward angrily. "You have a fever, you idiot. Conspiracy? What's going on in this bastard's head? Haters are always the most annoying." Don't be angry, Kushina." The little red-haired boy took a deep breath, trying hard to swallow his anger and calm down. "Well, I'm not angry today. I'll beat him to death tomorrow." After changing into black clothes and coming to the cemetery, they were not stopped by the Hyaga clan members because the head of the family, Hyaga Suzuna, was there. They arrived just in time for the coffin to be lowered, so they joined in the mourning. Fiiwan and Kongaya were also there. One of them had his right hand in a cast hanging in front of his chest, and the other was in a wheelchair with bandages all over his body. Fiiwan's eyes inadvertently passed over the red shadow, paused for a moment, and then moved to the others, nodding to them as a greeting. "Seeing my former classmates being buried in the ground bit by bit, the atmosphere became much heavier. Jingyu doesn't like this kind of atmosphere because she is afraid that it will happen to her one day. He has always regarded being a ninja as a high-risk, high-reward job, working for a few years to save up a small amount for retirement. Hinata's death made him realize that perhaps he couldn't bear the risk. Shouldn't I try a little harder, just a little bit, at least not to make my sister sad? When we came out of the cemetery, the sun was setting and we said goodbye to each other. Thank you. Fiiwan pushed the wheelchair and thanked everyone together with Kongayo. We are companions. Minato replied with a smile. If we are in danger, you will definitely come, right? Jingyu smiled and put his hand on the little yellow-haired boy's shoulder, trying to complete the shoulder-to-shoulder gesture, but unfortunately he was a little short and the effect was not ideal. Minato has grown a little too fast in the past 2 years. Yeah. The two nodded heavily. After experiencing loss, they seem to have grown a lot. Fuyuan looked at Jingyu and Minato. Their stunning appearance, instant kill, and the final outcome of the battle made him realize the gap between him and them. I will definitely catch up with you. It seems like he is making a declaration, or looking for a new goal to pursue. Tisk, we won't wait for you here, right Minato? Jingyu pretended to be disdainful. Yes. Minato smiled and nodded. In his mind, the only person who could be his opponent now was Jingyu. Kongyo, who was sitting in the wheelchair, looked up at Jingyu. Little mirror, sister might fall in love with someone else, so don't be too sad. The half-joking words made it difficult to tell whether they were true or not. However, Jingyu and his group of friends who are eager to stir up trouble don't care whether it is true or not. Oh. They all looked at Fuyuan with strange cries, then silently raised their thumbs and put their hats on. The serious Fei Yuan was stunned as he looked at Chongyu's profile in the sunset, but the other party just smiled and did not respond. Suddenly, my mind was filled with thoughts. Could it be that Chongyu really likes me, but I already have? Ha, don't worry, Sister Chong, I'm strong. There are thousands of girls in Konoha, and I, Uchiha Jingyu, only need to soak half of them. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Before he could finish his words, he felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Turning around, he saw the little red-haired girl with a furious look on her face and her pigtails. Kid, can you say that again? Haruna's eyes flashed with ferocity. Don't learn bad things, your sister asked me to watch you. Kushina came to work with her certificate. Everyone smiled when they saw this, and recalled their days in school. It seemed that Ginyu was also in pain and happy among girls. Laughter concealed sadness as companions said goodbye one by one. Fuyuan and Kongyo had not recovered from their injuries yet and had to go back to the hospital. The others had not returned for a long time and went home to reunite with their families, but Minato and Kushina were stopped by Jingyu. My sister said that you two will be alone at home anyway, so she invited you to my house for dinner, just as a celebration of surviving the disaster, he said, holding up the communication mirror in his hand. It seems that among these friends, they are the only two who are alone, which is a bit miserable. That's great, I can eat my sister's cooking again. Kushina jumped up on the spot. In the past 2 years, she had dreamed of having a lively meal together again. Minato felt uneasy. He had never been invited to someone's home as a guest. Jingyu tiptoed and tried to hook her arm around his neck, then pulled him forward. Let's go, we're so familiar with each other, and you're still playing coy with me. That's right, Minato, let me tell you, my sister's cooking is delicious. Red, yellow, and black, young boys and girls walked in the sunset, their shadows gradually lengthening, and laughter drifted from time to time. A small building by the river, Jingyu's home. Of course, Kyoka not only invited Minato and Kushina, but also Fugaku and Mikato. Every time she goes out on a long mission, she will cook a large table of dishes. In the past, her teammates and teacher were invited, but after the teacher and a teammate died, things became quieter, with only the siblings and Mikato. But now with Fugaku, Minato and Kushina joining in, things seem to be getting lively again. Yes, there is also a little fox. Mom and Dad. As the three of them entered the living room, a ball of white hair rushed towards them. Jingyu grabbed him as soon as he stretched out his hand, pinched the back of his neck and brought him in front of him, saying unhappily, how many times has Daji told me to call you brother? Do you know? Oh, brother. The little fox still accepted it humbly, and continued to learn from his mistakes. Don't bully Daji as soon as you come back. The little red-haired boy rolled his eyes at him, snatched the little fox away, and stepped on his foot. His Jingyu gasped in pain and rubbed his toes hard while holding onto Minato. You can't have this woman Minato, I don't mind if you get a new one. Leftward arrow. Minato narrowed his eyes and looked around to see that no one was paying attention. He quickly stepped on Jingyu's other foot. Oh my god. He was in so much pain that he could only alternately stand on his 2 feet, commonly known as jumping in pain. Minato did a great job, didn't he? Kushina climbed on the sofa and laughed. Minato blushed. How had she been discovered? She had clearly not been looking here just now. It's a rare occasion when you do something bad and get caught, so it's a bit embarrassing. Jingyu was so angry that she thought you two were screwing me, and she yelled angrily, just wait, you two bastards, I'll feed your son expired milk every day from now on. Yeah, a shuriken pillow immediately hit him on the head. Oh my god, you dare to come, shuriken pillow shadow clone. He picked up the pillows and threw them back, one turned into 10, and a pile of pillows flew towards Minato and Kushina. Minato, fuck him, wow. Kushina threw a kunao pillow to the little yellow-haired boy, picked up one herself, jumped off the sofa and rushed towards Jingyu. As a result, he was thrown over the shoulder by the opponent as soon as he made a move. Not only did he fall down, but he also lost his weapon. Do you want to dance too? A mere grain of sand is not half as good as me, He laughed proudly. Minato looked at the pillow in his hand, then at the villain who had gained power, and the fallen princess, and attacked angrily. He used a kunao pillow to hit the boss and knocked him down, successfully rescuing the princess. Minato 666, hunting time. The little red-haired boy jumped up and prepared to turn over and become the master. Damn it, you little piece of trash can't afford a sneak attack. Jinyu was fighting 1 against 2 and could only retreat while fighting, and was about to be defeated, but saw a white fox rushing out. Dad, let me help you. Ninja technique, big tail random shooting technique. The little fox made a hand seal, and its 9 tails grew rapidly, then slapped towards Minato and Kushina, submerging them in a layer of white fur. Seeing that the two were trapped, Jinyu picked up the remaining pillows on the sofa and threw them at them. Ha ha ha, I have General Daji, so why should I worry about not getting this beautiful country? Daji, you are such a heartless person that I raised you in vain. Kushina felt that this fox was hard to tame and always helped the annoying ones. I feel quite comfortable. Minato was a little overwhelmed by the tale. Fugaku and Mikato, who were playing cards around the coffee table, stopped playing and watched the 4 little ones fighting with a smile. It's still more lively here. Fugaku envied and wanted a home like this, but unfortunately his family was very serious. Yes, we must have 2 more children in the future so that we can have a lively family, Mikato said while her eyes drifted towards the man beside her from time to time. She likes Fugaku because he is calm and gives her a sense of security, but Fugaku likes Kyoka because he longs for a life full of laughter. Matters of the heart are like this, it's hard to get what you want, and it makes people feel tormented. Soon after, Jinghua came out of the kitchen with the dishes, taught the 4 little ones a lesson, and then the dinner began. The third master said you can take a month off. The Rain Nation has simultaneously submitted a ceasefire letter to the Fire, Earth, and Wind Nation. The next month will be a negotiation period, and each major village will agree to a truce. Jinghua told the good news at the dinner table. Yes, Jingyu clenched his fists happily. I have been working so hard as a courier in the past 2 years, and after deducting the expenses for ninja tools, I have saved nearly 1 million taels. I finally have the opportunity to enjoy life. He. The first place to visit is the Ninja Custom Shop. Although little Kun has not yet formed effective combat power, he can't resist his high enthusiasm for learning. Learning should start from childhood. We must not lose at the starting line. This is the key point. Well, when the time comes, I'll call Fatty over and study the art of multiplication. Maybe we can get to the front line of the battle ahead of time. Next time I go to the casino, I wonder if the beautiful dealers all wear bunny girls, and then, my back hurts so much. Ouch, his small hand was working frantically on his waist. Little Pepper, you are sick. Why did you twist my kidney? If you get hurt and can't get married, you will be responsible. Kushina narrowed her eyes and stared at him. Don't think bad things. This guy's chakra temperature fluctuated significantly just now, and he was smiling so obscenely, he must be thinking about something bad. Her perception of this guy's chakra was particularly sharp. Why can this chilly spirit always guess what he is thinking? Jingyu was depressed. Minato on the side was laughing secretly. These 2 guys really didn't stop for a moment. Fortunately, Yoshimaru was not there, otherwise the 3 of them would have demolished the house. Stop messing around, you 2. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Jinghua glared at them with her beautiful eyes, and the 2 of them immediately sat up straight and obediently. She looked at her brother and said, Jingyu, go to the Hokage's office tomorrow. The 3rd Hokage wants to see you. See me? He was a little confused. Why did this old man look for him? It's Mirror Escape. The 3rd Sama asked me about some issues with Mirror Escape communication. He seems to be very concerned about this aspect. As soon as Jingyu thought of a group of Konoha ninjas holding whiteboards and having a video conversation, the damn picture came to his mind. But it just happened to suit his wishes. He had originally wanted to ask the 3rd generation to learn the sealing technique to improve viewing flowers in the mirror. This technique was originally developed just for fun, so it is very simple. While I was thinking, time came to 8:30 and the dinner ended at this time. Kyoka still arranges for Fugaku to send Mikado. She had already planned the lives for herself and her brother, and wanted to gradually break free from the constraints of the clan, so she would try her best to marry a commoner, or simply live with her brother. Just after sending the 2 of them away, she saw her brother arranging Minato to send Kushina away in a sarcastic manner, and her beautiful face suddenly darkened. Minato, I'm relieved to leave Pepper in your care. You must get her home safely, okay? Jingyu put the little red-haired boy's hand into the little yellow-haired boy's hand with a fatherly smile. Rightward arrow underscore rightward arrow, caret, leftward arrow underscore leftward arrow. Both of them looked at him speechlessly. Boom! A gentle blow from my elder sister. Idiot, who told you that Minato and Kushina are going back? Kyoka said unhappily. Not going back, where to sleep? Jingyu asked a bunch of questions. That he would definitely sleep with his elder sister tonight, so, the pupils gradually dilate. Holy crap, sis, you want them to sleep together? Exciting. Boom! The Marvel boy was successfully knocked down by his sister's iron fist and fell to the ground twitching. He. Kushina covered her mouth and laughed secretly, but Minato held it back and only laughed in his heart. Jinghua led them into the house, 1 by 1 in each hand, and the little red-haired boy stretched out his stinky feet and stepped on them twice. Minato, you and Jinyu will sleep in the same room tonight. I have prepared pajamas and a change of clothes that I bought them this afternoon. Kushina, Xiao Daji, and I will sleep. That night, two boys in fox pajamas squeezed onto a small bed. Jinyu used the quilt to block the middle of the bed, pointed at the confused Minato and said righteously, I know you have a little spirit that if you backstab me at night, I will backstab Pepper. After thinking for a long time, it seems that this is the most deterrent. Minato's fox ears were draped over his shoulders, and he expressed his incomprehension of his friend's thoughts. But in order to teach him a lesson, I pretended to be sinister and said, I remember you already 2 years ago, so can I. He. This sinister smile is so lifelike. It seems that after following Jinyu for 2 years, Minato has the potential to turn evil. Jinyu trembled all over. Is this still the little son he knows? Why does he change as soon as he goes to bed? Master Men, I was wrong. In order to avoid local injuries, he chose to admit defeat. There's no way, he's still just a little chick, and little Kun is a weakling now, so he's definitely no match for him. He. Minato's expression changed and he smiled as he crawled into the bed, then turned his back to him and closed his eyes. Go to bed, I have to get up early for training tomorrow. Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief and then carefully got into bed. Sudden, a pair of blue eyes quickly came close to his face. Shit, I was so scared that my soul almost left my body for 2 seconds. Boom. He was so scared that he just crawled under the bed. Ha. Minato laughed out loud. He had been teased and made fun of for a long time, but he finally got back on track. Damn, when did you become bad? Jinyu climbed onto the bed in annoyance. Why would this little yellow-haired boy do such dirty things? Minato reached out and pulled him up, then said seriously, Jinyu, don't make fun of me and Kushina in the future. I can feel that her mind is not on me. It will cause trouble to her if she keeps making jokes like that. Jinyu didn't care and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, she will soon fall in love with you. Hey. Under Minato's puzzled gaze, Jinyu crawled into bed and closed his eyes. Flirting with girls under the moon, did it happen when they were 12 or 13 years old? I'm really looking forward to it. I will definitely go watch the live broadcast and record it for them. But why do I feel anxious? Am I too excited? The young man fell into a deep sleep and confusion. In his dream, he saw the wedding of a red-haired woman and a yellow-haired man, and a black-haired man turned away sadly. The boy's pillow was slightly wet while he was sleeping. Silent night, silent morning dew. In the morning, the boy who had planned to try hard was ultimately unable to break free from the powerful seal of the quilt. Jinyu, get up. In the restaurant, Jinghua yelled angrily at the people upstairs. That annoying guy is a lazy pig, he. Kushina provoked happily, waiting to see someone get into trouble. Actually, Jinyu works very hard. It's a rare day off, so let him sleep a little longer. Minato ate his breakfast in small bites and spoke in a weak voice. He enjoyed the mornings when someone prepared breakfast, making him feel at home. A gentle and virtuous sister, naughty and always quarreling brothers and sisters, and an extremely cute little fox. These are his family members. Don't speak for him. How could Jinghua believe this nonsense? She directly retorted to Minato, who shrank his neck. Even though I was criticized, why did I feel so friendly? The little yellow-haired boy was a little confused. Daji. Jinghua named the thug. Here, the little fox on the table stood at attention with a fried egg in its mouth. Go wake your dad up, by any means necessary. The last 4 words were emphasized. The little fox swallowed the fried egg in 2 bites. Gilu, Onachan Sanma, I promise to complete the mission. It ran out excitedly, wagging its big tail. 5 seconds later. Ninpo technique, fox jump, bang, clang. Ah, damn, Daji, are you crazy? Stop, I'm dying. A terrible scream came from the 2nd floor. Ha, what a fool. I can't even sleep well during my vacation. The 3rd Hokage's business hours are too early. It turns out that being a Hokage is not for human beings. After successfully removing the seal from the quilt, Jinyu muttered and slowly walked out of the Uchiha clan territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to meet him and made an appointment at 8 a.m. Is this something a human could do? Who would go to work at 8 o'clock? Excuse me. The young lady's pleasant voice dispels all dissatisfaction and complaints. When I looked up, I saw a beautiful girl with white eyes next to me. She was wearing a beige martial arts uniform and had unique short black hair. She looked very energetic and a little familiar. Do we know each other? Jinyu tried hard to recall, but had no impression, but he looked familiar. The little beauty showed a healing smile. I'm sorry I don't know you. I just wanted to ask you where Uchiha Mingji lives. Oh. Jinyu nodded and noticed that she was wearing the same forehead protector on her arm as him. Mingji, that little rookie, has also graduated. Uchiha Mingji is his peer, 1 year older than him, but 1 grade younger. The two fought a lot when they were young. I remember when one was 3 and the other 4 years old, they had their first fight. He lost and was asked to poop on the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. He pulled it and got beaten up, but from then on he never lost a fight between the two. This is an inspirational story of a little boy. Puff he he he. The beautiful girl burst into laughter on the spot, laughing without any manner at all. Cluck, cluck, little newbie, that's really fitting, cluck, cluck. Underscore, the humor is really low. Jingyu thought so as he looked at the beautiful girl squatting on the ground and imitating the crowing of a rooster. That. He he he. Did anyone say that you look like an old hen when you laugh? The laughter stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere became a little solemn. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Go straight and take the third intersection. It's the fifth door on the left. No need to thank me. My name is Uchiha Fugaku. Feeling something was wrong, Jingyu kicked up her feet and ran away. The little beauty's eyes narrowed into slits. Uchiha Fugaku, old hen. Hee Gagaga Knuckles signaled he wanted to punch someone. Hokage's office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen started to get busy early in the morning. The negotiation matters had been handed over to the Hokage's assistant and advisor, but he would have a lot to do after years of fighting. Although peace talks between the Rain country and the three major countries have begun, the countries have also agreed to a truce during the negotiations, but it is more of a strategic adjustment that allows both sides to take a breather. The war between major powers will not stop here, but the battlefield may not be in the Rain country in the future. If the negotiations are successful, Konoha will definitely have to shift the battlefield to the enemy country. By then, there will be a more efficient, safer, and more stable way of transmitting information than the Ninja Hawk, which will be of great significance to Konoha. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Uchiha Kagemizuki's mirror release. Although Kushina and Kyoka failed to use it last time, he later learned about it and developed a strong interest in this technique. Dododo, come in. A knock at the door interrupted his work. Uncle Hiruzen heard you were looking for me. Looking at the handsome young man asking questions at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. This is the son of his comrade Uchiha Kagami, and his personality is completely different from that of Uchiha. That he even plans to marry his niece to him in the future. Put down the brush. Yes, Uncle wants to see your mirror escape, and if possible, I need your help. He got straight to the point. No problem. Jingyu was also very straightforward. This was what he wanted. He created a mirror in his hand and shouted towards the room, Brother Shinashuk, come help. Swish and Umbu appeared, and judging from his height, he seemed to be young. Could you please stop yelling, brat? I'm an Umbu now, and I'm serious. A lazy voice came from under the monkey mask. Sarutobi Shinashuk, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, is 16 years old and has just joined the Umbu. He is dedicated to protecting his father, the Hokage, although his father probably does not need protection. Jingyu slapped the mirror into his hand and said perfunctorily, okay, Umbu-sama, please take it and run outside. When you get outside the village, transfer some chakra into the mirror. Tisk, trouble. Swish. Before he finished speaking, the figure disappeared. After that, he demonstrated to Sarutobi Hiruzen how to use handwriting input method for video chatting, and the third generation immediately thought that this was a possibility. Then there was a heated discussion between the two sides on the details and development of the technique. Sande, what's the range of Jingyu's technique? Jingyu, at that time, my sister was in the northernmost part of the Rain country, and I was in the southernmost part of the Fire country. Third generation, that's a pretty good distance. Besides contacting you, can everyone else establish a separate connection? Jingyu, after a long period of logical and rigorous thinking, I think it is theoretically possible if combined with the chakra sealing technique. Sandaime, chakra sealing technique. Jingyu, yes, it's best if the array is the size of a fingernail, highly refined, stable, and has excellent compatibility and expansion capabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought. Konoha village and the former Uzashio village have been friends for generations, so they naturally have no shortage of sealing techniques, but they have never had such high requirements. If the magic circle is small, it can accommodate fewer spells, and the magic formula will be unstable, not to mention compatibility and expansion. This kind of sealing technique can only be custom developed, but it's wartime now, where would we get so many people to develop ninjutsu? His gaze returned to Jingyu, and he said regretfully, the sealing technique you want no longer exists in Konoha village. Is there any other way to achieve it? Jingyu shook her head. He already knew that the village couldn't possibly have it, so he immediately put forward his request. Uncle Hiruzen, I hope you can open up some of the reading privileges so I can learn the sealing technique and develop it myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was visibly stunned. Well, he fell into deep thought. Sealing is very dangerous. The character learned is more dangerous. Jingyu smiled slightly, seeing the other party's hesitation, and then used his ultimate move. Uncle Hiruzen, I anticipate this jutsu will have a variety of functions, in addition to the existing video function. It will also add chakra conversion to text, which is convenient, fast and hidden, freeing you from the trouble of handwriting. The friend team-up function makes intelligence transmission networked, convenient, and real-time, effectively enhancing team efficiency. You can even set up a central server group in Konoha village, allowing you to command operations thousands of miles away from home, making it a fun way to work from home. One thing after another, just one PPT missing, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. What is a friend team? What server? Why can I recognize the characters separately, but not understand them when put together? Key. It sounds so grand and impressive, and seems very powerful. Seeing that the opponent's confused debuff took effect, Jinyu decided to use another big move. After checking around to see if there was anyone, he leaned in close, put his hand on the corner of his mouth and whispered softly, with a mirror in hand, "You can look at all kinds of beauties anytime, anywhere." Sigma Omega, First Blood, chatting about life with a caring young lady. Sigma, X, double kill one-on-one private interaction with lonely young women. Spree. This morning, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision after the same careful consideration and rigorous analysis as Kagamizuki to allow Kagamizuki to learn sealing techniques. Hey, on the way home, Jinyu couldn't stop smiling. The third generation has agreed to let him learn the sealing technique. Once he learns the 4-symbol seal, he will be only one mobile power bank away from being invincible. Do you want to kill that little red-haired creature and steal her 9-tailed fox? Buzz, there is an incoming call. I glared and the mirror appeared, showing my older sister and the little fox holding a clipboard. We're having a picnic by the lake on the outskirts of the village. Bring some barbecue, meatballs, snacks, and drinks. Make sure you have plenty, and don't forget to ask Yoshimaru to come along. As soon as I finished watching it, the person in the mirror turned into myself and the video stopped. It was obvious that they suddenly remembered that they forgot to bring food for the picnic and asked him to serve as a soldier. But I still have to go. The mirror was connected to the fat man's mirror, and everything was pitch black, as if it was in his pocket. Poke it. 5 seconds later, the mirror shook and became brighter, and an impatient fat man appeared with a tree and a ponytail in the background. Well, you can tell at a glance that this fat guy is trying to pick up girls, but the question still needs to be asked. Take out your little notebook and write, "Will you come to the picnic?" The fat man mouthed the reply, "No, get out." Then he couldn't wait to put it back in his pocket, as if he was afraid that people around him would see what he saw in the mirror. Is the fat guy afraid that I will ruin his plans? That's so unkind. He stole my spare tire and cursed me. Should I make the spare tire my regular and let him experience the wickedness of human nature? Forget it, I only treat the little monkey as a brother. It would be a shame to play with his feelings. He scattered the mirror and looked down at his little brother. You must grow up quickly. In a few years, I will take you on an adventure to a secret realm. Don't embarrass me then. It was an hour later when we arrived at the lake. Carrying lots of food and drinks and carrying a big kite on his back, Jinyu wanted to have a good time for the whole afternoon. Bang! Ha ha! From a distance, I saw my elder sister and Minato sparring. A little red-haired boy, not strong enough to join in, was playing swordplay with a fox nearby. He was stunned by this and shouted loudly from his position on the high slope of the lakeshore, "By the way, is this a serious picnic? I feel like I'm at a training ground." The three people and the fox turned their heads at the same time, and the little fox dropped the small dagger and rushed over. Dadji misses you so much." He leaped forward, half of his body buried in the bag, and started picking up the food. I miss you so much." He put down the bag in his hand and freed one hand, picked her up by the tail, and then threw the little fox who was already holding the meatball and chewing it far away. The little fox's 9 tails swung in the air to balance its body, and it enjoyed the meatballs without any panic. When it fell, its tails overlapped downwards to become a safety bed, and it landed steadily with its legs crossed. Jinyu had just lost his daughter when the other 3 guys came over and started to divide up the food. "Well done, oh you Daodu." Jinghua pinched her brother's face and took away 2 bags. "Nerdy fellow, not bad, right?" The little red-haired boy followed suit, ignoring Jingyu's dark expression, raised his little hand and pinched his cheek, then took 2 bags as well. "Thank you for your hard work, Jinyu." Minato followed behind and actually stretched out his hand to pinch her. "This is unbearable. This little son is becoming more and more lawless." Plate hashtag Jinyu opened her mouth and pretended to bite. He. The little yellow-haired boy scratched his head awkwardly, took the last 2 bags and ran away. He just wanted to experience what it was like to be a big brother. Although Jinyu has grown a little compared to 2 years ago, he is still quite cute. Then the hollowed-out Jinyu also went downhill. The simple picnic in early spring was carried out with laughter and joy. This year spring is slow in coming, and the weeping willows in February have no silk hanging on them. After eating and drinking, Jinyu, Kushina, and the little fox couldn't wait to fly the kite. As the warm afternoon sun shone on the lakeside, a large kite slowly rose, and the little fox flew directly into the sky. "Higher, Daddy." "What did you say? I can't hear you." "Higher, I can't hear you." People were running on the ground, foxes were flying in the sky, and the whistling wind made Jinyu unable to hear clearly. Daji said she wanted to fly to the highest point. The little red-haired boy, who was not afraid of trouble, was very excited and caught up to deliver the message. "Oh." Jinyu indicated that she had received it, and her hands loosened while she was running. Hiss. The kite string is letting out longer and longer. Wow, little flying fox. The little fox cheered excitedly as the kite rose higher again. Hey, be careful, Jinghua reminded worriedly. She and Minato sat on the high slope watching them play. I got it, sister. Jingyu continued to play the game. Don't worry, sister, I'm keeping an eye on him. Kushina followed Jingyu closely, looking like a supervisor who was abusing his power for personal gain. Can you let me play with it for a while, you annoying guy? She had never played with a kite before and was very envious. No. Jingyu refused. It had been a long time since he last played and he hadn't had enough fun. Then pay back the money. Please. He. Kushina used a decisive move to pay back the money, and the kite string successfully changed hands. Haha, these two guys are really something. Jinghua laughed at the two of them and turned her head to look at Minato, who was quiet beside her. Minato, why don't you go fly a kite with them? A picture of an early spring outing was reflected in Minato's blue eyes, and his expression was gentle and satisfied. I feel like watching them play is more fun than playing myself. Jinghua touched his head and smiled sweetly. Minato is a gentle boy. // The little yellow-haired boy's ears felt hot and his cheeks were red. He. Jinghua covered her mouth and laughed. The other side. The chili pepper thread is almost gone, don't put it out anymore. Jingyu saw the bottom color of the spool exposed and hurriedly reminded. Kushina glanced down and saw that there seemed to be many more circles. No, the string is still long. Several long circles of line returned to zero in an instant. Boom! The last knot broke. The thread disappeared in the blink of an eye. The two of them were stunned for a moment. It's over. Yap. Mom and Dad, I'm flying high again. The ignorant little fox was still jumping around excitedly on the kite, unaware that she was about to embark on a spontaneous trip. Dadgy, don't move, keep your balance. The shouting couldn't reach the top at all. Looking at the little fox flying away, the two of them were panicked. If he is not rescued, he will definitely fly out of the village, but I am not sure whether he can fly out of the country. But how can we save him? He can't fly. Little black hair and little red hair looked at each other. In this situation, would it be easier to have a second child? When wavering between keeping one child and having a second child, swish with long flowing hair and yellow hair swaying, Kyoka and Minato came to the rescue. Throw the mirror, they said in unison. Jingyu reacted instantly. Whoosh. Pieces of lenses were thrown into the sky. Swish. Two figures, one black and one yellow, stepped up through the mirror and quickly chased after the kite. It has to be fast. The distance at which Jingyu can directly control the mirror is only 500 or 600 meters, and the kite has already exceeded this distance. When the two stepped on the farthest mirror, they were at least 60 meters away from the kite. Minato, use the Raisnon to push me over, Kyoka ordered. But Minato hesitated. He was afraid that he would lose control and hurt Kyoka. I trust you. Minato looked into Kyoka's big, clear eyes. He nodded heavily, his hands spinning chakra spirals. Double helix pill. Sister Jinghua. With a shout, Jinghua leaped over, constantly adjusting her body in the air. When she arrived in front of Minato, her feet were facing him and her head was facing the direction of the kite. Now is the time. Minato seized the opportunity. Raisnon explosion. Bang. Call out. The strong impact caused by the explosion of the Raisnon pushed Jinghua out, and Minato also fell from the air due to the reaction force. Fortunately, Jingyu's mirror was there and there was no problem. The three of them looked at Jinghua rushing towards the kite in the air. I saw her Sharingan open in both eyes and Raisnon condensed in both hands. Bang! The Raisnon in his left hand detonated, correcting his direction and catching up with the moving kite. Bang! The Raisnon in his right hand exploded forward, slowing down in the air before landing lightly on the kite. He picked up the heartless little fox and took a lunge stance with his feet to stabilize the kite. Sister, you are here too. The little fox was still happy that someone was playing with her. Jinghua stroked her tail and said with a smile, it will be more fun if my sister takes you to play. As he spoke, his center of gravity shifted, and the kite under his feet drew an arc and turned in the air, and began to glide in the air with the little fox. Wow, the little fox cheered excitedly. The three people below were also jealous. So cool, amazing, so cool, sis. Jingyu looked at the lens in his hand. Step on the lens to fly into the sky, how about trying it himself? Konoha Village Barrier Class. Anomalies have been detected above barrier 0532. Please ask nearby Umbu to investigate immediately. Another busy day. When the Umbu arrived at the designated location, the shrill screams mixed with the stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork had already echoed by the lake for a long time. Pay papa. Ah, woo. Aonchan fell flat on his face. Sister, I was wrong. Sister, Dadgy, I'm going out. Be careful on the road. Goodbye, Daddy. Jingyu limped out of the house. Although he was disabled, he seemed to be in a good mood. The day before yesterday, I successfully fooled 3 generations. Yesterday I was recuperating at home, and today I officially started to learn the sealing technique. He had already chosen which tailed beast he wanted, and he chose the seven-tailed beast, which could fly. However, he didn't want to learn sealing techniques alone, so he planned to ask Minato to learn sealing techniques together. Although this guy can learn from Little Hot Pepper after getting married, he can't be a gigolo. His son has taken his wife's surname, which shows that he has no authority as a husband. As a brother, you must help him regain his marital status and turn the little pepper into a tomato. Of course, another small part of the reason is that Minato is smart and has strong ability to improve and develop ninjutsu. With him, the development of mobile phones should be much easier. As soon as I ran to the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory, I saw the beautiful Hyuga girl from the day before yesterday. By the way, why does a Hyuga keep running towards the Uchiha? Is this to prepare for a bloodline reunion? Hey, you're here to look for the newbie again. #N. The beautiful girl didn't say anything, she just stared with her eyes wide open and seemed to be in a bad mood. Impolite. He complained secretly and just walked past him. Not long after Jinyu left, an Uchiha boy with a round face and a round nose appeared, looking at the beautiful girl with a defiant look on his face. I told you and Yoshino to go first and not to wait for me. His tone was not very good, but seemed to reveal a little pride. Come to think of it, having a beautiful girl waiting for you to train with every day would make anyone proud. The little beauty came back to her senses from her bad mood and puffed up her face angrily. Uchiha Mingji, you little noob, you're always so slow. Why don't you come and call you? Yoshino and I should just wait for lunch. Little newbie. Sigma Delta. Hearing this extremely insulting nickname, Uchiha Mingji was furious. This was a shame he could not get rid of because he could not beat that bastard. Back then, he defeated a guy named Uchiha Jinyu and asked him to go to the shrine to shit. The guy was very tough and actually went. Later, I lost and was asked to specify a nickname and I couldn't refute others' calls, so I didn't even have a reason to refuse. But he didn't care, thinking that just winning it back would be enough, and then he never won again. He was called that from the age of 4 to 11. In the Uchiha clan, everyone almost forgot about the existence of Uchiha Akihiko, and only knew that there was a person called Uchiha Zayakaji. This bastard Jinyu actually dares to spread it outside. Uchiha Jinyu, I will die with you, Mingji roared. I'm ready to die with my enemy. Even the girl I like knows this nickname. May this world be destroyed. Uchiha Jinyu, who is that? The beautiful girl was puzzled. That's the guy who told you, little noob, that I won't be going to training today. I'm going to duel him now. He calculated that he might not be able to get out of bed after today's fight. The little beauty blinked in surprise, but the person who told me was called Uchiha Fugaku. Mingji's legs went weak and he almost fell down. Uchiha Fugaku, young clan leader. It's over. I have the illusion that I will have this nickname for the rest of my life. Passing over the sorrow of a young man, Jinyu had already come to the south of the village to harass Shumen. The location of Minato's house is a bit remote, just one step away from the village, on the second floor of a 3-story building. I heard that little Lei Jiao's home is a little further south, but he has never been there. The two of them live quite close to each other. Kagamizuki knocked on Minato's door. Boom boom boom. Mr. Namikaze Minato, I'm the technician number 66 you ordered yesterday, and I'm here to serve you now. The sweet sound of the clips echoed throughout the building. Snap! The door next door was opened, and a middle-aged man's head popped out. He had a middle-parted hairstyle, a green belt on his head, sunglasses, a small mustache, and was a bit thin. The moment he saw Jinyu, his facial expression visibly changed to surprise and obscenity. Jinyu was wearing a smiley face cartoon t-shirt and pure white casual sports pants today, both of which are neutral styles picked by Jinghua. Coupled with her waist-length hair and good looks, it is really hard to tell her gender. Hey, little sister, come to uncle, and uncle will give you double. Smiley face. Jinyu smiled on the surface, but secretly cursed the old pervert. No, I don't like smelly uncles. Jiaz's voice became sweeter. He was ready to be the surgeon and preside over a castration operation. He. The uncle walked out and walked towards Jinyu, his smile becoming more and more obscene. You are still young and don't understand the kindness of uncle. Seeing the other person approaching, Jinyu tapped the ground with her toes and lowered her head shyly. Hey, uncle, you are so bad. I snap. At this moment, the door of Minato's house opened, and a hand stretched out like lightning, grabbed Jinyu, and quickly pulled him into the room. I'm sorry, Teacher Chen, this is my brother, a man. Bang! The door slammed shut. A middle-aged man named Teacher Chen stood outside the door with a confused look on his face. Male. Then he thought of something and his face changed. Minato, you little brat, if you want to eat alone, just eat it. I won't compete with you. Really, the little girl is so pretty, I'm not blind. He waved his hands and walked back to his home with a swagger. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. In the room, Jinyu couldn't stop laughing at Minato's ugly face, and rolled around on the sofa, holding his stomach. You bastard, how can I live here after what you did to me? Minato really wanted to beat him up. Your own image. The whole building must have heard it. Damn Jinyu. He looked fiercely at the ball on the sofa. So cute, what should I do if I can't bring myself to do it? Why did you come to see me? Don't you always think my house is far away? In the end, the honest man Minato did not kill him, but sat on the sofa and asked. Jinyu stopped rolling around, and lay on Minato's back, resting his chin on his shoulder, and said unhappily, "Are you reading again? I look like a fool in the mirror. I've been hanging around for a long time, but you haven't replied yet." The little yellow-haired boy scratched his head awkwardly that he was so engrossed in reading that he didn't pay attention to the communication mirror. Jinyu rolled her eyes speechlessly and vowed to find a way to add a ringtone to the mirror. Jumping off the sofa, she took his hand and walked out. "Come on, I'll take you to learn advanced sealing techniques. High-end sealing technique. You'll know when you get there." "Oh, but I'm the brother." "Bullshit, whoever is more handsome is the boss, otherwise why would he be called a handsome guy?" Minato was speechless, and silently said in his heart, "You are beautiful, but I am handsome." The two went out side by side. There was also a little red-haired cat that was disturbed by the knocking on the door early in the morning. A luxury house on the outskirts of the village, with a studio. We can use the vibration technique to increase the flapping frequency of the wings, but the mirror will definitely not be able to withstand it. Try the chakra solidification technique. Form feathers around you. Chakra converges to form an air cannon that launches into the air. It can also be used for attack. Switching forms is also a problem. Also pay attention to chakra consumption. That guy has low chakra. Ugh, I'm not helping him. It would be better if we could use wind style, but he can do that anyway. Kushina, her face covered in ink, was buried in scrolls and manuscript paper, writing, drawing and talking to herself. A closer look at the manuscript revealed nothing but messy ninja texts and techniques, as well as some exploded diagrams of wings. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The continuous knocking on the door finally interrupted Kushina's thoughts, and her face frowned. How annoying. I got up impatiently to open the door, but I didn't expect to feel a sore sensation on my butt. His sister is so cruel. Rubbing his butt with his dark little hands, he staggered out of the studio and towards the front gate. "Who is it?" "Kushina-sama, the third Dame-sama wishes to see you." In laboratory number 7, which is exclusive to the sealed class, the third generation led a little red-haired boy with a slightly disabled butt into the room. "Kushina, it seems that you are having trouble walking. Were you beaten?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked concerned. Kushina lowered her raised little butt and stood up straight. "No, don't talk nonsense, how could it be possible? Being spanked would damage her famous reputation as a hot pepper, so she absolutely could not let others know about it." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, barely suppressing a laugh. As the Hokage, he certainly knew that the barrier had been triggered, and he also knew the reason and the culprit. It's really a cause for concern. It's not easy for Jinghua to take care of these two children. That's good. Someone will be here soon that you can teach him how to seal. Sealing technique, I won't teach you. Grandma Mito said that the Uzumaki clan sealing technique is very dangerous and asked me not to teach it lightly. Kushina refused. If she had known this, she wouldn't have come. Her but hurt so much, it would be so comfortable to lie at home and study flying. Wow, my sister was too cruel. It's all that annoying guy's fault. The person who is currently best at sealing techniques in Konoha village is definitely not Uzumaki Kushina, but she must be the one who has the most sealing techniques. Please help me, just think of it as me begging you, this is all for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very righteous and was willing to put down his status as Hokage to beg a little girl for the sake of the village. But Kushina obviously didn't have this awareness and turned her face away. "No." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said slowly, "It's okay if he doesn't want to teach me. All you have to do is agree to be his customer and help him master the new technique." He has always been concerned about the relationship between this girl and Xiao Jingyu. After all, it involves the Jinchuriki and the Sharingan. Although the two of them were always quarreling, in his opinion, they should be considered friends, and the little girl would also give some advice for Jinghua's sake. Is that so? Kushina touched her bald chin and rolled her eyes, thinking about what benefits she could get. Uncle Sande, who on earth would go to such great lengths to develop a new technique? Hee bang. Before Sande could say, "You are an old acquaintance," the door was pushed open heavily, and the old acquaintance staggered into the house with the key in his hand. "Oh my god, the door isn't locked." The baby almost fell to his death. The third generation in Kushina stared at the boy in shock. Then another little yellow-haired boy followed. "Kijetsu told you to calm down, your butt isn't even a Sandame-sama, Kushina?" "What?" Jingyu looked up blankly, but saw the little red-haired boy with a smirk on his face. "Fuck, why are you everywhere?" He, Uncle third generation, I think it's okay to teach you a little bit." "Who asked you to teach me?" The moment Jingyu saw Kushina, he realized who he was going to learn the sealing technique from today. He grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, his expression excited. "Uncle Hiruzen, give me the scroll so I can learn on my own, please." This woman's smile is so cunning that you can tell she is not a good person. "Hey, Kushina is the successor of the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Any sealing technique you want to learn needs her approval, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and patted the back of his hand, pulling his hand away. You must study hard, I have a lot of work to do in the office, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he left Jinyu ruthlessly. Everything was under his control. Uncle Hiruzen. The helpless boy chased after him in tears, but he could not move forward at all. The red-haired demon grabbed his clothes and captured him. Kushina pulled Jinyu in front of her, her big eyes filled with ferocity. Why didn't you come to me to learn the sealing technique? Are you looking down on me? Speak up. Omega, Q. The three-person learning and development team was thus tragically established. Then, on the first day, Kushina brought in a bunch of scrolls. I'll give you 2 days to memorize the complete collection of whirlpool spells, the basics of whirlpool techniques, and the core theories of esoteric techniques. Just kill me. Then I'll satisfy you. Ah, Minato save me. Then I saw 3 Jinyu's reading books. Day 4. You can't even draw the base of the formation properly, are you stupid? Day 6. Idiot, you dare to mix up spells that are not in the same sequence, do you think your death is not quick enough? Day 7. Are you a pig? You can't even learn Shadow Clone at triple speed. No matter how dumb a person is, he can't be this stupid. Say that again, if you do, I'll die with you. Just try it, come on, I've already written the suicide note, but I won't call Uzumaki Kushina out of fear. Stop arguing, you two, shut up, X2. The days passed by in such a noisy manner. 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhugliang, and those 3 smart people can overturn the technology tree of the ninja world. After just half a month of study and quarreling, the 3 of them had already reached the threshold of mobile phone research and development. The mirrors themselves have the ability to connect to each other. Communication and video are not a problem. However, we need to develop a spell to control the connection between Jinyu and these mirrors. Otherwise, if too many people use it, it will affect the caster. Minato wore a monocular magnifying glass and held a sealing pen, analyzing and drawing the spell at the same time. Don't worry, I thought of it a long time ago. I plan to isolate a channel first, and then add a simple logical judgment of breakpoint in the chakra identification technique. Chakra that does not pass this judgment cannot find me. Jinyu smiled proudly. The computer class representative did not deserve the title. Genius. Minato gave a thumbs up. Kushina twisted her lips in displeasure. Just so. Although I don't want to admit it, this idea's really creative and can be expanded to other places. Jinyu leaned close to her head, raised an eyebrow and smirked. If you want to praise me, just be direct. There's no need to endure it so hard. The warm breath hit Kushina's face, causing her heart to beat faster. Inhale. Exhale. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, then swung out with his little fist. Get out of here, oh, #=0, oh bang, ah. Jinyu screamed and fell to the ground successfully. Kushina turned around and performed a ritual to cool her hot face. Minato looked at them speechlessly, picked up a mirror and said, it's necessary to add a stabilizing technique to the formation's base. The last time, it was interfered with by the mist. Okay, I leave it to you. Jinyu was lying on the ground giving orders, taking the opportunity to lie down and take a break. Oh, the honest man Minato could only dig his own grave. By the way, let's talk about the technique of converting chakra and sound. You can't watch the video without sound. Jinyu became more and more demanding. Minato was a little embarrassed, it seemed that he didn't know how to do it. After cooling down, Kushina went up and covered his face with her little foot, and then kicked his toes hard. Get up now and stop bullying Minato. It's easier said than done, why don't you do it yourself? Damn it, pa. Jinyu pulled the delicate little foot, which didn't smell bad, away from her face in disgust. Are you trying to suffocate me to death, you crazy husband protector? #a husband protecting mad woman? Besides, I do take care of my feet, okay, others can't touch me, and you dare to complain? Kushina's red hair danced. How could she endure it when her nerves were touched twice with just one sentence? If you want to die, I can satisfy you. I'm so angry. Seeing that the situation was heading for collapse, Minato quickly took action to divert the 2 men's attention. There's no room left on the mirror to add more spells. Jinyu stood up with a somersault and took the opportunity to make a truce with the little red-haired boy, as if he hit him again he might die. He looked at the 4-inch mirror in Minato's hand and thought for a moment, how about making it 6 inches? No, 4 inches is already too big. Minato rejected it, it will attract too much attention on the battlefield and during missions. How about making 2 versions, a mini version and a plath version? Yeah, little red hair and little yellow hair nodded, indicating that they would consider it. Kushina's expression has returned to normal. The 2 of them have been quarreling for a long time, and she can now handle it with ease. He picked up another mirror and asked, how do we solve the problem of point-to-point communication? I'll solve this problem together with the friend adding function. Each mirror will retain a small chakra seal to record the individual's chakra. Then we'll write an interactive judgment circuit to identify the chakra flowing through it. Jinyu explained while calculating the sound conversion formula. You're smart. The little red-haired girl rolled her eyes beautifully, and seeing the boy's focused profile, she recalled the warmth on her own face just now. Hate it, Jinyu was busy with his head down and didn't notice that the girl next to him was blushing. However, it was rare for Kushina to praise him, so he couldn't help but feel a little proud and said with a smile, "Hey, I'm the national champion of the AI creativity group for elementary and middle school students." Minato and Kushina were baffled by what they heard, but Jinyu would not explain and brought up a new topic to change the subject. There's also the issue of image conversion, chakra storage, and viewing. We need a large storage center, but you might need to learn machine language. I have a mature idea. Jinyu taught Minato and Kushina the programming concepts from his previous life, and with the joint efforts of the three, they integrated them into the chakra technique system, forming a new way of writing techniques. With Kushina's knowledge reserves and Minato's genius brain, one problem after another was raised and one problem after another was solved. The chakra-modified mobile phone and server are developed based on the mirror escape, so there will be no signal and connection problems without targeted interference. They mainly provide voice-to-text conversion, data storage, and other functions. With the help of the new technical language, many things have become easier. Once the technique has a certain level of logical judgment ability, converting images, voice, text, and other information into chakra information groups is no longer a complicated task. By adding a new type of self-decompressing sealing technique as a hard drive, the basic functions of a mobile phone are already complete. However, with a 6-inch mobile phone, the three of them no longer had the ability to add more spells, so Jinyu had to enable cloud technology and store most of the storage on the server. So the three of them, plus the Shadow Clone, and 007 worked overtime to learn, do, and revise. Just like this, time passed by in a flash. It wasn't until another half a month later that several epic-making technologies came out. During the more than 1 month that Jinyu and the other two were working overtime on research and development, the formation negotiations that took longer than expected finally came to a conclusion, and some were happy while others were worried. The Rain Kingdom successfully negotiated a ceasefire with the Wind and Fire Kingdoms, but failed in negotiations with the Earth Kingdom. So the ninjas from the two major ninja villages, Konoha and Tsunegakure, began to withdraw on the land of Rain one after another, leaving the Rain village to fight against the Uegakure village alone. Of course, there are also people in Konoha village who don't want to leave. For example, Jiraiya, you really won't go back with us? Tsunade glanced at her teammates and the three children beside him. She didn't want Jiraiya to stay in the land of Rain. Jiraiya looked at the child beside him with a gentle gaze. No, I want to stay and take care of them for 3 years, at least so they can be independent. It's my atonement. Orochimaru said, you still have 3 disciples. Without your recommendation, they wouldn't even have the chance to take the Chunin exam. Jiraiya lowered his head. 3 years, according to the current time, in 3 years Minato and Yoshimaru will be 15 years old, and even the youngest Kagamizuki will be over 13 years old. He is really derelict in his duty as a teacher. Without a teacher's guidance, the 3 little guys must have had a hard time. Alas, he also wants to go back. But, his eyes moved, sweeping over the 3 children beside him, and finally raised his head to look at his 2 teammates. Tears welled up in the corners of my eyes. Orochimaru, Tsunade, roll. Don't even think about it. Swish swish, mathematical intersection symbol. Jiraiya made international hand gestures at the air, saying that he was really careless in choosing friends. He didn't even help with the smallest favor. As the fighting forces of Konoha and Sand Village were withdrawn from the Land of Rain, the strategic deployment of the 2 villages began to change. They were both adjusting their forces and recuperating, and relatively entered a period of silence. As for when the war will break out again, it is unknown. It may depend on the war potential and the depth of hatred between the 2 villages. For example, a puppet old woman whose son and daughter-in-law died seemed to be planning something. Sand Village, high-level meeting. The Uegakure village and the Omegakure village are restraining each other and have no time to take care of other things. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and we must seize it. At the meeting, Cho proposed a sneak attack on Konoha. Senior A, I object. Have you forgotten the outcome of the surprise attack on Konoha 2 years ago? Besides, everyone has just returned from the battlefield, and anti-war sentiment in the village is very intense right now. Cho's clenched fists were shaking. 2 years ago, his son and daughter-in-law died in the raid on Konoha. Senior B, I object to. Konoha's forces have already retreated. If we let the village ninjas attack Konoha village now, we will be tiring them out. They will be waiting for us to tire themselves out. This is not advisable. Bang! Cho slammed her hands on the table. What do you guys know? His sharp gaze swept over everyone. That's why now is the best time to launch an attack. Konoha must be thinking the same as you. This is the time when they are most relaxed. She looked at Feng Ying again. 3rd generation, we can take the sea route directly into the heart of the Fire Nation. This will allow us to surprise them and allow our people to rest on the ship and maintain their strength. And this time, I will go there myself. The warm sunshine of March shines gently, interweaving with the relaxed atmosphere that permeates Konoha village to create a scene of spring. A large number of frontline ninjas returned to the village, giving people the illusion that the war was about to end. But I don't know that an undercurrent is surging. La. Kushina happily walked into the Uchiha clan territory holding a scroll. Just last night, she completed the prerequisites for flying with mirror wings. Although she has not practiced it, she can guarantee that it will be useful. When they reached the river, they jumped over it and ran towards the small building impatiently. Entering the building, the aroma of breakfast was already spreading, and Kushina took a greedy deep breath. Her little face was full of intoxication. It smells so good that I really want to move here and live with my sister. Pop your head into the living room. Oh hey oh. The little yellow-haired boy who was serving dishes in the living room was startled, then smiled and greeted, "Morning, Kushina." "Ha, Minato, you're here to eat for free again." Kushina seemed to be used to it. "Haha, I have to go test my phone today so I came early." Minato awkwardly found a legitimate reason. He couldn't just say that he just wanted to have dinner together. "Kushina, please help me wake up Jingyu and Daji." Minato called them twice but there was no response. At this time, Jinghua, wearing a cartoon apron, came out of the kitchen with a big pot of porridge and smiled when she saw Kushina. "Okay, sister, just watch me, he he he." The little red-haired boy jumped up the stairs. Looking at the figure disappearing at the stairs, Minato mourned for Jingyu for 3 seconds in his heart. Sure enough, it took less than a minute. "Ah, sister, save me, someone's killing me, ugh." The tragic scream shook the small building, and the two people downstairs looked at each other. Puff giggle, everyone burst out laughing. To treat being in bed too lazy, you need to prescribe the right medicine. Upstairs bathroom. The little fox, who had suffered splash damage, was sleepy and was forced to enjoy Kushina's one-on-one washing service. Lululul, Jingyu's face was covered with bubbles and she was glaring at the little red-haired boy with an ant smile. Anyone who was sleeping soundly and got hit on the waist would have this expression. "My kidneys hurt. Will it be scrapped? Why do you have to twist your waist?" The pain coming from both sides of his waist made him worry about his future sexual happiness. Kushina helped the little fox dry and touched its fluffy head which felt so well stretched. "Okay, let's go down and eat." "Oh." The sleepy little fox jumped into the pool listlessly and staggered down the stairs. Kushina was speechless. Daji was not like this before she lived with her, but now she is so energetic. She must have been under some bad guidance. She glanced sideways at the suspect, only to see those eyes staring back at her, and she stared back, unwilling to be outdone. "Look, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful young girl before?" Lululul, Puff. Jingyu spat out the bubbles in her mouth and curled her lips. "I only saw a crazy woman with a bitch." Who told you to sleep in?" Kushina looked away and rubbed the towel in her hand. "What do you know? Sleeping can make you taller." Jingyu scooped up some water and splashed it on her face to clean it. Kushina twisted the towel and glanced at him. "You are not inferior to Minato because of your height." Jingyu suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, "Whoever is inferior to others is inferior to others. Oh, tall guys like Minato are the most handsome." Seeing how excited he was, the red-haired boy added fuel to the fire. "Guy, it turns out you really care about height." She just said it casually, but she didn't expect to hit this guy's sore spot. That's right, if one is over 160 centimeters tall and the other is under 140 centimeters tall, inferiority complex is inevitable. Played hashtag, Jingyu was inexplicably annoyed when he heard what Kushina said, and immediately retorted, "He's your man, of course you think everything about him is good." The wind from the fist blew away the water droplets on his face, and a small white fist tightly grasped the towel and stopped at the tip of his nose. Gurgled, he couldn't help but swallow the words he was about to say. He had a keen sense that if he continued, he might die. Kushina had a murderous look on her face. She let go and spread out the towel to cover the face. He speaks without restraint and is annoying to watch. She hated the way this guy kept making fun of her and Minato, and it was getting more and more annoying. He must be taught a lesson. Jingyu Xiner, whose face was completely covered by the towel, was trembling. He could feel that Kushina was really angry, and if she was angry, someone would suffer. He suspected that the following scene was too bloody for him to watch, but he seemed to be the victim. However, the towel was removed after rubbing it on his face for more than 10 seconds, and he found that it seemed to have only wiped his face. Kushina's gloomy and scary little face moved closer, and her breath hit his face. A small hand patted his cheek, and a gloomy voice fell into his ears, "Little brother, if you keep talking nonsense next time, I won't be smearing your face." As he said this, he took a step back, his eyes roaming around his neck with a sinister smile. Gurgle X. Jingyu found that he was drooling a lot today, but it was definitely not because he was afraid. Seeing his cowardly look, Kushina wanted to laugh but couldn't, and it was very difficult for her to hold it back. No, I can't help it. This annoying guy is too cute." She quickly grabbed his hand and put the thing on it, then passed him and ran downstairs. Finally left. "Why do my legs feel a little weak?" This was Jingyu's first reaction after Kushina left. He thought he was facing a gloomy female devil. Will this little red-haired boy be possessed by another spirit? He was deeply skeptical. It took a while to recover. Looking down at his hands, he saw a towel and a scroll. Wing Feasibility Guide? This is the volume name of the scroll. The moment he saw it, Jingyu's heart skipped a beat, as if he had been electrocuted. Suppress the strange throbbing. He silently put the scroll back into his pocket, washed the towel and went downstairs, his emotions no longer visible. Ha ha ha, sister, Minato, you didn't see it, the annoying ghosts were scared silly by me. As soon as I reached the corner of the stairs, I heard someone's unbridled laughter. Hey, Uncle Hiruzen, can you hear me? On the forehead of the third Hokage, Yan, a young man was talking to the mirror in his hand, and the person shown on the mirror was the highest leader of the village. The Ninja World mobile version has entered the testing phase. Yes, it's very clear, ha, you have done a great job this time. In the picture, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smiling happily, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the effect. Well, next I'm going to test the camera function and the telescope. Uncle Hiruzen, you stand by the window. Jinyu adjusted the direction and aimed the small round mirror on the back of the phone at the window of the Hokage's office, then used his finger to attach chakra and perform a two-finger operation. As the image on the mirror continued to magnify, a window filled the entire screen, with a cell phone held in the window showing an old-fashioned HD display. Before Jinyu could ask for the result, the excited voice of the third generation came through the technique. Clear, perfect, haha, Jinyu, I must add an S-level mission record for you. Hee, thank you, the old pervert. Jinyu smiled on the surface. The old man was so excited, how could he not know what the other person was thinking? Now let's test the group chat function. The chakra of his fingertips brushed across the back of the phone, and several mini-spells were activated. In less than 2 seconds, several different scenes appeared on the mirror. Hey, can you hear me? I can hear you. I am Tester Minato Namikaze. I have arrived at the western outskirts of the village and everything is normal now. The serious little son. Reporting from Uzumaki Kushina, the southern outskirts of the village, no problem. The enthusiastic little red-haired boy said. I'm Xiao Daji, I'm at home with 7 eggs, a fox chewing a boiled egg. Daji, speak nicely, Uchiha Jinghua, Murashige Xiao, be normal. Serious sister. Jinyu nodded, it seemed that the group chat system was fine. On your marks, get ready to test upload and download functionality. My sister, Minato, and Pepper took photos and videos to test the upload function. Uncle Hiruzen monitored the server, testing data storage and transfer techniques. Watch Daji test online, I test download. Yaidku. With the order, each test team took action. At the gate of Kanaha Hospital, Team 10, Team 8, Inoshikacho, and a fat man representing Team 7 gathered there. After a while, Abarame Mushidama and Uchiha Hijin walked out of the building together. It seems that today is the day the two are discharged from the hospital, and several people are here to pick them up. Congratulations on your recovery, we've got a week-long beach vacation planned for you too. Would you like to? Thank you. Mushidama and Haruna, 2 girls who love to quarrel, hug each other. Looking at the little friends who came to pick them up, Kongdaio's eyes were wet with tears. Ha, it was just a coincidence for us. Nara Shikaka smiled embarrassedly. Originally, only Class 10 came, and then there was a fat guy who kept following Class 10. The fat guy's surname was Akimichi, and there was also an Akimichi in Class 8, so they came. Thank you, anyway. Fiyuan also thanked them and glanced at a few people, but didn't see Minato and the others, feeling a little disappointed. The precocious Yoshimaru understood his expression immediately and explained casually, Minato and Sissy seem to be very busy helping the village develop ninjutsu lately. It's hard for me, your teammate, to even see them. Help the village. Develop ninjutsu? Fei Yuan was a little stunned. He didn't know how powerful they were and felt that it would be a long time before he could catch up with those 2 people. Really, they are so powerful. Chong Yu exclaimed. Well, it seems to be a technique that allows people to talk over long distances. Haruna knew some inside information. That's called a video call, using something called a mobile phone. Yoshimaru proudly showed off the professional terminology. He had heard a lot of nonsense from Jinyu. Little monkey, I'll ask the sissy to customize one for you when the time comes. He then showed off his interpersonal skills again. Haruna rolled her eyes as she shook her pigtails. Do you need to tell little mirror about this? I know him better than I do you. Ha ha ha, the fat man who licks the dog will not have a good ending. Seeing the fat man licking the dog crookedly, Chien Xiao Yun laughed. He had been searching for Kushina for over a month but to no avail. The lack of love has broken his mentality, and he only wishes that all the bootlickers in the world would have mouth ulcers. This made Yoshimaru very angry. It was about to happen, not far away. A little red man was holding a mirror high and walking around, occasionally pointing the mirror in a certain direction and then tapping the mirror with his white and tender fingers. Little Pepper. Yoshimaru shouted loudly, as if he saw a savior. Glancing at the scroll man next to him, he saw that Chien Xiaoyun, who wanted to slaughter the dog just a moment ago, was now charging for love. Class 10 collectively covered their faces, feeling ashamed. The little red-haired girl who was taking test photos and uploading them heard someone calling her and looked up in confusion. She looked for the person who made the sound but saw Chi and Xiaoyun, and her legs suddenly went weak. Why is it this guy? Don't come over here. Hysterical. Kushina, do you know how I've been spending this month? Please be my girlfriend. The infatuated man threw himself on the beautiful girl's black stockings, tears streaming down his face. Kushina really wanted to reply, it's none of my business, get lost. But she is soft-hearted and will not tolerate toughness. If others are a little bit aggressive or mean, she can fight back, but this is not so easy to deal with. Don't do this, I won't like you. No, Senju and Uzumaki are a perfect match. If you just spend a little time with me, you will fall in love with me. For true love, he no longer cares about his face. Kushina silently looked at the handprints on her socks. Oh, it seems I need to buy new socks. I really like this pair, but some people keep staring at them. I can't possibly like you. Why not? It's just impossible. If a man is unmarried and a woman is unmarried, everything is possible. Impossible, impossible, it's impossible, it's so hard for me. Kushina was about to cry, but Senju Yun refused to give in, his eyes firm. Since you don't have a boyfriend, why don't we give it a try? Isn't it nice to have someone who cares and is considerate? Little Redhead suddenly had an idea. Boyfriend, yes, boyfriend. Telling him that you have a boyfriend will definitely make him give up. Who said I don't have a boyfriend? I already have a boyfriend, the most handsome one in Konoha. She boasted so much that he felt ashamed of himself. Qian Xiaoyun's expression gradually became distorted. Impossible, you must be lying to me. If you have the guts, call him out to compete with me. What the hell? Ha ha ha, you can't scream, I know you are lying to me. Facing the complacent Senju Yun, Kushina made up her mind. Whoever said I can't scream, I'll scream now. I immediately used my phone to look for men, there were 3 in total. Third generation uncle, just pass. Annoying guy. After thinking about it, I decided to pass it. If you go to him, you will definitely be laughed at, and given his personality, you will probably be sold out by him. So, there's only one left. But when she placed her finger on Minato Namikaze's name, she paused, and her eyes involuntarily moved to that name. Some bad memories came to mind. She lost the knife she gave her, kissed someone else, and said she was Minato's wife. You always make fun of Minato and me, I'll make you mad to death. Take a deep breath and clench your teeth. Emergency, help, come quickly XXXX. Don't tell that to the idiot. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Minato, Kagami, Kagamika, and the little fox gathered together. Data upload, successful. Download, successful. Online streaming is fine. Storage is no problem, but the space is too small. With success reports one after another, the mobile phone test was successfully completed. Jinyu removed the seal scroll from the mirror server and said while cleaning it, Uncle Hiruzen, you have to solve the storage problem yourself. Not only that, the spells on the phone and server also need to be reconstructed and encrypted. We are only testing the feasibility and framework. This future village's important intelligence network cannot be left in our hands. I will sort out the new method of writing techniques. Uncle Hiruzen, you need to set up a dedicated department for development and operation. Yeah. The third generation nodded. He was very satisfied with Jinyu's performance. He knew the big picture and when to advance and retreat. When the other high-ranking officials of the village come back, Jinyu, you will help introduce the mobile phone to them. He decided to first let Jinyu become familiar to the senior management to pave the way for his promotion in the future. After all, as the Hokage, he did not have the final say. Ding ding ding, a simple bell rang. Whose phone is ringing? Everyone picked up their phones to look. Since it was still in testing, there was no time for fancy ringtones, so all the phones had the same tone. Mine, it's Kushina. Minato answered and the backlight of the phone screen lit up. The two seemed to be chatting in text and no sound was made. What is little Pepper doing? She even runs around during the test. Jinyu complained with a crooked mouth. Jinghua rubbed her brother's head and said with a smile, it's normal for children to like to play. You are not much better. Tisk, I'm different from her. Jinyu curled her lips and tried to look at Minato's screen. Why did she look for you? Minato dodged the sneaky Jinyu and turned off his phone at the same time. Well, I have something else. See you later. After saying that, he slipped away in an instant. Omega, this action, this expression, this tone, it feels like there is something to eat. Sister, it seems like Minato is going on a date. He seemed eager to go and see. Jinghua seriously held down her dishonest brother. Come home with me and don't make any trouble. Of course, she also noticed that Minato's reaction was strange. It might be because he was going on a date with Kushina, and she was afraid that Jinyu would ruin her date. Alas, I wanted to match Kushina and my brother, but it seems there is no hope. However, Minato and Kushina are also quite a match. Jinyu blew bubbles unhappily. The siblings said goodbye to the 3 generations and then strolled back home. Jinyu, do you have a girl you like? Jinghua asked on the way. Jinyu had never thought about this problem. After all, what he usually came into contact with were bean sprouts, which did not arouse any interest. When my sister asked me this, a red thing popped up in my head for no apparent reason. He shook his head and threw her 233 nautical miles. Humph. He snorted disdainfully, women only slowed down my sword drawing speed. A handsome bare-handed sword drawing slash. Ha ha. A cold laugh came from a woman, mixed with murderous intent. Sister, listen to me wash Dolinas. Chirp chirp. Aun Chan, Linen Falls. Bang. In the arc of light, an OU Doubters successfully turned into white smoke. Shadow clone? Jinghua bit her lower lip in annoyance. This brat is causing trouble again. The houses were rapidly receding, and the moon in the mirror hung in the distance as a fast-moving yellow light. Minato's perception was very sharp, so he naturally didn't dare to get too close. It's just a date. Are you so anxious about it as if you were reincarnated? His mouth twisted. Ouch, my teeth suddenly feel sore. Why do I feel like I've eaten a lemon? After a while, a piece of grass at the edge of the forest came into view, and there were quite a few classmates there. Isn't this a date? Damn, this group of people didn't invite me to the party. I was obviously very angry about being excluded, but there was an inexplicable feeling of relief mixed with my anger. Why are they suddenly gathering together? I didn't dare get too close, so I found a tree and hid behind it, observing secretly with a mirror. At this time, Minato had already joined them. Kushina jumped out from the crowd, her every move revealing joy. Suddenly, I swept over. Jinyu was startled and quickly retracted the mirror, while checking whether the chakra was hidden well. After making sure that everything was alright, he extended the mirror again. He didn't know that at this moment, the corners of Kushina's mouth were slightly raised, revealing a hint of amusement. Then he changed his usual greeting gesture, deliberately moved closer to Minato and hugged his arm affectionately, and announced loudly, "This is my boyfriend, right?" Minato and Kagami were both startled. The familiar voice was still coming from the distance, no longer loud but particularly harsh. "So they've been together for a long time, huh?" Minato said. "Kushina wasn't interested in him. Is he treating me like a fool?" For no reason, I felt depressed and a little breathless. "Touch your chest. Is he having a heart attack? It's over. Hurry home to see my sister and Daji for the last time." The spring breeze blows the green buds, and only the green grass sways behind the trees. In the distance, Kushina tilted her head slightly. "I'm angry, ha 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 ha, you deserve it, annoying guy, you always bring troubles to Minato and me." She was also very annoyed by Jingyu's occasional excessive jokes. She was still a little girl and didn't like being called someone's wife all day long. Humph, just teach him a lesson. But why would he be angry, and why do I feel that he will definitely be angry? It was such a strange feeling. Kagura's mind had never experienced this kind of feedback before. Never mind, let's deal with Chien Xiaoyun first. Soon after, a group of young boys and girls sat on the lawn, eating melons and watching the show. Bang! The young man in the center fell on his back, and a hand seal of reconciliation was extended in front of him. A mixture of reluctance, admiration, and heartache. His gaze finally shifted to the beloved girl, then retracted again, and his sorrowful fingers hooked the seal of reconciliation. His eyes met those green pupils and he said in a deep voice, "Namikaze Minato, if you dare to do anything wrong to Kushina in the future, I, Senjuyun, will snatch her back even if I have to." Duel, one of the ways males distribute females. Hearing this, Minato looked towards Kushina, wondering if he should say something given the atmosphere. For example, "I will protect her for the rest of my life and love only her forever without you telling me." After all, Chien Xiaoyun looked very serious, and it would be disrespectful to him not to say anything. However, Kushina didn't let him say it out loud, and once again hugged his arm affectionately, then looked at Senjuyun proudly. "My boyfriend is awesome. Don't say weird things to me anymore, okay?" I was filled with joy. "Ha ha ha, I finally got rid of it, Uzumaki Kushina, you're such a little genius." So happy that I couldn't stop smiling. This look made Minato laugh and cry, and he was still confused about his boyfriend's identity. Suddenly I recalled that night, Jinyu seemed to say that Kushina would fall in love with him. No way? Is that guy really that good at fortune telling? I'll go to him next time. He looked at Kushina's profile, then at Senjuyun. Minato froze for a moment, as if he had thought of something. Opposite. Chien Xiaoyun lowered his head. The youthful impulses that belonged to the boy were cruelly buried. He felt that his life had lost its color and was meaningless. Fortunately, he has two good teammates. "Lunch is here, Yun, why don't you come and help?" Harina shouted while holding her handbag, trying to divert the attention of her heartbroken teammates. "Spring picnic, let's all come together to congratulate Fiiwan and Kongayo." Bayonyishin was also working hard. The others responded and started preparing for the picnic. Fiiwan's eyes quickly passed over the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and he turned around to help Kongayo beside him set up the barbecue grill. "Little monkey, let me help you." Yoshimaru wanted to lick it when he got the chance. Harina had no time to care about him. The most urgent thing was to rescue her teammates. "Didn't you see that little boy's eyes were dull, like a fool? Put down the food and come to Chien Xiaoyun." Comforting, "There are plenty of fish in the sea, why do you have to like this playboy? In her eyes, Kushina is a playboy. She had shown before that she wanted to steal Jingyu's attention, but now she has established a relationship with Minato. But it's good to be confirmed, otherwise Jingyu, that silly boy, will definitely not be able to beat this little hot pepper. Chien Shao Yunluo Mo raised his eyes. Little monkey, if Jingyu said now that he had a girlfriend, I believe you would understand my feelings. I comfort you, and you ignore me? Harina was shaking her pigtails and wanted to beat someone up. Little Mirror and I are brothers. I can only be happy for him if he has a girlfriend. Yoshimaru bit into the dried meat and said, the sissy doesn't have a girlfriend but he has a fiancée. He told me about that girl. She's very pretty and likes him a lot. They kissed each other as soon as they met. She's super pretty. Played hashtag, how dare you say that, fatty, Sina. The man with the pigtails raised his fist and punched forward. Yoshimaru was so scared that he ran away with his head in his hands, but he didn't forget to explain, I didn't say anything nonsense, that sissy said it himself. Roll. The two chased each other and ran away, leaving Chien Shaoyun waiting for comfort with a face full of confused. Why aren't you talking anymore? Who is Jingyu's fiancée? What's her name? How did they kiss? What are the details? Kushina, who was skewering meat with Minato, suddenly felt her hands tremble and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Ghost lantern bright moon, I must sprinkle you away. Chu. Kazuki Hojiki, who was far away in the land of water, suddenly sneezed. What happened to Jiayu? Asked the boy who was less than 1.45 meters tall. Jiayu smiled sweetly, her eyebrows curved. Haha, my fiancé is thinking about me. The boy shook his head, speechless about this girl's unconventional thinking, but he couldn't say anything to the thug he had tricked with great difficulty. If you're fine, retreat. With all the noise, the third generation will be here soon. Jiayu gently wiped the Jiayu dagger. She sheathed the sword and disappeared into the mist, and the young man followed closely behind, carrying a coral stick as long as his body. The rosy sky meets dusk, and the small building by the river is in full bloom. At the dining table, an adult and a child were staring at each other listlessly, waiting for the beautiful sister to feed them. My girl, why don't you grow taller just by eating? Jingyu asked, comparing the height of the little fox. The little fox puts his paws together, representing the rooster seal. Jingyu was shocked when she recognized the seal. Wait, when did you learn this from Fatty? Before he could finish his words, the cute little fox roared. The art of multiplication. Bang! Listen up, clang. The table was full of tragedies, and no one was spared. Jingyu, Daji, what are you doing again? Roared for my sister. Get out of here, BD. 10 minutes later. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes appeared side by side on the riverbank. Minato glanced at Kushina secretly several times, but finally couldn't help but speak. Kushina. Well, this boyfriend can't be real. He had noticed something was wrong before. How could he become a boyfriend out of nowhere? Kushina smiled and said, he, thank you Minato, it's Yuna who's causing such a headache. Minato felt relieved for some reason. Yun is actually a nice person, but his emotions are a little too passionate. It's so intense that I can't stand it. I'll need your help in the future. Kushina had a deflated expression on her face. She was scared of Senju Yunzen. You can look for Jingyu Pit. Before Minato could finish his words, Kushina pointed at the two wall-facers outside the small building and laughed. Ha ha ha, these two idiots are being punished by their sister again. Then he ran over excitedly, not forgetting to mock him. Stupid. What is more painful than standing in the corner? I met a little red-haired cat when I was standing in the corner as punishment. Jingyu is feeling very uncomfortable now. Kushina came closer, her eyes wide with a look of gloating over the misfortune. How did you make your sister angry again? Tell me quickly and make me happy. Jingyu faced the wall silently, not wanting to pay any attention to her. The little red-haired girl looked at the little fox facing the wall again and said temptingly, Little Daji, tell me, I will plead with my sister for you. The little fox's eyes lit up. It was great that he didn't have to stand in the corner as punishment. But the next second, Jingyu hugged him in her arms and covered his mouth, and then he continued to face the wall in silence without even looking at the beautiful girl beside him. Kushina narrowed her eyes. This guy seemed to still be angry. The corners of his lips curled up. Hey, what's wrong? Why do you look like an abandoned puppy? Carrot, still silent. I'm really still angry at this idiot, ha ha ha. Kushina already knew exactly which moods Kagamizuki's various chakra changes corresponded to. At this time, Minato came over, and she rolled her eyes and hugged his arm affectionately. The Minato family wants to go in with you. #N_. With someone's mentality exploding, the confused Minato was dragged into the house by Kushina. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. As soon as she entered the room, Kushina couldn't control her laughter, which made Minato even more confused. She was happy to see that guy angry, and the angrier he got, the happier he was. Outside the house, the little fox blinked its big eyes twice. Dad, Mom doesn't want you anymore, go away. Jingyu kicked the little fox irritably. You have no mother, you are my only child, level 13 labor pains. Don't call her mom from now on, understand? I understand, Dad. The little fox obeyed the order. Jingyu squinted her eyes, chuckled, and stroked her tail. You're so good, Dad will braid a beautiful fairy fox tail for you. I want a butterfly ribbon. No problem. As his palm stroked the 9 smooth tails, Jingyu smiled knowingly. After 2 years of letting him go, it's time to fulfill my duties as a father. Dadgy. Eat meat. Ah, Daddy, eat meat. Ah, At dinner time, the dining table, with its legs wrapped in bandages, was filled with the affectionate father and filial son. Sister Jinghua, what happened to them? Minato felt that something was wrong with these two guys. Jinghua shrugged her shoulders, who knows, maybe he suddenly remembered that he's still a father. Maybe brother Jingyu has grown up and has a sense of responsibility. Kushina smiled secretly. Of course she could tell that this annoying guy was trying to distract her. Jingyu. Brother, this little girl, I really want to beat her to death. I can't help but not talk to her. Jingyu grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into the little fox's mouth. The little fox puffed up his cheeks, widened his eyes, and pinched his neck with his little paws. Dadgy is going to die. She felt she might not survive this dinner. Kyoka's sister, Kagamizuki, Haruna said they want to go to the beach to relax together, and asked us to help invite Mikato's sister and Fugaku's sister. Minato stated the purpose of the trip. The war was paused and everyone had some time to breathe, so in order to relax and help Class 9 adjust their mentality, they went to the beach. Moreover, they were heading to the southern coast of the Land of Fire, far away from the battlefield and therefore safe. Kushina also reacted after hearing this. She was having so much fun that she almost forgot about it. She no longer paid attention to the father and daughter and joined the table to chat. Yes, right. Now we have me, Class 10, Class 9, Class 8, Class 7, and Class 10's teacher Hijian, and Class 8's teacher Karamariki. At the beach, Jinghua looked down at the bulge on her chest, and lightly tapped her lower lip with her white fingertips, as if she was a little distressed. I don't think I have a swimsuit to wear. A few years ago, I went swimming in the river with my younger brother, but the swimsuit from the old time was too old to be worn anymore. It's okay. Minato and I don't have any either. We can call Mikato-san and Fugaku tomorrow. There's a clothing store in the commercial street that hasn't collected rent yet. Kushina began to imagine tomorrow's big purchase. Well, Kushina, which style do you think would look better on me? Sister looks good in whatever she wears. Ha ha ha, your little mouth is so sweet. The girls started exchanging ideas about fashion, leaving Minato at a loss as to where to put his ears, his face flushing as he ate the whole meal. The moon hangs on the eastern branch. Elder sister. After dinner, scrambled eggs with tomatoes reluctantly left the riverside building. They wanted to stay overnight, but Jinghua obviously had no intention of doing so. He stroked the little red hair and said with a smile, okay, we'll see each other again tomorrow, so don't make it like we're parting forever. Turning to the little yellow-haired boy, be careful on the road. Minato must get Kushina home safely, understand? She already knew from her brother that the pair of little ones had already confirmed their relationship, so of course she had to create more opportunities for them. Sending the girls home was a must, so how could she let them stay overnight? Got it, Sister Jinghua, Jingyu, Xiao Daji, goodbye. Several people said goodbye. The brother and sister, along with a fox, watched scrambled eggs with tomatoes leave. Jingyu suddenly spoke, Sister, Uncle Hiruzen asked me to help stock up on some mirrors. I have to give a product presentation to the village leaders the day after tomorrow, so I won't be going to the beach. He looked a little unnatural, and for some reason, his heart felt a little blocked. Jinghua Zilliu Waichu, are you worried about something? Can you tell me? She didn't believe that her brother would stop playing just for some weird product introduction. Jingyu tilted her head. I have something on my mind, how come I don't know it? It's normal for me to have no worries, I just feel a little tired because I've been working too much overtime recently. Don't worry, sister. Jinghua held her brother's face in her hands, stared into his eyes, and said seriously, really, definitely not. After receiving a positive answer, she touched her brother's head. You must tell your sister if you have anything, okay, you are my only relative. Yeah. Jingyu nodded seriously. The little fox, who had been watching the family drama for a long time, had tears in his eyes and his mouth was filled with tears. Sister, isn't Daji your relative? Tears as big as beans fell without warning. He, yes, of course, we are a family. Under the stars and the moon, the family walked into the small building together. The other big fox had already started his difficult life in prison. That night, Kushina's sealed space. The nine-tailed fox was bound to a giant sphere and unable to move. Its pupil, shifted sideways to the edge of its eye socket, reflected an unfinished two-story building. There is a river in front of the building and a forest behind it, which looks just like Jinghua's home. 31, 32, 33. Is it 32 days, or 33 days? It's been a long time, and the house is not finished yet. The little thing is back again. Why is it so long this time? Why? On the big pink bed, the sleeping girl tossed and turned restlessly, her brows tightly furrowed. 3 days later, morning. Lulululul.puff lulululul.puff. At the sink, the boy and the white fox simultaneously spit out a mouthful of bubbly water. What do you want to eat in the morning, my daughter? Jingyu took out the towel and dipped it in water. My sister is traveling with a group and has to make breakfast by herself. Roast chicken, fried chicken, and mouth-watering chicken. The little fox counted on his fingers. As a good daughter who was willing to give up traveling so that her father would not be lonely, Daji felt that she had the right to eat chicken in the morning. You are a fox, not a weasel. Why are you eating a chicken so early in the morning? He wrung out the towel and wiped her face in a bad mood. The little fox blew bubbles from his mouth and suddenly regretted staying. Refused to travel to the seaside. Jingyu felt that he didn't want to go because he was afraid of the cold. After all, he was the only person in Konoha village who wore health-preserving thermal underwear, and he still hadn't taken it off. The sea in March is so cold just thinking about it. Only a fool would go there. Daji followed him. Very smart. Ming chose to stay at home. 2 hours later. The boy held the fox, and the fox held a roast chicken, as they walked into the Hokage building and headed towards the meeting room. Today, his job is a product manager, and he has to make PPTs for the top management and clan leaders of Konoha village. Meanwhile, south of the Fire Nation. You disgusting idiot. As Kushina muttered, a blue coastline appeared in her sight. Ah, the sea, it's all water. Yoshimaru roared and led the charge. Kushina, why are you in a daze? Let's go. Jinghua took the little red-haired boy's hand and ran. A 15-member Konoha tour group headed towards the sea. For people from Team 10, 2 people from Team 9, except Hinata Arata, their instructor, Jonin, also died in the battlefield of Rain Country. For people from Team 8, 2 people from Team 7, plus Kyoka, Mikado, and Kushina. Because this class of graduates had too little time to spend with their mentor Jonin, the teachers from Class 10 and Class 8 also came along to strengthen their relationship. Earth Escape, Stone House Technique. The instructor of Team 10, Jonin Kawama, uses Earth Escape technique to build a house to use as a changing room. It seems that he is an Earth Escape technique ninja. Boys go left, girls go right, don't go the wrong way. Hey fat guy, I'm talking about you. Yoshimaru turned his gaze away from Haruna in disappointment, then walked to the left side of the stone house. Looking at the group of men changing clothes inside, I suddenly felt bored. Shake your head and sigh. Alas, the fun is half gone now that Sissy isn't here. If Jingyu's Jingdun was here, you could see whatever you wanted. As early as a day ago, a fleet set sail from the coastline of the Wind Kingdom. A middle-aged woman in her 50s stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the vast ocean. Konoha, White Fang, I'm here to see you. Konoha Village Hokage Conference Room. The Hokage, the advisors, Danzo, and the heads of the various clans gathered. Product manager Uchiha Jingyu was standing in front of a large mirror that was playing images, holding a baton. There was also a little white fox holding a 6-inch mirror above its head, walking in a cat-like manner across the conference table, passing in front of the bigwigs one by one. The mobile phone, 13.28 centimeters long and 7.47 centimeters wide, is the new trend in future communications and the new darling of the times. As the saying goes, with a phone in hand, the world is yours. A video chat, you and I are both passionate, fashion frontier, the source of confidence. Owning a mobile phone is like owning a guide to the future, letting you know everything about the world without leaving your home. Crunch. There was a passionate speech on the stage, but the audience was gritting their teeth. A group of bigwigs wanted to beat someone up. Fugaku, who was attending the event on behalf of his disabled father, quietly covered his face with his hands. He was a little regretful about not going to the beach. At this time, he only felt that the Uchiha family emblem on Jingyu's clothes was particularly dazzling. I really want to expel him from the Uchiha clan, but what should I do? Okay, little Jingyu, get to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but speak up to dissuade him. He was afraid that if he didn't stop it, he would have to burn an extra copy of paper for Uchiha Jing next year. Jingyu curled her lips. I wrote the manuscript all night and didn't even have time to say, are you okay? Forget it, they are all big guys, I can't afford to offend them. Oh, now it's time for the demonstration, Daji. Here comes Dad. The little fox ran to the front of the stage, and Jingyu pressed her head and turned the little fox 180 degrees. The phone was turned over, and the large mirror next to it also played his movements synchronously. Everyone, please look here. The baton pointed to the 20 circular mini-spells on the back. 14 of them are blank in the middle, and 6 of them have the following written in the middle: the most beautiful sister 10,086, the most handsome brother 100,861, the fastest little son 100,862, the cutest vixen 100861111, the hottest little pepper 1008611, and the strongest Hokage 10,000. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the note that Kagamizuki gave him, his eyes lit up and he said that this title really pleased him, the strongest Hokage, and even his number looked different from others. The kid has a bright future, and it's worth it that I gave him this opportunity to show himself. This is the friend adding area. As long as both phones store the chakra of both parties, the first condition for communication is met. After saving the chakra, you can also change its nickname. You can change it to whatever you want as long as you can remember it. The other person cannot see it. The number after the nickname is the seal code of each mobile phone, commonly known as IP, which will be displayed after the other party's chakra is saved. The seal code is to prevent series connection and communication confusion. At this point, the second condition for communication has been met, and communication can proceed. After glancing at the confused bosses, Jingyu expressed satisfaction and continued. His fingers gathered chakra and pointed at the most handsome brother 100,861, and the structure of the spell around the name changed. You need to unlock your phone before using it. To unlock it, tap your nickname with your chakra. The finger with chakra poked the fastest little son 100,862 again, and a spell appeared on the mirror. You can start a video call by simply tapping a contact and waiting for their response. Our communication method uses the most advanced quantum technology, which can achieve 100% zero latency. Before he finished speaking, the magic spell on the mirror disappeared and turned into a shirtless yellow-haired bad boy with a beach and sea in the background. Hey, Minato. Hello Jingyu. How was your vacation? It's alright, thank you for your hard work. Minato felt a little embarrassed. Everyone else was out having fun and he left Jingyu to work. It's nothing, I'm just serving the village and the villagers, this little bit of hardship is nothing. Come and say hello to all the leaders, by the way, let everyone enjoy the seaside scenery. Jingyu put on a righteous look and raised his mobile phone to face the bigwigs in the conference room. Minato was so frightened at the sight of so many big guys that he was shaking. Damn, Jingyu tricked me again. I could only awkwardly move my phone away a little to reveal as much of the scenery as possible and prevent my grandma from appearing in the picture. Hello, Third-Sama, hello, Danzo-sama, hello, Advisor-sama. Then poor little Minato started to greet all the big guys at the table one by one manually, and he couldn't hang up on his own initiative. He really had the urge to smash his phone. But no one in the conference room cared about his grandmother. Greetings. At this time even their breathing was a little stagnant. The background is indeed the seaside, the beach, the beauty, the swimsuit, the long legs, all of which are moving, so youthful and beautiful. Of course this is not the key point. The key point is the distance between Konoha village and the seaside. Everyone here is smart enough to know what real-time intelligence transmission means. A word appears in my mind. Artifact. Before Minato could finish his greeting, Jingyu hung up the phone. It's not that he didn't give Minato and the boss a chance to bond, but my elder sister, Mikato, and Chili are wearing swimsuits, and 6 white thighs step into the picture. These old perverts must not be allowed to get away with it. He saw Fugaku wiping his saliva and Sarutobi Hiruzen wiping his nosebleed. Pretending not to notice, he continued to introduce the product with a blank expression. In addition to mobile phones, we have developed a BB machine, which is 3 centimeters long and 2 centimeters high. It has a communication range of over 1,000 kilometers, no signal delay, and can send and receive signals at any time. We call it a spy artifact. For the sake of security and confidentiality, all unnecessary functions such as video and audio have been cancelled, leaving only the chakra conversion to text and the ability to add 3 friends. Communication earrings. Server seal. The product launch was a great success and received unanimous praise from Konoha's top management. After the meeting, Danzo even wanted to recruit him into the route, but fortunately Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected it on the grounds that his personality was not suitable. Then he took away the 3 people's research materials and 2 large car mirrors in an unhappy manner. I guess he would immediately gather a group of elites to start fighting. He doesn't know 3-Dai did this 3 days ago, and now the dark version of the mobile phone is probably about to be released. Jingyu was also happy to see this. The phone the 3 of them made was actually very crude, and even the address book could only add 19 people at most, 20 seal slots, one of which was for themselves. The development of more functions and applications for mobile phones, as well as the construction and maintenance of servers, require the participation of more people. The key to the bottom mirror is in his hands. The more mobile phones become more user-friendly and the more the village becomes dependent on them, the safer he will be. If one day another Uchiha appears who is crazy about killing, I believe the Konoha high-level officials will protect him. For this purpose, he also gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a small notebook, which contained all the operations that could be carried out after the popularization of mobile phones, such as eavesdropping, public opinion, and spying. There are also some modern warfare ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously did not forget his contribution. At this time, a big and a small person were doing Pi transactions in the office. Little Jingyu, tell your uncle what reward you want. As long as you don't do anything bad, I can satisfy you. Real, of course, the S-level mission records are already registered, so how can there be any false information? Sarutobi Hiruzen said it very seriously. This mobile phone, this communicator, will definitely allow Konoha to dominate the war. Jingyu thought for a moment and said, is it okay to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Since I was asked to raise the price, of course I won't be polite and will just raise it to the maximum. Ugh. Cold sweat ran down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. This kid is really bold to say that, and Uchiha learning Flying Thunder God, just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed for his teacher Senju Tobirama, he can't even hold it down with a coffin lid. Seeing the third generation card machine, Jingyu added, Minato and I can combine our rewards that we both want Flying Thunder God. As for Kushina, I can make the decision too. I can just give her 10 boxes of ramen. This means that the rewards for all 3 people will be changed into the Flying Thunder God technique. Sorry, little red hair, is there, how come I didn't know? Sarutobi Hiruzen will not hand over the Flying Thunder God technique just because of this self-proclaimed reward of 3 in 1. This thing is too dangerous and threatening, not only to the enemy, but also to Jingyu himself. Not everyone in Konoha village believes in Uchiha. Although Flying Thunder God is very difficult to learn and requires higher talent, what if Jingyu learns it? This immediately raises a series of questions. Surveillance, control, and personal restrictions will continue to follow him throughout his life unless they are recognized by everyone. Don't think that you will be absolutely safe after learning Flying Thunder God. The second generation Hokage died in battle. After a moment's thought, he said earnestly to little Jingyu, it's not that uncle doesn't want you to learn it, it's just that the Flying Thunder God technique not only requires high talent and is difficult to learn, but it's also very dangerous. Without talent, you can't learn, without super perception, you can't fly far, without extreme reaction, you will die if you fly up. You don't want to learn something with so much effort and then lose it in a flash, right? Uncle is doing this for your own good. Jingyu lowered his head and pretended to be lost that he knew it was not that easy, it was just a try. When he looked up again, he was already forcing a smile. I know, it's nothing, Uncle Hiruzen, we didn't make the phone for the reward, we wanted to learn Flying Thunder God just because we were afraid we wouldn't be able to save our companions in time next time. With sad eyes, he lowered his head and shed tears. It was just a little bit off. If I had been a little faster, I wouldn't have died. At this point in the atmosphere, the self-blame, regret, and helpless appearance of the poor little boy had already made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel guilty and sympathetic. Proper subset symbol, what a good child. Jing also sacrificed himself to save him and Danzo several times, and half of his injuries were caused by saving his companions. Sure enough, he is worthy of being his son. Touching Jingyu's little head. You are still a little young now. In a few years, Uncle will make the decision to teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. The atmosphere of fatherly love and filial piety fills the office. Attack! Supported by Chakra, the sound was brought to the ears of everyone on the coast. There was an instant of restlessness in each tent. But the enemy seemed to have discovered their presence long ago. In an instant, locust-like spears drew an arc in the air and headed straight for the tents. As a senior ninja, Hijian was not slow either and arrived in front of the tent at the same time. Tudun tu Liubi, the earth wall rose from the ground, and the spear collided with it in the next second. Puff puff puff. Under the powerful penetrating force, the iron spearheads penetrated the wall. Fortunately, Hejian was good at earth escape, and the wall soon recovered. Senior Hejian. Jinghua was the first to come out of the tent and wanted to ask about the situation. 500 people on ships, more than 10 ships, it's a large-scale invasion. Hejian gave the general information. What? Jinghua was shocked by the news. Which unit is it from? The Sand Village battlefield is in the west, and the Kirigakur battlefield is in the east. Who on earth would go around in such a big circle to attack the Land of Fire? No matter what, evacuation is the primary goal now. Once the troops of thousands of people land, not a trace of them will be left. Fortunately, my brother didn't come. Everyone evacuate quickly. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a sound of wood knocking came from all directions. A picture flashed through Jinghua's mind. The puppet army of Sand Village puppetry, thousand needle array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the dark moonlight, the dense poison needles reflected a faint black light. When Kushina stumbled out of the tent, this was the scene she saw. I'm going to be gashed. He shuddered so suddenly that even his toes became awake. Will the annoying guy feel sad for her for a moment? This thought just flashed through my mind. Swish swish swish. 3 figures appeared beside her at the same time, Minato, Senju-yun, and Fiiwan. Before they could think too much, the 3 of them were already preparing their ninjutsu. But some people are faster. Chidori flowed, chirp, chirp, chirp. Lightning flashed suddenly, and countless electric arcs covered the sky to form a blue electric net, and the electromagnetic force it emitted successfully interfered with the poison needles. Minato and Mikato both raised their lips slightly, and their eyes reflected the figure of Kyoka surrounded by lightning. At this moment, she raised her hand to the sky to control the thunder like a god descending. Sister is so cool. Kushina jumped up on the spot. Sharp. The range of this lightning escape is astonishing. Handsome. The crisis was resolved, and the boys and girls marveled at Jinghua's power. The 3 boys in front of Kushina also paid attention to each other at this time. Humph. Senju-yun glanced at Minato unhappily and turned to look for his teammates. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Fiiwan didn't say anything, but just lowered his head and walked towards Kongayo, who was staring at him. He actually left his teammates to help someone else at the first moment, and the key point was that the other person had a boyfriend. The girl was so angry. Minato smiled bitterly, he was just a shield. Glancing at the heartless Kushina, I didn't expect that there were so many people who liked her. I'm a little glad that he's a fake boyfriend, and if he was real, I would definitely not be able to snatch him away from her. After all, he's not good at flirting with girls. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and leave, I can't hold on for much longer. Jinghua felt a headache when she saw a group of children watching the show without any sense of crisis. The enemy would not stop. Kurama-senpai, take everyone and move towards the woods. Mikato will scout the way, and Kushina will be ready to create shadow clones to cover the rear. I guarantee to complete the mission. Kushina's face was serious. This was her first real combat, and she couldn't fail. The others instinctively followed the instructions and began to evacuate. Now, except for the intelligent ones like Minato and Shikaku, most of them were still in a daze. But he had just run about 100 meters. Click, click, click. Dozens of puppets swooped down. The hunter will not let the prey escape easily, not to mention that the lives of these people are related to whether the news of the attack on the Sand Village will be leaked. Puppet, it's the puppeteer from the Sand Village. Seeing the enemy falling from the sky, many people in the retreating team were ready to turn around and fight, but one person walked ahead of them. You guys go, leave this to me. Kushina made a cross seal with her hands. The little face is determined. As my sister's disciple, I cannot embarrass myself. Multiple shadow clone technique, bang bang bang. Nearly 100 little red-haired guys appeared at the back of the team, and then they started making balls in groups of 3. Whoever took the ball would be killed, and the little red-haired guys who took the balls were thrown out. Bang 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded in the sky. This scene shocked all the friends. Quite impressive. Go quickly. Kurama urged everyone to move forward. There was no point in fighting when the enemy outnumbered us. The team moved forward at full speed. There's something about this playboy Chili. Haruna looked Kushina in the eye for the first time. She used to think she was only good at fighting among herself and with her classmates. That's right. Our sister Jiao is Sister Jinghua's chief disciple, the kind that receives true one-on-one instruction. Yoshimaru showed off proudly. Although he was often beaten, he considered himself to have a very good relationship with Kushina and was proud of it. Haruna rolled her eyes at him. Kushina seemed younger than the fat guy. How could he have the nerve to call her sister Jiao? How shameless. Yoshimaru, get down. Minato's voice was very urgent. 2 years of cooperation made Yoshimaru instinctively follow the instructions of his teammates, but when he saw Haruna approaching, he made an unnecessary move and knocked her down. The tip of the knife cut through her round and perky buttocks, and she almost cried out in pain. Fortunately, Yoshimaru held back for the sake of face. Raise non. The blue ball stopped the forward blade at Haruna's previous position. Fortunately, there was no one here now. Click, 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 crash. The source of the blade also shattered into pieces at this moment. Fatty, how are you, Fatty? Haruna struggled to crawl out from under Yoshimaru, and was a little panicked when she saw him motionless. I was licked for a whole month, and it's not like I didn't feel anything at all. Fortunately, the fat man raised his head after a while, with a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. It's just a minor injury, Fatty can handle it. This wave is worth it. Great. Everyone, pay attention up there. Minato warned again. Everyone looked up and saw many puppets bypassing Kushina's shadow clones and coming above them. At this time, all the puppets opened their mouths in the air and aimed downwards, and poison needles fell like rain again. Humph. Haruna snorted angrily and quickly formed seals with her hands. Tudun tu Lyubi, the earth wall rose up to block all the poison needles. Allow. Watch me. Qian Xiaoyun handsomely tore open a scroll and threw it on the ground, stepped on the word water on the scroll, and completed the seal with his hands at the same time. Water style, water dragon bullet. Suddenly, the water in the scroll surged up and turned into a dragon shape, rushing into the group of puppets. The next moment, click, 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 countless puppets avoided the water dragon and swooped down, wielding poisonous blades. Qian Xiaoyun was a little embarrassed. Prepare for battle. Kurama Rika shouted a warning, and rushed forward with a kunao in her hand. The Konoha genin also joined in the attack, and the team's retreat was immediately blocked. Puppetry is very troublesome, especially when it appears in a complex way. It gives people an endless feeling. Hateful. Jinghua bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes looking at the attack team not far away, then at the puppets around her that were constantly shooting poison needles, and Hejian who was maintaining the earthen wall. River Senpai-san, I'm going to withdraw my ninjutsu. Don't worry about me, go save the children first. Hejian responded loudly. The next second, the two people's ninjutsu were cancelled at the same time, and then in just a moment, the coast was filled with wooden spears and poison needles. The two of them instantly caught up with the team, and Jinghua pulled out Moxing. Chidori blade, Chidori sharp spear. The two light blades shook hands, one short and one long, one close and one far, one defensive and one offensive. When they were swung, all the puppets could not withstand the attack, and a vacuum zone was created in an instant. Sister is so strong. Kushina knew that her sister was very powerful, but she never thought she would be so strong. As if they had noticed the destructive power of Jinghua on the puppets began to pay 720-degree special attention to her from both near and far, hoping to make her unable to cope with the situation. As a teammate, Mikado should have rushed over to cooperate with Jinghua as soon as possible, but someone was one step faster today. A little yellow-haired creature has stuck to Jinghua's back, holding a Raisnon in one hand and a Kunao in the other, blocking all attacks from behind. Mikato stopped and gave a wry smile, muttering, "I'm unemployed." "Senior Kawama, Mikato, move forward." The team keeps moving forward and doesn't stop. Jinghua took over the command. He reminded the water gate behind him, "Minato, I'm going to speed up. Tell me if you can't keep up." She didn't expect Minato to take Mikato's place and was caught off guard. "Sister Jinghua, believe me," Minato said with a serious expression. "Well, I have a detonating tag in my left ninja tool bag." Jinghua nodded. At this time, she could only trust Minato. Then the swing of the light blade accelerated, and a blue glare appeared in the darkness. The two people's positions changed more and more frequently. Minato sensed every subtle muscle reaction of the person behind him, showing that they were one in an almost perfect way. Seeing the team disappear smoothly from sight, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. "That's amazing, Minato." Kyoka gave him an excellent evaluation. In order to maintain a balanced consumption of energy, she didn't use her full strength, but she could feel that Minato didn't use his full strength either. What a genius! He suddenly came up with the idea of replacing Nana's Mikado. Sister Jinghua is the real deal. Minato's forehead and palms were sweating from nervousness, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. The best tactic for engaging a puppeteer is to use a large force to draw the enemy's firepower, and then send out an elite assassination squad to kill the puppeteer. But we were running for our lives, and the enemy outnumbered us by a long way. After clearing this wave, we were ready to throw a smoke bomb. "Fan-shaped, you left and I right, I have the tools in my leg bag, throw them all out." Seeing that there was a gap in the connection between the puppet troops, Jinghua provided guidance and subsequent tactical command. "Yeah." Minato nodded seriously. When his eyes glanced at Jinghua's long legs tightly wrapped in combat uniform, his blue pupils suddenly widened. There was a cut there. "When the wound is black, it's poisonous. Damn it, it's all my fault." At this time, Chidori's sharp spear cut open the last puppet. "Minato!" A call woke Minato from his self-blame. "I understand." He cheered himself up again and concentrated all his attention, determined not to let Sister Jinghua get hurt again. 8 more smoke bombs appeared between the fingers of each of them and were sprayed in a fan shape forward. Bang bang bang. A thick cloud of smoke rose. At the same time, a string of white smoke exploded from the pile of shadow clones at the back. "Don't even think about going forward. Hey, I won't let you go. Raise non." Bang bang bang. 10 puppets in unique attire killed their way through the group of shadow clones, then pounced on the two at high speed. 10 people near the pine tree. "It's Cho." Jinghua recognized the person and knew how difficult he was. "Walk." The two men plunged into the smoke. Step 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 at the same time, 3 white puppets came out of the smoke. Puppetry, 3 treasures absorption woo woo woo. The violent tornado brought a strong suction force, pulling everything in front over and instantly sucking away all the smoke. The 2 people who had just entered the smoke were immediately exposed. Struggling to resist the suction, Jinghua handed Moxing to Minato. "Hold me steady." Minato hugged Jinghua's waist tightly, took Mosang and stabbed him into a tree trunk beside him with his backhand. At the same time, Jinghua also completed her ninjutsu. A large amount of chakra is gathered and compressed, and then spurted out. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique. 4 fire dragons, their sharp teeth bared, charged at the 3 puppets at double speed, and the moment they made contact, Jinghua formed a seal with one hand and fixed her eyes with her Sharingan. Burst! Boom! Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky and parts flew everywhere. "Minato, let's go." The 2 people who got rid of the suction quickly disappeared into the woods. 3 seconds later, Cho led more than a dozen puppeteers to step on the parts on the ground. She stared ahead for a moment. "The 2nd and 3rd puppet regiments will block their way back to Konoha village. The 4th regiment will continue their pursuit. We can't let them pass the news back. Notify the main force to land quickly. We must push to Konoha village in one go." The sand ninja troops were landing, and a yin-yang face quietly disappeared in the darkness. The dark clouds took away the starlight, and the night in Konoha village was particularly dark tonight. "What?" The middle-aged man's exclamation spread out of the Hokage residence. "Kyoka, don't rush back. With your team's speed, you will never be able to outrun the sand ninja. There is an outpost C-063 in the southern area. It is a supply point with a hidden boundary. The seals of Wei, Isai, Chen, Yin and Si can respond to the boundary within 2 kilometers. Hide there, I will send Umbu to pick you up later." After hanging up the call, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his clothes and left home in an instant. He was now extremely grateful for the advent of mobile phones, otherwise he would probably not receive the news until the sand village was halfway to his village, and then he would have to fight hastily. This time, we'll have the research department work overtime to produce more equipment. The small building by the river is quiet and peaceful. In a small room, scrolls were scattered all over the bed. Chakra form solidification technique, supercompressed chakra analysis, chakra pulse cannon theory, analysis of bird flight. In this pile of scrolls, a slender boy was sleeping soundly, blowing bubbles. Ding ding ding. The silence was suddenly broken and a rapid ringing sound filled the room. Mom! Boom! Crash! Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Jingyu opened her eyes with tears in her eyes and found herself under the bed. Don't let me know who it is. Being woken up while sleeping is a life-threatening enemy. He crawled out from under the bed and fiercely pulled off the scroll wrapped around his body. Pick up the phone and look at it. It's this little red-haired guy again. I can't help but feel angry. Doesn't this young lady even check the time when she's on the phone? If you want to chat, go talk to your boyfriend. He answered the call angrily. What I saw was a little face with pear blossoms in the rain. Jingyu's heart sank. Crying was not Kushina's specialty. Something happened. I have a bad feeling in my heart. In the picture, Kushina seemed to be afraid of being heard by others and did not speak, but sent a text. We were attacked by Sunagakure ninjas. My sister was poisoned to protect us, so she won't let me tell you. Thump! My chest was beating violently. The second Sharingan is passively activated, and the third Megatama squeezes onto the pupil. Where are you now? A secret sentry, number C063. Wait until I come find you. The video cut off with Kushina's pitiful look in her eyes. He grabbed his clothes and put them on, fastened 2 ninja tool bags, picked up the sword that Orochimaru had given him during the day and Tsunade's medical kit, and rushed out the door. Stay calm, stay calm. My sister doesn't let me tell you, because it's not time for us to see each other for the last time. Now we should go to the third generation to ask for a pass. We cannot leave the village without permission unless we are ready to defect. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. You're being stupid, call me. He took out his mirror phone and turned on Strongest Naruto 10,000, C063 Outpost. Kushina wiped away her tears and her expression instantly switched to smug mode. Sister, you annoying 3 Magatama, do you think I'm awesome? That's awesome. Jinghua sat against the wall, her pale lips curled into a smile, and she gave her a thumbs up. Well, these 2 women are not good people. He. Little Red Hair sat down happily next to Jinghua. The little yellow-haired boy who was sucking the poisonous blood from Jinghua's thigh raised his head. Tui he spat out a mouthful of black blood wrapped in chakra. It's not a good idea for you to do this. Jingyu must be very anxious. If you sneak out of the village, we'll be in trouble. Minato was still relatively rational. Jinghua explained the village has entered a state of war and he can't leave. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea to stimulate my brother to open his eyes. He would definitely know about the war tomorrow, so I might as well make use of his surplus value. She was reluctant to scare her brother, but she didn't care about that for the sake of his improvement. The fastest way to upgrade the Sharingan was emotional stimulation. It was better to scare him now than to encounter danger on the battlefield. Anyway, it's not a lie. She was poisoned or extremely poisoned. There's something about Cho. Not only her, but also Kawama, Yoshimaru, Choza, Senju-yun, and Shikaku were poisoned. The Sand Ninja's puppets attacked too intensively, and they were mostly only slightly injured by poison needles, but they couldn't withstand the powerful poison, and were now lying down. Minato observed a moment of silence for Jingyu, then continued to sip the poisonous blood. Kushina looked closer and asked with a skeptical look, "Is this really working for you, Minato? Are you sure you're not taking advantage of your sister?" He, Minato, your girlfriend is jealous. Mikato teased from the side. Mikato's sister, I didn't. Kushina hurriedly denied it, but then felt something was wrong and secretly looked at the mirror. Seeing Kyoka's smiling eyes wandering between her and Minato, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Mikato raised an eyebrow. Yeah, no, I understand. Don't make Minato kneel on the washboard when we get back. She thought Kushina was just being shy. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the outpost burst into laughter. Do you want a washboard, Minato? I have one at home. Yamanaka Inoichi didn't mind asking for help. I think durian is more effective. The weak Yoshimaru did not forget to finish off the opponent. Tisk, he should kneel down under the shuriken. Senju-yun was thinking of killing his love rival, Sister Mikato. As the rumors became more and more outrageous, Kushina felt panicked. Did the whole village know that she and Minato were a couple? Puff Minato spat out a mouthful of black blood with lingering fear. Why kneel on the washboard? Mikato-san is such a fool. She almost made him swallow it. The corner of my eye accidentally glanced at the flowers in the mirror. She didn't dare to explain the fake boyfriend matter without Kushina's consent, for fear of being beaten, so she could only change the subject and ask everyone to stop talking about it. Jingyu has used this method before. If treated promptly, it can indeed absorb most of the toxins. Jinghua nodded. Yes, it has some effect. Although the chakra refining is still restricted, I feel that the burden on my body has been reduced a lot. Kushina, who was still worried just now, suddenly found the keywords, and her big eyes changed instantly. Squinting eyes, who sucked the annoying guy. Wasn't that slutty bitch from the Hidden Mist village an isolated incident? Did I hit her too lightly? Yoshimaru on the other side suddenly laughed. Haha, sissy is for himself to suck. That idiot wanted to compete with me in catching a knife with his bare hands. I caught the knife, but he caught the mace, which was also poisoned. Haha, ahem. He was so fat and laughed that he almost died from poisoning. Haha, Yoshimaru, you're injured, so be careful. Minato also laughed. They were delivering a package at the time. Not only him, but others also laughed, and the little red-haired boy laughed the happiest among them. Ha ha ha, that annoying guy is a big idiot, right? Really? Jinghua shook her head. She was used to her brother's behavior. The others laughed, but seeing that this method was indeed effective, they all followed suit. However, when it came to Yoshimaru, they encountered a big problem. It's my butt that's injured. Who can bear to take a bite of this big and perky butt? Even Minato was a little hesitant. Would he be able to live as a human being after taking a bite? The fat man got anxious when he saw no one was helping him. Help me, my dear friends, I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. The few people who originally wanted to help retreated silently. Yoshimaru's strong desire to survive allowed him to successfully persuade everyone to leave. Then Yamanaka Inoichi made a suggestion. How about letting Kushina use her shadow clone to suck it? The suggestion is excellent and is recognized by everyone, but the safety of the person who made the suggestion is not guaranteed. Leftward arrow. Suddenly, a sharp murderous aura flashed by, and Shinzonghai shrank his neck in an instant. But Yoshimaru felt as if he had found a life-saving straw, and his eyes suddenly lit up with gold. Jiaoji, I was the one who stopped that sissy from trying to drag Minato to the brothel. That you can't just stand by and watch him die. Sigma, a brothel? The background of the video with Jinghua flashed in the little red-haired man's mind. This bastard really dares to go? SS. With her red hair dancing, Kushina walked towards Yoshimaru step by step with murderous intent. Others just thought that she had figured it out and was going to suck the fat man's ass, but only the fat man felt that he might not live to see the poison take effect. Sister Jiao, how about Gilu? Forget it. Kushina was approaching silently with her eyes fixed, the fat man's flesh trembling. No need for you, I'll do it. Suddenly, a pigtail that had been struggling for a long time stood between the two of them, and the fat man burst into tears. Woo woo woo, little monkey, I love you forever. A long night road. A red line appeared in the eastern sky, and the rising sun broke free from the earth and illuminated Konoha village. A handsome young man was sitting outside the mission office chatting via video. Sister, are you eating enough? Don't starve yourself, eat more. Look at your face, I'm so worried. Don't move around, just rest and let Pepper suck out the poisonous blood. That's all she can do. What? Minato sucked it, and it turned red? Fuck, I haven't even sucked it, don't pull me in and let me beat him to death. Unable to obtain permission to leave the village, Jinghua could only chat with her elder sister remotely to express her comfort. I asked Sarutobi Hiruzen last night and found out that this was not a small-scale attack but a war. A war that can be started at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already moved into the headquarters. The first batch of troops set out as soon as they received the intelligence in the middle of the night, and it is estimated that they have already engaged the enemy. Jinghua naturally failed to make it into the first batch, and it was unknown when the second batch of rotation troops would start recruiting, and not everyone would go to the war at once. So I can only go to the task station and wait for the task to refresh. Since the war has begun, there will definitely be war commissions, such as escorting supplies, escorting the wounded, building camps, reconnaissance, etc. These are all issued in the form of commissions. In the 39th year of Naruto, early March, more than 4,000 ninja troops from the Sand Village landed in the Land of Fire at night, attempting to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Leaf Village with lightning speed. However, Konoha reacted quickly. Some experimental mobile phones and communication earrings were sent to the command level and intelligence forces before they could be tested, and a real-time combat command center was urgently established. Then, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and led the main force into the front battlefield. Tsunade, Mamako Koto, and Kato Dan's forces were in charge of the east flank, while Danzo's forces were in charge of the west flank. Orochimaru, Konoha White Fang and other elite ninjas formed an assassination team and went deep into the enemy-occupied area. The war begins. Sand Village Front. Upon learning that the surprise attack plan had failed and the troops in the front had already engaged in battle with the Konoha ninjas, Cho pointed at the commanding officers in anger. Why did Konoha react so quickly? Who leaked the information? Find out for me. A surprise attack turned into a head-on confrontation, and the losses, supplies, and expenses would definitely exceed the budget. They could already foresee the anger of the daimyo of the Wind Country. Ebizo frowned and expressed his doubts. Maybe not a spy. How could it not be? Cho retorted. If there were no spies, Konoha's reaction would not have been so quick. The battlefield should be under the walls of Konoha village. The others also looked at Ebizo. Everyone thought that there was a spy, because even if they were discovered as soon as they landed, it would take time for the signal to be transmitted. Only if the spy transmitted the information in advance could Konoha react so quickly. Ebizo looked around at everyone and slowly said, "It is precisely because of Konoha's reaction and the location of the battle that I believe there are no spies. If there really were spies, our battlefield would have been in the sea." Cho was stunned. It seemed to be true. But how could Konoha react so quickly? Could it be because of the Konoha team from last night? But I'm sure they couldn't escape back. Although those people have not been found yet, her subordinates have completed the blockade of the area. The more than 10 opponents have varying strengths and it is impossible for them to slip away silently. Ebizo pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The Mountain Clan. I've read records that the Mountain Clan has a secret technique that can transmit information remotely. Damn it. Cho's knuckles turned white with anger. Inform everyone to intensify the search for the Konoha team. Also, if you encounter any of the Yamanaka clan, kill them without mercy. When the Tsunaga Corps commander was furious, Jinyu was also furious. Why won't you let me answer the phone? No one can stop me from sacrificing my life for Konoha. He pointed at the reception window and asked loudly. He wanted to take a reconnaissance mission, but was ruthlessly rejected. The window lady obviously didn't buy it. Can't you read? The team will pick it up. The team will pick it up. Uchiha Jinyu, if you make trouble again, I will tell your sister. Seeing no evil, Jinyu's expression changed instantly. Sister Huasheo, please, I just want to go find my sister. Jinyu had to try the soft approach when the hard approach didn't work. Get out. The young lady obviously didn't want him to get killed. What a joke, a genin taking an A-level mission alone, isn't that giving away money? This girl was an acquaintance, leaving him no room to maneuver. Jinyu sat aside dejectedly, waiting to see if there would be any heroes who were willing to sacrifice their lives for Konoha like him. He did not wait, but dug a hole in the ground and built a monument for himself, inscribed with, "The long sword is sharpened to kill the sand dog." Cho was wearing a swimsuit and hanging on the city wall. "The heroes of Konoha are our generation, join hands to fight, one is missing too." Clang. Satisfied, he sheathed his sword and waited for his teammates to report while passers-by looked at him like an idiot. Unfortunately, there were many people watching but no one signed up. His tag clearly stated that he was going to the front lines, but his identity was obviously that of a genin. In addition to the unified recruitment of the main battlefield troops, which require a large number of genin, the tasks that other genin can take on are only logistics, escort, and some small tasks such as construction and patrol. These tasks pay little, are time-consuming and demanding, and are reserved for those with less ability, so that they can earn some hard-earned money to support their families, such as Mighty Dai. Jinyu was going to rescue people behind enemy lines, so naturally he wouldn't try to trick someone as straightforward as Might Dai, and of course he wasn't suitable either. I thought I would have to wait a long time, but after a while, a pretentious guy wearing sunglasses stood quietly in front of the tombstone and said expressionlessly, "Abarame Shiwei. Omega, then, we fight together, one is missing too," becomes, "The domination of Sand Village is waiting for you." After thinking about it again, he simply took down the monument and took out his cell phone. Hayaga clan territory. Sister, Xiao Daji, I'm on a mission. The beautiful girl Hinata Mako left home, the war began, and her team became busy. Hinata Sumire was eating breakfast face to face with the little fox. Her gaze fell on the closed door and a hint of loneliness appeared in her eyes. As the daughter of the head family, although she graduated from the ninja school, she did not have the right to join the team to carry out missions, and her life was already set. She would work hard to stimulate her bloodline, and then according to the purity of her bloodline, she would be assigned to be the wife of the young patriarch or the son of an elder, and then spend the rest of her life in this mansion taking care of her husband and children. The little fox finished his own portion and his eyes fell on the bowl opposite him. She was very satisfied with her captive Shenjid. He had food, drink, and was served, but the quantity was a little small. With a roll of his eyes, he asked innocently, "Slurp, sister, are you unable to eat anymore? The food will be very sad if you waste it." When Viola turned around, she saw the little fox drooling. Puff, cluck, cluck, here you go. I handed the bowl over with a smile. This little girl is so cute. I really hope that Uchiha Fugaku will forget her here and never take her away. Thank you, sister. So good. The little fox was very polite because she found that as long as she was polite, she had no problem getting a stutter on the street. Ding ding ding. A simple bell rang. The little fox skillfully stretched out its 3 tails and picked them up. Zo Jinkei cast an envious look. She had seen it yesterday and felt that it was a very powerful ninja tool. Good morning, Dad. It was my dad calling. Daji, come to the mission station quickly. The world is so big, Daddy will take you to see it. Let's go on a spontaneous trip. Omega, I'm coming. The little fox finished his breakfast in one gulp, dropped the bowl and ran out. Viola stared at the white shadow disappearing over the wall, and after a moment of silence, she lowered her head. The world is so big, I want to see it too. Thousands of emotions were brewing in my heart. 3 minutes later, a loli from the Zong family quietly slipped out of the house. At the Kanaha Mission Center, Jingyu and a man in sunglasses were squatting side by side at the door. Abarame Jiwei is a quiet girl with a half-year-old age of 13. She is 3 years older than Jingyu and has a higher academic qualification than him. Don't say I didn't warn you, you have to follow my instructions on the quest line. I'll leave the team to rescue my sister when the time comes. But don't worry, I will complete the task before then, but you have to go back alone. If you can't accept it, you don't have to join, and I'll find another teammate. Jingyu explained his situation to Yanu Jiwei and let him choose whether to stay or go. Jiwei's eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, making it impossible to tell his emotions, but Jingyu felt oppression from him, as if Yiwan at that time had an aura of death in him. After a moment, the sunglasses reflected a ray of light towards the rising sun. It doesn't matter, I just want to find that person and let her know what cruelty is. His tone was so flat that people would think he was just a ditty driver ready to pick up passengers. Jingyu stared at him blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. This was a man with a story. Seeing that he had no team and was alone, one could guess that he was wiped out by his entire team. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, if I were the protagonist, I would advise you to let go of your hatred and make the world a harmonious and beautiful place. Jiwei showed disdain at the corner of his mouth, but saw Jingyu raised his head again with a hint of hostility on his face. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. Then let's kill all those sand dogs together. Anyone who dares to poison his sister must be killed. Jiwei's gaze met his from behind his sunglasses, and he nodded heavily. Yeah, he slightly recognized this teammate at this moment. Just as the two young men were full of murderous intent and dreaming of killing everyone. Daddy is here. A little white fox, with its tongue half hanging out of its mouth, ran out of the corner and pounced directly at the Uchiha boy. Ha, our third person is here. Jingyu hugged the little fox in his arms. A daughter raised for 1,000 days is used in one moment. Omega? Jiwei was overwhelmed by a dull aura. He locked his eyes on the cute creature and asked suspiciously, this is what you call a teammate? The little bit of recognition I had for Uchiha Jingyu was immediately thrown into the trash can. This guy looks like a defective product from a ninja school. Jingyu is very confident. Don't worry, Daji is very powerful. She knows more ninjutsu than she has fingers. Daji, come and transform into an older sister to open the eyes of the senior. No problem, Dad. Under Jiwei's gaze, the little fox raised its head and clapped its little paws. Bang! Hey Jitsi! Bang! White smoke rose and fell, followed by a tingling sound. Odauda. The ultimate charm. Uchiha Kyoka in swimsuit. Sigma, degree I'm Chow. Jingyu was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He pounced on him and punched him in the next second. Bang! The little fox was exposed, and he held his head with his paws in grievance, tears welling up in his eyes. He wouldn't be fooled by this little thing. How could he trust a vixen? Pointing at the nose and scolding, stupid thing, you can let people see this for free. You can't let people see this even if you pay. If you don't learn from the good things, I will break your dog legs today. Dad, I was wrong. The vicious old father raised his broken leg to warn his poor daughter, who curled up and trembled. The next second, the messenger of justice floated between them and grabbed the old father's wrist. In Jingyu's surprised eyes, Jiwei's sunglasses reflected a sharp light, and then he said coolly with an expressionless face, please don't be so rude to my teammates. Teammate? Rightward arrow. Jingyu looked at him with contempt. Before you teach someone a lesson, can you wipe the blood from your nose first? Facts have proven that behind a cool exterior one may not actually be cold, but rather reserved. Jingyu, Jinghua, and Jiwei walked towards the window together. The young oil-haired girl's eyes never left Jinghua under her sunglasses. Is this really your sister? Rightward arrow. Jingyu stepped forward and turned his head away. Take your dog eyes away. Women of the Uchiha clan are not allowed to marry outside the family. What if your sister likes me and insists on marrying me? The boy spoke the dream talk of the 8th level in the calmest tone. Ha ha. Jingyu sneered, then I will castrate you. Jiwei shuddered and his testicles felt slightly cold. The three of them squeezed to the window, and Jingyu proudly raised an eyebrow at the girl at the window. Uchiha Kagamizuki, Abarame Shiwei, and Uchiha Kagamika, apply to accept an A-level reconnaissance commission on the front line. The duration is 1 month, and the mission must be repeated no less than 5 times. In addition, a large corpse sealing scroll is required. A-level reconnaissance commissions are for reconnaissance in enemy-occupied areas, and their main contents include reconnaissance of enemy supply lines, enemy movements, drawing distribution maps of enemy-occupied areas, etc. The mission cycle represents the record limit set on a commission scroll, which is convenient for long-term use in field missions. Every time valid intelligence worth A level is submitted, the frontline command will mark the mission completed on the scroll. The corpse sealing scroll, as the name suggests, is a scroll for sealing corpses, used to seal the corpses of killed enemies. The corpse of a ninja holds many secrets and has high research and development value. Submitting a genin corpse is equivalent to completing a C-level mission. Likewise, Chunin is B rank, Jonin is A rank, high rank and Cage is S rank. Jingyu accepted the A-level reconnaissance mission because it provided a very high degree of freedom, making it convenient to launch a rescue operation. The female staff member at the window didn't move, but looked at the three of them expressionlessly, which made them feel scared. Jingyu mustered up his courage and said in a timid tone, "What are you looking at? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Accept the mission." "Ha ha." The young lady sneered, staring at Mirror Flower with her hands in seals. Sharinan, a pair of single Megatama blood-red pupils suddenly appeared. Delta Omega, it's over. These two words appeared in Jingyu and Jiwei's minds at the same time. Oh my god, Uchiha Xiaobing, you, a genin in your 20s, can also open your eyes. He pointed at the young lady in the window and exclaimed, "Uchiha Jingyu, you are looking for death. If you dare to order a sesame bun again, you little bastard." The young lady climbed onto the counter as if she was going to go out and fight Jingyu. Uchiha Huasheo is the younger sister of Uchiha Xiaoxiao, the owner of a pancake shop. Her family has no other talents except making pancakes, otherwise they would not have fallen to the point of working as a hostess. "Let me go, I'm going to kill him." Two staff members ran out quickly and dragged Uchiha Huasheo away, and then a brand new young lady replaced the window. This young lady had a cold face, and the words "impartial" and "impartial" were almost written on her forehead. To accept the mission, please show your team's 3-person ID card. The highest level of genin missions is C. Jingyu and Jiwei stood at the window and looked at each other. This time they really had no chance at all. The little fox didn't have an ID card. Suddenly, a small white hand stretched out an ID card and placed it on the counter. Hinata Sumayer, their teammate. Omega? 5 kilometers east of the Sand Village landing point on the coastline, in the secret outpost area numbered C063, at least 3 Sand Village ninja teams gathered here. Are these guys rats? They're so good at hiding. Will it run away in one night? Impossible. The road to Konoha village has been blocked for a long time. There is no way they can escape back. There must be a hiding place nearby, search it carefully. Lord Cho orders that anyone among these people who can transmit intelligence remotely must be eliminated. The sand ninjas took action again. Rustle the loose soil revealed 4 eyes. There are at least 100 people. It seems we can only continue to hide for the time being. Minato stated the reconnaissance results disappointedly. Feiwen's pupils moved to those blue eyes and asked, what if they keep guarding? The two of them came out to gather intelligence, but the results were not ideal and Sand Village didn't want to let them go. Minato thought about it and said seriously, then I will be the bait and lure them away. Feiyuan raised the corner of his mouth and said, please don't bring me along when the time comes. You can't lead so many people away by yourself. The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Let's go back. It doesn't have to come to that. Minato came out of disguise and began to retreat. Feiwen followed, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally said, Minato, what's it like to be in a relationship with Kushina? Minato, the fake boyfriend, said, I want to know too, but Kushina told me not to tell it. Haha, that's good. Kushina is very gentle. Feiwen looked at him for a long time, and he felt that Mizuman had something special about Jinghua. Cherish Kushina, and stay away from Uchiha Kyoka. After saying that, he walked towards the sentry post without looking back, leaving Minato standing there in a daze. Does he like Kushina or Sister Jinghua? What about the insect Jade? Scratching my aching head, it's so confusing. The main gate of Konoha village. Set off. Jingyu carried 2 large scrolls, Jiwei carried a large jar and a large scroll, Hinata Violet and the little fox also carried their own large and small scrolls on their backs, and they walked out of the door ready to go with full aura. After some effort, they finally only received a Class C transportation mission. There was no way around it. The highest ranking person on the team was only a chinin named Jiwei. The little fox took only 2 steps before she lay on Jingyu's forehead. She was not a stupid fox who didn't need the driver. Thank you, the class beauty, for your great help. Jingyu, who was at the front of the team, turned around and thanked Hinata Jinada. Without her joining, he and Jiwei would probably have to wait for a long time. No need. Hinata Suzuna, dressed in white, replied coldly while looking straight ahead. Jingyu shuddered for no reason. This girl is so cold. He felt the need to adjust the team atmosphere, so he said, let me introduce myself again. My name is Uchiha Kagamizuki. I'm good at illusions and reconnaissance. My mission record is 88 C-rank missions, 7 B-rank missions, 4 A-rank missions, and 1 S-rank mission. I'm a senior genin, so please rest assured. Well, that's a very good self-introduction, without any pretense at all. Jiwei, who was on the left, stiffened slightly when he heard the word S-level. Abarame Shiwei, a chinin, specializes in reconnaissance and assassination, has completed 9 A-rank missions, and is Jingyu's brother-in-law. This pretentious guy expressed his wildest ambitions in the calmest words. Carrot asshole, don't even think about it. My sister hates bugs the most. If he dared to have ideas about attacking his sister, he would definitely be killed if he didn't have any teammates. I hate bugs, too. Jiwei lied with his eyes open, but his face was expressionless. Hinata Sumayer still has a cold expression and looks like a cool goddess. Of course, one needs to ignore the clenched fists and trembling shoulders under her long sleeves. I want to laugh, but it's so hard to hold it back. How do these two guys manage to tell jokes with a straight face? Hold on, Viola, you're a professional. When she looked up, she saw the little fox staring at her, and then she remembered that she seemed to have not introduced herself yet. Awkward opening, Hinata Suzuna, skilled in Taijutsu and Byakugan, mission. Then it got even more awkward. As a member of the Hyuga clan who had just slipped away from home, she had only seen missions in books. There was no further news for a long time, and the two men and the fox turned to look at her. Hinata Viola's icy little face flushed slightly, and then a weak voice floated over it 0 times. Same as me. The little fox's eyes lit up and he shouted happily. Finally, there is someone like her, so she doesn't have to be at the bottom anymore. Viola instantly became withdrawn, just like a pet, so sad and crying. The atmosphere became absolutely awkward. Jingyu and Jiwei didn't really care, because to them this girl was just a tool. But I don't know what to say to ease the atmosphere. This 0 is too lethal. Fortunately, the little fox stood up at the critical moment. It's my turn, it's my turn. The little fox sat cross-legged with her exclusive little scroll on her back, counting on her fingers. My name is Uchiha Dajid, I live by the river. I know a lot of ninjutsu, including the ball rolling technique, the big tail slap technique, and the fox bounce technique. So cute. Xiao Daji, please stop talking, I can't bear it anymore. Viola tried her best to restrain her urge to hug the little fox. The Sand Village launched a surprise attack on Konoha Village and was discovered as soon as it landed in the Land of Fire. So the war was forced to start in the early morning, and the two sides collided head-on 50 kilometers north of the southern coast of the Fire Country. Then, in just one day, the battlefield expanded horizontally with this as the center, and a battle line tens of kilometers long appeared on the land in the south of the Fire Country. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle on this front, and the surprise attack turned into a stalemate. The ninja war is different from ordinary wars. The total number of people deployed on the battlefield by both sides does not exceed 8,000. Based on this number of people, it should not be possible to deploy such a long battle line, but because of the existence of ninjutsu and the powerful mobility of ninjas, the battle line is very long as it is now. Current battlefield status: the main battlefields were located at the main traffic arteries, where the main forces of both sides engaged in combat, with the combat power mainly consisting of lower ninjas and middle ninjas. These ninjas lack mobility and personal abilities, and can play a better role in group combat. Then there are the jungles, mountains, swamps, etc. outside the main battlefield, commonly known as the wild area. Jonin, Takujo, and Shinin and Genin with special talents, these people mingled here in groups of 3. The jobs of these elites from both sides are to destroy logistical supplies, assassinate high-level officials, spy on the enemy's movements, gank the enemy's jungler, and some idealists will even try to steal crystals. In order to achieve these goals, junglers on both sides constantly tried to take detours into the opponent's rear, causing the battlefield to continue to expand horizontally. On the main ship of the Sand Village fleet, a large workshop has just been completed, and Cho, the master poison maker from the Sand Village, has moved in. Sister, the outcome of this war depends entirely on you. The overall combat power of the Sand Village is slightly weaker than that of Konoha. Poison is the key to our victory. The surprise attack plan failed. Ebizo knew that the quality of the Sand Village ninjas was inferior to that of Konoha, and he would suffer a loss if he confronted them head-on, so he decided to bet on a side door. Ha ha. Cho's lips curled up in a smug smile. I've already developed at least 10 kinds of strange poisons for this day. As long as I have enough raw materials, I can prepare a dose sufficient for 1,000 people in just one night. The poison will not be prepared too far in advance, because long-term storage will cause volatilization and weakening of toxicity, so storage as raw materials is the first choice. Sister is indeed reliable, but I will have someone send the raw materials over right away. After flattering her, Ebizo was about to leave. It was not easy to trick his sister into settling down and making drugs. Stop. As expected, Cho called me as soon as I reached the door. Haha, sister, is there anything else you need? Ebizo smiled awkwardly and asked the question even though he knew the answer. Cho naturally understood her brother's difficulties. This battle had been passive from the very beginning. If the war was lost, the influence of the Sand Village in the eyes of the daimyo would plummet. If there is any news about the White Fang of Konoha, you must inform me immediately. Ebizo was stunned. His sister still couldn't let go, and nodded immediately, must. Soon buckets of colorful things were delivered to the studio. The underground cave at the C-063 outpost, which was originally small, was now filled with a sour stench. Cough, 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 vomit. Coughing and vomiting, the 6 poisoned people began to show symptoms after enduring the first day. Coupled with the fact that the chakra still could not be refined, all signs indicated that the situation was heading in a bad direction. Haruna helped Yoshimaru wipe it clean and was about to deal with the earthenware jar that caught the vomit. The earthen jar was suddenly taken over by a little red-haired cat. Let me do it, you continue to take care of the fat man. Haruna was stunned for a moment, then whispered, thank you. Haha, damn it. Kushina laughed as she walked towards the ditch in the corner, her optimistic laughter bringing the heavy atmosphere away. This guy. Haruna muttered softly as she looked at the red figure's back. She already had a different attitude towards this former classmate. Little monkey. It was Yoshimaru's weak call. What's wrong, are you feeling uncomfortable? She asked with concern. Yoshimaru was deeply moved by the girl's care for the whole day. Feeling that he might die, he thought that he must not let such a good girl down. So he said with tears in his eyes, little monkey, sissy actually suits you very well, but I can't do it anymore. You must be happy. Bang, a light slap on the fat face interrupted what he was about to say. Then Haruna didn't say anything, but just picked up a cold towel and put it on the forehead of the dazed fat man. Tears welled up in Yoshimaru's eyes. He knew he had found someone he needed to protect for the rest of his life. Haruna knew that she had not fallen in love with the fat man yet. She was just touched, grateful, and had a little bit of affection for him. But apart from lust at first sight, which relationship did not start with being touched? So she decided to give it a try. After all, she was still a long way from growing up, so she wanted to see different scenery. Of course, there is another reason. Over the years, she has come to understand that the endpoint between her and Jingyu seems to be only good friends. The emotional story between the fat man and the monkey makes this sour space even more sour. Kongdayo withdrew his envious gaze and looked at Fiiwan, who was sitting cross-legged in practice. She had seen the boy's pride in his weakness, and the tear that she couldn't catch was like the heart that was now difficult to reach. In the past, I could always express my love for Jingyu, but now that I have met someone I really like, I can no longer say it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about the mess, and concentrated on taking care of the wounded. The future is still long, they are teammates and can walk together for a long time. Minato used chakra with his left hand to control a small water ball, and used fire jutsu with his right hand to ignite a flame. Under the precise chakra control, the water ball was boiled and then cooled to a temperature suitable for ingestion. Sister Jinghua, drink some water. He brought it to the girl's lips very carefully and considerately, and watched with his own eyes as her pale lips opened slightly to take the water ball into her mouth, and then she revealed a gentle smile. Weakness and paleness make this handsome and stunning girl look a bit sickly and weak. It is often so touching that people want to hug it immediately. The boy turned his head away and didn't dare to look any further. Jinghua raised her head and smiled. Minato is such a gentle boy, but you can't be so nice to all girls. It's easy to cause misunderstandings, and it would be bad if Kushina got angry. I'm not afraid of misunderstanding. Minato's ears felt hot, but unfortunately he was too shy to say it out loud. I won't be angry, you can use it as you like, sister. Kushina came over with a rinsed earthenware jar, and imitating Kagamizuki's movements, she placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and sold him out readily. Because she knows some water escaped, she is now the toilet director, responsible for the sanitation of the outpost. Haha, you two have such a good relationship. Jinghua automatically interpreted this as, we have a good relationship and won't be affected by such a small matter. Now she looked at the boy and girl, the rare red-haired and yellow-haired ones, and thought they were a perfect match. She completely gave up the idea of matching her brother and Kushina. Another person who was misread was Senju Yun. Poisoned, he stared at Minato and Kushina, feeling envious, jealous, and filled with infinite frustration. He loved so seriously for the first time, but God made him lose so completely. Yashan, do you think there is still hope if I act as a hero and save the beauty? His teammate Byonyashin gave him a look that said he should overestimate his abilities. Hero saving the beauty, are you half as capable as Minato? We are a perfect match. You're just an idiot who can only give people nicknames, so just stay single with me. It was a piercing blow to the heart, and it made people cry. Go away, I don't want to be a dog. If you're poisoned, just be quiet. The restless Xianxiao Yun was suppressed by Bayun Yishin. Fiiwan, who was in training, opened his eyes and his gaze lingered on Minato and Kushina. Fiiwan, have some water. The girl brought the clean water that had been prepared for a long time with her slender hands. Fiiwan smiled and turned back, silently hiding his emotions. Thank you, Mashidama. The mountains are nestled in the sunset, and it seems that dusk is approaching. A group of 3 people ran along the road bathed in the sunset, with the shadows of the trees receding as they hurried to their destination, Camp No. 2 on the Konoha front. Camp No. 2 is located on the flank of the front line. It is the command post of the left-wing troops, as well as a material storage point and medical station. The person in charge is Kato-dan. Jinyu looked up at the sunset and estimated the distance of the journey. Let's eat. The journey to the camp is at least 3 hours. Eating early will be just enough for a midnight snack. Yeah, Daji wants to eat. Except for Little Fox, his staunch supporter, his teammates Jiwei and Jinkei ignored him and continued to move forward without slowing down. It's just after 4 o'clock now, and we can't arrive at the camp later than 7 o'clock. Not only will eating on the way waste time, it will also increase the risk. 2 workaholics, they deserve to work 996,007 for the rest of their lives. Seeing that his teammates ignored him, Jinyu muttered softly and silently took out a bag of cookies to share with his daughter. The little fox happily picked up the biscuits and fed them to his father one by one using his tail. Daddy eats strawberry flavor, Daddy eats strawberry flavor, Daddy eats milk flavor, Daddy, equals carrot equals so good, carrot, click, click. Smack, smack. The father and daughter munched on the biscuits without paying any attention to the people around them. Rightward arrow underscore rightward arrow underscore rightward arrow Gilu x2 Jiwei and Jinkei couldn't help swallowing their saliva. These two guys were definitely doing it on purpose. The two of them simultaneously considered the constructive question of whether to beat them up and snatch the cookies away, or to snatch the cookies away and then beat them up. Suddenly, boom! A faint explosion sounded from the front. The three of them looked at each other. They must have heard it. Eye roll, veins exposed. Casting mirror, a mirror flies into the sky. Buzz. The swarm of insects flew away from the jar behind Jiwei. 3 reconnaissance methods are released simultaneously. I can't see beyond 1 kilometer. Jinkei was the first to report. Let the bug fly for a while, Jiwei said expressionlessly. Leftward arrow Jingyu ignored this stuffy girl. A lens of glasses appeared from her fingertips and floated up to her left eye socket and hovered there. Then the projection image appeared on the lens, and the chakra input image was magnified. Less than 2 kilometers to the southeast, the attackers are 2 teams of sand ninja, totaling 6 people, 2 of whom are puppeteers. The attacked are a standard Konoha team, 1 Jonin and 3 Genin. Judging by their attire, there's a Hyuga and Ha. It looks like that rookie Uchiha Akiyoshi. After receiving the information, Jiwei and Jinkei looked at Jingyu in surprise. The former was surprised at the other party's detailed reconnaissance capabilities, while the latter was more like frightened. At this time, the coldness on Jinkei's face disappeared and turned into worry, because her sister Hinata Mako's teammate was called Uchiha Akiyoshi. Mako. After leaving 2 words, he rushed out without waiting for his teammates to react. Jingyu touched his nose and said, "Really? At least we can discuss some tactics. Oh, hold on tight, girl. I really want to return the product for this kind of messed up teammate." The little fox poured all the remaining biscuits into his mouth, then lay down and hugged the head tightly, puffing out his cheeks and said seriously, "Ayo la pa." Swish, in an instant, his figure turned into an afterimage. Tactics. Jiwei's mouth twitched twice, and he accelerated to catch up. A kilometer away, a bare, low hill stood among the trees. At the foot of the mountain. Click, 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 whoosh, 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 ding dong, boom. Puppets, hidden weapons, explosions, and ninjas from both sides of the enemy stage a classic ambush. The Konoha side is a transport team led by the special ninja Yamanaka Hiromitsu, and his subordinates are Hinata Mako, Uchiha Akiyoshi, and a civilian-born girl Yoshino. During their journey, they were ambushed by 2 sand ninja teams. This was completely illogical because they had a Hyuga in their team, and a team with Byakugan was theoretically unlikely to be ambushed. But now it was an ambush beyond common sense. As for the reason, they were targeted by a yin-yang-faced creature. To be more precise, it targeted the target person, Uchiha Mingji. Ju's head emerged from the ground, like a large aloe vera. White Zetsu, it's not easy to start this war, hee. Black Zetsu, no one can let go of hatred. This time, all targets can be passed through. White Zetsu, I can't understand that he's just an agent. Why does he have to look for an Uchiha who possesses the Mangekyo? Black Zetsu, haha, Uchiha are paranoid, and Uchiha with Mangekyo are even more paranoid and easier to control. Besides, how can I guide Nagato without the power of my Mangekyo eyes? White Zetsu suddenly paused. The people from Konoha are here, Hinata, Abarame, and that Uchiha Kagamizuki. Has this brat left the village? Looks like the script can begin. He glanced at Uchiha Mingji who was lying on the ground. Let's go, there's another Hinata here. The risk of us being discovered is too great, we need to stay away from here. Aloe vera slowly sank into the ground, not noticing that there was a palm-sized mirror hidden in the sky. It's here again. Seeing Ju again after only a month made Jingyu a little more serious. Uchiha Mingji. Combined with the fact that something happened to Fiyuan's team when he appeared last time, it is not difficult to analyze that this guy always looks for Uchiha to attack, and he is definitely looking for a substitute for Uchiha Madara. Wait, could it be that it was behind my sister's incident this time? Let the elder sister turn evil and create a, oh my god, are you going to sacrifice me to the gods? Suddenly, I felt a chill on the soleace of my feet. The key point is that it is difficult to stop this kind of thing because you don't know where it will happen. Fortunately, it appears here now, which means that my sister should be safe for the time being. I just hope it will attack me instead of my sister. Hands in pockets, I quietly sent a message to my older sister, sis, that thing has appeared. Its goal is to turn Uchiha evil. Be extremely careful. I'm afraid that I'll die inexplicably and my sister will be used by those 2 bastards, Madara and Zetsu, so I'm giving them a warning. After injecting a vaccine whose effectiveness was unknown, he sped up to catch up with Hinata Suzuna who was rushing on regardless of her physical strength. Class beauty, calm down. There are at least 2 Jonin on the other side who can't fight head-on, we need to use our brains. A pair of white eyes surrounded by bulging blue veins suddenly turned around, and Viola said coldly, that's my sister. After saying that, he left him 2 steps behind. Jingyu was silent and he could understand her feelings. If it were his sister, he would not be able to remain calm either. Looking at the destination that was getting closer and closer, he accelerated again to catch up. I'll go in first and absorb the firepower, and you go rescue people. Leaving behind a word, he instantly rushed into the battlefield. Violet's mind was slightly shaken and her eyes flickered. She looked deeply at the direction where the young man disappeared and whispered, "Thanks." The opponent is only left with a white eye. Everyone switched to long-range attacks and poisoned her to stun her and capture her alive. The Sand Ninja captain at the foot of the hill gave an order, and then 4 puppets aimed at the only girl standing, and hidden weapons rained down. Soft fist technique, 32-8 diagrams palms. Ding ding dang dang. Under Bai's eyes, a pair of small hands turned into afterimages. Facing countless flying hidden weapons, the small figure is still trying hard. Hinata Mako felt despair for the first time. Her teacher and teammates were injured and poisoned, leaving her the only one struggling to hold on. They had completely lost the ability to fight back, and she would die here once her strength was exhausted. Miyaizi, go by yourself, you will definitely be able to get out. Uchiha Mingji's voice was very weak. The teacher and another teammate Yoshino were too deeply poisoned and fell into a coma. He was also weak, dizzy, and struggling to keep his eyelids open. He knew that he was doomed this time, and he didn't want the girl he liked to die with him. Miyai's eyes were filled with determination. Save your energy and don't talk, just lie down and relax, little noob. As a member of the Branch family, I cannot choose how to live, but at least I can choose how to die. Looking down at this teammate, she was very serious. This is the only freedom I have, please don't try to take it away from me. Mingji's eyes widened. At this moment, he felt that the shackles on the girl in front of him were so heavy. He knew that all this was because of the bird in the cage. He longed for change and he longed to save the girl in front of him. Special chakra was secreted from the brain, the black pupils were lit up again, and the 2 pairs of Megatama began to rotate in the red pupils, gradually giving birth to a 3rd Megatama. All he needs to do now is sacrifice a good friend to gain the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Miyaizi also cooperated and stopped her soft fist, waiting for the poison needle to pierce her heart to help her teammate. But someone just comes out to cause trouble at such an inopportune time. Wind style, great breakthrough. The howling wind blew away the hidden weapons and blinded everyone's eyes. Then, when everyone was unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind, dozens of happy little eggs with smiley faces painted on them scattered all over the sky. Bang bang bang. A large amount of smoke rose up in an instant and engulfed everything around. Just before all this happened and the sky was shrouded in smoke, Uchiha Mingji saw Mako close her eyes and sit down softly on the ground, then just smiled stupidly. Haha, this guy has caught up, haha, finally I don't have to die, haha, Uchiha Fugaku, haha. It was obvious that her rolling eyes had already revealed that help was coming, and the previous reaction was just a malicious sensationalism. Mingji was stunned. Aren't you afraid of death? Don't take away the only freedom you promised me. It turns out that she has been treating him like a fool. This girl has a really bad personality. Also, what the hell is Uchiha Fugaku? Didn't the young clan leader lead the security department to the front line? Before he could figure it out, a silhouette appeared in the smoke. Yazzie. A very pleasant voice sounded beside me. Sister. Then came Miyai's joyful voice. Elder sister. Mingji's mind was full of questions at this time, but no one could help him solve them. Can we leave? We have to leave quickly, otherwise my teammates will be in danger. Jinkei said anxiously. Because of Jingyu's willful and adventurous behavior, the longer he delays, the more dangerous he will be. Miyai's gritted her teeth and pulled Mingji up, feeling okay. Okay, I'll help the newbie. I'll leave it to you to help my sister Hongguang and Yoshino. Jinkei quickly picked up the 2 of them, obviously with considerable strength. Walk. Rolling their eyes, the 2 sisters carried the person and ran in a relatively safe direction. As the smoke rose, the sand ninjas reacted immediately, but they looked around for the attackers but couldn't find them. Puppet Master, launch a blanket attack, everyone else, block all directions and watch out for enemy reinforcements. They have wounded soldiers and can't escape. The Sand Ninja captain gave orders while constantly forming wind seals with his hands. Saki took a deep breath and was about to use wind escape to blow away the smoke. Wind style snap shishi. Chidori blade behind him, a long sword broke through the ground and flew up. Lightning surrounded the sword and brought out the cries of thousands of birds. What? The Sand Ninja captain was surprised. He didn't expect the enemy to be so cunning. Instead of targeting the weak, they directly attacked the strongest person in the team. Moreover, the timing he chose was extremely awkward. He had no time to cancel or complete the ninjutsu. Fortunately, his rich experience allowed him to instinctively make the most correct choice. He took a step forward, without looking back, canceling the ninjutsu or casting it, just rushing forward with a mouthful of chakra and air. The glowing blade of the Kusanagi sword cut through the Sand Ninja captain's armor without any hindrance, leaving a line of blood on his back. Jinyu's brows were furrowed, and the touch from the tip of the sword was very light. I failed, worthy of being a jonin. There was a huge gap in strength between the two sides, and he didn't want to give up such a good opportunity to kill the opponent of higher level. The sword tip moves forward and one palm strikes the hilt. Bang! The Kusanagi sword turned into a stream of light and chased after him, piercing into the Sand Ninja Captain's vest with a swish sound. The Sand Ninja Captain turned around with his eyes wide open in surprise, then the surprise turned into ridicule, and his body turned yellow and turned into mud. It seems that Gingyu's second attack was too slow. Substitution technique. Jingyu was startled and reflexively ejected 2 kunao with his hands. At this moment, the sound of breaking wind also sounded from behind my head. Without hesitation, he ducked forward and rolled to narrowly avoid the beheading blow. Did he predict his own actions? The Sand Ninja Captain was surprised by the reaction of the Konoha genin in front of him, but he was just surprised. Use your feet to exert force again. With a slight shake of the right hand, the forehand move in the ribs changes to a backhand move. Backhand cut. Jingyu turned around while rolling, and at the same time raised the kunao in his hand in front of him to form a crossblock. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and 2 kunao blocked the Wakaizashi that was coming to chop him. Woodleaf genin, what a scary brat. The Sand Ninja Captain looked at the half-grown child in front of him and gave his evaluation with lingering fear. It was a close call just now that he almost fell into the ditch and was killed by a genin. Thank you for the compliment. Jingyu smiled, and her eyes flashed red. Illusion Sherinan. It's the Sherinan, oh no! It was too late to close his eyes the moment he saw it. The power of his eyes and mental power invaded the consciousness of the Sand Ninja Captain, causing him to become briefly stiff. Sorry, I have a cheat. The boy's brief syllables were accompanied by his crossed hands with kunao, forming a cross representing death. Sniff. The trachea and artery were cut at the same time, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The pain woke the Sand Ninja Captain from the illusion. He covered his neck with his hands, his eyes dull with resentment and regret. In less than 20 seconds, a fragile life disappeared. The cruelty of the ninja world is that you never know at whose hands you will die, or how you will die. Team leader, how is that possible? The other Sand Ninjas all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They couldn't accept the fact that the powerful Jonin captain had died so miserably at the hands of a genin. When they saw that the other party was a genin, they didn't even think about going over to help. What a joke. How could the captain lose to a genin? But the fact is, 1 second he was sure of victory, and the next second his neck was broken. The remaining Sand Village senior ninja in the team was automatically promoted to team commander at this time. He raised his hand and swung out a ball of wind. Wind style, air blitz bang. The wind exploded and blew away the smoke, revealing the 2 Hayaga sisters carrying 3 people. The 2 girls were shocked. Run, accelerate and rush outward. The Sand Village Jonin charged towards them with his sword, issuing orders. Puppeteer, hold on to the Sherinan brat. Everyone else, go take out these Konoha ninjas first. The smoke at the foot of the hill completely dissipated, revealing a pair of panicked Hayaga sisters. The 3 Sand ninjas started chasing, dominating from 3 directions. 2 Chunins and 1 Jonin faced 2 genin with their families. They were obviously overwhelmed in terms of configuration and speed. It's bad. Jingyu picked up the Kusanagi sword and was ready to rescue the beauty and win her back. Click, click, click. 4 puppets came in front of him, and purple venom appeared from their mouths, as if saying to go back and be a single dog. You little pieces of trash are nothing to play with, you only dare to go after women. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. What responded to him were poison blades and countless poison needles. Fuck you, Chidori Flow, chirp chirp. Ding ding ding. The electric arc shield deflected the poison needles to block the poison blade, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand slashed diagonally. Clang, snap. A puppet was chopped into 2 pieces along with the knife smoothly. A puppet was lost in one encountered. I guess the puppeteer was feeling very sorry for Xiao Qian at this moment. This sword is so damn useful, and Snake, I love you. Jingyu can't let go of this Kusanagi sword. Its sharpness is almost as good as Chidori blade, which means that the basic attack has a sharp effect. However, it still cannot change the fact that he cannot rush over to help the Hinata sisters. The puppeteers are hiding in the dark, and there is no way to escape from the battle in a short time without finding them. At this time, the 2 sisters were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. Seeing the Sand Ninja approaching, Viola bit her lower lip with her teeth and made a decision. At least let my sister go. They stopped, put down their hands, and took the starting position of soft fist. Sister, Miizi immediately noticed something was wrong with her sister. Miizi, go. Hearing her sister's resolute voice, Mako lowered her head and let go of her teammate Uchiha Mingji. Sorry, little greenhorn. Mingji smiled bitterly but said nothing, as he was just a burden now. When Yazi raised her head again, veins on her face began to bulge. I am a branch family, I will always protect my sister. Roll your eyes. Like a declaration, he struck a fist stance with a determined look in his eyes. Yazi. Jinkei's eyes were wet. Her sister becoming a branch of the family was her lifelong guilt. The two sisters faced the enemy back to back, and the three sand ninjas formed a triangle to complete the encirclement, and then formed seals at the same time. The Hyuga clan's physical skills are very famous in the ninja world. Now that the encirclement is complete, naturally no one would be stupid enough to go up and compete in physical skills. After all, the lesson of their captain is right in front of them, and the Konoha genin are all very cunning. Bang! The three of them completed the hand seals and performed 3 ninjutsu. Wind style, sky cannon, fire style, dragon fire technique, earth release, rock cannon technique, wind blades, flames, and stone bullets blocked the Hyuga sisters from 3 directions. The two of them looked solemn and ready for battle, but they were not yet genius enough to master the family secret technique to save the situation. Yako, Viola called her sister. Yeah, Miyaiza seemed to understand what her sister meant. Bang! The two left hands are put together, and the right hand is stretched in front of the body. The two chakras with similar but different properties collide, blend, and entangle with each other. Hoo-oo! A whirlwind of chakra rose from the ground beneath their feet, and the two sisters' right hands simultaneously released each other's chakra. Facing the wind, fire, and stone bullets so close, the two of them stared in awe and cried out in unison, "Guard back the sky." Since one person couldn't do it, they combined their strength. Buzz! The 4 forces collided in the next moment. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed the two men, and flames spiraled up with broken rocks. Jingyu, who was dealing with the puppets, caught a glimpse of them being engulfed in flames and felt a little uncomfortable. Class beauty, although he wasn't very familiar with Jinkei and his relationship with Mingji was average, they were classmates and from the same clan after all, so it was inevitable that he would feel grief for the other's loss. Send at least one down to let them vent their anger. He decided to kill one more person to show his affection and then run away, otherwise he would feel bad. After all, he is a sentimental person. The Sharingan locked onto a chinin, dodged the poisonous blade swung by the puppet, and slashed with a backhanded sword. Click. The puppets dodge nimbly. The fewer puppets the puppeteer controls, the stronger the control over the puppets. Jingyu did not add any additional attacks, but stepped sideways and passed by, charging towards the chinin. Click, click, click. The puppeteer discovered his intention and controlled the 3 puppets to catch up quickly. Without the blessing of thunder release, Jingyu's speed was not outstanding and he was soon entangled again. Fuck, it's never going to end, is it? Calculating the chakra in the body, the amount is still enough for 1 Chidori. Good. Let's get started. He held the sword in his hand, staring intently and lowering his body. Suddenly, Milu, 2 screams came from the rocks not far away. Click, 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 snap, snap. Then the 3 puppets disintegrated, and their parts scattered all over the ground. Jingyu's eyes were filled with joy. Well done, senior. I gave Jiwei a thumbs up in my heart. I knew without any guessing that it must be that guy who secretly killed the puppeteer. At the same time, the flames on the Hinata sisters dissipated, revealing the exhausted Mako and the gasping Viola. Haha, double happiness. Jingyu raised the corners of her mouth and completed the last seal with her hand. Zidulite chirp, chirp, chirp. A flash of lightning. There are only 3 enemies left, so there is no need to think about escaping. Kill them all and exchange them for money. The sand ninjas naturally noticed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. What's going on, Mikami, Shape? Sand Village Chinine roared towards the puppeteer's hiding place. It must be the Konoha reinforcements that have arrived. What should we do? Sand Village Chinin be panicked. Shut up, the other side has at most 1 genin teammate. If there was a jonin, they would have come out long ago. The Tsunaga Core jonin shouted angrily. He didn't think that the other side would have too many people. You two deal with that Uchiha genin, I'll take care of the rest. He deliberately reminded his teammates that Ginyu was a genin, so that they could hold the opponent back. I will go to the mountain and the 2 strong kill Hinata, then use teammates to attract fire and escape. The Tsunaga Corps command issued a death order that the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans must be eliminated if they were found. Although I don't quite understand why I have to wipe out the Yamanaka clan, as a ninja I just have to complete the mission. Sure enough, the 2 Sand Village Chinins reacted and realized that the opponent was obviously a genin team, and during the first wave of attacks, it was impossible for the jonin not to take action. He suddenly felt relieved and clenched his kunao to meet the rushing Jingyu. Oh! The Sand Village jonin smiled and withdrew his gaze, then formed a wind seal again in the direction of Viola. When dealing with immovable targets, ninjutsu is of course safer. Unless the Hyuga girl abandons her teammates and runs away by herself, she will be killed together with them. Sucked chakra is sucked into the mouth along with the air flow. Buzz buzz buzz. It's the sound of insects flying. Jiwei had to emerge from between the rocks and control the dark swarm of insects to launch an attack, trying to attack Wei to save Zhao. The corner of the Sand Village jonin's mouth curved up. Ha, are you here, a chinin? The whole person jumped up and exhaled suddenly. Call. Wind-style sky cannon. He used the reverse thrust of the wind escape to retreat at a high speed, leaving the insects empty-handed. At the same time, the high-pressure wind mass rushed straight towards Jinkei and the wounded on the ground at her feet. Jiwei and Jinkei were startled. It's over. Sister, please leave. I heard Miyai's desperate urging in my ears. The long purple hair was blown by the wind, confusing Violet's eyes but not her heart. The high-density wind mass brought with it countless knife-like blades, and she could already feel the coming of death. If she were alone she would definitely be able to run away, but there are no ifs, her sister is right behind her. She couldn't lose her sister. He smiled at his sister from the side, then stretched out his hands and chakra gushed out wildly. Stop it, even if it means death. The wind mass came into contact with both hands the next moment. Buzz! Chakra collides with the strong wind. Hiss, hiss, In just a moment, the girl's palm turned into a bloody mess, followed by the back of her hand, wrist, and arm. The wind blades that penetrated the chakra left bright red streaks on her fair and delicate skin, but she bit her lower lip tightly and did not retreat at all. Sister! Tears welled up in Miyai's eyes and her heart was broken. She struggled to get up from the ground and stood beside her sister against the wind pressure. She wanted to face it together. Uchiha Mingji clenched his fists as he looked at the girl's strong back, feeling guilty for his own incompetence. Jingyu and Jiwei were entangled and could do nothing about it. Only Ju in the distance smiled, expecting that the Uchiha blind box would produce a pair of Mangekyo. But it seemed that God didn't want to give it the chance to open the blind box, and a white object jumped down from the low hill. Super multiplication technique. The cute sound is sweet and mellow, roaring out the sound of hope. Boom! Pure white fur, nine-tail shaking, and looking like a fox. It was a 10-meter tall white nine-tailed fox that fell to the ground. Bang! The huge claws slapped the wind ball to pieces, and the strong airflow blew Viola and the wounded on the ground away, and then all of them crashed into the soft white hairball. Uchiha Daji is here, woo! The little fox, whose size has doubled, roars to the sky and appears in a domineering manner. Both the enemy and us were silent at this moment, and everyone in the distant mountains was dumbfounded. Nine-tailed fox? No, the color is wrong. Black Zetsu was confused. This thing looked like a juvenile nine-tailed fox no matter how he looked at it, but the color was completely different. White Zetsu looked confused. It was awakened when Uchiha Madara was old and had never seen the nine-tailed fox. The Sand Village Jonin was the first to react. Large summoning beast, split up and evacuate. He had to give up his previous plan. This thing looked difficult to deal with. Ha ha ha, great job, my dear daughter, kill them for me. Jingyu laughed loudly. We will also have tailed beasts in the future. Heh. Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses and smiled, feeling steady. The Hinata sisters who were at the tail end were moved. Little Daji. However, the little fox was not in the mood to communicate with them at the moment. He raised his paw and looked at the small cut made by the wind escape. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and her big ruby red eyes found her father's figure. Daddy's hand, my hand is broken, it hurts so much, bang. The chakra was exhausted at the same time. The big fox turned back into a little fox, and ran towards Jingyu in tears. Jingyu was confused, and so were the others. Black Zetsu twitched his lips. This thing. It was also not sure whether the little fox and the nine-tailed fox were related. As mentioned before, White Zetsu had never seen the nine-tailed fox, so when he was scouting Konoha village, he naturally would not pay attention to a greedy and playful little fox with an extra tail, so Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara knew nothing about it. Let White Zetsu and Konoha village investigate the information about this fox. Black Zetsu ordered. He still didn't believe that such a coincidence could happen. Okay. Zetsu didn't see that this little thing was worth investigating at all. It was too weak. He could beat 7 of them. Sight returns. The Sand Ninja, who had just run a few steps, turned around angrily, and anger flashed in the eyes of the 3 people. I thought it was a ferocious beast, but it turned out to be just a cute animal, and it seemed like it was still breastfeeding. I was so scared by this thing that I almost ran away. How could I tolerate this? I had lost my only dignity and had to get it back. Kill them! The Tsunaga Core ninja shook off Jiwei and rushed towards Jinkei. Just now, this little Hyaga girl injured her hand, and now those people are disabled, so there is no need to be cautious anymore. Jiwei and his insects sped up and wrapped around it. Okay, leave it to us. The 2 Sand Village Chinins readily accepted the task and surrounded and attacked Jingyu and the little fox in shame and anger. Jingyu found that he seemed to have just wasted his last Chidori. The situation is reversed at this point. Daddy, look at my hands. The little fox raised his little paws to show his father, trying to get a little comfort. What a bummer, Jingyu cried out sadly. He caught the little fox, who was only interested in showing off his wounds, stuffed it directly into his clothes, and raised his sword to face the 2 Sand Village Chinins behind the little fox. At the same time, his mind was racing, wondering if the opponent was a Chinin, or 2. Now that my body is not blessed with lightning escape, I have lost my speed advantage, and it will take some effort to fight 1v2. Little devil, die. The 2 sides approached each other, and Sand Ninja A brandished his kunao and roared. Bang! Sand Ninja B took out the same door panel greatsword as Hashirama from the scroll, and reminded his companions, be careful not to fight with weapons, that kid's sword is very sharp. No, the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, used kunao and greatswords to double-team Jinyu. Ordinary ninjas rarely use ninjutsu to attack directly in battle, because most ninjutsu have ballistic trajectories, and a single instant body movement can make chakra go to waste. It will only be used without scruples in situations such as control, defense, interference, decisive kill, and creating a favorable environment. Tisk Jinyu curled the corner of her mouth. Is it useful to know that it is sharp? Hold the sword forward with your right hand. Boo, the little fox's head struggled to emerge from Jinyu's collar again, and what it saw was a big sword made of a door panel. Shrank back in fright. Jinyu no longer has the energy to care about the little guy, writing his eyes fixed. He instantly formed 5 seals with his left hand in his sleeve. With the help of Minato, he practiced hard for a long time before he could turn this technique into a single-handed seal. Then he ran headfirst into the big sword. Substitution technique. The sword blade cut through the delicate neck, separating the head from the body on the spot. Die already? The sudden situation left the two Sand Village Chunin stunned. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the corpse turned into 2 broken wooden stakes. It's a substitution technique. The two were shocked. Swish! Before he finished speaking, there was a flash of arc light, and Jinyu and his Kusanagi sword appeared behind Sand Village Chunin. Watch out behind you. Sand Village Chunin swung his great sword and slashed at Jinyu. As long as this kid dared to continue attacking, it would be a 1-for-1 fight. Sand Village Chunin received the reminder and immediately rushed forward to avoid it. Looking back or blocking would not work at this time because the sword was too sharp. Jinyu had a cold expression on his face. He completely ignored the door sword that was chopping towards him. He held the Kusanagi sword in his hand and continued to chop down like a warrior who was ready to die. This kid isn't afraid of death? Wouldn't that mean his companions are doomed? Sand Village Chunin was startled, but he adjusted his attitude in an instant. Yan, farewell, I will avenge you. He roared and swung his sword with all his strength, vowing to cut the Konoha brat in half and avenge his surviving companions. Revenge? The sand ninja named Yan was stunned. How the greatsword slashed down heavily. In the eyes of the sand ninja, the greatsword cut into the body of the Konoha genin in front of him without any hindrance, as if cutting through the air. There was no scream, no blood, and no wound. At the same time, the sharp sword in the hand of the Konoha genin also pierced into the body of the sand ninja Yan, but there was no blood or wound. Shadow? Illusion? Oops. Only then did Sand Village Chunin realize that he had been tricked, but it seemed that it was too late to stop his greatsword. Phew! Boom! The greatsword slashed into Sand Village Yan's body, and he screamed and fell heavily to the ground with the sword, breathing in less than he exhaled. Achievement: killing a companion. Yan, the surprise and pain were like a heavy punch to the heart, causing him to lose his mind. Then, the sharp Kusanagi sword pierced his heart. The sand ninja turned around in surprise with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, only to see the young man with his bloodshot eyes looking out from behind. Sorry, my last name is Uchiha, and I'm good at the Sharingan. Just be more careful in your next life. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and it was unclear whether he was killed or angry to death. Jinyu drew his sword and looked towards Jiwei. Chunin had to protect his companions against a jonin, which was too disadvantageous for a ninja like Jiwei who took the wrong path. Trouble, I don't have much chakra left. With one hand he formed a seal and instantly disappeared from the spot. Buzz buzz buzz. At the foot of the hill, a swarm of black insects surrounded the Sand Village ninja, preventing him from moving forward. Jiwei from behind kept throwing shurikens to interfere, trying to make the opponent show a flaw. As long as the opponent showed a flaw and allowed his parasitic insect to possess him, he would be confident that he could kill this senior ninja. Originally, his way of fighting was to release bugs secretly, but unfortunately the conditions did not allow it. Less than 30 meters ahead were the pair of sisters supporting each other and barely standing, and there were 3 ninjas from the same village on the ground. If he didn't come out to confront them head-on, they would be killed. Secret technique: insect tornado. The parasitic insects created a black whirlwind, so dense that it made people's scalps numb. You're such a pest. The Tsunaga Core Jonin said impatiently that he was fed up with these bugs. Quickly make seals with both hands. Bang! Wind style air explosion. The chakra around his body ignited a strong gale, erupting outward with himself as the center. Boom! The wind pressure blew up a cloud of dust and blew away all the insects on the spot, clearing the area in an instant and creating a vacuum zone. His eyes then locked onto the Hayaga sisters and the Yamanaka clan on the ground. Just deal with them and leave. The target was determined, and his fingers slid across the small ninja tool bag on his leg. A scroll slid into the palm of his hand, and after it was unfolded, several sword characters appeared. His expression was stern as he formed seals. Bang bang bang. More than 10 shurikens of various sizes appeared from the scroll, and he took a deep breath. Wind style, death sword spin call. The whirlwind spun at high speed with the shuriken, turning into a terrifying shuriken tornado that strangled the people from Konoha. Oh no. This kind of attack was no longer something the insects could stop. Watching his companions about to die, a feeling of powerlessness crept into Jiwei's heart. Is this happening again? I'm really useless. At this time, the Hyuga sisters also gave up resistance. Sumaya's hands were injured and most of her soft fists were broken, and Mako's chakra was exhausted and she had no strength left. Elder sister. Mako. The two looked at each other, feeling the last bit of sisterly love, neither of them looking at the wind of death blowing towards them. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 0.5 seconds. Both sisters saw confusion in each other's eyes. Why hasn't the wind come yet? I say you should stop showing off. A voice that was 3 parts speechless and 7 parts disgusted appeared beside him. The two looked up, and the boy's back and his hair that reached the ground came into view. Jinyu was seen half squatting on one knee with his hands on the ground, and a wall of earth in front of him blocked all attacks. Fugaku, King Zuki. The two sisters, whose mood returned to the surface from the abyss, called out different names. They looked at each other in confusion, wondering who the other was calling. However, there was no time to confirm it, because the earth wall collapsed and the sand village Jonin reappeared. Jinyu slowly stood up, and under his half-closed eyelids, his pair of Sharinan showed an air of contempt for everything. Hello, walking 1,000,000 tails. He drew out the Kusanagi sword and pointed it forward, forcing the king to release his aura. There's nothing he can do about it. His chakra is exhausted and he has nothing to show off. Jiwei also cooperated by putting his hands in his pockets and coming behind the Sand Village senior ninja, releasing a swarm of insects as background special effects. The two of them formed a double team on him. The little fox quietly poked his head out from the collar and compared the current status of both parties. The little head nodded. Well, the advantage is mine. So he squeezed out of the collar and jumped onto Jingyu's head. With his left hand on his waist and his right hand pointing at the Sand Village Jonin, he hooked his finger proudly. Come here, you big bad guy. Jinyu was almost sent away by the little girl's words. This daughter must be dissatisfied with her father's failure to die quickly enough. Fortunately, the Tsunagakure Jonin became more cautious and did not dare to come up. Girdle, he swallowed his saliva and looked for the two chinins out of the corner of his eyes. How long has it been? There is no reason why two chinins could be killed in seconds by a genin. How terrifying must that strength be? He was sure he couldn't do it either. Look a little to the right. The one on the ground isn't dead yet. That you can discuss the epitaph with him. Yes, think carefully about how to write it, the little fox said. Following the clues, the Sand Village Jonin was stunned when he found the two chinins. He was really killed. If you have this ability, why don't you become a Jonin? Instead, you are pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Not only him, but also the Hinata sisters and Jiwei were shocked. This GUY.is so strong. The Sand Village Jonin pretended to remain calm. They're just two chinins. I'm a Jonin and I'm different from them, he said as if he was going to continue fighting. Jinyu tilted his head and calmly pointed at the body of the Tsunagakure captain. That seems to be a Jonin. Yeah, this is what happens to you. Daddy beats him. The little fox proudly wagged his 9 tails, truly a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. My dear, please stop making trouble. You don't want to be an orphan, do you? Jinyu was upset by the little fox and the Kusanagi sword in his hand shook a little. Seeing this, the Sand Village ninja thought he was going to attack, and was frightened and formed seals with his hands in seconds, and then the wind and sand suddenly rose up and covered his figure. Just wait for me. The wind blew away and the sand fell, leaving behind only a harsh word that appeared fierce but was actually weak. Ran away. Where is he? It all happened so fast that Jiwei, the Hinata sisters, and the little fox were a little confused. Only Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was just a coward. Far away. These sand ninjas are really useless. That kid is too cunning. Let's go. We still have several targets. Ju slowly disappeared into the mountain. The battle was over and he still had other crews to catch up with. Being a director was not easy. Jinyu, who was resting, didn't know that Ju had been watching the battle and had not left. Of course, there's nothing we can do even if we know. At this moment, he was teasing a fellow tribesman with whom he had an unfriendly relationship. If you little noob calls me daddy, I'll give you an antidote. It's specially made by Tsunade. Get lost, I don't want you to save me. Miruyu proudly shook the antidote in his hand. Uchiha Mingji was so angry that the poisonous blood rushed to his heart and his face turned purple and he was about to die. All 4 members of this team fell except Hinata Mako. The worst case was the guiding ninja Yamanaka Hiromitsu, who had a lot of poison senbon stuck in his body. The poison was a little too deep, causing him to breathe in less and exhale more, and his whole body turned black. Mingji and a girl named Yoshino were only half black. You don't want me to save you? Then how come you can still breathe now? Jinyu has always wanted to try and see if the kaleidoscope can be blown out. Mingji pointed forward and opened his Sharinan angrily. I will pay you back. Jinyu didn't take it seriously. She winked playfully and spoke in a sweet female voice. Go ahead, newbie. Plop. Mingji sat up and then lay down again. I was so angry that I fainted. Yazi, who was bandaging her sister's hands, couldn't bear to watch. Uchiha Fugaku, stop it. That sand ninja might call for reinforcements. It's not safe here. We need to leave quickly. Uchiha Fugaku, Jiwei and Jinkei looked confused. Miyaizi is my classmate and his name is Uchiha Kagamizuki, not Uchiha Fugaku, Suzumina corrected. Hashtag and Yazi immediately glared at Jingyu. She was not stupid and had already realized that she had been deceived. Bastard, you even use a fake name when you go out. Uchiha Kagamizuki, this is embarrassing. Jingyu ran away immediately. Daddy will show you his hands. Yazi was so angry that she wanted to hit someone, and a bottle of antidote flew into her hands. She looked at the medicine bottle, then at the figure with shaking braids. Snort! She stomped her feet and turned around to detoxify her companions and teacher first. However, the poison of Tsunagakur is very special, and the special antidote that Tsunade gave to Kagamizuki did not have any obvious effect. They could only make a large stretcher and carry the 3 poisoned people to the camp to find Tsunade herself. The stars flow across the night sky, and insects chirp in the breeze. When the outline of Camp Number 2 on the Konoha front appeared in the eyes of several people, it was already 8:30 in the evening. 4 hours had passed. Perhaps Tsunade's antidote had taken some effect, or perhaps they were just lucky, but the 3 people on the stretchers had not yet died from the poison. After exchanging secret signals with the outer sentries, Jingyu and his group successfully entered the camp. Ding ding dang dang. A group of workers and genin were working hard under the moonlight. The camp had not been fully built yet after only 1 day of the war, and the sounds of busy work could be heard one after another. When the wounded were sent outside the medical tent, the scene they saw shocked several people. Oh my god. Jingyu held her breath. It stinks. The little fox immediately shrank into his father's clothes. Others couldn't help but frown. People waiting for treatment have lined up outside the tent, and all of them are poisoned. The stench wafting through the air was enough to wake people up even outside the medical tent. Don't come in, put them at the door, the air inside is poisonous. Tsunade, wearing a gas mask, shouted at them to stop entering. Because there were too many poison people, the poison released by their breathing and farting when they gathered together was enough to pollute the air in the tent and form a poisonous area. At this time, Tsunade was busy clearing the poison in the air to prevent it from spreading to the camp, and preparing antidotes to rescue the seriously ill. The 4 people and the fox followed Ling Rulia to throw the 3 unconscious people at the door, and then quickly moved away, fearing that they would also be poisoned if they were too slow. Coo. Daddy Daji is so hungry. The little fox was completely hidden in Jingyu's clothes, with its little head drooping weakly out of the collar. As a fox father, he certainly couldn't bear to see his daughter starving. I'm going to the supply point to get some food. Do you want to come with me? I asked 2 teammates and a burden. He actually had some food reserves in his pockets, but why would he take it if it was free? He was not stupid. Of course, I'm starving. Miyaizi was the first to respond. Jiwei and Jinkei nodded, indicating that they would go. So the 4 people with the same intention walked towards the supply point and handed in the task. By the way, Miyaizi came closer. Uchiha Jingyu, can you let me hold little Daji? Those 2 big white eyes were full of desire, all of which I wanted. Little Daji is not only cute, but also saved them once. She has already started thinking about how to take this little girl home. Ask her yourself. Jingyu has always let the little fox run free and rarely interferes with her. Yazi put on a motherly smile. Little Daji. The little fox simply extended an open paw. She tilted her head in confusion. 5 roast chickens. A soft voice explained. He. Yazi smiled and grabbed the little fox's paw, pulled her out of Jingyu's clothes and held her in her arms. Deal, follow me from now on and I'll give you 10 roast chickens every day. Omega, sister. The little fox's eyes sparkled, and he called out sister in a sweet and crooked voice. Hey, cluck, cluck, cluck. Yazi hugged the little fox tightly and rubbed her face against it, laughing so hard that she couldn't stop. Alas 1_1, Jingyu shook her head and sighed. It seemed like her daughter was ruined. It was all because of little Lei Jiao. She was such a kind-hearted person that she could never raise such a daughter. The 4 people went to the supply point and received their rations with their identification. Jingyu found the camp assistant who was responsible for recording the tasks, handed over the 5 sand ninja corpses and the scroll, and registered the task records for the 3 members of the team. 1 jonin, 2 chinins, and 2 genin. Jiwei killed 2 genin puppeteers. The money can only be obtained after returning to the village, but he is not planning to take it. This war will not be too short, and he wants to accumulate military merits and the promises of the previous 3 generations in exchange for the Flying Thunder God. If there was Flying Thunder God, it would be impossible for my sister to be trapped behind enemy lines like this time. After completing the task, they found a big tree and sat side by side on the tree to eat. Sitting high and having a wide view made people feel safe. Except for the little fox who was happily eating chicken, everyone else was gnawing on rice balls. It was not easy to eat a chicken now. Miyaizi acted cute for a long time before she begged the staff for a chicken. Apart from the sounds of eating, there were occasional knocking sounds, frog croaking, and insect chirping. The 4 of them looked up at the starry sky and ate rice balls with their own thoughts. Jingyu was worried about her elder sister and classmates. Jiwei seemed to be reminiscing about something. Yazi teased the little fox from time to time, and Jinkei wondered when her family would come to take her back. Hiss! The sound of inhalation broke the silence between the four people. They looked towards Jinkei and found that the sound came from her. Sister, your hand is bleeding again. Yazi's eyes turned red when she held her sister's hand. Maybe the wound opened again and the bandage turned blood red. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. A gentle smile appeared on Viola's cold face. How can it not hurt? It's all my fault that I should have been the one protecting my sister. Yazi felt very guilty. As a branch family, yet being protected by the main family, I must be the worst branch family. You're my sister, Viola replied simply. Elder sister. The two sisters hugged each other. Rightward arrow _ rightward arrow. Jingyu looked at them sideways, expressing her dissatisfaction. What the hell is this? Are you bullying him because his sister is not around? When my sister comes back, I'll make you guys die of boredom. Humph. Hey, class beauty, put your hand over here. The two sisters looked over with question marks. He held out his green glowing hand. I know a little bit of medical ninjutsu. Seeing this, Miyaize pouted and asked angrily, you know medical skills, why didn't you treat my sister earlier? Tisk, I owe you. Jingyu retorted disdainfully. You. She was speechless and her face turned red. Shut up, Mako. Jinkei stopped her sister from escalating the argument. He looked at Jingyu again and stretched out his hands. I'm sorry, Miyaize was worried about me. Thank you for your trouble. Her tone was gentle, she wanted to ease the relationship. It's no big deal, everyone is a team now, friends. Jingyu smiled nonchalantly and untied the bandages for her to treat her. These words made Yazi on the side very angry. Now you know your teammates? Jiwei interrupted at this time. Before, the main fighting force was only Jingyu and I. It is not the right choice to waste chakra on treating people weaker than yourself. It's hard to hear, but it's the truth. Jiwei felt that since Jingyu was too lazy to explain, as the only senior in Shinin, he had to contribute to the harmony of the team. The two sisters blushed, of course they understood. This means that they are unfit and not worth being treated. Miyaize took a bite of the rice ball, turned her back and sulked alone. Viola's white eyes shifted stealthily towards the young man who was treating her. The glow of the healing technique and the campfire in the camp echoed on his handsome and serious face, flickering and swaying, making people's heartbeat faster. Thanks. In his heart, he once again thanked the boy whom he had slapped. Green light enveloped his hands, and some minor wounds healed visibly, while larger wounds also stopped bleeding quickly. Time moves slowly. Jingyu didn't notice that the girl's face, hidden in the darkness, had already turned red. When he saw that the treatment was almost over, he turned around and called out, hey, come pack for your sister. Although he really wanted to continue touching these soft and boneless white hands, Jingyu held back. He is an upright person who wants to stay clean and not be tainted by the mud. He cannot follow Jiraiya and learn bad things. My name is Hinata Mako, not that guy. Mako took out the bandage angrily. This guy was so annoying. He was just a rookie Uchiha and she was crushed to death by him. Jingyu said disdainfully, I usually can't remember the names of weaklings. Hey, you little weakling, you two are such a good match. Played hashtag, you're not worthy of me. Wha? Miyaize, calm down. Jinkei hugged her furious sister. She felt that if she rushed forward she would probably be killed. Jingyu. She cast a pleading look at Jingyu again, begging him not to make her sister angry. This was the first time she put aside her pride as a daughter of the clan to an outsider. Jingyu met the pair of big, somewhat eager eyes and felt that they were very beautiful. As they looked at each other, a red figure suddenly appeared in his mind, with his hands on his hips and glaring at him. You annoying guy, are you doing something bad again? A voice seemed to echo in my ears, and my heart suddenly panicked for no reason. I quickly turned my head away to avoid the girl's sight. Damn, this little red-haired girl is poisonous. She's everywhere. Buzz 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 buzz. The phone also vibrated at the same time. Answer a call. He used this step to leap onto a higher branch, avoiding the murderous gazes of Yazi and Viola. He stretched out his hand and the Mirror brand mobile phone floated into his palm out of thin air. He could use Mirror Escape to retrieve and take out the mirror. Connect the video. A little red-haired cat appeared with a fierce look. Why haven't you answered in so long? Are you doing something bad again, you annoying bastard? Mirror silently waved his phone towards Riceball and the moon. What else can I do? Eat and watch the moon. C063 Outpost. Puff, ha 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 ha. The girl's sudden laughter brought silence to the outpost. Kushina felt something was wrong and looked around. In the small space, Jinghua, Minato, Fiyuan, and almost everyone else pressed the pause button and looked up at her. X. Cover your mouth with your hands. Ha ha. With an awkward smile, he moved his little butt, shrunk into a corner, turned the volume down to the lowest, leaned in front of the phone and whispered, hate it, don't make me laugh. Everyone else thinks I'm crazy now. In the picture, Jingyu had a speechless expression on his face. You blame me for your low sense of humor. If you have a disease, don't be afraid to let others know. The best solution is to get treatment as soon as possible. Played hashtag, not only do I have a low laugh point, my anger point is even lower. Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Come on, if you don't come, I'll be your dad. Sure, I'm going to tell my sister that you bullied me. How old are you, and you're still calling me parents? Just call it Lulyalu. The two of them started chatting noisily, but their quiet voices were heard by the people at the outpost. Some people think that there is something wrong with these two people, that they can quarrel without meeting each other and even hang up the phone after the quarrel. But some people noticed something was wrong. Haruna stared at Kushina, who was huddled in the corner with blushing eyes, for a long time. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that the two of them were flirting. He looked at Minato, who was taking care of Kyoka, and couldn't help but frown. This was not the reaction a couple should have, at least she didn't think it was. Is Minato too innocent and slow, or is Kushina too bad, or is it that jerk Kagamizuki who's hooking up with his sister-in-law? I shook my head, hoping it was just my imagination. Compared to Haruna's guess, Feiwan has already confirmed it. Jingyu, you little brat, he cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth. In his eyes, it must be Jingyu's problem. When she was in school, Jingyu liked chatting with girls, and now she even doesn't let go of her friend's girlfriend. I know how to avoid suspicion. How could he not know? I need to find an opportunity to remind him. Achoo! In the camp, Jingyu rubbed his nose, lifted up his autumn trousers and took a look curiously. It's warm, why am I sneezing? Are you okay, you annoying guy? The little red-haired boy in the picture asked with concern. It's okay, maybe it's because you scolded me too harshly. He moved to the leeward side of the tree. Hee, you deserve it. Kushina pouted. Tell me about your situation and how long you can hold on? He wanted to understand the situation and plan for the next action. Kushina understood his concern and waved her hand casually. Don't worry, the third Hokage said he would send Umbu to pick us up. My sister, Yoshimaru, Choza, Kawama-sensei, Shikaku, and Yun were all poisoned and unable to refine chakra, but fortunately their lives were not in danger. As for food, we have to be frugal for another half-month, and I am controlling the diet of Dingzo and Yoshimaru. Speaking of Yoshimaru, I have to tell you a sad piece of good news. You have been heartbroken, right? Your childhood sweetheart kissed the fat guy's butt, and they are together. I feel sad for you, What the hell is there to be sad about? Your mouth is crooked from smiling. Before he could speak, she said with a bitter look on her face, there's no toilet here, only a small drain, and it's not even ventilated. I'm so miserable, woohoo. I feel like I'm getting marinated. And there's no ramen in the supply store, I can't survive. As the night deepened, Kushina kept chattering on and on as if she could go on forever, but Jingyu, who had been running all day, fell asleep with his phone in his arms. Seeing this, Kushina also realized that it was getting late. Knowing that Jingyu had already joined the battlefield, she couldn't let him sleep too late. But I want to hang up, but I feel uncomfortable. She was worried that too many things happened that day, and only when she chatted with Jingyu could she completely let go of her uneasy heart. The annoying guy sang to me to sleep, but I couldn't sleep. Yeah. Jingyu nodded and didn't argue this time. He understood that the little girl was actually scared. Everyone knew that as long as the poison was not removed, their chances of escaping from the sand ninja encirclement were slim. Russell. The evening breeze blowing through the spring branches brings out the boy's soft and soothing singing. The moonlight migrates across the night sky, gathering in one direction. Miyaiza leaned into her sister's arms, listened to the singing and closed her eyes. The thrilling day made her very tired. Jiwei and Jinkei turned their gaze back to the starry sky and listened quietly. I paint this scene like a flying pencil, giving you beauty. Kushina hugged the mirror and closed her eyes, and the C-063 outpost fell into silence. The weak Kyoka fell asleep accompanied by her brothers singing. Minato hesitated for a long time but still couldn't give his coat to him. The night was quiet, the chirping of insects and frogs gradually died down, and the breathing sounds inside and outside the mirror began to rise and fall in unison. Rustling, the little fox, tired of playing, sneaked into the boy's arms. The boy in sunglasses shook his head and put a blanket on his teammate. The girl with the white eyes looked away from the boy, tightened her arms around her sister, took a deep breath under the moonlight, and felt this brief moment of willfulness and freedom. Just after midnight, everything was silent. A black cloud monopolized the moonlight, snatching away the last outline of the camp and burying everything in darkness. Russell. Two dark shadows poked out of the bushes and looked at the camp from afar. After a moment, they raised their hands and made a series of gestures. Swish, swish, swish. Then, dark shadows appeared and crept towards the camp. 100 meters, 50 meters, 25 meters. In the medical tent, Tsunade was busy preparing the antidote. She hadn't rested since she received the notice from her teacher early yesterday morning. She engaged in the battle in the early morning and repelled the first, second, and third waves of attacks. However, during the fourth wave, a large number of poison wounded suddenly appeared in Konoha, so she had to withdraw from the battlefield and lead the medical team to treat them. But this time the poison was very tricky. and even her special antidote could not completely eliminate it. Moreover, the toxicity is extremely disgusting, with a lethality rate of only about 20%, but it can make people weak and unable to extract chakra. That the person who created this poison obviously wanted to increase the logistical burden through the wounded, thereby dragging down Konoha village. The intention is very malicious. At this time, Tsunade's brows were tightly furrowed, and her hands were tightly holding the test tube and the container containing the strain. The blue liquid in the test tube was slowly dripping into the container. The moment the two come into contact, hiss, 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 purple smoke rushed towards the bottle mouth. Tsunade frowned, and a scroll was spread out, and the vessel was immediately sealed. This old woman show is so cunning. She wants to prevent the analysis by adding purple mist flowers. Haha, what a joke. He sneered and started selecting the materials. But before she could move on to the next job, who is it? Alert, something is approaching the camp. The night watchman's shouts were heard outside. Tsunade was shocked. Then, boom, boom, the continuous explosions caused the utensils in the tent to shake, and it was clear that the camp had been attacked. These bastards. Tsunade rushed out of the tent angrily. They came to mess with me when I was about to succeed. I'm going to beat these guys to death. Click, click, click. The sound of wooden joints hitting each other appeared frequently around the camp, and countless sparks shot into the camp. It's a puppet. Enemy attack. There's a detonating tag. Quickly find cover. Find the puppeteer. Perception ninja. Quickly find the puppeteer. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Boom, boom. The explosions continued, and the flames lit up the camp, illuminating the panicked crowd as well as the confused Jingyu and Little Fox. It's so noisy, Dad, we were ambushed. The little fox poked his head out from Jingyu's collar and rubbed his eyes, with a bit of grumpiness in his tone. They were relatively safe hidden among the branches. Jingyu scratched his head and complained, it's troublesome. Staying up late won't make you grow taller. You're still thinking about this at a time like this? Miyaizi and the others had been standing behind him without her knowing. She felt deeply disappointed with this guy's train of thought and could only be thankful that he was not her teammate. Jingyu, what should we do? Jiwei asked about the action plan. Jingyu's previous battle record and the S-level mission record made him not think about competing for the captaincy for the time being. Jinkei also looked at Jingyu. She was wrong to act on her own last time, so this time she chose to act as a team. Jingyu was confused. Why were they all looking at him? You won't let him take charge, will you? This is shit. Minato, I missed you so much. He stretched out 3 fingers with a sad face. Clatter. With a snap of his fingers, 4 large mirrors surrounded the 4 people, and several small mirrors flew into the sky. Seal. Magic 404. No such person technique. Ripples appeared on all the mirrors, and then there was no figure on the tree. But then a voice sounded softly, Class Beauty, Senior, that guy, tell me the location of the hidden puppeteer. The camp doesn't lack a few of us for combat, we just need to help find the enemy. It's so dangerous to go out, it's safer to hide. No problem, the bug flew out. Okay, he rolled his eyes. Snort. Bang, crash. Outside the tent, Tsunade smashed a puppet with 1 punch. Looking around, the camp was full of puppets inside and out. The people of Konoha were caught off guard by the intensive attacks, and they were all in a panic and in great chaos. This is definitely a puppet army of no less than 50 people from the Sand Village. Puppet masters are not scary, and sneak attacks are not scary either, but the current situation is very troublesome. It is difficult to find the hiding puppeteer in the dark. If she can't find the puppeteer, the puppets might poison the entire camp, and the key is that she hasn't developed the antidote yet. She's sinking into Danshin. Attention, all teams, those skilled in defensive ninjutsu, protect the supplies and workers. The reconnaissance team will work with the combat team to find the puppeteer. These guys can't be far away. As soon as the words fell, SS. A beam of light from the sky shone like a stage light onto the protagonist 30 meters away from her. In the bushes, a sand ninja's head is half exposed, his hands with open fingers are raised on both sides of his head, and the chakra lines on his fingertips reveal his identity as the protagonist. The cute expressions and actions perfectly show the character's confusion and helplessness. Who am I? Where am I? Do I see the light, or does the light see me? Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance to explore the philosophy of life because a hand blocked his light. Had the big sister with big breasts jumped high in the air and smiled slightly, then did a split from the sky. Painful feat Xena. Aim. Boom. The soil cracked and the rocks opened up, causing the earth to sink. This kick showed Konoha's momentum, Konoha's confidence, and also crushed the protagonist on the stage under the lights. The momentum in the camp suddenly rose. Long live Lady Tsunade. The Sunin are awesome. As if to cater to the atmosphere of the scene. SSSSSSSSSSS. Beams of light appeared one after another, each confused head showed a silly and cute look. I saw you, asshole, ha ha ha, whose jutsu is this? I love it. Where are you going, you little bastard? I told you guys to launch a sneak attack, now I'm going to kill you. Master of lighting technique, are you interested in forming a long-term night raid group? I'll give you 10% of the bounty, after tax. Haha, youth needs a stage, passion believes in light. Hey, what the hell are you doing rushing towards me, you idiot genin? Come back here. The Konoha ninjas all followed the beam of light and attacked, while the sand ninjas had nowhere to hide and fled in panic. Most puppeteers are weak in physical skills and rely on disguise and puppetry. Jinyu as Hinata and Abarame to assist, so what is revealed is the real body. Anyone who is hit by it will basically die. Bang bang. Tsunade blew up 2 more puppets with a smile in her eyes. The little brat from Jireya's family is really interesting. I remembered the beam of light shining on Jireya's head 2 years ago. At that time, I just thought it was a boring and funny ninjutsu, but I didn't expect it to be so effective in actual combat. Suddenly I felt that it would not be unacceptable if my disciple was like Uchiha Jinyu. In room 404 on the big tree, a few guys were having a blast. One after another. Left, 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 overpull. How stupid, let me do it myself. How do I do it? Point your finger at the projection location and input chakra. The more you inject, the brighter it becomes. Spread your fingers left and right to magnify it. Dad, I want to play too. Go, go, is it time to play now? Xiao Daji, sister will take you to play. Thank you, sister. Jinyu, I'll come by myself. Well, me too. Be careful not to mess around, you might get your own people killed. Then, except for Jinyu who was ready to continue sleeping, the others and the little fox each held a mirror and played the game of Find the Difference, which was a cheating version using plugins. And 5 meters away from them, an eyeball quickly passed by, without noticing that there was a person hiding in the tree. As a large number of puppeteers were exposed and died, the situation in the camp was instantly reversed, from a defensive battle to an annihilation battle. In the distance, a pair of young men and women wearing forehead protectors from Tsunaga Corps looked at each other in bewilderment. The change was too fast for them to accept. How is Luo Xia? Have you found him? The girl was very anxious as she watched her own people being slaughtered. They are the disciples of the 3rd Kaze Kage, Raza and Karura. Just after becoming a Jonin, he was entrusted with an important task as the commander of a team to attack the enemy camp at night and destroy its supply logistics. The first time I led the team out with full confidence, and then, it seems like the whole team is about to be wiped out. The young man named Luo Xia lowered the finger from his left eye to release the eye of sand, shook his head and frowned. I can't find it. The other party is very careful and hiding very well. Jialuo pursed his lips and said, how about letting me go in once, maybe I can lure the person out. No, there are too many people in the camp, and Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, is here too. You can't lure that person out by yourself. Look up at the twinkling stars in the sky. What on earth is it? The height is about 200 meters. A ball of gold dust gathered and shot into the sky, and a moment later the gold dust came back with something. Mirror? Carula moved closer curiously. Luo Xia frowned. Is it the secret technique of controlling the mirror to emit light beams? But how did he find us so accurately? Without waiting for him to figure it out. 3 beams of light shone on their heads at the same time. The 2 were stunned. Run! Luo Xia pulled the girl up and fled quickly, while controlling Shejin to seal the mirror in his hand. In room 404, Jinyu turned over and curled her lips. Tisk, stealing. What, you said you saw a 9-tailed fox? The surviving Tsunaga Corps ninja who attacked Yamanaka Hiramitsu's team rushed back to the command tent before sunrise and reported the intelligence to the commander-in-chief Ebizo after slightly embellishing it. Yes, it's over 10 meters tall. It can easily crush my wind style with just a wave of its hand. It's the summoning beast of an Uchiha boy. Anyway, it's not his fault that he can't beat the genin, it's all because the enemy has cheats. Ebizo waved his hand and said, okay, go down to the well and rest. Yes, the senior ninja named Jingxia didn't expect that he could pass the test so easily, and quickly left the command tent. Ebizo was lost in thought inside the tent. The Uchiha boy who can control the 9 tails. It turns out that Uzumaki Mito's successor is an Uchiha. Is it using the Sharingan to control the tailed beasts? Konoha is truly a land of talented people. The appearance of the Jinchura key is a bit of a hassle, as Bunfuku is already too old to fight. Frowning in thought. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Jinchura key is a double-edged sword. As long as the Jinchura key loses control, it will no longer be a problem for us. After figuring out the key points, Ebizo raised the corners of his mouth, stood up and prepared to run to find his poison-making master sister. At this time, a young man and woman rushed into the command tent anxiously and knelt down. Lord Ebizo, the 7th puppet unit is gone. Please punish us. What? Compared to the shock of Tsunaga Corps losing a puppet army, the atmosphere in Konoha Camp No. 2 can be said to be joyous. Before daybreak, Sand Village had already delivered a wave of military merits, a puppet army of more than 50 people. The recorded puppet army of Sand Village only had about 400 people, and 1/8 of them was killed directly. Then everyone took a nap, and the antidote was successfully prepared, which was another great news. Just imagine, no one will be safe on the battlefield. If you lose your combat effectiveness just by getting a little skin broken, how can you fight the war? Before, the Sand Village's poison was only equipped with puppet troops, but this time the whole force was equipped, which caused Konoha to suffer a great loss. After waking up, Jinyu rushed to Tsunade's tent immediately. The symptoms of the poison his sister was infected with were similar to those of the rookie team, so the antidote should be useful. He was originally worried about what to do when Tsunade's special antidote failed, but now he has an extra insurance policy. Lady Tsunade, I need 1, 2, 3, 4. 30 doses of antidote. Jinyu counted on his fingers and reported a very insecure number. It should be reasonable for 6 people to have 5 servings each if they are poisoned. This is called being prepared for any eventuality. What if 1 serving is not enough? Tsunade glanced at the brat beside her without stopping the preparation work in her hands. The poison on the people you brought yesterday has been cured. Why do you still need the antidote? Well, I have a few friends. Jinyu didn't dare to say that he was going to rescue people, as this would be against the rules. If an ordinary person violates the rules and runs around on the battlefield, he will be considered a traitor. Call them over, Tsunade said directly. Jinyu burned the CPU. They are in the village. Give yourself a thumbs up for your cleverness. Then you don't have to worry about it. The formula was sent back to the village as soon as possible. Tsunade raised the mobile phone she was assigned and shook it. I heard that this thing was invented by you. Haha, it's pretty good and very useful. When Jinyu saw the phone, he suddenly wanted to slap himself. Tsunade glanced at the dazed boy with her beautiful eyes, and remembered that this boy seemed to be a classmate of her stepsister. And my younger sister Kushina and a group of genin are behind enemy lines. So he asked, are you classmates with Kushina? Yeah. Jinyu nodded, not understanding why she suddenly asked this. How is she doing in school? Top 10, maybe. Is she pretty? Not bad. Is your hair red? Red. Do you have a bad temper? Burst. How many of them were poisoned? 6x. I was fooled. Jinyu quickly covered her mouth with both hands. He didn't expect this woman to be so cunning that she would lie to him. Tsunade smiled. Haha, kid, you're still a little naive that you don't have to worry about Kushina. Umbu have already left with the antidote this morning. Kushina is half a sister after all. It is impossible for me not to care about her affairs. Although Kushina moved to the outskirts of the village to live alone, she would always visit him every time she returned to the village. When she returned to the village this time and didn't find anyone, she immediately went to ask the old man about the situation, and learned that Kushina was traveling to the beach. Then when the news of the Tsunaga Corps raid was received, the old man told her that the girl would not be able to come back for the time being. Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that the Umbu had already set off with the antidote. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, I'll be out first. There was no need to stay any longer as he hadn't even eaten yet. Wait, Tsunade called him. He turned around in confusion. Tsunade shook the herbs in her hand and said with a smile, I heard from Jiraiya that you have some knowledge of medical ninjutsu. You can tell what she is going to do just by thinking. Ah! Jinyu screamed and covered her buttocks with her hands in pain. Hemorrhoids, what's wrong with you? Is it swollen? I'll take you to the bathroom right away. Then he quickly escaped from the tent and he had to call his sister to tell her the good news, so he didn't have the time to work for Tsunade. This kid, giggle. Tsunade smiled, shook her head and continued working. She really liked this little guy and wanted to train him. At the C-063 outpost, the small space was filled with a foul stench. In order to prevent those who knew wind escape and sealing techniques from being suffocated, they were working on ventilation. The stench cannot be released outside in large quantities, so it can only be sealed. Fortunately, they absorbed most of the toxins on the first day, so the air was just smelly and not toxic. At this time, most people gathered around a mobile phone, and Jinyu on the screen brought them good news. The Umbu left in the morning with the antidote. We will probably go to the outpost at night because of the camp. You should have a good rest during the day and pay attention to the pickup at night. Don't rush to leave the outpost after the poison is cured. Get yourself in top shape first. I'll scout the route from your place to the camp in the next 2 days. One by one, Jinyu laid out his plan, and then everyone gathered their ideas and worked together to make adjustments and revisions. After the plan was completed, everyone in the outpost felt the haze and their hearts lifted and began to look forward to the future. Jinghua took back her phone and sat against the wall, carefully admonishing, don't push yourself. This is a war, and as a genin, you need to be careful. She didn't want her brother to scout for them, but she knew she couldn't persuade him, just as she would definitely go if her brother was in danger. Don't worry, sister. I'm very strong. I'm dead, I'm starving. Well, let's go eat. After hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on Jinghua's pale face. Now that her younger brother has grown up, she, as his older sister, can rely on him. The little red-haired boy who had just finished cleaning the toilet saw his sister hang up the video. His big eyes rolled around and he secretly found a corner to hide himself. What the hell are you doing? None of your business. Yeah. Soon, a quarrel was heard in the corner, and Haruna frowned deeply outside the corner. In Camp 2, some people were also frowning because some people took a full 2 hours to eat a meal. I was eating and chatting with the girls at the same time, and I couldn't stop at all. How annoying. Can you please not bite off the noodles when you eat them? Just bite it off. little by little. What a disgusting thing. Ha ha ha, when I came out, I bought all the ramen in the ramen shop. I'll eat it every day in the future just for you to see. Are you mad? I'll bite you to death, I'll wow you. When I get back in a few days I'm going to bite you to death. Jiwei sat opposite Jingyu and listened to these meaningless conversations for 2 whole hours. The resentment in his body had turned into armed resentment. If he wasn't wearing sunglasses, he would have definitely sprayed out the venomous ray to kill the heretic in front of him. Perhaps knowing that the call would not end if he did not take action, he clenched his fist and put it to the corner of his mouth. Ahem, why wait a few days? If you have the guts, bite now. If you don't, you're just a puppy. You're the puppy, a sissy little puppy. Ahem, with emphasis. Whose penguin is online? Jingyu tilted his head, feeling strange. What penguin is online? Kushina didn't understand what this meant. Cough cough cough. Very heavy tone. Jingyu then discovered that there was a humanoid creature with an aura of armed resentment sitting opposite him. It seemed like I had done something that angered God and everyone. Little Pepper is dead, my teammates are looking for me. Yeah, bite out if you're such a wimp when doing missions. Remember not to rush into it. Minato and I won't be sharing any of the money when we eat. Jingyu silently cut off the chakra and put the phone back into his pocket. This little red-haired boy is too mean. Who did he learn this from? Look at the resentful husband opposite. Senior, are you looking for me? Hat, is that red-haired girl your girlfriend? Jiwei asked, pointing at the phone. Of course not, she's my brother's girlfriend. Jingyu replied as a matter of course. Jiwei silently gave Jingyu a thumbs up and thought, you are such a brother. Your brothers will thank you for 8 lifetimes for having a brother like you. At the same time, I secretly made up my mind that I would never have any contact with this guy after I got a girlfriend. At that time, his son will run to him happily and tell him, Dad, look at my Sherinon, is it beautiful? I don't know whether to congratulate him or strangle him to death in the toilet. He's good looking, strong, and can flirt. Didn't you see that in just one day, the way the Hayaga sisters looked at this guy became strange? If someone tells him now that Uchiha will open his Byakugan and Hayaga will open his Sherinon in a few years, he will believe it. However, as a good teammate and senior who had only known each other for a day, he felt that he had an obligation to remind this junior teammate about his behavior. Mirror Moon. Jingyu looked up. Jiwei looked at him seriously. Is it really okay to flirt with someone else's girlfriend? Jingyu's hand trembled. Jiwei added, you like this girl, right? This time even my heart was trembling, it had never trembled so violently before. Do you like it? They were arguing all the time. But why can we chat so happily even after quarreling? Because. I like it. Jingyu lowered his head and asked about his inner thoughts for the first time. Some things cannot be enlightened, because they will be broken if they are prompted. Some questions can't bear to be asked because the answers are already there. In fact, the moment he overheard Kushina admit that Minato was her boyfriend, he realized that something was wrong with him. He was just instinctively cowardly and kept avoiding it when faced with feelings. But his eyes were complicated and there was a wry smile on his lips. What to do now? It's too late, they have already confirmed their relationship. Or. Price someone over. Will Minato kill me? Let's just forget it. Even if Minato doesn't beat me to death, Pepper may not like me. That would be so embarrassing. If you mess around, you might not even be able to make friends, and that would be terrible. At worst, I can spend the rest of my life with my sister. It should be quite interesting to take care of little Shisui. Well, it can be seen that this coward is cowardly again. He looked up at Jiwei again. Thank you, senior. I will pay attention next time. It seems that I can't get too close to Kushina in the future. It will be troublesome if I can't control myself one day. After this war, I will let my sister take me on a long journey, just the 2 of us, and at most a fox. Jiwei was stunned for a moment. Do you have a misunderstanding? What I meant was that if you like them, you should tell them clearly and pursue them openly. I'm not trying to persuade you to give up. The corner of Jingyu's mouth twitched. This guy is really a repressed person who enjoys watching the show without any hesitation. I don't want to dwell on this issue anymore. I'm not Uchiha Obito who will turn evil without Rin. Just tell me what's going on. I don't think you've waited so long just to trick me into confronting my brothers and snatching my girlfriend away. Hearing this, Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses, and a bright light reflected on the lenses. I want you to find someone. A barmaid. Jiwei is telling a story. At the beginning of the year, Jiwei's team encountered a Sand Ninja team on the battlefield against the Sand Village, and they were defeated. 4v3, score 2:3, Konoha team got 2 points, Sand Shinobi team got 3 points. The 2 teams were left with only the seriously injured and barely surviving Jiwei and a complete Sand Ninja girl. My teachers and classmates were reduced to charred corpses right before my eyes, and that woman didn't even bother to raise her hand to stab me. Jiwei, who had always been expressionless, now showed anger on his face. So, find her, and then let her stab you again? Jingyu gave an 18-word reading review. No matter how you look at it, they were generous enough to let this guy go, so it would be a bit ungrateful to go back to them. Are you a devil? Jiwei's grief and anger were shattered. This little bastard had no sympathy at all. He rekindled his emotions and angrily said, I'm going to defeat her with my own hands, and then let her feel what it's like to live in humiliation. After all this time you don't even want to kill anyone. Are you here to make fun of me? Jingyu's face twitched and Jiwei looked over again. There are thousands of ninjas in the Sand Village, and it's extremely difficult to find a single one. I thought my chances of revenge were slim, but who knew I'd meet you? Even through the sunglasses, I could feel the eagerness in those eyes. We must have a special fate to become teammates. That your mirror releases detection range is much larger than your Byakugan. You will definitely be able to help me find her. Hee, what bullshit revenge. Jingyu is sure that this guy is going to look for his relatives and covet the girls from Sand Village. Teammates fight to the death, and they flirt with each other. This plot is so familiar. I am acting as the matchmaker. What a good thing. Help, I have to help. It's just something that comes handy. Okay, since it's a lifelong matter, I will definitely help. Now let's discuss how to get rid of Sumire and fly away. It's inconvenient to go to the rear of the Sand Ninja with her. They have to go deep behind enemy lines, and they can't just drag the girl with them to die. Thank you. Seeing Jingyu agree to thank Jiwei seriously, this is the biggest gift of his life. Something seems to be wrong? Let's go to the toilet outside the camp together. What do you think of this excuse? She, a girl, would feel embarrassed to go with us. Jingyu thought of an idea. I think I should tell her the truth and discuss it with her. Jiwei's eyes under his sunglasses had moved behind Jingyu. Two girls with white eyes stood there, holding a struggling little fox tightly. Jingyu shook her head. You don't know the class beauty, she is famous for being stubborn and cold. Gluten, there is no negotiation at all. Jiwei winked at him desperately, but unfortunately he forgot that he was wearing sunglasses. How about leaving two shadow clones to fool people? The class beauty doesn't look very smart anyway, so she definitely won't be able to see through it. Oh, and I'll call the third generation and have him inform the Hayaga clan that there's a main family here. Jingyu praised her own intelligence and continued to boast, I'm doing this for her own good. I want her to not have to face the dangers of the battlefield anymore, and I can also teach her a lesson about the wickedness of human nature. Why aren't you talking? I feel that Jiwei on the other side is a bit too quiet. I have said so much, can you at least give me a few and He. People are evil. The two voices were very pleasant, but made people feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. There's no need to guess who it is. This is fucking stupid. It turns out you can't say bad things about people during the day. Jingyu turned her head mechanically, smiled awkwardly, and raised the noodle soup. Oh, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet? Do you want some more soup? At the C-063 outpost, all personnel except the sentry are resting. Well, except for a certain little redhead. Yeah, bite out if you're such a wimp on missions. Remember not to rush into it. Minato and I don't pay for our meals. Kushina grinned happily as she saw the person on the screen hang up the communication with a depressed look on his face. I'll piss you off to death. I put my phone back in my pocket and prepared to quietly go back to work as a toilet manager. As a result, when I turned around, I saw a girl with a sky-high braid and her scrutinizing eyes. Scared, Kushina sat back in fright. Pat your chest to soothe your pounding heart. Standing silently behind others, Haruna, do you want to scare me to death? Haruna's expression was serious, and she lowered her voice and asked in a questioning tone, what's going on between you and Jingyu? Are you doing this to Minato? What? Kushina was confused. Aren't we always like this? What are you talking about? She hasn't realized yet that she is now Minato's girlfriend. What do you mean by always like this? Haruna was a little angry. You and Minato are in a relationship, but you are always flirting with Jingyu. You tell me you are always like this. What do you two think of Minato? Sigma, LLL. Kushina then realized that she seemed to have a boyfriend like Minato. But what the hell is flirting? Would I flirt with that annoying guy? Are you kidding me, Ninja World? We just chat and argue to pass the time. It's just that the noise seems, very happy. The happier I am, the more I want to argue. I'm so excited, I want to argue forever. Omega, she didn't dare to think any further. Wow, am I broken? I actually want to argue with people forever. Kushina found that something seemed wrong with her. What's wrong with me? Haruna's soothing voice interrupted her deep thoughts. Originally I didn't want to get involved, but we are in this together. Jingyu and I grew up together, and I have a good relationship with Minato. I don't want to see you two fall out because of relationship problems in the future, so Kushina, look into those big eyes seriously. Since you've chosen Minato, you must take it seriously and learn to understand his feelings. Everyone knows that you are in a relationship, but you keep chatting with other boys, which will make him feel embarrassed. I'd better try to keep my distance from the small mirror in the future. Haruna said this sincerely, but Kushina's eyes flickered. She realized belatedly from Haruna's words that the situation was not good. Everyone knows. Her sister, contrary to her usual behavior, refused to let her stay overnight and asked Minato to take her home, but the playful and annoying girl suddenly didn't want to join the trip. My sister had advised Minato before. They wouldn't think that Minato and I were a couple, would they? A picture suddenly flashed in my mind. In the small building by the river, the family sat around the dining table eating and chatting. There was the elder sister, the annoying guy, the little Daji, and another girl. I felt panic in my heart. No, my sister is mine. Little Daji is mine too. A jerk must be. I seem to really like him. What should I do? Will he die of laughter if he finds out? She could imagine the scene. A little red-haired girl approached a little boy with a red face. The little red-haired girl shyly pinched the corner of her clothes. I like you. The little boy put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha ha ha, stupid tomato, you have come to this day, from now on, you have to listen to me, okay, ha ha ha. The little red-haired man swung his iron fist. Cena. Then the boy was successfully knocked down. Omega, my relationship wasn't supposed to be like this, but why was it still good? Was it because I won? Asterisk asterisk, he immediately changed his serious expression and said solemnly, I know, Harina. Don't worry, I can't possibly like that annoying guy. He's super annoying, right? A little bit, I won't tell you even if I like it. Given this guy's relationship with that annoying guy, he will definitely tell on me. I, Uzumaki Kushina, don't have any face left. I have to think of a way that I can't confess my feelings proactively and lose the main position. I have to make the annoying guy fall in love with me uncontrollably, and then I can laugh at him in return. But seeing that guy is not smart, it is difficult. How about changing the black socks into black stockings to seduce him? He has a bit of astringency. Harina looked at Kushina, who was daydreaming, and shook her head, feeling that the little red-haired girl didn't listen to her words at all. He said earnestly, Minato is a handsome, gentle, and capable boy that you will definitely be happy with him. Although the small mirror is beautiful and interesting, it is not as reliable as Minato after all, and in his heart, only Kyoka is the most important person. Just don't regret it later. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. She had done her best to be a friend, and if it didn't work, she could only go and persuade Jingyu. Kushina looked at her, touched her bald chin, and said, okay, since you speak so highly of my boyfriend, I'll give it to you. Harina's brain crashed for 1 second. Bang, ouch, then he slammed his head against the wall. Seeing this, Kushina stuck out her tongue, turned around and slipped away. Uzumaki Kushina. Harina was so angry that she covered her red forehead. She came to persuade her with good intentions, but this little red-haired girl was still trying to deceive her. Giving it to her boyfriend, how could she say that? How heartless, she doesn't know what a good boy like Minato likes about her, and Yoon, that idiot, these boys are hopeless. Harina left angrily, and Kushina was afraid that she would come to lecture her again, so she didn't dare to make another blatant video. So initiate the message, have you set off yet? Second reply, mission in progress. Do not disturb, Omega, boring. At this time, there was a forest 2 kilometers away from the outpost. Swish swish, 2 Konoha Umbu appeared in a tree, then the surface of the tree trunk twisted, and a man with a monkey face mask appeared in the dark. How is it? Asked the monkey-faced Umbu. Umbu A, there is a temporary station less than 1 kilometer ahead of the outpost, guarded by a force of no less than 100 men. Umbu B, these people will patrol in batches with the temporary base as the center. The patrol teams will be maintained at 6 at all times. A team will be rotated every 15 minutes, and each team will patrol for 90 minutes. The monkey-faced Umbu thought for a moment after hearing this. We'll act in the second half of the night. You guys make the noise and I'll sneak in to deliver the medicine. It takes time for the antidote to take effect, and it also takes time for your body to adjust. When you're done, hide and wait for my notification. Then he flicked the diamond-shaped yellow wooden piece with spells painted on it on his ear. There was a small lens inside, which could be used for voice communication between teams. Unfortunately, the phone is too slow to make, and adding contacts is too cumbersome. On the large ship of Sand Village near the coast of the Land of Fire, Cho, Ebizo, Raza, and the young girl Karura are looking at a mirror. I don't feel any chakra, it's just an ordinary mirror. Cho came to the conclusion after studying it for half a day. She is the most authoritative graduate student here. Chakra creates things with energy, so they must contain chakra, but Cho didn't sense anything special about this mirror. Someone blocked the connection. Are you sure it can emit light and lock onto the enemy and reveal their location? Ebizo looked at the 2 Kaze Cage disciples. Sure, I can accept the Genjutsu investigation. So can I. Luosha and Jialulu tried hard to prove themselves that the responsibility for the loss of an entire puppet army was too great and there must be a reasonable explanation. Although the Sand Village sent out 4,000 soldiers, more than 3,000 of them were genin. Of course, the situation of Konoha village was similar. Genin and shinin were the main theme of the war. The composition of a regular puppet army is generally composed of 3 to 5 senior ninjas, 40 to 50 middle and lower ninjas, and a few potential newcomers in reserve. This is considered an elite force. Don't be nervous. Ebizo comforted him. These 2 were disciples of the Kaze Cage, and he did not doubt their loyalty. I just think it's tricky. If Konoha really uses this ninjutsu on a large scale, we will lose our advantage in night puppet warfare. Due to the lack of resources, the Sand Village ninjas are generally weaker than the Konoha ninjas, so puppetry is a very important means. Once the puppeteer can be easily targeted, the Sand Village will be very passive. Cho picked up the mirror and drew a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Based on the information provided by Luo Xia and the battle situation over the past 2 days, this should be just someone's ninjutsu, and it has not been taken seriously by Konoha. We just need to find him and deal with him before Konoha realizes its value. When Luo Xia heard this, he immediately stepped forward. Master Cho, please give me a chance to redeem myself. Seeing this, Karura also stood silently beside his teammates. Cho looked at the two of them, then at Ebizo, who understood and said Luo Xia's abilities are indeed beneficial for reconnaissance. How about this? I'll pair you up with a teammate, so we can form an assassination team. After saying that, he headed towards the door. Ya Kang, a green-haired girl, appeared instantly in response. Exist. Hunting team formed. After Team Raza left, Ebizo talked business to Cho. Konoha's Jinchuriki is dead. He was an Uchiha Genin about 10 years old. I need a poison that will cause the Jinchuriki to lose control. Cho's eyes lit up and she smiled knowingly. Good idea. All you need to do is adjust the ratio of the medicine used to suppress Fenfu. Leave it to me and I'll give it to you tonight. That's great that you can just give the medicine to a nude. I will send him to lead a team to find the whereabouts of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Ebizo was very happy and thought that his sister was really awesome. The Genin Jinchuriki, haha, the third Hokage has a really big heart. Cho has already begun to imagine the scene where the Jinchuriki goes berserk and Konoha suffers heavy losses. Oh no, Lady Cho, something bad has happened. A sand ninja rushed in at an inopportune time, interrupting the brother and sister's beautiful fantasy of the future. The two looked towards the door unhappily, only to hear the sand ninja say anxiously, Master Cho, the poison has been resolved. The main battlefield has been pushed back 5 kilometers. What? Both of them were shocked. Impossible. How is it possible that someone can cure my poison in 1 day? Cho's cognition was challenged. Sand Shinobi, it's true, Master Cho. Reports from the front lines indicate that many people who were poisoned yesterday have reappeared on the battlefield today. It's confirmed. Cho clenched her fists, a challenge flashing in her eyes. It seems that Konoha village also has masters. Very good, then let me see if your cracking speed can keep up. She still has at least 10 kinds of poisons that she has not used. Even if she makes 1 a day, it will take 10 days. During this period, she can make more new poisons. After all, passive detoxification is slower than poison production, so she can always create a gap. Udaudu, bring all the materials over to me. I want to give Konoha a surprise on the battlefield tomorrow. Cho casually placed the mirror on the table and began the intense preparation work. No one noticed that in this mirror, a young man's annoyed face flashed by. Why don't you just put it upright? I can't see anything. Damn it, I finally managed to sneak this crappy thing into the enemy's lair, but I couldn't even hear a sound. Rubbish. At the same time, the temporary command center of Konoha village was busy. Position 11 is complete and can be installed. Debugging failed at position 3, someone come take a look. Location 6 has been installed, please come quickly, debugger. Position 1 successfully docked, commencing simultaneous reception of reconnaissance mirrors A001-009. Anyone wanting to go shopping, come get a mirror. On the thick cylinder in the center of the command center, spells were being drawn one after another, and then large mirrors were installed in them. The ninjas in the research department were busy. They are building a real-time combat center to quickly dispatch troops on the battlefield by mastering the real-time dynamics of each combat unit and sharing intelligence. To put it simply, it is modern command and combat. Haha, this little guy Jingyu has a really great idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled happily while holding the notes Jingyu gave him. The operation center has not been completed yet, but he has already tasted the sweetness through just a few mobile phones. For example, Tsunade's antidote formula would take a long time to get back and forth, and there would also be safety concerns on the road. Both the ninja and the ninja hawk could be intercepted by the sand ninja. Now it can be transmitted to all troops in 1 second. The antidote can be prepared on the spot if the materials are available, which greatly alleviates the burden of logistics and medical care. A staff member came up with a small notebook. Third Sama, the mirror group command system has been confirmed to be feasible, but the production of the communication mirror has not kept up, and the compression technique requires too much from the engraver. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, then we can transfer the people from the barrier team and the sealing team to help the research department. The staff member was stunned. Sir, will this affect the safety of the village? Hee, does my Hokage look like a mascot? My apologies, Sandame-sama, I'll go and inform them right away. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the staff member's back as he left in a panic, and thought to himself that this showed that he had no confidence in him as the Hokage. Alas, it's still that little guy Jingyu who understands me, the strongest Hokage, he. Sir Sandame. An Umbu appeared. He. Without getting a response, the Umbu looked at the third generation with confusion, only to see an immersive smile. Third generation, sir, he could not help but raise his voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses. Aham returned to seriousness. What's up? The Umbu pretended nothing happened and began to report. The various tribes have tallied up the battles of the past 2 days and discovered that the Yamanaka clan has suffered an unusually high death rate, and that Uchiha clan members between the ages of 10 and 13 have experienced an unusually high rate of ambushes. Currently, there are only 3 people of this age group who have been recorded as going out, and it is suspected that spies are operating against the 2 ethnic groups. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang in his heart. Who are the other 3? Nothing can happen to little Jingyu. This little guy is now an important asset of Konoha. Uchiha Mingji, Uchiha Jingyu, and Uchiha Fuyuan. Mingji's team was also ambushed and nearly wiped out yesterday, but was fortunately rescued by Jingyu's team, who passed by. Fuyuan was trapped behind enemy lines and his current status is unknown. Hearing that Jingyu was fine, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, and then a frown instantly formed between his brows. So, it seems that everyone except Jingyu has been attacked by the Sand Ninja, so the next one is likely to be. And the Yamanaka clan, why would the Sand village bother with them? Do they look weak and easy to bully? Pass this information to Inoshikacho and Fugaku, and tell them that I allow them to specifically recall the tribe members. Yes. The Umbu retreated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't wait to take out his cell phone to call Jingyu, but someone else came. 3rd generation, sir. This was a middle-aged man with a rolled eye. Elder Guanjai. He had to put the phone back into his sleeve. Zilly. This man is the head elder of the Hyaga clan. I heard that he has a daughter with very pure Byakugan, and she is likely to become the wife of the young clan leader, or even the future clan leader. As the Hokage, he has to give some face. When Hyaga Mitsuru opened his gate, the Hyaga clan would not go around in circles. My daughter, Hinata Sumayer, left a letter and ran away from home. I hope that the 3rd Sama can help check the mission records to see if she has left the village. They have already searched the village but couldn't find it, so the only way is outside the village. However, the village has a barrier, and with Jinkei's strength, any abnormal route will definitely be discovered. The only way left is the normal route. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that the Hyaga clan also has naughty children. Thank you, 3rd generation. Hinata Mitsuru thanked him sincerely. The two went to the mission station, and when he saw the team list, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. At the same time, because the Konoha barrier team was withdrawn, a white Zetsu easily sneaked in, successfully dug out a series of reports on the little fox's blood test, urine test, intelligence test, etc. from a forgotten trash can in the Root archives 2 years ago. Before leaving, he also took away 2 completed mirror phones from the Root Research Institute. In Camp Number 2, 4 boys and girls sat together and discussed the battle plan. My sister's location is here. The straight line distance from the camp is at least 55 kilometers. According to the current map, there are 2 large rivers and mountains in between. Now we need to find a safe route within 2 days and scout out the distribution of Sand Ninja along and around it. The key point is that this place is very close to the Sand Village headquarters according to intelligence, only less than 5 kilometers away. Jingyu pointed at the map, the 3 of them listened attentively, and the little fox gnawed on a chicken leg with a confused look on his face. The elder sister is trapped in a huge enemy army, while the younger brother braves arrows and sacrifices his life to go deep behind enemy lines. It's such a vivid picture. Yazi's eyes sparkled. She has already put herself and her sister into the shoes of Mirror Moon Mirror Flower, and dreams of one day being able to ride thousands of miles alone to save her sister from danger. This is the ultimate dream of a proper separation of the family. Rightward arrow, you're not a member of our team, so why are you joining in the fun? Jingyu expressed her dissatisfaction with this extra burden. I can't get rid of Jinkei because she's my teammate. What's your intention with sneaking in from another team? Humph, stinky Jingyu, if you dare not take me with you, I will tell on you that you are not planning to return to the village and are secretly going to the enemy-occupied area. Yazi threatened in a naive manner, acting as if they would die together if she didn't let her go. He. Jingyu sneered and pointed at his Sharinan. Come, look at what this is. The silly girl really looked into his eyes. Thump fell down. The Sharinan moved towards Viola again. The girl immediately closed her eyes and covered them with her hands. If you dare to use illusion on me, I'll get angry. With a pleasant voice and tremolo, the image of this once aloof goddess collapsed in just 2 days due to persecution. Jingyu and Jiwei looked at each other helplessly. This was too cautious. Jingyu put on a smiling face. Haha, class beauty, who do you think Uchiha Jingyu, am? I will never use my illusions on my teammates. If I had known this earlier, I would have used my ultimate skill to knock both of them down. Viola covered her eyes and remained unmoved. I don't believe you, scumbag. Looking for the lighting master. Brother Lighting, where are you? The 6th Chunin powerful night killing group, only lighting technique is needed. Team Jingyu walked through the camp towards the main tent. Along the way, they saw missing person notices everywhere looking for him. It seemed that many people benefited from last night's battle. The bodies of Sand Ninjas, the things on the bodies, the parts of puppets, and even some people carry ninjutsu scrolls on their bodies. These are all things that can make people rich. Most people fight for their lives for profit, and not many truly rely on the so-called will of fire to go to the battlefield. Jingyu and the others went to the main tent to report, as all actions of the ninjas in the camp needed to be registered. They planned to leave the camp after reporting and then turn a corner to go surfing. "Why don't you reveal your identity and team up with them?" Ji Wei suddenly asked. Jinkei was also a little curious, as there were quite a few senior ninjas among those people. Jingyu glanced at those people with disdain. "They are all guys whose brains are filled with money. If you cooperate with them, you will die on the battlefield sooner or later." He was not short of money, and killing some Chunin and Genin was at most a B-rank mission. No matter how much merit he gained from such missions, he could not exchange them for Flying Thunder God. The key point is that once they know that he is just a Genin, he will most likely lose his voice in the team, which will be very troublesome. Even though he was thinking this, he said, "They obviously only want me. What will you two do if I leave? We won't abandon our teammates." As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Wei raised the corners of his mouth to show his satisfaction, and Jinkei also smiled with her eyes narrowed, and the team atmosphere became +2. The three of them entered the main tent and unexpectedly saw the busy Tsunade. At this moment, she was lying on the table drooling, but it seemed that she was exhausted in the past 2 days. The three of them lowered their voices, quietly found their assistant to register the team information, and then quietly walked towards the entrance. "Come here, boy from Jiraiya's family." Tsunade's lazy voice sounded behind him. Jingyu turned around and pointed at herself in confusion. "Lady Tsunade, are you looking for me?" "Nonsense," Tsunade said impatiently. Jingyu panicked, wondering if she would be discovered. "I walked over reluctantly and saw Tsunade with half-closed eyes as if she was still asleep. She took out her cell phone and unlocked it. "Come at a friend." Jingyu was slightly stunned. "Is Tsunade going to protect herself? I love it so much, don't I? Even if there is a coup in the Uchiha clan in the future, as long as he does not participate and takes his sister to hide in Tsunade's house, no one in Konoha will touch him and his sister. This wave is as steady as an old dog. It turns out that men who have suffered a broken heart usually don't have too bad luck." He immediately took out his cell phone and walked over with a smile. He, "Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Sister Tsunade will stay forever young and 18. He even changed his address to get out of the situation. "Smart boy, you're so sweet talking. If you get into trouble in Konoha next time, tell me my name." Tsunade smiled and reached out to touch Jingyu's black hair while still half asleep. She didn't seem to mind the title, instead it brought back some memories, and a figure was outlined next to the boy in front of her. He. The Senju and Uchiha were so warm and affectionate with each other that it was rare to see them, which made Ji Wei, Jinkei, and their assistant stunned. In a harmonious atmosphere, the three of them left the main tent and walked out of the camp in a swagger. Soon after, a young girl's earth-shattering roar erupted in the camp. "Stinky mirror moon, just wait for me." 1 kilometer away from the campsite. Achoo, buzz. The sneeze triggered the phone, and I thought it was the little red-haired guy, but I didn't expect it to be a big shot, the Hokage. "Good afternoon, Uncle Hiruzen." "Well, Jingyu, I heard that you completed another A-level mission. Not bad," Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. "It's just so. My teammates were too weak and one of them escaped." Jingyu spoke frankly. If he had cooperated with Minato and Yoshimaru, the last Sand Ninja would definitely not have escaped. But these words hurt their self-esteem, and Ji Wei and Jinkei's faces turned black in an instant. **M, this bastard, I really want to beat him up, what's wrong with that?" Fortunately, they knew that the person on the other side of the phone was the third Hokage, so they didn't really take action. Oh, as expected of little Jingyu, even if you are strong, you can't look down on your teammates. One person's strength is limited. After all, that helping each other and working together is the spirit that the young man of the Will of Fire should have. Sarutobi Hiruzen habitually began to give a long speech, ready to give the young man in front of him a spiritual sublimation, but there was a pair of white eyes beside him that exuded resentment. Rightward arrow, asterisk, ahem. He forced himself to suppress his urge to brainwash her and got back to the point. "Kagamizuki, is there a girl from the Hyuga family among your new teammates?" Hearing this, Jingyu looked at Jinkei, and Jinkei also looked at him. There's no need to guess, the Hokage has already come to ask the Hyuga family in person. Viola's eyes were filled with pleading, and she mouthed, "Help me." She didn't want to go back after only 2 days out. At least she helped Jingyu rescue his sister, as a way to repay the previous kindness and leave a good memory. Jingyu was speechless and gave her a helpless look. How can this help? 3 generations already know that he is here. Saying he is not here is an insult to his intelligence. Oh, Jinkei started to act pitiful and cute, throwing her cool image into the trash can. If it weren't for the different hair color, Jingyu would have thought that this was that weak little girl Hinata Mako. "Kagamizuki?" Sarutobi Hiruzen called softly, and felt strange when he didn't get a reply for a long time. What, Uncle Hiruzen? Can't you hear me if you speak louder?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned by this move. What was going on? He obediently shouted, "Jingyu, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Hello, why is there no signal? Is there something wrong with the technique?" Uncle Hiruzen, I'm going to hang up first. I'll call you back when it's fixed. Beep, and it hung up. He shrugged at the dazed Viola and said helplessly, that's all we can do. Your tribesmen should be leaving the village soon. From now on, it all depends on your luck. Jinkei's eyes gradually lit up, and joy rose in her heart at the unexpected turn of events. Carrot, the fair face blossomed with a smile, so beautiful that Jingyu and Jiwei were stunned. The girl saw that the boy in front of her was silly but handsome, and her heart was struck by him without any reason. An inexplicable impulse arose spontaneously. Her pretty face was rosy red, and she slowly approached with lotus steps, closed her eyes and leaned towards the boy's cute face that was still childish. Thank you, Jingyu. The nasal syllables were very touching and refreshing. Jingyu's pupils dilated due to the sudden stimulation, and the word romantic encounter was almost stuck on his forehead. Is your fate to be in love, lose the little red hair, gain the big white eye? Thump! My heart skipped a beat, as if I saw a red shadow with a puffed-up face and looking angry. What a nuisance! I blanch. Instantly, cold water poured over the head and the person stepped back immediately. Jinkei stumbled and missed, and when she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw that the young man had already run away. The original shyness has now turned into shame and annoyance. What kind of people are these? Damn it, I won't eat you. It's over. This is so embarrassing. I originally let it go on impulse, but I didn't expect this guy to actually with you. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. The atmosphere was awkward. Violet was sulking, Jiwei was watching a play, and the little fox was taking a nap hiding in Jingyu's clothes. Jingyu was wondering what was going on with this girl. Interested in yourself? Want to confess your love to your partner and build an Otsutsuki together? Have you asked your family? I feel like Jinkei must have lost her mind, considering I'm an Uchiha. Alas, being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. It's a pity that she is not my type. A girl in red would be more festive. Jingyu said that it was understandable and decided to take the initiative to resolve the awkwardness. Be careful when walking. It's okay if you bump into me. Daji is sleeping, don't scare her. Viola turned her head away with a pout, ignoring the little boy no longer. Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses in disappointment. The show was over. It started well but ended badly. At the same time, in Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a mobile phone and looking at Hinata Mitsurugi awkwardly. Originally, I wanted Jingyu and Hinata Suzuna to stay in the camp together and wait for the Umbu to pick them up and take them back to the village. One of them was being targeted by an inexplicable spy and the other was from the Hyaga main family. Both of them were key protected persons. But now, it seems like I messed it up because I talked too much nonsense. Elder Guanjai, how about I give you a note? Hinata Mitsurugi kept rolling his eyes and wanted to say, you are Hokage, you are awesome, you can do whatever you want. But he didn't dare. Thank you, third master. I could only say thank you. Ta. Damn Jingyu, how dare you use illusion on me, don't let me see you again. In the camp, Miyaizu was holding a kunao and attacking a tree crazily, drawing one boy with pigtails after another, and then they were scattered all over the tree. A young and beautiful girl like herself was ruthlessly abandoned, which was simply a dance on her self-esteem. Mako, bang! When she heard someone calling her, she immediately hit the bark with one palm until at least 3 layers of it burst. Seeing this strange behavior, the visitor looked at the tree curiously and saw that the poor trunk was a quarter thinner and was shaking violently. Miyaizu, what are you doing? This is Miyaizu's teammate Yoshino, and it seems that the poison has been cured. Yazi was embarrassed. Oh no, nothing. His wandering eyes happened to catch sight of a dead insect on the ground. Insect, yes, I'm removing insects from the tree. Yoshino was speechless. I see you're removing bugs from the tree. Come on, the teacher is awake and calling us over. Great. I don't want to stay in the camp anymore. Let's go. Upon hearing the good news, Miyaizu immediately perked up, grabbed Yoshino's hand and ran towards the medical tent. She wanted to leave the camp and sneak away to seek revenge on her sister and that stinky Jingyu. She had read the map and the route and memorized them. Wangshu puts on makeup and her eyebrows become like jade, while the setting sun shyly bids farewell to the western mountains. At sunset, a team of sand ninjas built a fire by a large river and speared fish to prepare dinner. I'll deploy the Eye of Sand in advance after we go to the Konoha camp tonight. Karura, you control the puppets to create chaos. Yakang, please protect them. This time, we must find the Konoha ninja who controls the mirror. Luosha was formulating a battle plan. He was the direct disciple of the third Kazekage. As the inheritor of the Kazekige's mantle, he would not allow himself to fail. He had to get his place back. Garura turned the grilled fish in his hand, his eyes full of the talkative young man. She sniffed the aroma of the grilled fish and felt it was just right, so she handed it to him gently. Here, this is good. Well, thank you. Based on our previous experience, I'm sure the other party is very skilled in concealment, so this time, Luosha took the grilled fish, but his eyes did not linger on the girl for long. He must be a man with a strong career ambition. Another girl beside the fire was concentrating on grilling fish with the special fireball in her hand, completely ignoring the chattering Luosha and the love-brained girl Carula. Her name is Yakang, she is 15 years old, a jonin from San Village, and the owner of the Shokutan Kekkei Genkai. She loved the village but hated the war. Yakang, did you listen to me? Luo Xia looked at the girl grilling fish with fireball unhappily. Yakang dropped the charred fish in his hand and gave a big smile back. Lord Luo Xia, please continue. Now she has one more annoying thing, the second generation rich. A disciple of Feng Ying, huh? The three people in this discordant team did not know that on the other side of the river, a Konoha team was lurking quietly, and among them was their target person. Ninjas are very fast that if they use the instant body technique to travel 55 kilometers, it will only take an hour, but no one would do that. Physical strength and risk are both reasons. This is a combat zone and danger can appear at any time. Using your physical strength for speed may cause you to run into the enemy's ambush and become a hollowed out corpse. Therefore, the correct way is to control the speed and rhythm reasonably and maintain physical strength. The reason why Jingyu and his two companions had barely advanced more than 10 kilometers by sunset was due to another reason. They came across a river, a big river. In the bushes, Jingyu's monocle showed a fire, grilled fish, and sand ninjas. He withdrew his gaze and casually threw the lens away. There's a sand ninja squad every 1 to 2 kilometers along the riverbank. I've already scouted the upper and lower reaches of the Okawa River, and there are ambushes at the 3 bridges closest to us. Given the width of the river, I would surely drown if I swam across. If I ran across, I would be clearly visible from the surface of the river and would certainly be discovered. In this situation, seniors, class bell, what do you think? Wait until dark. Take a detour. Eat. Rice ball. Roast chicken. The 3 people hiding in the bushes were discussing countermeasures, and then a shady guy sneaked in and led the whole building astray. Then they went from discussing to eating. There was a lot of food stored in Jingyu's scroll, so there was no need to take the risk of making a fire to cook. He originally had some talent in sealing techniques, and after being trained wholeheartedly by Kushina, he now dares to seal the tailed beasts. Slurp. After quickly finishing a bowl of ramen, Jingyu took out the map and started marking. The route they took in the afternoon was not a straight line, as they needed to understand the distribution of personnel and traps in Tsunagakure in order to plan a safe route, so they took an S-shaped route. Senior. He approached Ji-Wei with a map and a pen. He had just seen a suspected target during reconnaissance and needed to let someone know. Ji-Wei turned his head while biting the rice ball. Jingyu asked, does your wife have green hair, long yellow bangs, and wears her clothes backwards? Ji-Wei was so confused that he even forgot to bite the rice ball. Wife? What wife? How come he doesn't know? Viola, who was eating meatballs nearby, pricked up her ears quietly. Gossiping is a woman's nature, not to mention that this girl practiced bagwazang, and she couldn't control her gossip at all. A mirror appeared from Jingyu's fingertips, and the scene switched to a close-up of a beautiful girl. The scorch-release ninja Yakang. It took him a long time to recall this small character through Ji-Wei's previous description. Not to mention, his development is quite advanced, worthy of being a bloodline limit. Ji-Wei focused his gaze on the mirror. Suction, his body trembled slightly and he took a deep breath. His breathing became rapid. This reaction made Jin-Kei even more curious, and she once again dropped her cold girl image and came closer. Sand ninja. She looked at Ji-Wei strangely. I understand why his wife is a sand village ninja. However, at this time, Ji-Wei's whole aura changed, with fighting spirit and death aura intertwined, which made people feel uncomfortable. Where is she? He asked coldly. Jingyu pointed to a small fire the size of a grain of rice on the other side of Bakesea. There are 3 people over there. 2 of them are the attackers from last night's camp. 1 uses magnetic escape to control gold dust, and the other's abilities are unknown. They should be difficult to deal with. Luo Xia used the gold sand to steal a mirror from him, so he naturally knew that this guy was the future 4th Kaze Cage. Ji-Wei stared in that direction, his eyes behind the sunglasses making it impossible to see his emotions. Reason told him that behind enemy lines was not a good place to seek revenge and that he must not harm his 2 new teammates, but the tragic plight of his teacher and teammates kept appearing in his mind. After a while, he turned around and looked at Jingyu, and Jingyu also met the gaze from under the sunglasses. With a slight smile, it seems that this guy has made up his mind. Viola's eyes moved between the 2 of them, looking confused and having no idea what was going on. A long time. Help me. Ji-Wei pleaded, but he still decided to take revenge. Jingyu shrugged casually and said, I can only hold 2 people back for a quarter of an hour at most. When the time is up or I can't bear it anymore, I will leave. I still have a sister to take care of, so I can't give myself up for you. To be honest, Ji-Wei was a good person and he would help if he could as a way to build a good relationship with him, but he had a bottom line, and his sister always came first. Ji-Wei straightened his body and bent down deeply. Thanks. He was convinced that if he didn't die this time, Jingyu would be his brother in the future. What are you doing? Jin-Kei's tone was filled with anger. She felt very uncomfortable with the feeling of being excluded. Jingyu pointed at Ji-Wei, ask him, I'm just a poor worker. Throwing the question aside, he sat cross-legged and began to adjust his state. The future 4th Kaze Kage, a great wizard who is both offensive and defensive, is difficult to deal with just by thinking about it. His eyes accidentally caught sight of the stone on the ground, and he was stunned for a moment before silently putting it away. At this time, Jinkei looked at Ji Wei, without saying a word, just staring at him. The boy in sunglasses hesitated. Jinkei, you're not strong enough, why don't you stay and play chicken with Daji? Can this person speak? Jinkei almost couldn't help but hit her that you can't say that to her face, she's a girl, it would hurt her self-esteem. Abarame Shy Wei, even though I'm weak, I'm still your teammate now. Ji Wei lowered his head. The spring breeze parted the clouds and touched the moonlight, and the hazy starlight concealed murderous intent. Luosh's team crossed the Dachuan River and marched to an open area. They were not moving very fast, as they expected to attack the camp in the second half of the night, so they were not in a hurry. Moreover, as Sand Village ninjas, Luosha and his men knew the distribution of their own forces. With the Okawa River as the boundary, the south was the Sand Village's control area, while the north was a chaotic area where junglers from both sides often appeared. They slowed down for safety reasons. The night wind blew the spring grass, and the three of them suddenly stopped and looked to the side and front at the same time. While the wind blew his clothes up, and the young man stood still with a hood, sunglasses, and a big jar on. Seeing the gold sand gathering under Luosha's feet, Karula curved his fingers and made the kunao float beside him. Just as the two were preparing to fight, Yakang's orange eyes narrowed slightly and some memories were brought back. Did you survive? Looks like you're lucky. Jiwei didn't say anything, and the swarm of insects flying out of the jar behind him answered instead. Luosha turned his head. Do you know him? Heh. Yakang sneered, a lucky bastard. Hearing this, Luosha crossed his arms and said arrogantly, since you are the one who leaked the fish, you can deal with it yourself. He was not planning to take action. Firstly, he wanted to see Yakang's strength, and secondly, to guard against other possible enemies. He didn't believe that the other party would be so stupid as to jump out alone to fight three people. Luosha's tone made Yakang uncomfortable, and he pursed his thin lips in dissatisfaction. I'm truly sorry for wasting Lord Luosha's time. Fireballs ignited in his hands, and he stepped towards Jiwei with his tight legs. In an empty area filled with gravel and weeds, a swarm of black insects faced an orange-red fireball, and young boys and girls watched from afar. Since you've survived, why come and die again? Yakang shook his head. Because, Jiwei stretched out his hands and the swarm of insects opened up. Life is worse than death. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the moonlight, black clouds of insects covered the sky, like a charging army. Yakang frowned and spoke calmly, then I'll take you down. He stretched out his arm to the side and the fireball in his hand suddenly grew larger, heading straight for the black cloud. Hiss. Crackle. When the insects touched the fireball, some exploded and turned into ashes, while others fell to the ground covered in black smoke. This jutsu has no effect on me. Yakang waved his hands and the fireballs danced around him, and the swarm of insects, which were both offensive and defensive, could not get close at all. This was a clear conflict of attributes, but Jiwei seemed unaware of it and continued to silently control the insects, launching suicidal attacks one after another. One of them released the insects while the other killed them, so it was difficult to end the battle for a while. On the side, Luosha and Karula pretended to watch the battle and secretly searched for the enemy. In a weed-covered pit not far away, three little heads were half exposed, and one of them had its fluffy ears shaking, looking very naughty. I'll deal with that woman. After choosing her opponent, Jinkei was ready to fight fiercely. Unexpectedly, a hand touched her back and pushed her back into the pit. Don't be impulsive. It was Jingyu. Jinkei looked at him in confusion. Didn't we agree on this? We'll hold those two back, and Jiwei will deal with the Scorch Release Ninja. Jingyu rolled her eyes. Are you stupid? Those two didn't do anything. Wouldn't it be nice for him to just lie down and work? It smells good. The little fox sucked on the chicken bone and shook her ears and interjected that she was going to fight soon, so she needed to replenish her energy in advance. Jinkei rolled her eyes speechlessly. She had been moved by the deep feelings between Jingyu and Jiwei. Really, how could I have a crush on a guy like this? And I was rejected. I glanced sideways at that handsome profile. You like Uzumaki Kushina, right? Jingyu turned around. Is it so obvious? He was puzzled that he had just discovered that he liked peppered. How come these people knew more about it than he did? Viola retracted her gaze, not letting the other person see her eyes, and then whispered, you were very nervous when I attacked her, but your eyes would smile whenever you spoke to her. She was referring to the incident in the Hyaga clan's territory over a month ago. Jingyu didn't know what to say. He shouldn't have listened to his sister and graduated early. That way, he would be in the same school as Kushina and they would have no intersection. Pucci Violet was amused by his appearance and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. This guy is so cute, even his spirit beast is cute. How could the arrogant Uchiha clan raise such a cute member? Restrain your smile. Mirror Moon. You must invite me to your wedding with Kushina, and then I will give you a big gift. Since that is not possible, it would be nice to be friends. The wedding of Kitamaya and Kushina is really bringing up something that is out of context. Jingyu turned her head away unhappily. Go find Minato and pepper yourself. I'm just a third party. Suzuna suddenly felt a sense of balance in her heart. It seemed that this Uchiha was destined to marry someone she didn't like, just like herself. Carrot, haha, you deserve it. There's more than one victim, which makes me feel better. Senior is dying, get ready to rescue him. Jingyu suddenly became serious. The two stopped talking and returned their attention to the battle between Ji Wei and Ye Kang, ready to attack at any time. At this time, the battlefield was filled with flying smoke and the ground was charred. It was not because the earth was burned, but because a layer of burnt insect corpses covered the ground. Ji Wei was breathing heavily, looking like he had difficulty even standing. In order to speed up the reproduction of the insects, he consumed a huge amount of chakra. Crackling! An orange ball of light surrounded by flames passed through the dense insect wall, and the wall seemed to be dug out in a large piece, revealing Ji Wei behind the wall. Ye Kang looked at the slowly repairing insect wall, and a curve appeared on her pink lips. It's slowing down, the number of bugs is decreasing, it seems you have reached your limit, then let it end. With a wave of his hand, the fireball slowly flew towards the insect wall, burned a gap through it, and then flew towards the breathless Ji Wei. Huff, huff, huff. Ji Wei put on his sunglasses with his trembling right hand, the mirror reflected the moonlight, and then he spoke expressionlessly, yeah, let's end it then. Ye Kang frowned. The indifferent tone gave her a bad feeling, but then he heard the other side speak again. The poison of the sand village is very good. I spent a long time cultivating the insects to make them poisonous. Unfortunately, the time was too short to cultivate them into high-quality species, and the amount of poison each one carried was too little. As early as the first time he killed 2 sand ninja puppeteers and obtained the poison, he began to plan and prepare for this battle. Ye Kang's eyes suddenly widened and he felt dizzy. The fireball in the sky suddenly dissipated without any warning. Plop. Ye Kang staggered to his knees, his body weak and his chakra could no longer be refined. He looked up at the pair of sunglasses, bit his lower lip and smiled bitterly. So I fell into your trap from the very beginning. I used my burning release to burn the bugs and spread the poison. Ha, I underestimated you. Now, do it. After saying this, he raised his head and waited to be killed. There was nothing more to say about the winner being the king and the loser being the bandit. Ji Wei glanced at her indifferently. I'll give it back to you. He left 4 words, then turned and walked away slowly. Ye Kang stared at the figure in the moonlight, his beautiful eyes flashing. Wow, shadows covered the moonlight, and a long river of gold sand flowed towards Ji Wei in the sky. Did I let you go? Careful. 2 voices sounded at the same time. One came from Luosha, who was full of murderous intent, and the other came from Ye Kang. She didn't know why she wanted to alert the enemy, she just didn't want to see him die in front of her. His 10 fingers dug into the ground, and he closed his eyes powerlessly, unwilling to look anymore. This damn war. The moment the curse arose in my heart. Ooh. Menyo's voice was accompanied by a huge black shadow falling from the sky. The 3 sand ninjas were shocked, and Ji Wei smiled. Boom. The gold sand in the air was stepped on and exploded, and the huge noise brought about an air wave that blew Ye Kang's bangs. Wahaha, Uchiha Daji is here. Whoever dares to come forward to fight, I will let my father bite him to death. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. What are you crying for? Who did you learn this from, stealing the show and lines at such a young age? The 3 people from Sunagakur were confused, while the 2 people from Konoha covered their faces with their hands. The moonlight scattered gold sand, flashing little bits of light. A 5-meter-tall 9-tailed fox stood on it, and on its silly head, a pair of young boys and girls with red and white eyes stood facing the wind. Why is it only 5 meters this time? Because Daji was smart this time. If she only multiplied to 5 meters, she would be stronger for 2 minutes. If you ignore the funny behavior before, this is a perfect domineering entrance. Faced with such an imposing appearance, Raza and Karura were at full strength at the beginning, but it became 80 points in just 2 seconds. A funny and cute fox and 2 half-grown Genin Shota and Loli, giving them 80 points is definitely not underestimating the enemy, no more. The scattered gold sand gathered together, and Luosha clasped his hands to his chest and looked at the 2 people and the fox expressionlessly. Similarly, Jingyu was also quietly observing and comparing the enemies and our own combat strength. The result of his observation was that if you can avoid taking action, don't do it. This guy is a bit strong. We hope to deter the other party, so that they can remain rational and restrained and not engage in violence. Unfortunately, the indifferent Luosha shattered his fantasy of rationality and restraint. Are you a genin who dares to go deep into the war zone because you have a good summoning beast, or is it because the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodline has given you arrogance? As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Jingyu felt something was wrong. Under his Sharingan, he could see chakra flowing all over the ground. Not good. He immediately reached out and slapped the little fox on the forehead, and Luosha also clenched his right fist at this time. Bang! Magnetic escape alluvial gold realm method. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the little fox retracted into its original form, countless golden spikes extended from the ground below. Jingyu floated in the sky holding the little fox's tail and breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call, The little guy was almost pricked like a hedgehog. The little fox blinked its big eyes and took 2 seconds to react. Equals, smiley face, did I almost poop just now? He shook his body and threw himself into Jingyu's arms, then hid in her clothes, determined not to come out again. This world is so dangerous, I'm still the safest in my dad's arms. Dad, I'm so scared. Shivering. Jingyu was speechless. Only today did she understand what it meant to be cowardly, dissolute, and useless. Oh, forget it, I'll just have to raise my own daughter with tears. But he still had to get his place back, so he pointed at Luo Xia and asked loudly, you guys in the sand village don't have any compassion at all, even though you can kill such a cute little animal. Luo Xia had no sense of humor and naturally ignored the nonsense that he stared at the feet of Jingyu and Jinkei, where there were 2 mirrors holding them up in midair. A rare smile appeared on his expressionless face. What a coincidence, it came without any effort. He said coldly, since God is helping me, I'll stay. Press your hands hard on the ground. Rumble. The earth began to tremble and crack, and a large amount of gold sand continued to pour out of the ground. The weak Ye Kang was also struggling in the gold sand, but Luo Xia ignored her. Karura wanted to go, but the gold sand rose too fast and she had no time. Jingyu, down there, Jinkei exclaimed, and her Byakugan revealed an astonishing amount of chakra, far beyond the capabilities of these genin. He uses his ultimate right away. This guy has no moral principles. Jingyu could of course see it with his Sharingan. He had thought he could fight Luo Xia for a few moves, but when he saw the gold sand that increased in quantity without increasing in price, he understood the gap between the 2 sides. They were not at the same level at all. It's impossible to fight in this situation, at least not here. Fortunately, Ji Wei has been given a lot of time, which should be enough for him to escape. He swung his left hand backward, and the star-dotted mirrors formed a long avenue of stars. Run on the mirror and don't fall to the ground. He wanted to fly, but his speed was too slow. Jinkei didn't dare to hesitate and stepped on the mirror. The 2 of them ran away very quickly, but the enemy was not slow either. Want to run? Humph. Luo Xia snorted coldly, and the golden cloud under his feet lifted him up into the air. Raza. Karura wanted him to take her with him. Don't bother, I can take care of it right away. Luo Xia folded his arms confidently across his chest, picked up some gold dust from the ground, and walked away on the cloud. Air combat? He hasn't lost yet. What's more, he was just a half-baked genin who couldn't even really fly. So handsome. Karura, who stayed where she was, looked like a fangirl, her eyes full of the man. I want to fight alongside him. Then he chased after them and threw his poisoned and weakened teammates into the pile of gold sand. Haha, disciple of Feng Ying. Ye Kang looked at the 2 people leaving and shook his head. He didn't have a good impression of these 2 temporary teammates. I struggled to move my body and climb out of the gold sand, but the gold was still very heavy. Buzz buzz buzz. Unexpectedly, a swarm of insects suddenly flew around. Ye Kang smiled bitterly. Why, do you regret it? No, I just might need you to be a hostage. The boy in sunglasses came back. Snap, snap. Every time the crisp sound was heard, it meant that a piece of mirror was broken. In order to increase their speed, the force used by Jingyu and Jinkei exceeded the mirror's ability to withstand. But it's still not fast enough. Magnetic escape. Thousands of sand gold whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Made of 99% pure gold, the golden spikes, enough to drive a mother-in-law crazy, approached quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Mirrors along the way shattered one after another. Seeing this, Jingyu knew that a battle was inevitable, so he immediately took out the little fox from his arms and threw it at Jinkei, then drew his sword, stepped on Jing and turned around. Class beauty, please look after Daji for me. Run into the woods towards the camp. Dad, mirror moon. Jinkei hurriedly caught the screaming little fox, but it was impossible for her to chase after it because Jingyu had moved all the mirrors behind her away, so she could only move forward. This bastard. There was no choice but to step over a few mirrors and jump into the woods. I couldn't be a sitting duck in the sky. Let me go, I want my daddy. The little fox struggled noisy, trying to escape from Viola's arms. Little Daji, don't cause trouble for Jingyu. He can't take care of you in this kind of battle. Jinkei hugged her tightly, and then poured a basin of cold water on her. Is Daji a burden? The little fox was very sad and vowed to learn from Brother Fox when he returned. Of course not. Viola rubbed the little fox's head and put it on her shoulder. Glancing around, she wanted to find a place to hide and watch the battle, ready to provide support at any time. Whoosh! Feeling a sense of crisis, Jinkei took a half step back. Phew, then a kunao was seen stuck 5 centimeters in front of her foot. Glancing sideways, it was the last of the 3 sand ninjas. Sand Village, Karura. The Sand Village girl introduced herself, and at the same time, 10 kunao floated up and hung around her body. Upon hearing this, Jinkei turned around and made a soft fist gesture towards Karula. Kanahagakur, Hayaga Sumayer. The little fox couldn't bear the loneliness and bared its little fangs. Uchiha Daji of Kanahagakur, this is 2 against 1, Sister Suzumina, we are safe. Dark clouds blocked the moon, the night was dark and windy. Magnetic release, gold dust shot whoosh, swish, ding ding ding. The gold dust bullets intertwined with the sword-wielding boy, and the long sword in Sherinan drew red lines and arcs of light in the air, causing sparks to flash as they slashed. Jingyu kept moving on the mirror, dodging and blocking the sand bullets while trying to get closer to Luosha. He had never been so serious before. His brain was working very fast and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Air combat is not his forte, but it is the best option for now because there is no way to fight on the ground. Gaara's battle clips were retrieved from memory and simulated and analyzed. The fighting methods of this father and son are similar yet different, because sand and gold are different. What he has to do is to bring the fighting modes of this father and son closer, or to guide Luosha to use Gaara's fighting mode. Air combat is guided by this, and he was sure that Luosha's chakra was several times greater than his, and he would be finished if he was buried in the golden dust. Also, gold sand is heavier than sand and iron sand, so controlling it will definitely consume more chakra. He also didn't believe that teenage Raza could be stronger than his Jinchuriki son Gaara. Due to many factors, fighting in the sky becomes the best option, even though he can't fly. Mirrors appeared one by one, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. Be good, little boy. Let uncle stab you. Just be good and don't move. I'll stab you. It won't hurt at all. Jingyu muttered to himself, his figure moving as nimbly as a swift through the barrage of gold dust, quickly approaching the cool-looking young man with his chest ringed in the air. Ha, a pointless struggle. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, Luosha showed a disdainful smile. Then close your left eye and lightly raise your right hand. Magnetic escaped golden curtain while a large amount of gold sand gathered into a giant curtain that suddenly appeared between the two people, separating them into two worlds. I'll go. Jingyu was startled, but reacted quickly and created a mirror in front of her and did a backflip, narrowly avoiding a car accident. What a scoundrel! He complained unhappily after landing on the rear mirror. This kind of combat-oriented mage is very effective against a fragile assassin like him. As if hearing his complaints, the gold dust curtain started moving the next second. What the hell is going on again? Jingyu was stunned. His sixth sense as a man told him that something was wrong. Really? Magnetic escape placer gold curtain flow. A huge golden curtain fell towards us, giving a sense of overwhelming the sky. Jingyu was about to step back, but when she turned around, she instantly became withdrawn. Your grandma's. Behind him is a huge gold cube blocking his retreat. Magnetic escape placer gold cube. This should be formed by the large number of gold sand shotgun shells that were just fired and gathered together, waiting to be used to engulf him. For a moment, Jingyu was in a dilemma. An eye of sand in the sky was watching the panicked young man who was trapped in the trap, and Luosha, behind the gold sand, showed a triumphant smile. Without my help, how could a genin like you get close to me? Innocent. Gold sand is too heavy, and large-scale remote control of the gold sand pursuit will consume a lot of chakra. Moreover, the land of the fire country is not like the desert of the wind country, and it is not easy to refine gold sand from the ground. Instead of wasting chakra on a large scale to refine gold sand, it is better to put some in and let the opponent fall into the trap. After all, he is at home in the sky. Now we have successfully closed the net. There is no way forward and no way back. If you hit the ground you will die. There is no way to go except up. But how could he not be prepared? He was just waiting for this kid to fall into his trap. Haha, this is the double crushing of intelligence and strength, the essential qualities of a senior ninja. At this time, Jingyu made a new move. He did not run upwards as expected, but created a concave mirror out of thin air to cover his body, causing the eye of sand to lose its target. Luosha was puzzled by the unique mirror, and then he said disdainfully, unless you have some space ninjutsu, you will never be able to escape. Although he was very confident in his words, he still put more strength into his hands just in case. With his fists clenched, the sand gold curtain and the cube accelerated towards Jingyu under the gaze of the eye of sand. But at this moment, swish, a beam of light pierced through the night and penetrated the eye of sand. The light even illuminated the sky, turning the dark clouds white and turning night into day. This strange sight also attracted countless gazes. And the light source comes from that concave mirror. Pitiful screams rang out almost simultaneously. Luosha knelt on one knee on the gold sand, covering his left eye tightly with both hands. The pain made his face distorted and saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Jingyu uses a large amount of chakra to output as a light source, and then uses the principle of a flashlight to enhance it. Its brightness even exceeds 400,000 lumens. Being hit directly in the exposed eyeball by a beam of light of this magnitude is like a flashbang going off in front of your eyes with toothpicks propped up in your eyelids. You should know that 40,000 lumens can turn your neighborhood from night to day ahead of time. That you can imagine the pain of being exposed to 400,000 lumens of light. I'm going to kill you, Luosha roared ferociously. He felt that his left eye might be blind, and now he had only one thought, to kill this Konoha genin. He endured the pain and struggled to stand up, clasping his hands together. Bang! Go to hell! Chakra was released, and the gold sand attack, which had stagnated due to pain, accelerated again. Boom! Yamati, I'm dying, I'm dying, ah! The gold dust curtain and the gold dust cube collided, and the young man let out a terrible scream, and then he was quickly swallowed by a giant gold dust ball. Luo Xie opened his right eye angrily and clenched his fists. Magnetic escape, golden burial. The giant ball of gold sand was squeezed inward and dented. Long. The whole world fell silent. Hoo, the black clouds were attracted away by sister wind, and the moonlight once again shone on the earth and on the panting Luo Xie. I lost my temper just now and used too much force. Fortunately, I got my revenge, but I still don't feel relieved. I want to kill all their Arcana Genin. Luo Xie covered his left eye and made a great wish. Suddenly, you can't kill anyone. Swish, the sound of breaking wind came from behind, along with the boy's ridicule. Not dead. Damn it, it must have been those few seconds when my left eye was affected. Luo Xie was surprised, but did not slow down. A layer of gold sand instantly rose up to block behind him, while the gold sand cloud under his feet carried him forward quickly. At the same time, Jingya bowed his body, placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, fixed his eyes, and swung it down. Konoha style, sword/clang, swish, the blade light penetrated the gold sand without any hindrance, and cut through the gold sand armor on Luo Xie's body, bringing out a hint of blood red. But that was all. Xie Jinyan had already carried Luo Xie, who was groaning from being stabbed, away. Jingya didn't dare to hit Xie Jinyan with his body and didn't finish him off. Tisk Jingya curled his lips as he looked at the target that was moving away, thinking that Gaara was gone. A large mirror appears under your feet to help you stand firm. Clang. Kusanagi sheathed his sword and reached into his ninja tool bag with both hands. Swish, swish, swish. Several gray shurikens shot out, and both hands danced at the same time, leaving after images. Shuriken Shadow Clone 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, dense shurikens quickly caught up with Luo Xie. At this time, Luo Xie had already turned around and saw clearly that the other party was indeed the young man from before, and he also saw the shuriken shot at him. Humph, using shuriken in front of a magnetic ninja, what a joke. He stretched out one hand and activated the magnetic escape technique. Why is it useless? The shurikens were still coming towards him. Oh no, it's not metal. He hurriedly waved his hands to control a large amount of gold sand to gather into a ball around him to protect himself. Although they were just a few shurikens made of unknown materials, he no longer dared to underestimate this unknown Konoha Genin. He is sinister and mean, not a good person. Bang, bang, bang. The gray shuriken hit the gold sand ball head-on and shattered it into pieces. It turned out that they were all made of stone. Hee. Jingya chuckled. The stone shuriken was prepared in advance because he knew Luo Xie and knew that he could use magnetic escape. You are a coward. He used his mouth to launch a mental attack while his hands were playing with wire drawing. There were 2 stone shurikens with steel wire tied on them. Shuriken wielding technique. Hiss. The shurikens turned to the side just before hitting the gold sandball, spinning around it and wrapping around it. I originally wanted to give him the Edo heat binding secret technique, but now I only tied an egg. Fortunately, it does not affect subsequent attacks. Look at me smoldering, my son. As the winding was completed, Jingya bit the steel wire, formed seals with his hands, and inhaled. Esaichen Mao Yinsui. Fire style, dragon fire technique call. The high temperature fire column hit the gold sandball wrapped around Luo Xie along the steel wire, directly engulfing it in flames. The flame of nearly 1200 degrees made the surface of Luo Xie's shell glow red in just a moment. At this temperature, Jingya believed that he would be cooked in less than 10 seconds. Alas, Gaara is so handsome, what a pity. Dark clouds blocked the moon, the night was dark and windy. Magnetic release, gold dust shot. Whoosh, swish, ding ding ding. The gold dust bullets intertwined with the sword-wielding boy, and the long sword in Sherinan drew red lines and arcs of light in the air, causing sparks to flash as they slashed. Jingyu kept moving on the mirror, dodging and blocking the sand bullets while trying to get closer to Luo Xie. He had never been so serious before. His brain was working very fast and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Air combat is not his forte, but it is the best option for now because there is no way to fight on the ground. Gaara's battle clips were retrieved from memory and simulated and analyzed. The fighting methods of this father and son are similar yet different, because sand and gold are different. What he has to do is to bring the fighting modes of this father and son closer, or to guide Luo Xie to use Gaara's fighting mode. Air combat is guided by this, and he was sure that Luo Xie's chakra was several times greater than his, and he would be finished if he was buried in the golden dust. Also, gold sand is heavier than sand and iron sand, so controlling it will definitely consume more chakra. He also didn't believe that teenage Raza could be stronger than his Jinchuriki son Gaara. Due to many factors, fighting in the sky becomes the best option, even though he can't fly. Mirrors appeared one by one, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. Be good, little boy. Let uncle stab you. Just be good and don't move. I'll stab you. It won't hurt at all. Jingyu muttered to himself, his figure moving as nimbly as a swift through the barrage of gold dust, quickly approaching the cool-looking young man with his chest ringed in the air. Ha, a pointless struggle. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, Luosha showed a disdainful smile. Then close your left eye and lightly raise your right hand. Magnetic escape golden curtain. While a large amount of gold sand gathered into a giant curtain that suddenly appeared between the two people, separating them into two worlds. I'll go. Jingyu was startled, but reacted quickly and created a mirror in front of her and did a backflip, narrowly avoiding a car accident. What a scoundrel! He complained unhappily after landing on the rear mirror. This kind of combat-oriented mage is very effective against a fragile assassin like him. As if hearing his complaints, the gold dust curtain started moving the next second. What the hell is going on again? Jingyu was stunned. His sixth sense as a man told him that something was wrong. Really? Magnetic escape placer gold curtain flow. A huge golden curtain fell towards us, giving a sense of overwhelming the sky. Jingyu was about to step back, but when she turned around, she instantly became withdrawn. Your grandma's. Behind him is a huge gold cube blocking his retreat. Magnetic escape placer gold cube. This should be formed by the large number of gold sand shotgun shells that were just fired and gathered together, waiting to be used to engulf him. For a moment, Jingyu was in a dilemma. An eye of sand in the sky was watching the panicked young man who was trapped in the trap, and Luosha, behind the gold sand, showed a triumphant smile. Without my help, how could a genin like you get close to me? Innocent. Gold sand is too heavy, and large-scale remote control of the gold sand pursuit will consume a lot of chakra. Moreover, the land of the fire country is not like the desert of the wind country, and it is not easy to refine gold sand from the ground. Instead of wasting chakra on a large scale to refine gold sand, it is better to put some in and let the opponent fall into the trap. After all, he is at home in the sky. Now we have successfully closed the net. There is no way forward and no way back. If you hit the ground you will die. There is no way to go except up. But how could he not be prepared? He was just waiting for this kid to fall into his trap. Haha, this is the double crushing of intelligence and strength, the essential qualities of a senior ninja. At this time, Jingyu made a new move. He did not run upwards as expected, but created a concave mirror out of thin air to cover his body, causing the eye of sand to lose its target. Luosha was puzzled by the unique mirror, and then he said disdainfully, unless you have some space ninjutsu, you will never be able to escape. Although he was very confident in his words, he still put more strength into his hands just in case. With his fists clenched, the sand gold curtain and the cube accelerated towards Jingyu under the gaze of the eye of sand. But at this moment, swish, a beam of light pierced through the night and penetrated the eye of sand. The light even illuminated the sky, turning the dark clouds white and turning night into day. This strange sight also attracted countless gazes. And the light source comes from that concave mirror. Pitiful screams rang out almost simultaneously. Luosha knelt on one knee on the gold sand, covering his left eye tightly with both hands. The pain made his face distorted and saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Jingyu uses a large amount of chakra to output as a light source, and then uses the principle of a flashlight to enhance it. Its brightness even exceeds 400,000 lumens. Being hit directly in the exposed eyeball by a beam of light of this magnitude is like a flashbang going off in front of your eyes with toothpicks propped up in your eyelids. You should know that 40,000 lumens can turn your neighborhood from night to day ahead of time. That you can imagine the pain of being exposed to 400,000 lumens of light. I'm going to kill you, Luosha roared ferociously. He felt that his left eye might be blind, and now he had only one thought, to kill this Konoha genin. He endured the pain and struggled to stand up, clasping his hands together. Bang! Go to hell! Chakra was released, and the gold sand attack, which had stagnated due to pain, accelerated again. Boom! Yamate, I'm dying! The gold dust curtain and the gold dust cube collided, and the young man let out a terrible scream, and then he was quickly swallowed by a giant gold dust ball. Luosha opened his right eye angrily and clenched his fists. Magnetic escape golden burial. The giant ball of gold sand was squeezed inward and dented. Long. The whole world fell silent. Hoo. The black clouds were attracted away by sister wind, and the moonlight once again shone on the earth and on the panting Luosha. I lost my temper just now and used too much force. Fortunately, I got my revenge, but I still don't feel relieved. I want to kill all their Konoha genin. Luosha covered his left eye and made a great wish. Suddenly, you can't kill anyone. Swish, the sound of breaking wind came from behind, along with the boy's ridicule. Not dead. Damn it, it must have been those few seconds when my left eye was affected. Luosha was surprised, but did not slow down. A layer of gold sand instantly rose up to block behind him, while the gold sand cloud under his feet carried him forward quickly. At the same time, Jingyu bowed his body, placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, fixed his eyes, and swung it down. Konoha style, sword/clang, swish, the blade light penetrated the gold sand without any hindrance, and cut through the gold sand armor on Luosha's body, bringing out a hint of blood red. But that was all. Shejinyan had already carried Luosha, who was groaning from being stabbed, away. Jingyu didn't dare to hit Shejinyan with his body and didn't finish him off. Tisk! Jingyu curled his lips as he looked at the target that was moving away, thinking that Gaara was gone. A large mirror appears under your feet to help you stand firm. Clang Kusanagi sheathed his sword and reached into his ninja tool bag with both hands. Swish, swish, swish. Several gray shurikens shot out, and both hands danced at the same time, leaving after images. Shuriken Shadow Clone 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, dense shurikens quickly caught up with Luosha. At this time, Luosha had already turned around and saw clearly that the other party was indeed the young man from before, and he also saw the shuriken shot at him. Humph, using shuriken in front of a magnetic ninja, what a joke. He stretched out one hand and activated the magnetic escape technique. Why is it useless? The shurikens were still coming towards him. Oh no, it's not metal. He hurriedly waved his hands to control a large amount of gold sand to gather into a ball around him to protect himself. Although they were just a few shurikens made of unknown materials, he no longer dared to underestimate this unknown Konoha genin. He is sinister and mean, not a good person. Bang, bang, bang. The gray shuriken hit the gold sand ball head-on and shattered it into pieces. It turned out that they were all made of stone. Hee. Jinya chuckled. The stone shuriken was prepared in advance because he knew Luosha and knew that he could use magnetic escape. You are a coward. He used his mouth to launch a mental attack while his hands were playing with wire drawing. There were 2 stone shurikens with steel wire tied on them. Shuriken wielding technique hiss. The shurikens turned to the side just before hitting the gold sandball, spinning around it and wrapping around it. I originally wanted to give him the Edo heat binding secret technique, but now I only tied an egg. Fortunately, it does not affect subsequent attacks. Look at me smoldering, my son. As the winding was completed, Jinya bit the steel wire, formed seals with his hands, and inhaled. Esaichen Mao Yinsui. Fire style, dragon fire technique call. The high temperature fire column hit the gold sandball wrapped around Luosha along the steel wire, directly engulfing it in flames. The flame of nearly 1200 degrees made the surface of Luosha's shell glow red in just a moment. At this temperature, Jinya believed that he would be cooked in less than 10 seconds. Alas, Gaara is so handsome, what a pity.